Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Here, we provide high-quality novel audiobooks for free. Many of you might think that web novels and web novel audiobooks are the same, but they are actually quite different. Simply converting a web novel into an audiobook without adaptation often leads to a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every chapter to create an immersive and enjoyable experience. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to ensure the narration flows naturally, just like reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I want to be transparent. I've adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. Please know that this does not violate copyright policies. I do all of this for one simple reason: I'm a huge fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. We also have many more audiobooks available for free on Patreon, including I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, The Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, The Mighty Dragons Are Dead, Naruto, Leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, Your Lord Has a Screw Loose, Apocalypse I Can See the Health Point Bar, Killing Monsters Drops Loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, My Monster Fuses Everything, Naruto, I Traveled with a Max Level Account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, Killed for 100 Years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen Invited Me to Soul Society, The World Conquest Giving Birth to Become a God, My Master Only Breaks Through on the Edge of Death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece The Strongest Female Pirate Cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, Must I Offend the Entire Ninja World, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King. In Hueco Mundo with Shindu Template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, My Journey as Fourth Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the Strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DxD, Fate I Heard After Death, You Can Ascend to the Throne of Heroes, Fate DxD Archer Reborn, Fate Beginning with Type Moon, A Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece Take the Uchiha Clan to the Grand Line, One Piece Don't Worry, I'm a Doctor, Building Harem and Dungeon with Monster Girls, DxD, Multiverse The Day-to-Day Life of the Sephiroth Hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, Many Children Bring Happiness, A Shameless Start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto Sleeping Invincible, One Piece, Life Choice Ask Me to Kiss Marine Goddess Hina, Reborn as the Genius Son of the Richest Family, Start by Eating Jacket Fruit Model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit, The Days of Being the Richest Man in the Ninja World, The Witcher and Madara Uchiha, Villain I Possess the Dragon Yang Dao Physique, All Saintesses Turns into Villainesses, All Beautiful Girls Want to Stick with Me, Interdimensional Farming in Another World, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Don't forget to check out our Facebook page on Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and upcoming projects. Thank you for your support. Enjoy listening. There was no description of the foul aura. It should have happened after absorbing a portion of the abyssal demon's power in the underground abyss. Alright, you can absorb it. Since the game hints weren't clear, he didn't have the time to figure out the specific use of the remnant chapter. He might as well let Ibuki absorb it first. Kai. After receiving the order, the vines immediately gathered and wrapped around the Book of Oaths, dragging it underground. The game notification quickly appeared. Ding! The sacred tree Ibuki has absorbed the Book of Oaths, remnant chapter, that absorbed an unknown aura, unlocking the evolution specialization option Tree of Light. Ding! You need to absorb similar energy, 27 out of 10,000, ding. The sacred tree Ibuki has absorbed a portion of an unknown aura and unlocked the evolution specialization option Power of Foulness, ding. You need to absorb similar energy, 325 out of 10,000, Filth and Light? Fang Heng looked at the game notification, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Was it a hint? Fang Heng seemed to have caught on to something, and the flashes of light in his mind gradually formed a line. The Book of Oaths remnant chapter had absorbed a portion of the abyssal demon's energy by fusing with the unsealed light holy sword, and this energy was coincidentally absorbed by the sacred tree. In fact, the sacred tree Ibuki had always been able to absorb blood and energy. From the beginning, it absorbed the power of blood, flesh, and bones, and then it could absorb the enlightenment stone to achieve rapid growth. He did not expect that it could even absorb the holy aura and the plague aura. However, something wasn't quite right. This was not the first time the sacred tree had come into contact with the plague aura. Why was it unable to absorb it before? Moreover, if it was holy energy, There was more than one piece of equipment related to holy energy on him. Why did it not react to the other equipment? Feng Heng could not help but check the game log again. Was it because of the special effect of the Book of Oaths? Feng Heng tried to make a reasonable guess. Could it be that the Book of Oaths transformed the power of the abyssal demon into another form? Perhaps the Holy Court had some kind of energy that could purify the power converted by the Book of Oaths, allowing the Book of Oaths to regain its effect. In that case, if everything was as he had guessed. Thinking of this, Feng Heng's heart could not help but beat faster. He immediately communicated with Abakaya again and asked the sacred tree if it could simply absorb the power of foulness and retain the remnant chapter of the Book of Oaths. Abakaya immediately replied. Sure. However, it could no longer spit out the Book of Oaths that it had just absorbed. Feng Heng became excited after receiving the sacred tree's confirmation. Yes. It really could. The way to verify his guess was very simple. He had to find another remnant chapter of the Book of Oaths. Then, he would test it again. Feng Heng immediately turned to look at Tang Minayu and asked, Minayu, did you see any information about the Book of Oaths when you checked the information previously? Book of Oaths? Is it related to the Holy Court? Yes, you remember? 1308 The great battle is near. Tang Minayu lowered her head and recalled carefully, yes, I have some impression of it. The Book of Oaths is a sacred object of the Holy Court. Theoretically, it should be stored in the Holy Court's headquarters. There's news that the Book of Oaths is one of the Holy Court's holy weapons on this continent. It hides an extremely powerful ability. The Holy Court can use the strength of the Book of Oaths to connect to the Holy Realm. Connecting to the Holy Realm? Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. It shouldn't be to that extent. If it could really connect to the Holy Realm, the Holy Court would not have been suppressed by the royal family for so many years and could not develop. Regardless of whether the Book of Oaths belonged to the Holy Realm's domain or not, he could now confirm that the Book of Oaths did not only contain a page of the remnant chapter. It was very likely that the rest of the pages of the Book of Oaths had been left in the Holy Court. There was hope. Feng Heng could not help but rub his fists. If everything went smoothly, he would think of a way to obtain the Book of Oaths and use the remnant chapter of the Book of Oaths to continuously absorb strength from the abyssal demon. At that time, not only would he be able to weaken the abyssal demon, but he would also be able to continuously increase the power of the sacred tree, allowing it to quickly enter the next stage. A win-win situation. Minayu, help me contact Ed's team. I need to know everything about the Book of Oaths. The more, the better. Tang Minayu nodded when she saw Feng Heng's serious expression and replied, okay, I will hint to them now and get Ed's offline team to start investigating immediately. Inform me immediately if there's any news. Leave the rest of the materials for now. We will go back. Feng Heng nodded and left with Tang Minayu. He could temporarily stop making the Enlightenment Stone replica. He would first give the Plague Gora to Kaiyu Yaokang to study. Kaiyu Yaokang should be able to make more discoveries. The abyssal demon had awakened and was struggling to break free from the seal left behind by the saints. However, most people did not know about this. The night gradually fell. In the wilderness, the royal guards led by Zhao Yun were approaching the outskirts of Hani City. Looking at the vine forest that was gradually revealed in the distance, Zhao Yun's expression was unusually solemn. Compared to last time, the area covered by the vines had clearly expanded. The sacred tree. Zhao Yun muttered to himself. The team slowly stopped moving forward. Zhao Yun looked at the people from the Alchemy Society who were slowly walking towards him and said in a deep voice, Ovian, we've arrived. The sacred tree area is right in front of us. You can move now. Overlooking the forest that was surrounded by layers of green vines in the distance, Ovian's eyes also flashed with surprise. He had always heard that there was a sacred tree in the land of plague that Feng Heng had summoned through field magic. The sacred tree was extremely powerful. It could even break through the entire Hani city in just half an hour. This was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. There was actually someone who could control such a large area of magic? How terrifying was Feng Heng's spiritual power? No, it was impossible for anyone to do it. Unless he borrowed the strength of some kind of holy weapon. If he killed Feng Heng and seized the holy weapon in his hand. Seeing that Ovian was silent, Zhao Yun was a little impatient. He frowned and asked, how is it? Any other questions? Ovian came back to his senses and nodded, I need to set up an alchemy magic array. I don't want to be disturbed during the process. Zhao Yun coldly said, you can start now. No one will disturb you. Unless I die. Ovian raised his hand and gestured. More than 20 high-level members of the Alchemy Society behind him walked forward one after another and gathered in a circle to set up the alchemy array. Zhao Yun also called his assistant over and whispered a few words into his ear. Yes, Grand Commander. The deputy left in a hurry after receiving the order. Zhao Yun slowly turned around and looked into the depths of the forest, his gaze becoming colder. In the dark, Dozens of pairs of eyes were staring at this team. From the moment the Empire's team set off, Li Zu's team sent out hundreds of players to scout for information. Many of the scouts had even followed them to the outskirts of Hani City. Every move of Zhao Yun's team was under the control of the players. Commander Ed, that's the president of the Alchemy Society, Ovian. They're already setting up the magic array. This is a good opportunity. Should we make a move? There's no hurry. Let's wait and observe. On a hillside shrouded in vines, Ed raised his binoculars to observe the enemy. The Empire had came in a menacing manner this time. According to the latest information from Li Zu, other than the Royal Guards, the Alchemy Society, and the Holy Court, there was also the private army that Tang Wu had been managing for many years. One of them was even an Empire sword saint. But the subordinate was a little anxious. He could not help but raise his head to look at the Empire's army that was preparing to set up camp in the distance. The army had already spread out to find a place to set up camp. The Alchemy Society had also cleared out an area to draw a magic ray. The entire team seemed to be in chaos, so now was a very good opportunity to attack. Don't worry. Ed was very calm. He said, the offline command team has already given us an analysis model. Tang Wu is coming in full force this time. It's not the best plan to face him head-on. Then when do we make our move? Without waiting for Ed to answer, a cold voice came from behind him. They did it on purpose. The chaos you see now is their deliberate opening. Zhao Yun has long noticed our secret surveillance. He wants to lure us into attacking. They turned around and saw a valiant female player walking towards them with a dozen players. Ed put down his binoculars and nodded at her. He said, Yunika, it's good that you're here. From now on, the command of this battle will be fully entrusted to you. My team and I will cooperate fully. Everyone couldn't help but look at Yunika. She was the elder sister of the president of the Holy Bunch Pavilion. Yunika's golden curls draped over her back, making her exquisite face even more outstanding. Her every move exuded charm. Among all the player teams in the barbarian realm, the Holy Bunch Game Guild had gathered the best individual combat strength. In terms of ability, both Yunika's personal combat ability and commanding ability were top-notch. Yunika was originally cultivating herself in a special space. She had just been contacted by the player team and rushed over. This battle was extremely crucial. Everyone was on the same boat, and Ed was very willing to hand over the command to someone more suitable. Thank you, but I won't stand on ceremony. Yunika took over the command and nodded. Before coming here, I've discussed it with Li Zu. This time, we will choose to lure the enemy deeper. When they enter the sacred tree area, we will cooperate with the sacred tree's strength to deal a fatal blow to the royal guards. Yes, all right. Yunika waved her hand, gesturing for the dozen or so players she had brought to set up the surroundings. She looked around and found it a little strange. Why don't I see Lord Feng Heng? Feng Heng. Speaking of this, Ed's eyelids twitched. The land of plague was about to face an unprecedented crisis. Their hometown might even be overturned. However, Feng Heng was nowhere to be seen. 1309 strategy. He just left 2 hours ago. He said he had something very important to do, so he left in a hurry. Yunika raised her eyebrows in surprise. She was very curious about Feng Heng. She had previously triggered a special mission and entered a special space to cultivate. She had left the game for less than half a month. She did not expect that the entire game would have undergone earth-shattering changes when she returned. And the source of all these changes was a player in an elementary game? Yunika was extremely curious about Feng Heng. She had already flipped through all the information about Feng Heng on the way. She realized that there was someone controlling the entire mission line. Without a doubt, that person was Feng Heng. He was the key to the entire Abyssal Demon storyline mission. This battle was extremely important, and it was almost time for the final battle with Tang Wu's team. Once Tang Wu's army was completely wiped out, Tang Wu would no longer have the ability to turn the tables. It could be said that this would determine the final loyalty of the Empire. Under such circumstances, Feng Heng wasn't here. Did he become someone who just gives off commands for others to do? Before Feng Heng left, he said that he would leave the Empire to us and that the sacred tree would fully cooperate with us. Ed explained with a bitter smile. Feng Heng's trust in others made Li Zu's team feel a lot of pressure. Something important. Yunika frowned and muttered to herself. She raised her head and asked, what important matter? I am not sure. It seems to be related to the Holy Court. Yunika's frown deepened. Ed continued, at noon, Lord Feng Heng asked about the Book of Oaths of the Holy Court. After that, Li Zu collected a lot of information offline. She then rushed to Oshrino and wanted to find a guy there. Li Zu's team is already in contact. Oshrino. You mean the headquarters of the Holy Court? Yunika looked at the foot of the mountain in the distance. She looked at the 50-odd members of the Holy Court's army and muttered to herself with a suspicious expression, It has something to do with the Holy Court. It seems like the Holy Court is an extremely important part of the mission. At this moment, Feng Heng, Mojai Oi, and Zhao Lingfeng were hiding in a corner of a small city in the northern part of the empire. 20 minutes ago, the three of them had just sneaked into the city after avoiding the inspection at the city entrance. They had put on the one-time high-quality human skin masks prepared by Li Zu's team. Lord Feng Heng, this city is called Osharino. It's a small city in the north. The feudal lord of this territory has sworn allegiance to Tang Wu. Most of the people in the city are believers in the Holy Court. We don't know anyone here. Zhao Lingfeng explained softly. I contacted a local guide. He doesn't know our true identity yet. For safety reasons, be careful when talking to him. Don't expose your identity. Oh right, the human skin mask can last for 8 hours. Once we enter the battle, the human skin mask might lose its effectiveness. We have to pay attention to the time. As a player who had come with Feng Heng this time, Zhao Lingfeng was unusually nervous. She would log off every 10 minutes to report the situation to Li Zu's team. Yes. Feng Heng nodded. As far as he knew, in the Barbarian Realm game, there weren't many players who learned sacred study. Zhao Lingfeng's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said softly, he is here. Looking in the direction of the sound, a middle-aged man was walking towards the path, looking around sneakily. Yamamu. The man called Yamamu paused when he heard the shout. He turned around and saw Feng Heng and the others. He immediately walked toward them. Judging from his appearance, Yamamu was slightly older, and his eyes revealed a shrewd look. I am Yamamu, who is the pupil of Rain. Yamamu's gaze quickly swept across Feng Heng and the others. Zhao Lingfeng nodded and said, it's me. We contacted each other online before. Yamamu sized up Zhao Lingfeng and continued, I've been developing in this city. I know everything about the city. You guys are going to complete a mission, right? The price will be the same as when we contacted you online. Is that okay? No problem. Ding. The game has determined that the player in the current trial has a slight tendency to rely on other players to complete the mission. The corresponding proportion of the player's trial mission score is slightly deducted. The current deduction ratio is 0.002%. The current mission score is SS. Ding. Player to adjust your trial strategy in time. Feng Heng frowned slightly when he saw the game notification. He was too careless. During this period of time, he had let his guard down a little. He had interacted too much with the players and had been punished by the trial. Mojai Oi also received the game notification and immediately looked at Feng Heng to ask. Feng Heng shook his head subtly. There was no need to stop, continue. Borrowing the power of the players could save a lot of time. Currently, the game had judged that there was only a slight tendency. He would take a look and see if the punishment was within an acceptable range to test the balance of the game. Feng Heng took over and looked at Yamamu, asking, Yamamu, how much do you know about the Holy Court in this city? There are so many of them. If we were to talk about them for a whole day, we wouldn't be able to finish talking about them. Let me just say a few words. More than 90% of the people living in this city are fanatics of the Holy Court. The largest Holy Court cathedral in the Empire is also built here. It's not an exaggeration to say that this is the headquarters of the Holy Court. Yamamu pointed at the tall mountain in the distance and said, see that? That's the holy mountain of the Holy Church. The Holy Church is built on the top of the mountain. Every day, believers will come thousands of miles to the church on the top of the mountain for pilgrimage. They couldn't help but look in the direction Yamamu was pointing. I don't think you're believers of the Holy Court, right? Yamamu looked as if he had seen through them. As he spoke, he carefully looked around. Usually, everyone in the city is the eyes and ears of the Holy Court. As long as any strange person appears, they will be targeted. You're lucky. The Archbishop of the Holy Court suddenly died 2 days ago, and there were also some chaotic matters regarding the Abyssal Demon. In the past 2 days, more and more Holy Court believers have entered the city to take refuge. There are many outsiders in the city, and it's very chaotic. The inspection is far less strict than before. Feng Heng rubbed his chin. Based on the information he had obtained from Li Zu's team, there was a high chance that the Book of Oaths was stored in the headquarters of the Holy Court. And that would be Osharino, which was where they were now. It was very likely that it was stored in the cathedral on the Holy Mountain. What's wrong? Is your mission related to the Holy Court? Yamamu looked at them and said, there's no need to hide it. I know the rules. I won't ask or interfere. However, let's make one thing clear in advance. If it's a mission against the Holy Court, I will cut ties with you immediately if anything happens. After all, I am still planning to stay in the Holy Court. Well, it's not impossible to talk about it unless you're willing to pay for the transfer. 1310 God's Choice Day. I heard that the cathedral on the Holy Mountain is the headquarters of the Holy Court? Asked Mojai Oi. Yes, there is such a theory. In the past, Some players came into contact with the old blueprint of the cathedral and discovered that there was a large area below the cathedral. However, they were not sure. After all, very few people have actually entered the cathedral. Holy Court itself has never revealed the internal situation of the cathedral to the outside world. It has always been very mysterious. Mojai Aoi asked, "Is there a way for us to enter the headquarters of the Holy Court?" "Stop joking. I don't want to die." Yamamu shook his head repeatedly and said, "There are people from the Holy Court all around. Let alone sneaking in, it's difficult for outsiders to even get close." Feng Heng and the others looked at each other. Most of the people in the city were followers of the Holy Court, and it seemed a little difficult to force their way into the cathedral. He had to think of another way. "Although you can't enter the cathedral, I can still bring you to the outside of the cathedral. Every day, there will be a gathering in the Holy Court. During the gathering, a large number of followers will enter the cathedral to pray and witness miracles." Yamamu saw the hesitation on their faces and lowered his voice. "I can think of a way to disguise you as followers of the Holy Court, and bring you into the public area in front of the cathedral. Of course, this is an additional service. You have to pay extra." Zhao Lingfeng raised her eyebrows and handed over the deposit. She said, "Don't worry. We will definitely not give you less money if you work for us. This is the deposit." "Ha ha ha ha, you're too polite. That's not what I meant. You were introduced by Poole, so I still trust that guy. But as you know, when it comes to business, we will talk about the fees first. Whether it works or not, you still have to pay." After receiving the deposit, a smile immediately appeared on Yamamu's face. He looked down at the time and urged, "Everyone, there will be a pilgrimage every morning and evening. If we are going tonight, we have to act now. Alright, let's go now." Feng Heng nodded and said to Mojai Aoi and Zhu Lifeng, "Tonight, we will go outside the main hall and see what happens before we make a decision." "Hey, boss is straightforward. You can tell at a glance that he's someone who can accomplish things." Yamamu did not care what these people were up to. He gave Feng Heng a thumbs up and said, "Come, follow me. I will bring you to change your clothes." After more than half an hour, Feng Heng changed into the grey linen clothes of the Holy Court's followers and joined the pilgrims who followed him up the mountain. Those who came to participate in the pilgrimage were all wearing the same grey robe. After walking for more than half an hour, Feng Heng and his group mixed into the crowd and stepped into the main hall in front of the cathedral. The Holy Mountain Cathedral was extremely spacious and was enveloped in holy light. A large number of followers gathered in the huge square inches front of the hall and prayed with their eyes closed. Some fanatical followers even knelt down and kowtowed in prayer. Yamamu looked at the few judges standing at the entrance of the hall and couldn't help but be delighted. He said, "Our luck is pretty good. We managed to make it to the God's Choice Day." Mojai Aoi asked suspiciously, "What? God's Choice Day?" There is at least one day every month when the Holy Court publicly announced God's Choice Day. On this day, followers who come to participate in the pilgrimage can receive the baptism of the Holy Light. The Holy Court Church also chooses talented followers from among them. Once they are selected, they can directly become core members of the Holy Court. Yamamu's eyes flashed with a hint of yearning. After all, he also studied the sacred study. If they were lucky enough to be chosen, they could directly enter the core of the Holy Court and soar into the sky. "Let's go, hurry up." Yamamu was obviously not a devout follower. He pulled everyone to the right side of the square and mixed in with the group of followers who were praying with their eyes closed. Feng Heng mimicked Yamamu, lowering his head and pretending to pray, his eyes constantly exploring the surroundings. In addition to the followers, there were also a large number of guards in the uniform of the Holy Court. At the entrance of the cathedral, several judges of the Holy Court were passionately narrating something. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and whispered to Mojai Aoi, "Have you checked? How's the situation?" "Yes, I've seen them all." Mojai Aoi had already used the scouting technique to check on the enemies of the Holy Court. He whispered, "The one speaking at the gate is the judge of the Holy Court. The guards standing and patrolling in the square are all ordinary holy paladins. They are all small fries and easy to deal with." Mojai Aoi pursed his lips in disdain. They were just judges. Feng Heng had already torn apart a few of them in the past. Feng Heng's lips curled into a bitter smile. In the past, it was easy to deal with, but now it might not be the case. "Followers, God has already felt your prayers. We have to be strong. The pain we are suffering now is God's test for us." The elite judge tapped the ground lightly with his holy scepter and continued, "The abyssal demon has descended upon the world, and the world is on the verge of destruction. The undead of the land of plague is still bewitching the lost souls." The followers of the Holy Court half knelt on the ground piously, their faces filled with excitement. Suffering will eventually pass, and the holy light will shine on the earth. Ding, you have been affected by the effect of the faith skill. You are immune to this effect, When Feng Hang saw the game notification, his heart skipped a beat. Skills? Ha, the Holy Court was still good at fooling people. Feng Hang glanced at the player beside him. Both Yamamu and Mojai were still fine, but Zhao Lingfeng's face was clearly filled with yearning. Weird, didn't she receive any game notifications? It seemed like the Holy Court was still capable of bewitching people. Zhao Lingfeng's attributes were not high, so she was more easily affected by the judge's skills. Feng Hang was about to ask in a low voice when Yamamu, who was beside him, spoke up first and reminded him in a low voice, "Everyone, the God's Choice Days is about to begin. Keep a low profile and lower your head. Don't do anything. Don't be discovered." "Alright." Feng Hang lowered his head and looked ahead with his peripheral vision. In front of the cathedral, more than 10 Holy Court judges stood in a row, casting the Book of Creation at the same time and chanting prayers silently. The golden holy light gathered together and formed a large ball of light that was more than 2 meters long. It slowly floated into the sky. Feng Hang stared at the elite judge of the Holy Court who was controlling the holy light ball. Eh? Who was that? Feng Hang's eyelids twitched. He could not take his eyes off the scepter in the judge's hand. There was a piece of dark yellow paper stuck to the scepter. The paper was emitting a faint light. He was very familiar with this piece of paper. The Book of Oaths Remnant chapter. The holy light will shine on the earth. Following the final prayer of the elite judge, the golden ball spread out in the air, forming golden stars that drifted down. 1311 chosen. Feng Hang, like the others, looked up at the stars falling from the sky. There was no doubt that the light spot contained the strength of the holy light attribute. The followers of the Holy Court were all moved. Some even kowtowed and prayed excitedly. Yamamu also put on a piety look on his face, muttering prayers in his mouth. Ding, you have absorbed the holy light energy, and your holy skill experience points +1. As the spots of holy light fell on his body, Yamamu saw the game hint begin to appear. The holy skill experience points were increasing bit by bit. Like most players who studied the sacred study, Yamamu did not have much of a connection to the Holy Court even though he studied the sacred study. It was only to maintain false respect on the surface. He had participated in God's Choice Day so many times, but he had never been chosen by the Holy Court. He had long lost hope. In any case, the descent of the holy light on God's Choice Day could bring him an increase in the experience points of the sacred study. It was much easier for him to gain experience points for free than to work hard to increase his experience points. Eh? What was wrong? Yamamu was happily whoring when he suddenly realized that the holy light absorption speed seemed to be a little fast today. It wasn't that efficient in the past. In the past, the holy light absorption lasted for about 5 minutes, and a total absorption of 500 experience points was considered not bad. How could he have absorbed more than 300 experience points in less than a minute today? Moreover, the experience points were increasing at a faster rate. What was going on? Yamamu suddenly felt a little uneasy. The speed at which his experience points increased was so fast that he felt a little unstable. Yamamu suddenly opened his eyes. He discovered that large patches of holy light spots were gathering around him. What was going on? Yamamu was stunned and turned around to look at Feng Hang. It was him. The light spots were gathering towards him. However, the strange thing was that the person did not absorb any light spots. Yamamu's eyes revealed suspicion. Feng Hang felt helpless. He had long noticed the abnormality of the surrounding light spots, but there was nothing he could do. Currently, he had already raised his holy skill to the highest level, but he had yet to find a breakthrough point to level it up. Because his skill experience points were already full, he could not absorb the surrounding holy light energy. However, because he had farmed his sacred study talent before, it far exceeded that of ordinary people by too much. The surrounding stars of light continued to gather towards him. As a result, the holy light spots that were attracted to Feng Hang were not absorbed by him. Instead, they gathered around him and benefited Yamamu, who was the closest to Feng Hang. Many followers nearby had also noticed the abnormality that was happening here and cast their gazes at Feng Hang. A few brave players had already quietly approached Feng Hang, ready to take a share of the loot. No matter what happened to Feng Hang, the real thing was to absorb the skill experience points. The judges at the entrance of the hall also noticed something strange about Feng Hang and looked over. People were different. Some people were born with the ability to sense the strength of the holy light and absorb it better. This was talent. Those who had the talent for sacred studies were 1 in 10,000. However, the judges had never seen someone as talented as Feng Hang, who was able to gather a large number of holy light spots. That follower's talent was unfathomable. Sanjay, the judge in charge of the ritual, was surprised. In fact, God's Choice Day was opened at a fixed time and was set up by the Holy Court to select talents. Every time the ball of holy light was activated, it would consume a portion of the strength of the Book of Oaths Remnant chapter. With the death of Archbishop Karkala, the strength of the entire Holy Court plummeted. In addition, they were besieged by the various feudal lords' forces and the Mage Association's forces. At the moment, they needed fresh blood to replenish their strength. That was why they had activated God's Choice Day in advance and lowered the requirements to select a large number of the Holy Court's followers to join the party to quickly replenish their strength. To put it bluntly, they were cannon fodder. Who would have thought that they would accidentally discover a follower with great potential? Feng Heng's potential in the sacred study left Sanjay speechless. It was too exaggerated. Even if Karkala was still alive, he probably wouldn't have such a strong talent for sacred study. Could it be that the Holy Light had once again blessed them? Or was it the reincarnation of the Son of God in the Holy Realm? Sanjay was a little excited and could not help but raise his hand. A few holy paladins from the back immediately walked up and asked in a low voice, "Judge, what are your orders?" "Yes, go and check his background. Give it to me as soon as possible." "Yes, sir." Several knights of the Holy Court looked at Feng Heng and memorized his face. Then, they left quickly, trying to find information about Feng Heng. The scattered light spots lasted for a full 5 minutes before slowly dissipating. "Followers, God has sensed your prayers and has made a choice among you. If you are willing to follow God's call and serve God's will, please follow me. There are more severe tests waiting for you." Sanjay, the elite judge of the Holy Court, nodded to a holy paladin beside him. The holy paladin said in a clear voice, "Next, the chosen followers, please step forward and stand beside me." Sanjay immediately raised his scepter and pointed it at Feng Heng in the crowd. "Are you willing to accept God's guidance?" Everyone's gaze gathered on Feng Heng. Feng Heng was stunned. This time, he had only come to try his luck and check out the situation around the cathedral. He never expected to encounter God's choice ritual, and his talent in the sacred study was noticed. How should he deal with it? "Hurry up and go," Yamamu prompted when he realized that Sanjay was pointing to Feng Heng. He was surprised and even more excited than Feng Heng. He quickly pushed Feng Heng and whispered, "Don't refuse. No followers will refuse to follow God's guidance. Refusing means that there's something wrong with you." Feng Heng looked into Sanjay's eyes and several thoughts flashed through his mind. Did he find out? Or was he chosen by Sanjay purely because of his talent in the sacred study? Mojai was a little nervous. He whispered, "Old Feng, what should we do?" Seeing that Feng Heng was stunned for half a second and did not move, Yamamu could not help but urge him again, "Don't worry about your stupid mission. You're going to be rich. There aren't many people who can be chosen by the main judge. After entering the core of the Holy Court, you will definitely be personally nurtured by the judge. What mission can be better than this? Don't forget to help me when you're rich in the future." "Okay, I will go and take a look. You guys think of a way to take action." Feng Heng quickly made a decision. He pretended to be surprised and confused as he slowly stood up. He didn't care. In any case, it was most likely impossible for him to escape now. He might as well follow them and take a look. He could also find a way to figure out the situation inside the hall. Sanjay looked at Feng Heng walking towards him and smiled kindly. He said, "Follower, you have made the right choice. God will guide us in the right direction. 1312 Holy Light forever, may the Holy Light shine forever." Feng Heng bowed slightly and followed the Holy Paladin's instructions. He stood beside the Holy Paladin. Then, the other Holy Paladins raised their scepters and chose the followers who had the sacred study talent. One by one, the followers walked out of the crowd and stood up, forming a row beside Feng Heng. Slowly, Sanjay frowned. He realized that the number of followers chosen this time was much higher than before. All the chosen followers were pleasantly surprised. When the selection phase was about to end, one of the judges pointed his scepter at Yamamu. "You, step forward." Yamamu was startled. He looked around and found that there was no one else around. "Me? It's really me?" After realizing that he had been chosen, Yamamu was very surprised. He quickly raised his arm and waved it fiercely. Then, he walked forward and stood at the back of the line. In the past, only 3 followers would be chosen on God's Choice Day. When it was rare, there would often be situations where no one passed the preliminary selection. Today was different. The number of people who passed the preliminary selection was exceptionally large. A rough estimate was that more than 60 people were selected. Today's God's Choice Day's ritual and pilgrimage have come to an end. The chosen ones will follow me to participate in the second round of trials. The rest of you can leave. Sanjay nodded to the holy paladins beside him, raised his scepter, and walked towards the cathedral. The followers gathered in the square outside the cathedral ended their prayers, stood up, and slowly moved away along the exit at the foot of the mountain. Mojai and Zhao Lingfeng were not chosen. The two of them hesitated for a moment. When they saw that the holy paladins in the square had already begun to clear the area, They had no choice but to follow the crowd and leave the square. Feng Heng, Yamamu, and the other chosen followers followed the Holy Court's judge into the cathedral. Holy light shone in the cathedral hall, and the atmosphere in the golden hall was gloomy. Even though it was already night, the holy light transformed into the sunlight and shone through the crystal glass at the top, illuminating the entire empty hall. Followers, please follow me. Sanjay led the group slowly forward along the hall's passageway. Feng Heng followed the team down the stairs and arrived at an empty circular hall at the end of the cathedral's basement. The hall was spacious and bright. There was a tall circular crystal stone pillar in the middle. The surrounding walls were uneven. If one looked carefully, one would see that some embossed were carved on the walls. Along the wall, there were many wooden boxes. Following the holy paladins into the hall, Feng Heng felt a sense of peace and quiet rise from the bottom of his heart. The game notification appeared again. Ding, player has entered a special area piety hall. The player has been affected by a special effect tranquility. The sacred study had its own special aspects, which could affect a person's mind. Sanjay stood in front of the crystal pillar in the center of the hall and slowly spread his hands forward with a devout expression. He said, "Followers, let go of your weariness and accept the trial that God has given you. Show your strength and wisdom, and then accept God's gift." Trial? Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Yamamu, who was also standing among the crowd of followers, with a questioning gaze. Yamamu was also stunned. It seemed that this was the first time he had encountered such a so-called trial. While Feng Heng was thinking, Judge Sanjay had already led the holy paladins out of the hall. For a moment, there were only 60 or so followers left in the hall. Boom. The door was slammed shut, and a dark golden light barrier appeared above the door. Just as Sanjay walked out of the hall, 2 members of the holy court hurried up and whispered into Sanjay's ear. "Judge, we've investigated. The follower you're concerned about is an outsider who came to participate in the pilgrimage with Yamamu. We're sure that we've never seen this person before. He just escaped to the holy city today to take refuge. We've asked around. His name is Feng Shao. Yamamu." Sanjay muttered to himself. He knew Yamamu. What about Feng Shao's strength level? Has it been certified by the holy court? "Judge, we haven't found anything yet. We're looking through the registration data of all the holy courts in recent years. We're short of manpower, so it will take some time to check everything." The holy paladin nodded and continued. In addition, he has 2 companions with him. We have already sent people to follow them and monitor them. Do we need to detain them? No need. Continue following them and wait for the follow-up investigation. Yes, sir. The 2 holy paladins cupped their fists and hurried back. Kader, the other judge of the holy court, heard the conversation between the 2 and felt that Sanjay was making a mountain out of a molehill. He could not help but ask, "Sanjay, in the past, the investigation was carried out within a month after the end of the God's Choice ritual. This time, it's so urgent. Are you very suspicious of him?" Sanjay was still thinking about something and nodded. He said, "Yes. The investigation is necessary. Every chosen follower needs to undergo the necessary screening." Kader frowned and continued, "You saw it just now, right? That follower's holy affinity can only be described as terrifying. If he has not received any cultivation in the sacred study, wouldn't it be too dangerous to let him take the advancement test directly? It's not a good thing to pull up a seedling to help it grow." Sanjay narrowed his eyes and looked up. He said, "Kader, I understand your concerns. However, the holy city is currently in a chaotic state. Feng Shao's appearance is too coincidental. My intuition doesn't feel good. The holy court is already on the brink of danger. If we're not careful, we will be the sinners who push the holy court into the abyss. I have to be extra careful." "Yes, I understand. You want to force him to see if he's hiding anything," Kader nodded and replied. "That's right. Let's go to the prison plane to see their performance," Sanjay said and continued to walk forward. "I hope I am just thinking too much." After the judges left, there were only 60 or so holy court followers who had just been selected. It was the first time the followers had entered the cathedral, so they did not know what the so-called test was. They all looked around curiously. Most of the followers were standing on the spot cautiously, not daring to move. The entire hall was constructed in a huge circle, and the huge crystal pillar in the center of the room was particularly eye-catching. Feng Heng took a few more glances at the stone pillar. At this moment, Yamamu approached Feng Heng. "Brother, this is my first time here as well. I heard from the judge that we might have to face the trial of the holy court later. Let's form a team and help each other if we can." "All right. Do you have any clues about the trial?" "I don't know. By the way, those people are from a local gang. They're not very famous, but they do things a little dirty. We still need to be vigilant and try not to get into conflict with them." 1313 Piety Hall. Fang Heng's gaze swept across the four people gathered not far away. They were whispering something together and looked like players. Alright. Buzz. The central crystal pillar emitted a faint halo of light. Seeing this, everyone who had gathered in front of the crystal pillar pushed back and remained vigilant. Fang Heng's gaze once again focused on the large crystal pillar. The Remnant Chapter. Upon closer inspection, a dark yellow remnant chapter of the Book of Oaths appeared in the center of the crystal pillar. The remnant chapter appeared and disappeared from time to time. The dark golden light emitted by the crystal pillar slowly spread to the surroundings. Fang Heng carefully took a step forward and found that the dark golden light did not do any damage. Therefore, he mustered up his courage and took a few more steps forward, trying to reach out his hand to touch the remnant chapter through the crystal. He had just raised his hand and had yet to get close when... Buzz. Suddenly, a golden light bloomed from the crystal pillar. The light shone on everyone. Ding. You have been affected by the healing effect, and your health point recovery speed has increased. Ding. You are protected by an unknown strength. Fang Heng stopped in his tracks and frowned. He suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. TSK TSK TSK. A strange sound rang out around the crystal pillar. Immediately after, dark golden light spots flickered in the air like electric currents and condensed one after another. More and more light spots gathered. In less than a minute, the light spots gradually formed fist-sized light balls. What was that? The followers below looked up at the golden spheres. Kai. Spikes of different sizes gradually protruded from the surface of the ball. This time, the number of followers who chose to participate in God's Choice ritual was 10 times more than before. Other than Fang Heng, there were also many players participating. One of the players happened to have a perception-type talent and was continuously releasing skills to investigate the golden ball. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong and shouted, "Be careful." Whoosh! The ball covered in spikes flew straight towards him. TSK. The player shouted and quickly stopped using his innate skill. He dodged to the side in a panic. In the next moment, the balls in the air gradually trembled and flew toward the followers who were undergoing the test. Run. Move aside. The followers shouted and ran in all directions. However, the entire hall had been sealed off and there was no place to run. For a moment, the entire venue became chaotic. A follower who was a little far away from the central crystal pillar ran to the wall and suddenly noticed the wooden box by his feet. The wooden box was not locked. Weapons? The follower opened the wooden box and found that it was filled with equipment and weapons. He could not help but shout. "Everyone! There are weapons in the box." Hearing this, the followers immediately realized that the box might have been deliberately left behind by the Holy Court for them to deal with this trial. They all approached the box at the edge of the hall. Fang Heng, who was the closest to the crystal pillar, also became the target of the spiked ball of light. Fang Heng sensed the danger and retreated immediately. However, a spiked ball of light still flew toward him. Yamamu pulled Fang Heng away from the attack of the spiked ball of light and covered Fang Heng as they ran towards the wooden box on the right side. "Brother. Follow me, we will go there." Alright. Other than his mental strength, Fang Heng's other attributes had been greatly weakened. He estimated that he would lose more than half of his health point if he was hit by the spiked ball of light. He did not dare to be careless and hurriedly followed Yamamu to the box beside the wall not far away. Yamamu's combat ability was not weak. He predicted the trajectory of the golden spiked ball of light and led Fang Heng to dodge left and right. At the same time, he did not forget to whisper instructions. "Fang Shao, follow me carefully. I will try my best to cover you. My special talent is related to perception. I can feel that someone has been spying on us in the dark. It's very likely that it's someone from the Holy Court. Wait, don't expose any skills other than a sacred study." Yes. At this critical moment, Yamamu did not forget to bring Fang Heng along. Other than Fang Heng being his employer, what Fang Heng had just done in the square was very shocking. Yamamu felt that Fang Heng would definitely soar after he joined the Holy Court, so he also had the intention of fawning over him. Boom. 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 At first, the flying holy light spiked balls of light weren't fast, but they gradually began to accelerate. The speed at which the golden ball of light condensed also became faster and faster. For a moment, the hall was filled with flying spiked balls of light, leaving less and less space for the followers to dodge. A few followers who were completely defenseless were hit by the spiked balls of light. After being knocked down, they fainted and lay on the ground motionless. Their bodies were then enveloped in a faint dark golden light. A few clever followers saw that the situation was not good, so they simply lay down on the spot and pretended to faint. They did not expect that the spiked ball of light had some kind of sensory ability, and it still crashed toward them to finish them off. Bang! Bang! The spiked ball of light completely knocked out the followers who were pretending to be unconscious. The playing dead tactic had no effect. Instead, it bought some time for the others. Yamamu brought Fang Heng to the wooden box at the edge of the hall and opened it. The box was filled with weapons. Yamamu took out an unopened metal cleaver from the box and weighed it in his hand. He then looked at Fang Heng with a questioning look. Fang Heng shook his head silently. With his current attributes, he was not suitable for close combat. Yamamu was about to say something when he suddenly frowned and shouted, "Move aside." Fang Heng immediately tilted his head and dodged. Whoosh! The blade brushed past Fang Heng's ear and crashed into the sharp light ball that was coming from the right. Boom! With a muffled sound, the spiked ball of light was sent flying. Damn, that was really hard. Yamamu gritted his teeth and shook his slightly numb wrist. Fang Shao, you! Yamamu was about to say something to Fang Heng when he realized that there was no one beside him. He turned around and saw that Fang Heng was already rummaging through the box. Fang Heng quickly rummaged through the weapons in the box. If melee combat wasn't good enough, he could choose a long-range magic skill. Fang Heng casually pulled open the melee weapons on the top of the box and found a wooden scepter underneath. Item: the gifted scepter of the trial. Equipment requirement: basic sacred study. Description: a basic scepter provided by the Holy Court. When equipped, it increases the success rate of holy spells by 3%. Description: additional skill Holy Light Shield, basic. Description: a special item, cannot be stored in the backpack. Fang Heng checked the attributes of the wooden scepter and tried to weigh the scepter in his hand like Yamamu. Not bad. It was already very rare for a basic weapon to have an additional skill. Moreover, it was not heavy. It was very suitable for his current weak physique. If it was a metal scepter, it might take more effort to use it. 1314 division. With a flick of his wrist, the Book of Creation appeared in his palm. Just as Fang Heng took out the Book of Creation, more than 20 gazes instantly gathered on him. What the hell? It was actually the Book of Creation? Holy Light Shield. A golden shield spread out and instantly enveloped Fang Heng. Bang! The spiked ball of holy light that came from the right hit the shield and was instantly bounced back. Yamamu was stunned for a moment and could not help but look at Fang Heng. What? Priest of the Holy Court? He was already a priest? From the beginning to the end, Yamamu had thought that Fang Heng was a player who had infiltrated the sacred study to do a hostile mission. How could he have expected that Fang Heng was actually a member of the church? Yamamu was a little confused. He looked at Fang Heng in a daze for half a second without saying a word. He thought, there's something wrong with you. They were clearly people from the Holy Court, so why did they have to hide and sneak in here? Couldn't he come openly? Fang Heng did not say anything. Instead, he raised his wooden scepter and pointed it at the dumbfounded Yamamu. Weapon blessing. Whoosh! Yamamu's pupils shrank, and he immediately lowered his head. He realized that the unopened blade in his hand was actually attached with a layer of dark golden light. The light seemed to have substance, and the halo slowly flowed on the blade. What the hell? A support strengthening skill of the holy system. He was really a priest of the Holy Court. Yamamu. Don't be in a daze. Be careful of your right. Fang Heng's shout rang in his ears, and Yamamu immediately came back to his senses. He raised his sword and swung it in the direction of the howling wind to his right. Whoosh! The blade accurately hit the dark golden spiked ball of light that was flying toward him from the right. Pa! Kakaka! At the moment of impact, the center of the spiked ball of light was instantly covered in cracks. The spiked ball swayed as it flew into the air. Boom! The entire spiked ball of light exploded in midair. An explosion attracted the attention of many followers, who all looked at Yamamu. What the hell? The ball of light was actually destroyed by Yamamu's blade? Yamamu was also shocked. He realized that the blade in his hand had become extremely sharp under the enhancement of Fang Shao's skill. With just one collision, the entire golden ball spikes were shattered. Fang Shao. That player. What was his background? Yamamu couldn't understand what was going on. He turned around and looked at Fang Heng with disbelief in his eyes. The skill was still the same skill. The basic skill of the sacred study, weapon blessing, was undoubtedly a skill. But wasn't the effect too exaggerated? It was as if the Archbishop of the Holy Court had personally cast a skill. The effect of the skill was more than 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Whoosh! Swoosh! Without waiting for Yamamu to ask, the large number of golden light spots that exploded in the air scattered and shattered into dark golden light spots. The light spots slowly descended and floated toward Fang Heng. The golden light was instantly absorbed by Fang Heng. Unlike in the square before, Fang Heng felt a trace of heat flow into his body through the absorbed light spots, as if he was soaking in warm water. At the same time, several lines of game notifications appeared. Ding! You have been affected by the skill Holy Light Brilliance. Ding! Detected player's current status: Elementary Sacred Study. The Elementary Sacred Study can be upgraded to the Intermediate Sacred Study. Ding. The player has triggered the mission Intermediate Sacred Study Upgrade. Mission title: Intermediate Sacred Study Upgrade. Mission description: you have come into contact with an unknown special power. Through this power, you have gained a deeper understanding of holy power. Mission requirement: continue to absorb the holy light to complete the advancement. Current energy requirement: 0.3 out of 100. So that was how it was. Golden holy light was a special type of holy light energy. Moreover, it could increase the level of sacred study. Feng Heng's eyes flashed with surprise. In this way, he could also increase the level of his sacred study. Yamamu also absorbed a small portion of the holy light spots, and he immediately revealed a happy expression. It turned out that there were additional rewards in the trial. After destroying these light balls, you can obtain additional experience points for sacred study skills. He was standing beside Feng Heng. Even though most of the light spots were absorbed by Feng Heng, he also got a lot of it. Different from the previous God's choice, the power contained in the light spots had increased greatly, and the experience points for the sacred study had also increased greatly. Yamamu looked excited and immediately threw all the doubts about Feng Heng to the back of his mind. Who cares who Feng Shao was? Perhaps the name Feng Shao was fake. After all, it was too difficult to gain sacred study experience points. Wouldn't he have to farm them properly? Even if Feng Shao was a person who studied necromancy, he still had to cooperate with him. Brother, you are so awesome. Yamamu nodded excitedly at Feng Heng behind him, and the two of them chased after a spiked ball of light on the right. Other than a dozen or so followers who were not strong enough to be eliminated at the beginning of the trial, the remaining followers had some tricks up their sleeves. They gradually formed a few small teams and gathered together. They equipped the weapons they obtained from the wooden boxes and fought hard against the spiked light balls. Finally, a few teams managed to break through the spiked ball of light with great effort. They gradually realized that the golden light spots that scattered after the spiked ball of light exploded could increase the sacred study strength. The followers gradually figured out the method of this trial. No one spoke, and they were all silently looking for an opportunity to attack the ball of light. For a moment, the entire hall was silent. Only the sounds of weapons clashing and occasional shouts could be heard. Feng Heng worked together with Yamamu. Feng Heng assisted while Yamamu dealt damage. The speed at which they destroyed the spiked balls of light was not slow. The spiked balls of light that were flying in the air were constantly shattered and then turned into stars that were continuously absorbed by Feng Heng. However, as they fought, the followers in the hall realized something. After receiving a certain degree of damage, the spiked balls of light would slowly float into the sky and explode. In this way, at least half of the scattered golden light spots would gather in Feng Heng's direction. Feng Heng and Yamamu split the golden specks. More and more followers felt that something was wrong, but no one stood up to say anything. They silently raised their weapons to block and destroy the spiked balls of light. The followers were not stupid. They all recognized Feng Heng, the young man who had attracted a large amount of holy aura in the square. Even the elite judge, Sanda, looked at him differently. After entering the holy court, Feng Heng was most likely going to soar in the sky. It was too late to hug his thigh. Why did he have to take the initiative to become enemies with him? Although they were a little unhappy, no one was willing to be the first to step forward. However, the players couldn't hold it in any longer. What did he mean? They had worked hard to kill the monsters for half a day. Why should the golden light spots that dropped be divided in half by an unknown person? A full half. It was too exaggerated. The players quickly exchanged glances. The light balls in the hall stopped appearing after the initial rapid condensation. There were only a few light balls in total, which corresponded to a few sacred study experience points. However, there were still so many people in the hall. There was simply not enough to share. 1,315 can't endure it. It was not easy to find such an opportunity to obtain a large amount of Holy Court experience points, but a stranger who came out of nowhere was taking up a large portion of it. Unhappy. The players kept glancing at Feng Heng. They could endure it. After Feng Heng passed the trial, he would most likely be called the core groomed. At that time, with the protection of the Holy Court and the favor of the Holy Court's judge, there was no need for them to have a conflict with Feng Heng. Or find an opportunity to get rid of him now. The players were all waiting for someone who dared to stand up for them. For example, the 4 players who had gathered together. Itamudun was a small guild formed by players in the city. The members of the guild all studied the sacred study and joined the guild to keep themselves warm. This time, their luck was extremely good. All 4 players passed the preliminaries at the same time. The 4 of them quickly exchanged glances, full of fear towards Feng Heng. That strange young man. Their guild had been developing in the game for more than 10 years, and only one holy paladin had passed the God's Choice assessment and joined the Holy Court. They enjoyed great benefits and various resources from the Holy Court. If Feng Heng was allowed to successfully join the Holy Court, there was a high chance that his talent would affect the station leader's position in the Holy Court and directly affect the interests of everyone in their team. Instead of that, why not think of a way to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of him? From the moment Feng Heng revealed his talent, they had already become enemies. Moreover, they were in the right this time. After figuring this out, the team prepared to make their move. Stop. Mommer, an apprentice holy paladin in the player team, stared at Yamamu and shouted, Yamamu. Who is he? A fair competition. You guys are using tricks to absorb our abilities. Is there any meaning in doing so? Hurry up and make him stop. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Yamamu had also noticed the free experience points long ago. He knew that he was in the wrong, so in order to keep a low profile, he hid in a corner with Feng Heng and quietly developed. After Mommer took the initiative to attack, more believers cast unfriendly gazes at Feng Heng and the others. For a time, the two of them became the target of public criticism. Feng Heng slowly raised his head and looked at the three of them with disdain. The absorption rate of the holy light spots was not high to begin with, and the increase in experience points was slow. There were still 3/4 of the spiked balls of light left in the hall, which was not enough for so many people to share. He had been thinking about how he could get more experience points, but he did not expect someone to take the initiative to make things difficult. That would be even easier. Yamamu raised his guard and took half a step forward to block in front of Feng Heng. He rubbed the hilt of the machete in his hand and reminded him in a low voice, Feng Shao, be careful. These people are not easy to deal with. Yamamu, cut the crap. Since we're all from the same city, you've already earned enough. Let's take a step back and stop now. How about it? Yamamu stared at the person and asked in a deep voice, oh? How do you want to take a step back? Hand him over, and we can accept you, help you pass the trial together, and even be your recommendation to join Itamyudan. Yamamu's expression was a little cold as he replied, what if I don't agree? Malmer was stunned. He thought that the conditions he offered were very generous, and Yamamu did not even consider them. Otherwise? You know how many people outside are begging to join our gang. Malmer felt like he had been slapped in the face and waved his hand at Feng Heng. Then die with him. Whoosh. Swoosh. The spiked ball of light in the air was actually guided by Malmer and flew toward Feng Heng. Malmer's eyes flashed with killing intent. He wanted to kill Feng Heng in one fell swoop. Let's see how you run. Feng Heng's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Eh? The spiked ball of light was actually guided by spiritual energy? Holy light shield. Faced with the many spiked balls of light, the holy light shield opened again. Bang. Bang 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 bang. More than 10 sharp light balls hit the light screen one after another, making a series of clashing sounds. However, what was extremely surprising was that the shield did not show any signs of damage under the bombardment of the spiked balls of light. On the contrary, the spiked balls of light were sent flying. Feng Heng licked his lips. His spirit attribute could increase the strength of his shield. In addition, his passive skills could increase the effect of his skills by an additional 600%. There was also the added bonus brought by his own sacred study. All in all, even an ordinary shield could display a powerful effect. Let's see how long you can last. Seeing that one move had failed, Malmer gritted his teeth and said coldly, continue. After the ball of light was repelled, it once again bombarded the shield in front of Feng Heng. More and more spiked balls of light gathered at Feng Heng at the same time. Seeing this, Yamamu's expression immediately turned ugly. He had thought that the people of Itamyudan gang wouldn't dare to go too far in the Holy Court trial, but he didn't expect them to directly attack. Don't just stand there, Feng Heng whispered. This bit of attack can't break the shield. Ignore them. Continue doing what you're doing. Yes. Alright. Yamamu was also holding back his anger, so he decided not to care about anything else. He pulled out his saber and slashed forward. Boom. The sharp light ball that was struck was shattered once again. Dong. Thump. Thump. For a moment, a large number of spiked light balls bombarded the shield, and the sound of collision could not stop. Meanwhile, Yamamu hid within the shield and found the right opportunity to attack the spiked ball of light. Every time he attacked, he could blow up a ball of light. After a few more spiked light balls were shattered by the Yamamu, the players' expressions gradually became strange. What was going on? The holy light shield that Feng Heng had summoned had withstood several attacks, but it did not even show any signs of shattering. Was that shield really that strong? There was also that Yamamu who was very strange. Everyone developed in a small city and knew each other well. In the past, Yamamu's strength was definitely not that strong. Why did it change so much today? Why was he able to destroy a ball of light every time it attacked? What drugs did he take? Or was he hiding his strength just for today? Feng Heng watched as Yamamu slowly split apart the spiked light balls. His experience points were also increasing very slowly. He felt rather helpless. The skills he recorded in the Book of Creation were simple holy light purification and weapon blessing. They were both support-type abilities, and his main output still depended on the Yamamu's attacks. Otherwise, the game would have ended long ago. He didn't expect that he would still live in the form that he hated the most in the past, completely turning into a turtle shell of the holy light element. The spiked light balls kept coming over, which could help them increase their farming efficiency by a small margin. While Yamamu continued to attack, Feng Heng would occasionally cast weapon blessing on Yamamu and then search around the surrounding wooden boxes. 1316 Holy Fire Meteor, ding. You have discovered an item Wisdom Scepter of the Trial, ding. You have discovered an item Divine Scepter. Unfortunately, most of the equipment in the box did not have any attributes. After rummaging through it for a while, he did not find anything. When he reached the bottom of one of the boxes, Feng Heng let out a soft gasp. Item, Unholy Gift, Scepter, Equipment Requirement, Basic Sacred Study. Description: After equipping, the success rate of casting will be reduced by 20%. All directional skills of your enemies will deviate, can be supplemented by spiritual power. The difficulty of your spell control will increase by 500%. Additional skill, Holy Fire Meteors. Skill description: Condenses a ball of holy light to attack the enemy. Deals additional damage to the undead, hell, vampires, and other living beings. Skill cooldown, 0.3 seconds. Additional skill, Unclean Skill description: Releases the Holy Fire Meteor. This skill has an additional 50% cooldown, an additional 50% reduction in consumption, and an additional 50% reduction in accuracy. Good stuff. He had found a holy elemental skill. Feng Heng immediately grabbed the scepter from the wooden box. At the same time, the holy light shield that enveloped Feng Heng and Yamamu disappeared. Yamamu had just destroyed a golden light spot with a slash. When he saw the holy light shield disappear, he was stunned and turned his head to look at Feng Heng. What was going on? This is our chance. They can't hold on anymore. Momra had already fallen out with Feng Heng. Seeing the shield disappear, he heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately shouted and the two holy paladins beside him dashed toward Feng Heng at the same time. Taking advantage of the shattered shield, they wanted to give Feng Heng a fatal blow. The two holy paladins quickly closed the distance between them and Feng Heng. When they were about 10 meters away from Feng Heng, the two apprentice holy paladins had a bad feeling. They couldn't see the panic on Feng Heng's face. Instead, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Feng Heng slowly raised the scepter in his hand and aimed it at the holy paladin player who was flying toward him from the right. Momra's pupils constricted, and he could clearly see a faint light emerging from the tip of the scepter. The holy fire meteors. Whoosh! The light spots condensed into a ball and shot forward. Seeing Feng Heng's skill, the holy paladin who was charging forward heaved a sigh of relief. He won this round. He had been shocked and thought that it was some powerful high-level skill. It was just an ordinary holy fire meteor since it was an elementary skill. Even without any equipment, he could still take a few hits with his own attribute. On the other hand, Feng Shao was only a trainee priest and had lost the protection of the holy light shield. If he got close to him, he would die. There was no chance of turning the tables. The holy paladin judged the attack route of the holy fire meteor spell and continued to charge forward with the metal shield in front of him. Boom! The holy fire meteor crashed into the metal shield. A dull thud. The holy paladin's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt the shield in front of him being smashed. Immediately after, his pupils constricted. Suddenly, an irresistible force surged over him. He was unable to maintain his forward-charging footsteps for a moment. He did not even stand firm and took 2 steps back. What was going on? Why was it so heavy? The holy paladin was shocked and quickly scanned through the game hint. Ding! You have been attacked. Your skill, Shield Block, has taken effect. You have completely absorbed the damage of this attack. The durability of the shield has taken additional damage. Ding! Additional authentication. You have been sent into a shocking state. Duration, 0.01 seconds. He looked down and saw a small dent on the shield where the holy fire meteor had hit. The durability of the shield had also decreased by a fifth. Was the attack power of the holy fire meteor that high? Be careful. Hearing the shout, the holy paladin raised his head. What was that? Whoosh! Shuyayulu. Raising his head, he saw 70 to 80 holy fire meteors flying toward him. TSK. How could this be an ordinary elementary holy fire meteor? It was simply a meteor shower. The holy paladin cursed in his heart. He no longer had any intention of charging forward and fighting Feng Heng to the death. He hurriedly raised his shield and dodged to the side. However, it was already a step too late. The accuracy of the holy fire meteor was not good enough, so Feng Heng simply released his skills continuously, directly enveloping a large area. The holy paladin realized that he could not escape the range of the holy fire meteor shower. It was over. The holy paladin's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could only find the weakest spot in the meteor shower and put his shield in front of him. Boom. Boom. In the next second, 7 or 8 holy fire meteors smashed into the shield in front of him, exploding into golden light. Bang. The durability of the shield he picked up from the box was not full. Under the continuous bombardment of the holy fire meteors, the entire shield shattered. The apprentice holy paladin was sent flying by the remaining holy fire meteors. In the end, he fell to the ground and fainted. Buzz. A dark golden light enveloped the fallen holy paladin. The other apprentice holy paladin player who was originally chasing after Feng Heng swallowed his saliva when he saw his companion die so miserably. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his legs went weak. This. How could he win? Feng Heng shifted his gaze to him. He slowly raised his hand and raised the scepter in his hand again, aiming it at him. Whoosh. Whoosh. Swoosh. The holy fire meteors shot out from the scepter one after another, chasing after the holy paladin. Gah! The holy paladin player shouted and turned around to run. He ran for his life crazily. In the end, only 2 holy fire meteors struck his shield. Seeing that the holy paladin player had left the attack range, Feng Heng slowly put down the scepter in his hand. The cooldown time of holy fire meteors was originally 0.1 seconds, and it did not consume much energy. In addition to the cooldown reduction effect of his plague virus skill and the cooldown reduction of his weapon skills, he could easily release skills continuously. The weakness was that holy fire meteor was a relatively basic skill. The skill's attack power was low, and its attack range was extremely limited. The low attack power could be increased by the high spiritual power provided by the plague virus, the additional 600% increase in skill effects, and his own sacred study talent. After the comprehensive strengthening, it might not be enough to deal with powerhouses like the Holy Court's judges, but it would be easy to deal with ordinary players. As for the attack range, it was a little awkward. Feng Heng looked at Mommer and the other 2 from afar. It wasn't that he didn't want to eliminate the problem completely, but the conditions didn't allow it. However, Feng Heng glanced at the crystal pillar in the middle of the hall. It seems that we can use them for a while? Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and sized Mommer up. Mommer gnashed his teeth in hatred. 1317 nurturing in his opinion, Feng Heng was an extremely dangerous person, and Feng Heng's gaze was an extreme provocation. After this test, Mommer became more wary of Feng Heng. Yamamu, who was standing at the side, noticed Feng Heng's move. After the initial shock, a pleasantly surprised expression immediately appeared on his face. Damn it! This time, he had hugged onto a huge thigh. After being unlucky for more than 10 years, his luck finally changed today. Feng Heng maintained his posture of raising his scepter. The increase in his mental strength had also increased his magic power recovery speed. He tried to raise the scepter again and aim it at the spiked ball of light not far away in the air. Whoosh! Shuyayulu! More than 30 holy fire meteors flew toward the spiked ball of light. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions sounded. Under the continuous bombardment, the spiked ball of holy light exploded, scattering bits of energy in the air. After the skill was released, Feng Heng frowned. The effect was very ordinary. The spiked ball of light had a natural additional resistance to holy elements and could withstand more damage. Moreover, the accuracy of the holy fire meteors was really bad. Its hit rate was only about 30%. I can try that. Feng Heng muttered to himself. He squatted down and picked up the other scepter that had just been thrown on the ground. Buzz. A holy light shield spread out, once again enveloping Feng Heng and Yamamu in the center. Yamamu was still excited and ready to hug Feng Heng's thigh. Seeing that Feng Heng had switched to turtle shell mode again, he could not help but feel strange. What did he mean? Wasn't he very fierce just now? Why did he stop? Continue. Yamamu leaned toward Feng Heng and asked in a low voice, "What's going on? Why aren't you continuing?" Feng Heng shrugged helplessly and looked around at the followers in the hall. With a helpless smile on his face, he replied in a loud voice, "I can't continue. It was my first time using this skill, and I didn't master it well. My mental strength is almost exhausted." Ah! Yamamu's heart sank when he heard this, and his expression changed as well. He continued to move his lips and whispered in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "It's fine. Just follow behind me. I will try my best to buy you some time to recover your mental strength." On the other side of the hall, Mommer couldn't hear Yamamu's words clearly. However, when he heard Fang Heng's words and observed Yimamu's expression, his heart skipped a beat. His mental strength was exhausted? That's right. Even though Holy Fire Meteor was a low-level holy element skill that consumed a low amount of mana, it could not withstand Fang Heng's excitement. Ordinary people would be exhausted after releasing more than 20 streams of mental strength in a row. He had just released it more than 100 times. His mental strength should be at the bottom. Mommer suddenly felt that he had a chance. Take advantage of his weakness to take his life. However, Mommer looked at Fang Heng warily and felt that there might be something wrong. Was his mental strength exhausted? Or was it a tactic to lure them into attacking? Otherwise, why would the other party speak so loudly? Mommer even felt that the other party was deliberately speaking loudly for him to hear. Or was Fang Heng doing this on purpose? Showing weakness to the enemy? Was he deliberately luring them into attacking? But did he really have the ability to continuously release the holy fire meteors hundreds of times and still have a large amount of mental strength left? Mommer didn't believe it. He stared at Fang Heng, feeling more and more that Fang Heng was scheming. Or was Fang Heng already on a third level? He had boldly said that he had exhausted his mental strength to make him think that he was deliberately setting up a trap. In fact, he was simply exhausted of his mental strength. Mommer's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Hey! Mommer had an idea. He turned his head to look at the surrounding followers and said, "Are you going to stand here and watch? Are we just going to watch him win the final victory of this trial?" The other followers looked at each other and were tempted, but no one said anything. To tell you the truth, there is only one person who can pass the trial. Mommer gritted his teeth. Even if the rest of you are lucky enough to survive, it's useless for you to be chosen by the Holy Court. You will always be at the bottom of the Holy Court and can only be cannon fodder. There's only one quota for the core members of the Holy Court. If we don't kill him, we will be running away. Mommer's words began to take effect. Many followers cast hostile looks at Fang Heng, especially the remaining players. Over the years, as far as the players knew, the only person who had become an internal member of the Holy Court through the God's Choice ritual was the leader of the Itamyudon gang. Only the Itamyudon gang understood the trial the most. One of the players looked at Mommer with suspicion in his eyes and asked, "Are you sure?" "Of course. Do you think I need to lie to you?" When everyone heard this, they looked at Fang Heng with even more unfriendly expressions. The players frowned as they weighed the pros and cons. At the same time, at the prism plane of the Holy Court, through the central crystal pillar, Fang Heng and the others' performance was seen by the judges of the Holy Court. Everyone marveled at Fang Heng's powerful holy light affinity. The excitement on Judge Kader's face was beyond words. Judging from Fang Heng's performance in the trial, his affinity with the holy light was top-notch, and his talent in spells was also extremely high. It was so high that no one could understand it. "Sanjay, did you see that? He's a genius who's hard to come by in 10,000 years. We should immediately invite the elders over to take a look. He needs to be nurtured." The person hosting the trial was Sanjay. He looked at the scene that appeared in the prism and could not help but feel a little shocked. Seeing Sanjay remain silent, Kader became even more excited. He could not help but raise his voice. "Sanjay, what are you waiting for? I have a feeling that he is the next archbishop we are looking for. He might even become the first pope on our continent. I can already see his potential. You must have seen it too. Right?" Sanjay's attention was still on the prism projection. He nodded and said, "Yes. If you're worried, leave him to me. I will teach him myself. 2 years, no, I only need half a year. In half a year, I am confident that I can definitely train him into an outstanding judge. His strength is definitely not weaker than mine." Sanjay finally retracted his gaze and nodded. "Kader, calm down. I understand how you feel. We need to wait a little longer." Fang Heng was able to control and be granted the Book of Creation, so he must be at least a trainee priest. There must be a record of his granting in the church. After verifying his identity, I will ask the elders to discuss it immediately. I will also consider your suggestion. Kader really wanted to say that there was no need to verify this. Could it be that the enemy had the ability to nurture followers who were proficient in the holy element to be spies? Was this a joke? Even the Holy Court itself had not nurtured such a rookie with such talent in the sacred study. 1318 shattered helplessly. Sanjay was the host of the God's Choice ritual, so Kader could only say helplessly, "Sanjay, you've always been so calm and stubborn." "Eh?" As he spoke, Kader frowned slightly. He noticed something and turned around to look at the prism. In the piety hall, after hearing Mommer's words, the followers became somewhat hostile towards Fang Heng, but no one really attacked him. The player couldn't hold it in any longer. After a short 2 minutes of bargaining, Mommer and the remaining 3 players in the hall reached a deal, ready to work together to deal with Fang Heng first. I don't believe that his mental strength is that strong. Mommer pointed at Feng Heng. Attack together. The three holy paladins charged at Feng Heng at the same time. Mommer glared at Feng Heng fiercely. No matter what Feng Heng was planning, the worst outcome would be a failure. The opportunity was right in front of him. He had to give it a try. When Feng Heng saw the three of them rushing over, a smile flashed across his eyes as if his scheme had succeeded. You still couldn't hold it in, right? Feng Heng didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced. He immediately switched to the unclean gifted scepter beside him and took a step forward. The two holy paladins on the right who were charging at Feng Heng saw the latter raise his scepter and aim it at them, and their hearts jumped to their throats. It was over. He was indeed lying. His mental strength was still abundant. The two holy paladins did not think about how to close the distance between them and Feng Heng. Instead, they immediately raised their shields and retreated. Whoosh! Swoosh! Golden light kept bursting out from the tip of the scepter. A dense number of holy fire meteors pounced over. The two holy paladins frantically retreated. They heaved a sigh of relief when they finally managed to escape from the range of the holy fire meteors. Boom! Boom! Many holy fire meteors landed on the crystal pillar in the center of the hall, creating ripples. Feng Heng didn't care about the players and stared at the crystal pillar. His initial target was not these players, but the crystal pillar. To be precise, he wanted to try attacking the crystal pillar to see if he could find a way to obtain the remnant page of a book of oaths in the middle of the pillar. Ding! You have dealt damage to the crystal pillar, the game prompt appeared on his retina, and Feng Heng was even more convinced of this. Using the players as a cover, his main target was actually the most important crystal pillar. Feng Heng's eyes lit up. Don't worry. His spellcasting accuracy is limited. Malmer was delighted and immediately shouted to the other players. He found it. Feng Heng's weakness. His skills were powerful, and he could cast spells continuously. However, the range and accuracy of his attacks were his greatest weaknesses. Boom! Boom! The chaotic holy fire meteors landed on the central crystal pillar and exploded again. The two holy paladins immediately discovered Feng Heng's weak spot and immediately surrounded the central pillar to dodge the attacks. Feng Heng seemed to have gotten carried away as well. He kept releasing holy fire meteors in an attempt to chase and attack the three holy paladins. Yamamu frowned as he watched. What was he doing? The King of Kin circling the pillar? Why did Feng Shao not look very smart? At the prism plane, seeing Feng Heng's actions through the mirror image, Sanjay's expression became more and more solemn. The central crystal pillar was damaged, and the scene projected on the mirror gradually became somewhat erratic. Was it a coincidence? It felt weird. Is there any feedback on Feng Shao's investigation? Asked Sanjay. Judge, there is a lot of relevant review information. In the past, we often needed half a month to complete all the God's Choice rituals. Got it. Go and urge them to speed up the investigation. Yes, sir. Ka. As he spoke, the prism projection quickly dimmed. What's wrong? Can't see? A priest stepped forward and said, Yes, Judge. The crystal prism is the source of the image transmission. After the prism is damaged, the image transmission will fluctuate. It must have been affected by the holy fire meteor skill. Looking at the flickering prism image, Kader said, the holy fire meteor is difficult to control, and the unclean power in Feng Shao's hand is even harder to control. He accidentally damaged the crystal pillar. Another judge chimed in, yes, his mental strength isn't bad, but it's a little weak in terms of control. Kader was in a very good mood and said, there's no such thing as an all-rounded genius. It's not fatal if his spirit control is slightly weaker. Just his mental strength and holy light affinity are enough. Kai. As he spoke, the entire projection suddenly darkened. The hall fell silent again. Looks like the prism has completely lost its effectiveness. Sanjay, why haven't you said anything? For some reason, Sanjay felt that there was something strange about Feng Heng that made him feel uneasy. Yes, the prism has failed. There's no point in staying here. Let's go to Piety Hall and take a look. After saying that, Sanjay strode forward and led everyone back to the Piety Hall. When he returned to the Piety Hall, the door was tightly shut. The red color above the door represented the current state of the trial. The trial was still ongoing. Since ancient times, the God's Choice trial could not be stopped once it started. This was a tradition. Everyone looked at each other and turned to Sanjay. It has always been a tradition not to be disturbed during the God's Choice trial. We will just wait outside the door. Yes, sir. In the hall, Feng Heng pretended to chase after a few apprentice Holy Paladin players, but in fact, he had targeted most of the Holy Fire Meteors at the crystal pillar in the middle of the hall. Ding! Your skill, Holy Fire Meteor, has caused damage to the crystal pillar. Ding! Your skill. A row of game notifications appeared on his retina. Fang Heng had already noticed fine cracks on the crystal pillar. Soon, it would come to an end. Malmer watched as Fang Heng's skills kept flying out, and his expression became even uglier. Originally, he wanted to rely on positioning to use up all of Fang Heng's strength, but in actual practice, he realized that this was simply wishful thinking. Fang Heng was a monster. His mana seemed to be unlimited. Everyone, we've already reached this stage. Aren't you going to make a move? Malmer glanced at the remaining 2 players who had yet to join the battle and snorted. He took out a bottle of potion from his pocket and poured it down his throat. Following that, faint black lines continuously seeped out of his body, and his muscles bulged. Don't hold back. Attack together. Malmer shouted loudly. With reddened eyes, he entered close combat mode and charged at Fang Heng from the other side. Fang Heng noticed the change in Malmer's body. He frowned and glanced at his mana. After a wave of consumption, his mana was already at a relatively low level. Unstable. Tactically, it was better to retreat and wait for the mana to recover before engaging them. Fang Heng made a decision. Just as he was about to retreat, a golden light suddenly burst out in front of him. Buzz. A dazzling golden light bloomed from the central crystal pillar. Bang. 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 The spiked balls of light that were originally attacking in the air exploded one after another. The exploding stars scattered from the sky. What was going on? Did the spiked balls of light actually explode? The trial ended just like that? Just as the followers were wondering what had happened, another violent boom suddenly sounded in their ears. Boom. With a loud explosion, the central crystal pillar in the hall exploded. Fang Heng felt as if his vision was instantly enveloped by a golden light. He tried to force his eyes open to see the situation of the Book of Oaths remnant page in the central crystal pillar. However, it was impossible. His eyes were enveloped by a golden light. Fang Heng had no choice but to close his eyes as tears streamed down his face. Even if he closed his eyes, the game hint would still appear on his retina. Ding, you have been affected by the skill Holy Light Brilliance. As your sacred study talent is higher than 500, you are completely immune to the negative effects of the energy absorption of this skill. Ding, player's current energy points required for the advancement of intermediate sacred study plus 2.8. Ding, player's current intermediate level, so many. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. He realized that the experience points required to level up his intermediate sacred study were soaring. Ding, player's current skill has been upgraded to the intermediate sacred study. Ding, you have been forced to pay 3,000 King of Gods points. You have successfully advanced to intermediate sacred study. Your original skill elementary sacred learning forgotten. Ding, you have comprehended the skill, intermediate sacred study, skill, intermediate sacred study, level 1. Skill description, intermediate sacred study. Through this skill, you can use most of the sacred study-related items and learn related sacred skills. Skill description, your spirit and will attributes will increase by 35 points. Skill description, this skill can be upgraded to a maximum of level 20. Warning, your King of Gods points are currently facing a deficit. All the new King of Gods points obtained by the player will be used to repay the points owed first. The repayment points have an SSS level priority. When the King of Gods points are in a negative value, some functions of the player will not be available. The hints slowly disappeared. What the hell? His King of Gods points had to be deducted to level up. Furthermore, it was a compulsory deduction without a choice. He even owed them game points. Fang Heng thought to himself that the game was a little tricky. The old debt had not been repaid yet, and a new debt had been added. Normal players could not afford to learn advanced skills. From the looks of it, other than sacred study, there was a high chance that the other studies would have their King of Gods points forcefully deducted after they advanced to the intermediate level. In the future, when he advanced to other academic fields, he had to be careful and save up some King of Gods points to avoid being scammed again. As he pondered, Fang Heng tried to open his eyes slowly. The dazzling golden light around them had gradually dimmed. A circle of energy light spots hovered around him, but it was in a state where it could not be absorbed. It seems that Holy Light is no longer able to provide experience points for intermediate sacred study. I have to think of another way to level up. Fang Heng muttered to himself and looked around. Less than half of the original 40 followers in the hall were left. They all had their eyes closed and were still absorbing the energy of the golden light. Almost everyone was standing unsteadily, and from time to time, some people could not control themselves and fell to the ground with a thud. It seemed that they could not withstand the negative effects of absorbing the holy energy in a short period of time. Fang Heng raised his head and looked ahead. In the center of the shattered central crystal pillar, a dusky yellow page floated. The Book of Oaths Remnant Chapter. The golden light in the hall was emitted by the remnant chapter of the Book of Oaths. Fang Heng closed his eyes carefully and tried to sense it. The feeling of being spied on disappeared with the destruction of the crystal pillar. He could make a move. Opening his eyes again, Feng Heng slowly walked forward until he reached the remnant page of the Book of Oaths that was floating in the air. He slowly raised his hand and approached the remnant chapter. With just a slight thought, the remnant page of the Book of Oaths in the air seemed to have been guided and slowly flew into Feng Heng's palm. Ding! The player has discovered an item. Book of Oaths Remnant Chapter. Item Book of Oaths, Remnant Chapter. Description: one of the remnant chapters of the Book of Oaths. It contains part of the Holy Light attribute power. Description: unable to activate due to lack of relevant conditions. Ding! The player has been detected to have mastered the intermediate sacred study. Condition 1 has been met. Ding! Detected that the player's sacred study is much higher than the fixed condition of 100. Verification meets condition 2, weakening condition 3. Ding! Detected that the player's spiritual power is higher than 50, comprehension is higher than 50, and verification meets condition 3. Ding! The player can choose to bind the item Book of Oaths, Remnant Chapter. After binding, the ownership will be confirmed. Trading is not possible. Forceful trading or plundering will cause the item to be destroyed. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. The last time he saw the Book of Oaths remnant page, it was the same item description, but this time, there was an option to bind the item. Feng Heng opened the game log and carefully checked the 3 conditions required to bind the item. So the hint this time was because his sacred study had advanced to the intermediate level? Feng Heng nodded and shouted, "Bind." A faint light appeared on the remnant page of the Book of Oaths again. Ding! The player has bound the current Book of Oaths, Remnant Chapter. The Book of Oaths, Remnant Chapter, will be automatically destroyed after the player dies. Ding! Book of Oaths Remnant Chapter current remaining energy, 5218, Kai. The Book of Oaths disappeared and was stuffed into Feng Heng's backpack. That was it? Feng Heng was puzzled. He flipped through the item hint again and found that there was no difference except for the additional remaining energy at the bottom of the description. Strange. Feng Heng muttered to himself. Seeing that the other followers in the hall were gradually waking up, he temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart and quickly retreated to where Yamamu was. As the golden light in the hall gradually dimmed, the remaining followers who had not fainted slowly opened their eyes. Yamamu also opened his eyes. He saw that Feng Heng, who was standing beside him, also looked like he had just woken up. What happened? The awakened followers looked around blankly and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Mommer turned his head and looked at Feng Heng with vigilance in his eyes. He shouted, "What did you do? Did you destroy the crystal pillar on purpose?" Feng Heng frowned and asked, "What are you talking about?" TSK. Still not admitting it. Something was wrong with you from the beginning. Do you dare to say that you didn't do it on purpose? Feng Heng shook his head and questioned, "Hey, do you have any evidence? Stop talking nonsense with him. Let's kill him together." Mommer shrugged his shoulders and quickly approached Feng Heng. The 2 players beside him also launched a surprise attack on Feng Heng. Feng Heng stared at Mommer and was about to raise his scepter when his pupils constricted. What? 1320 Remnant Chapter. Before Feng Heng could gather his mental strength, the remnant page of a Book of Oaths that was originally in his backpack suddenly appeared in his palm. It then condensed into a golden flash and shot toward Mommer. Swoosh! What was going on? Feng Heng did not even have the time to react and stop the Book of Oaths Remnant Chapter. The game hint on his retina quickly refreshed. Ding! The player has mastered the intermediate sacred study, activating the Book of Oaths, Remnant Chapter. Passive skill, Holy Counterattack. Skill, Holy Counterattack. This skill is a passive skill and cannot be cancelled. It will automatically lose its effect when its energy is exhausted. Description: when attacked by a hostile target within a certain range, the Book of Oaths will initiate a counterattack. This counterattack has a chance of destroying the enemy's attack. The counterattack will consume the remaining energy in the remnant chapter of the Book of Oaths. Description: attack damage is related to the player's sacred study skill level, the player's attributes, and the player's sacred study talent. Not good. So it was a passive skill. Seeing the passive description of the skill, Feng Heng only felt that it was troublesome. He was just thinking of secretly taking away the Book of Oaths remnant chapter and finding an excuse to pretend that it was destroyed in the explosion. He did not expect that the matter of dying without a complete corpse would be exposed. On the other side, Mommer, who was charging at Feng Heng with his men, was even more surprised. He had just sneakily pinched a magic scroll and hid it in his hand, ready to launch a sneak attack when he got close to Feng Heng. Unexpectedly, before he could get close, a rune paper enveloped in golden light flew towards him. What was that? The speed of the golden runic paper was several times faster than the previous holy fire meteor. In the blink of an eye, it was close to him. Mommer felt a huge threat from this. Damn it! Whoosh! Mommer clenched his teeth and crushed the scroll in his hand. The entire magic scroll condensed into a fireball and smashed forward. Boom! What? Mommer's pupils constricted as he watched the fireball conjured by the scroll explode in midair. The golden rune paper pierced through the fireball and smashed into his chest, sending him flying backward. Bang! Mommer fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. The other two Holy Paladin players who were about to charge at Fang Heng were stunned and froze on the spot. Time passed by outside the Piety Hall. They had been waiting for more than 20 minutes. One of the young judges, who was obviously running out of patience, asked, "Why haven't they come out yet?" In the past, the longest duration of the God's Choice trial was 15 minutes. This time, there were many participants, so the number of spiked balls of light condensed also increased. In theory, it was normal to spend more time. However, it had already been 30 minutes since the trial started, and there was still no movement. They could not help but feel suspicious. Suddenly, the red light above the main entrance of the Piety Hall slowly pressed down. Sang Da's eyelids twitched and he said in a deep voice, "It seems like the results are out. Let's go in and take a look." Pushing open the door, the scene inside the Piety Hall entered his eyes. Everyone's face revealed a solemn expression. The crystal pillar in the center of the hall had been completely shattered, and the unconscious believers were lying on the ground. Where was Fang Heng? Did something happen? Kader was anxious as he scanned the hall. When he saw Fang Heng standing in the corner, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Fang Heng did not seem to be injured. That was good. The judges had already made a rough guess based on the scene they saw. During the trial battle, the central crystal pillar was accidentally shattered, causing the entire crystal pillar to be destroyed. As for the source of the destruction, Sanjay couldn't help but look at Fang Heng. The rest of the believers were still in shock and carefully hid in the back. Sanjay turned to look at a believer hiding in the corner and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Being targeted by Sanjay, the believer felt the pressure on his body increasing sharply. He quickly knelt down and said, "Judge, we were undergoing the trial earlier. During the process, a few of them had a fight. The crystal pillar could not withstand the attack and suddenly exploded. A few holy paladins who came with them squatted at the edge of the ruins of the central crystal pillar and checked for a moment. One of them quickly returned to Sanjay and whispered, 'Sir, the remnant page of the Book of Oaths is missing.' The judges were shocked and looked in the direction of the central crystal pillar. All along, the Book of Oaths remnant chapter had been locked inside the crystal pillar as an important part of God's Choice trial. Sanjay retracted his gaze and continued to ask, "What happened after that?" "Then, we saw the holy light overflowing from the crystal pillar. The holy light was too dazzling, so I closed my eyes. Then, I sensed the power of the holy light, so I immediately began to absorb it." The believer lowered his head and carefully explained everything that had just happened. "When I sensed that the power of the holy light was gradually disappearing and opened my eyes again, I saw that they had started fighting again. Mommer had just lost in the battle and was knocked unconscious." Sanjay lowered his head and glanced at the unconscious Mommer lying on the ground. Mommer's skin was covered in blood. It seemed that he had used some kind of short-term strengthening power and suffered a backlash. Judging from the wound marks, he's not lying. A holy paladin was checking Mommer's wound. He looked up and said, "Judge, the wound should have been caused by the power of the Book of Oaths remnant page. It also has the negative effects of some kind of potion." The judges frowned and looked thoughtful. Sanjay slowly shifted his gaze to Fang Heng and asked, "Did you do it?" "Yes, he made the first move. I was forced to retaliate. Everyone here can testify." Fang Heng felt helpless as he slowly raised his hand. He had already been discovered. It was better to be honest now. Buzz. The remnant page of the Book of Oaths floated in his palm, constantly emitting a weak light. Everyone in the hall once again shifted their gaze to Fang Heng. Kader asked, "Fang Shao, what's with the remnant chapter?" "I don't know either. I am just like them. When the pillar exploded, I closed my eyes and absorbed the energy in the holy light. When I opened my eyes again, this rune paper flew towards me." Hearing this, the believers in the hall did not react too much to it. The judges seemed to have heard something extremely rare. Their expressions were different as they exchanged glances with each other. Kader's heart skipped a beat. He looked back at Sanjay and then stared at Fang Heng with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Fang Heng. He was actually able to obtain the recognition of the remnant page of the Book of Oaths. Genius. An absolute genius. There was no doubt that as long as he was given a little more time, Fang Heng would definitely become the first pope on this continent. 1321 Communication. There were a total of 38 judges in the Holy Court, and only less than half of them were recognized by the Book of Oaths. Fang Heng's talent in the sacred study was astonishing. The judges looked at Fang Heng with envy in their eyes and mixed feelings in their hearts. It was not easy to control the Book of Oaths remnant chapter. Many of them had spent a long time doing this, but this young man in front of them had actually completed it easily. Kader glanced at Mommer, who had fainted on the ground. He sneered at Mama for overestimating his own strength and daring to attack Feng Heng. It seems that things are very clear now. The followers accidentally destroyed the crystal pillar during the trial, and the Book of Oaths Remnant chapter was never activated. It was also their luck that they obtained the strength of the Book of Oaths Remnant page. Luck? Was it really just a coincidence? Sanjay's gaze was focused on Feng Heng. He had a feeling that Feng Heng was hiding some secrets. After hesitating for a while, Sanjay shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Dear followers, that's all for today's trial. You have successfully passed." Sanjay turned around and nodded at the holy paladin beside him. He said, "Take those followers who have fainted for treatment and also take the rest of them away. Change into clean clothes and gather outside the hall." "Yes, Judge." 10 minutes later, Feng Heng and the other players changed into clean clothes and appeared in front of Sanjay and the other judges. "Followers of the Holy Light, first of all, congratulations on passing the God's Choice trial. Next, I will bring you through a faith ritual to accept God's gift. Follow me." Ignoring the excited followers, Sanjay turned around and walked down the stairs to the cathedral. After a short 10 minutes of thinking, Sanjay's suspicion towards Feng Heng did not decrease at all. Instead, it deepened. Kader walked beside Sanjay for a while and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "Sanjay, this isn't the way to God's enlightenment. Where do you want to take them?" Sanjay asked, "Don't you think he has the potential to become the new pope?" Kader naturally knew who Sanjay was referring to by him, and his frown deepened. He replied, "That's true, isn't it? Even the Book of Oaths has acknowledged his ability. What else do you have to doubt?" Sanjay had always been suspicious of Feng Heng, and he had been testing him again and again, which made Kader a little dissatisfied. He continued, "I will protest to the Elders' Council." "No need. I will take you to see them now." "I've already applied to the Elders' Council to use the Book of Oaths strength to connect to the Holy Realm. If everything goes well, the Holy Realm will personally verify his identity. The Elders' Council will also be his witness." Kader's eyes lit up. "Yes, Kader, I actually hope that you are right. If Feng Shao can really pass the test of the Holy Realm and ensure that there are no problems, then he will definitely be groomed as the next Archbishop of our Holy Court. I have already recommended you to be his first teacher. You have a great responsibility." Kader could not help but clench his fists. He felt excited when he thought of the scene that Sanjay had described. He took a deep breath and whispered, "Thanks." "Yes." Feng Heng followed the team. He did not know what the two judges were whispering about, but he felt a little uneasy. As he walked down the stairs, he had already entered the lower level of the cathedral. They should be arriving at the Holy Court headquarters soon, right? Soon, they arrived at the third basement. Sanjay led them to a wide door at the end of the corridor. The accompanying Holy Paladin Johan gestured for all the followers to line up. "Feng Shao, step forward." Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat, and he took half a step forward. The ritual requires some preparatory work. "Feng Shao, you follow us." Sanjay looked at the Holy Paladin again and said, "Johan, take the others to rest first, then bring them back in half an hour." "Yes, sir." The rest of the followers cast envious looks at Feng Heng and were led away by the Holy Paladin. "Follow me," Sanjay said as he pushed open the door. Feng Heng's pupil shrank as he entered the hall. That was. Behind the door was a long passage. The two sides of the passage were filled with high-level priests and high-level Holy Paladins. Golden light shone down from the huge crystal in the sky and landed on the stone platform in the middle of the hall. A book was lying quietly on the stone platform. Behind the stone platform, there were more than 10 old men in missionary uniforms. Sanjay brought Feng Heng along and walked dozens of steps forward. Then, he knelt down on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Greetings, elders. The person beside me is Feng Shao. The followers I mentioned to the elders have already passed the God's Choice ritual." The voice of an elder from the Elders' Council sounded a little dry as he spoke. "Sanjay, we trust your judgment. There's no need to say more. The Holy Court is in danger now. We can't delay any longer. Let's start as soon as possible." "Yes, thank you for your understanding." Sanjay stood up and took a few steps back respectfully. Behind the stone platform, the elders who were standing in a row raised their hands in unison. Golden light gradually blossomed from the book on the stone platform. Feng Heng followed beside Sanjay. He had a hunch that something was wrong when he heard their conversation. However, things had already developed to this point that it was impossible to escape. He stared intently at the book on the stone platform, and an extremely strong premonition arose in his heart. It's the Book of Oaths. That was the book he was looking for. Along with a strong wave of holy strength, the book emitted a golden light. Feng Heng's vision was instantly enveloped by a dazzling golden light. He had no choice but to close his eyes again to block the strong light. When the light dissipated, Feng Heng opened his eyes again to observe. Buzz. In front of him, a circular spatial rift appeared above the book. It was the regional time passage. Feng Heng stared at the black spatial rift that was enveloped by the golden ring in front of him, his eyes flashing with surprise. The time passage was empty, and visible distortions appeared in space. That book. It was definitely the Book of Oaths, and the rumors about the Book of Oaths were true. The Book of Oaths could break through space. The priests and holy paladins who were standing on both sides of the passage knelt down on one knee and prayed softly. After waiting for a moment, a deep and distant voice came from the void. "Why did you summon me, followers?" Sanjay took half a step forward and said respectfully, "God, we have encountered a problem. We want to borrow your wisdom. Please help us verify the aptitude of this follower." 1322 Explosion. After half a minute of silence, the voice came, "Pious followers, I will fulfill your request, but I don't think you should waste the remaining strength of the Book of Prayers here. God, we found that this follower has a powerful talent that we have never seen before. We want to verify the authenticity of his talent and also want to understand his past." After waiting for another half a minute, the voice slowly sounded, "Really? So that's how it is. A divine talent that even you are amazed by. I am looking forward to it too. I will bestow upon you the light of revelations. This light can see through the past and present." Past? Oh no. Hearing the sound coming from the passage, Feng Heng's heart began to beat faster. This was troublesome. Looking at the respectful expressions of the Holy Court's judges and listening to their conversation, there was a high probability that the other end of the passage came from the Holy Realm. It was obviously a higher-level game world. If they saw through his identity, what should he do? Feng Heng's mind raced. Before he could come up with a plan, a dark golden beam of light shot out from the open time passage. Swoosh! The dark golden light shone directly at Feng Heng. Feng Heng's pupils constricted. He subconsciously wanted to dodge, but he realized that he had been bounded in place by a force at some point. Golden light surrounded him. Not good. Shrouded in the golden light, Feng Heng did not feel any pain. Instead, he felt that he was surrounded by warmth as if he was soaked in warm water. In the next second, a strange scene appeared before Feng Heng's eyes. He found himself tied to a wooden chair. A distant chant appeared in his ears. In front of him, a group of people dressed in black linen had formed a circle and were performing some kind of mysterious ritual. A woman slowly walked towards him. Her figure looked familiar, but he couldn't see her face. Drip. A drop of blood dripped onto the screen. The next moment, Feng Heng's eyes were filled with drops of blood. He vaguely heard a voice in his ear, "This is impossible." Boom. The scene in front of him shattered with this shout and there was a violent explosion. Feng Heng suddenly woke up, and his eyes were once again filled with red light. What was that? For a moment, Feng Heng couldn't even tell what was real and what was illusory. At the last moment, Feng Heng noticed the remaining game logs flashing on his retina. Ding! You have killed Judge Sanjay of the Holy Court. The player is currently in disguise. If the player chooses to give up the disguise, he will gain Empire reputation points. Ding! The player has been determined to interfere with the trial with the help of an unknown force. No reward will be obtained for this kill. Ding! You have killed the elite holy paladins of the Holy Court. After Mojai Ai and Zhao Lingfeng returned to the foot of the holy mountain, they immediately found an inn nearby to stay in. Zhao Lingfeng had received the order to keep a close eye on Feng Heng, but now that she had lost contact with Feng Heng, she could not help but feel anxious and mutter to herself. What should I do? What should I do? We still haven't been able to contact Lord Feng Heng and Yamamu. It's been more than half an hour. Why is there no news at all? Zhao Lingfeng kept going online and offline to try to contact him, but every time, she would return disappointed. From time to time, she would poke her head out of the window and look in the direction of the holy mountain. Mr. Mo, I still can't contact Yamamu. Are they in danger? Don't worry. With Lord Feng Heng's ability, there won't be any problems. Mojai Ai sat on the chair and closed his eyes to rest. He seemed very calm. He felt that Zhao Lingfeng was still too young and did not know Feng Heng well enough. From the time he knew Feng Heng until now, how many people who had been targeted by Feng Heng had a good ending? To be honest, now that Feng Heng had infiltrated the holy city, the one who should be worried should be the holy court. Mojai Ai waved his hand and was about to persuade her when he saw Zhao Lingfeng's restless expression. Mojai Ai suddenly raised his eyebrows. He noticed that the cup on the table suddenly trembled slightly. Following that, his feet seemed to shake. Mojai Ai couldn't help but look up at Zhao Lingfeng. Zhao Lingfeng also felt a faint vibration coming from under her feet. What was going on? Was it an earthquake? Boom. In the next moment, a violent tremor accompanied by a loud boom sounded in their ears. Red light shone into the room through the window, illuminating the entire room red. Not good. Mojai immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the holy mountain outside the window. When he saw the scene outside, he could not help but feel shocked. Outside the window, a fiery red pillar of light shot into the sky, enveloping the entire holy mountain. The earth shook violently. When the followers outside saw this terrifying scene, they knelt on the ground and muttered to themselves as if they were praying. No way. Why did he create such a big scene again? Mojai quickly took out his binoculars and looked up at the mountain. Helplessly, his vision was completely engulfed by the red pillar of light in front of him, and he could not see anything clearly at all. Thump, thump. Mojai suddenly raised his eyebrows and gritted his teeth. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. What was going on? He could feel his heartbeat getting heavier, his blood flowing faster, and his temples throbbing. The demon hunting runes under his skin were flickering. He could sense the strength of a demonic creature from the red light that soared into the sky. His demon hunter bloodline had an extremely violent reaction, driving him forward, and giving him the urge to rush forward now. Something's not right. Mojai looked at the red pillar in the distance and tried to suppress the impulse in his blood. The color and appearance of the pillar of light were too familiar. It should be a vampire without a doubt, but he had the demon hunter bloodline and was extremely sensitive to vampires. He was sure that this power was not from the vampires, but from another more powerful demon. What exactly was it? What could cause such a violent reaction from his demon hunter bloodline? The blood-red pillar of light lasted for a full 2 minutes before it gradually descended. Mojai panted heavily. Sweat dripped down his cheeks and his back was soaked in sweat. Zhao Lingfeng was also shocked by this scene. For a moment, she forgot to go offline to report the situation. She could not help but cover her mouth and mutter, "This." As the red light pillar fell, Mojai clenched his trembling hands and raised his binoculars again to observe the holy mountain. On the holy mountain, the original location of the holy court had been reduced to ruins. Not good. Could it be that this power was not released by Feng Heng? What other demons were hiding on the holy mountain? Mojai was a little flustered. He quickly opened the game log to check on Feng Heng's condition. Fortunately, Feng Heng had not logged out of the game yet. Mojai frowned and immediately pulled Zhao Lingfeng aside and told her, "Go, contact your team and ask them if there are any demons sealed on the holy mountain." Alright. 1323 rescue offline. What was that? Holy mountain? After hearing the news from Zhao Lingfeng, the entire guild's upper echelons in the command room fell silent for a full second. The players did not even dare to breathe loudly as they looked at Li Zhu. Damn, Feng Heng had only been there for 2 hours when he went to the holy mountain, and the entire mountain exploded just like that? Li Zhu remained silent as she gradually digested the news. She immediately raised her head and asked, "How is Lord Feng Heng now?" The subordinate replied, "I am not sure about that for now. Zhao Lingfeng is following Mr. Mo to look for Lord Feng Heng in the holy mountain. I believe there will be a response soon." "Yes, immediately search for clues related to the holy court and the demons and compile them into a report. I want to see the report in 5 minutes. Also, tell Zhao Lingfeng to relax a little and prepare her reports. Everything is under Lord Feng Heng's control. I still need to know the losses of the holy court as soon as possible. If there's anything you need, contact me immediately." "Yes." Li Zhu clenched her fists. She felt it. Feng Heng was still controlling everything behind the scenes. He was setting up a trap. He was playing a very big game of chess. The reason why Feng Heng did not appear in the Land of Plague was probably that from his perspective, the loyalty of the entire Land of Plague was not important. As players, as chess pieces, they could only see that the battle with Tang Wu was extremely crucial. Feng Heng stood at a higher position and could see the whole situation clearly. He might have thought that the battle with Tang Wu was not important. Li Zhu had a feeling that once Feng Heng's plan was complete, everything would be settled and the enemy would have no room to resist. Fortunately, Feng Heng was not an enemy. Otherwise, this feeling would be too terrible. Up in the holy mountain, the members of the holy court and the followers in the periphery did not know what had happened. First, the archbishop of the holy court was killed by Feng Heng, the feudal lord of the Land of Plague. Then, the entire holy mountain, including the headquarters of the holy court, suddenly exploded violently. More than half of the entire holy mountain was destroyed. Could it be that this was a punishment from the heavens? The followers were terrified. All they could do was kneel and pray. The holy court's judge Jerry Main led his holy paladins and hurried towards the holy mountain. He was extremely anxious. Damn it. What exactly happened? He was in charge of guarding the periphery of the holy city tonight, so he brought his men and left the headquarters of the holy court's holy mountain to escape. He had just finished his patrol and did not have the time to rest. Then, he saw a red pillar of light suddenly erupt. What exactly happened in the cathedral? Jerry Main urged his team to hurry to the cathedral. Along the way, he saw a large number of people from the Holy Court rushing up the mountain. When they arrived at the square outside the hall, Jerry Main's face turned pale. He saw the ruins of the cathedral after it was destroyed. Some of the Holy Court's holy paladins and priests who had arrived earlier had already begun to move and clean up the wreckage, trying to save the wounded under the wreckage. Inquisitor. The captain of the Holy Paladin saw Jerry Main and his men rushing over and hurriedly reported, "Judge, we are the captains of the Holy Paladins who are responsible for guarding the periphery of the Holy Mountain. Previously, we encountered a sudden explosion inside the temple. We have just carried out a preliminary investigation of the ruins and found that there are many casualties. A large part of the underground area is still under the ruins. We need to immediately carry out a rescue mission." Jerry Main shouted anxiously, "Quick! What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and save them." Buzz. Holy light radiated from Jerry Main's body and enveloped the ruins in front of him. Huge rocks were pulled away by the power of the holy light. The remaining holy paladins immediately went forward to help dig out the collapsed rocks. Seeing the corpses being carried out of the ruins, Jerry Main's heart grew heavier. Not far away, Mojai Ai and Zhou Lingfeng had just arrived at the periphery of the square. Due to the sudden explosion, the entire Holy Mountain Square domain had long fallen into chaos. Mojai Ai and Zhou Lingfeng were mixed in with the holy paladins and followers who came to support them, so no one noticed their strange behavior. "How's the situation?" Zhou Lingfeng went offline for a short while before she quickly came back online. She nodded and said, "Mr. Mo, I still can't contact Yamamu. My team already knows what happened here. I asked them if there are any demons under the Holy Court, but they didn't get any news. Our team is trying to gather more information for evaluation. In 5 minutes, we will receive a more detailed official report." Zhou Lingfeng paused for a moment before continuing, "Right now, my friends are mainly focused on dealing with Tang Wu's team that invaded Hani City. They can't help us directly for the time being." "Okay, I got it." Mojai Ai nodded, feeling a little strange. Wasn't it a demon? Then what was with the sensation just now? Was it related to Feng Heng? Mojai Ai temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart and decided to focus on the present. He would think of a way to save Feng Heng first. Let's not care about this. Let's sneak in first and find a way to meet up with Feng Heng. Zhou Lingfeng nodded repeatedly and said, "All right. Follow me." Mojai Ai and Zhou Lingfeng intermingled into the rescue team that the followers had spontaneously organized and entered the ruins of the cathedral together. Around the ruins, most of the holy paladins and followers of the Holy Court were helping to clean up the wreckage and save the wounded. Zhou Lingfeng followed Mojai Ai to a relatively hidden corner. Zhou Lingfeng looked around carefully and asked softly, "Mr. Mo, this place is too big. How should we find Lord Feng Heng?" "Yes, I have an idea." Mojai Ai took out a bottle of short-term perception-enhancing drug from his pocket, opened it, and poured it down his throat. He had the demon hunter bloodline and one of his skills was to sense the presence of demons and the existence of vampires around him. Coincidentally, Feng Heng had the vampire bloodline. In theory, after greatly increasing his perception attribute, he would be able to sense Feng Heng's approximate location. Fuck. He actually couldn't sense it. Mojai Ai tried to close his eyes to sense for a moment, but he quickly opened his eyes and gasped. Hiss. Not only could he not sense any vampire aura, but the lingering demonic aura in the vicinity rushed straight to his head. He had only sensed it for a few seconds when he suddenly felt a freezing pain in his brain. It was so painful that he immediately stopped sensing. Zhou Lingfeng asked with concern, "Mr. Mo? How did it go?" "I am fine." Mojai Ai waved his hand, took a deep breath, and patted his cheek. He gave up on using his demon hunter bloodline to find Feng Heng and muttered to himself, "It is unexpected that I still have to rely on this move in the end." Eh? Zhou Lingfeng was stunned. Then, she saw Mojai Ai take out an exquisite 12-sided dice from his pocket. 1324 The source it hurt. Feng Heng felt intense pain and his body twitched violently. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. A familiar face appeared in front of him. Yamamu. There were a few people standing beside Yamamu. They were all followers whom he had met a few times in the trial. Feng Heng felt dizzy and heard an excited shout in his ear. "He's still alive. Come over and help." The holy paladin Johann immediately rushed over, and the surrounding followers also followed. They cooperated to move away the stone slab that was pressing on Feng Heng. Hiss. The stone slab was moved, and Feng Heng felt a piercing pain in his right leg. He gasped. "Don't move first. Your leg is broken." Johann reached out and pressed his hand on Feng Heng's shoulder to signal him not to move. Then, he nodded at the two followers behind him. He said, "Healing spell." The two of them walked forward. One of them opened the Book of Creation and cast a healing prayer. The other followers also cast healing spells. Ding, you have received the healing effect of the healing prayer. Your health point has continuously recovered. The recovery effect will be interrupted in battle. Ding, the player's right leg is currently fractured and is healing under the healing spell effect. This state is slowly recovering. Any battle or running behavior may aggravate this state. Current recovery time, 2 hours 53 minutes. A gentle holy aura enveloped the injured area, and the pain in Fang Heng's body lessened slightly. Thank you. Johann asked, Fang Shuo, what just happened here? Just like Yimamu, the followers all looked at Fang Heng questioningly. After separating from Fang Heng and the others, the few followers followed the Holy Paladin's guidance and entered a quiet room to wait. They did not expect to hear a violent explosion outside. It was only when the explosion had completely stopped that Holy Paladin Johann led everyone out to investigate. The entire lower half of the cathedral was under the rubble, and the entrance to the hall where Fang Heng was also blocked by a large amount of gravel. Johann spent a lot of effort clearing the stones that were blocking the way and breaking through the door. Fang Heng was stunned for a moment and looked around. Looking at the hall that was already half destroyed, the scenes before he fainted gradually replayed in his mind. Explosion. Right, there was an explosion here. Fang Heng looked around and asked, where are the others? Johann shook his head with a heavy expression. They had already done a quick check after entering the hall. There were many dead holy paladins and priests on the floor of the hall. Fang Heng was the first to be found among the crushed ruins. The others had not been discovered yet. They might have been buried deeper in the ruins, or they might have died in the explosion without a corpse. Johann determined that the hall was the source of the previous explosion. And now, Fang Heng was the only witness. Only he knew what had happened here. Johann pressed Fang Heng's shoulder and asked with a serious expression, Fang Shuo, I need you to carefully recall what happened after the judge brought you into the hall. This is very important to us. Fang Heng had not fully recovered his memories from before the explosion. He tried hard to think and frowned. He tried to recollect. I remember that the space passage in the Holy Realm opened. Johann's eyes lit up. The Holy Realm space passage? No wonder Sanjay was so mysterious as to let them leave and even invited the elders to attend the ritual. So it was to open the Holy Realm space passage. But why? Was there something important that required him to open a passageway to the Holy Realm? Johann temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart and continued to ask, yes, the space passage has been opened. What happens after that? Fang Heng once again carefully thought about every scene that happened before he fainted. His memories gradually became clearer. He remembered the golden light that had appeared from the Holy Realm space passage. There was also the illusion that appeared before his eyes. Drops of blood dripped down. Then, there was an explosion. Wait, before that. He seemed to have seen a special game hint. No way. Fang Heng thought of something and his pupils constricted. He immediately checked the game log. He found it. Ding, you have killed Judge Sanjay of the Holy Court. The player is currently in disguise. If the player chooses to abandon the disguise, he will obtain the Empire Reputation Points and the heir to the Empire Reputation Points, but his affinity with the Holy Court will decrease greatly. Not only Sanjay, but more than a dozen elders of the Holy Court's Elders Council also died in the explosion. The game system determined that he was the one who did it. Fang Heng's brain worked quickly and he immediately came to a conclusion. He was the source of the explosion. Why? What was going on? How did the explosion come about? Johann saw the surprise that flashed across Fang Heng's face and asked, what did you remember? Fang Heng raised his head and looked at Johann, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. No, telling the truth was definitely not possible. He had killed so many judges and elders of the Holy Court. If word got out, he would definitely be courting death. If he was lucky, there would be no one else alive except him. He had to find an excuse to sneak past them. He didn't need to lie for a long time. He only needed to lie for a short period of time. What excuse? Fang Heng quickly recalled all the information he had read about the Holy Court. There it was. Fang Heng's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately pretended to be afraid and turned his head to avoid Johann's gaze. He whispered, I know the details, but I think I heard them talking about God's punishment. God's punishment? Johann's heart trembled when he heard that. So everything that happened just now was caused by God's punishment? Thinking about it carefully, it was true that such a high-intensity explosion had directly destroyed more than half of the church. Even the judges were in danger. If this wasn't the descent of God's punishment, then what was it? But why? What exactly did they do to anger the Holy Realm, to the point of even causing the Holy Realm to send down God's punishment? Johann didn't know. He was only an elite Holy Paladin, so he knew very little. His mood was at rock bottom. Ruined, everything was ruined. When God's punishment descended, Not only did a large number of judges, holy paladins, and priests that the Holy Court had nurtured over the years die under God's punishment, but even the entire Elders' Council was destroyed. This was the foundation of their Holy Court, the legacy of the Holy Court over the years. Johann was extremely depressed. He felt as if he had been abandoned by God. Everything seemed to have become meaningless. Holy Paladin, we. Johann perked up and looked at the group of followers gathered around him. He said in a deep voice, "Search carefully again and see if there are any other survivors." "Yes, sir." The followers responded and spread out again to look for survivors. Feng Heng also picked up the scepter that had fallen not far from him and tried to stand up. Without the fast recovery effect of the undying body, it would be very troublesome once he was injured. For instance, he had a mere fracture but it could not heal quickly. Feng Heng could only try to use the scepter as a walking stick and take a few steps forward. 1325 Saints Remnant Chapter. Fortunately, he could still move. It would take up to 3 hours to fully recover from the fracture, so he could only endure it. Yamamu was a little suspicious of what Feng Heng said. He moved closer to him and asked in a low voice, "Brother, what happened just now? Did you really not see anything?" Feng Heng frowned. What he saw before the explosion was his biggest secret. "I might have seen something, but I can't really remember." "It's fine." Yamamu didn't think too much about it. He was even more determined to cling to Feng Heng's thigh. He patted Feng Heng's shoulder and said, "At least we're alive. We will be blessed after surviving a disaster. Let's continue to watch the show." "Yes." Feng Heng rubbed his temples, which were slightly swollen. He closed his eyes and carefully recalled everything that had happened in the hall. The explosion was caused by him. But why? Why did it suddenly explode? Recalling carefully, before the explosion, the passage to the Holy Realm had opened, and then... Light of Revelation. Was there a problem with the Light of Revelation? Wait a minute. Suddenly, Feng Heng thought of something. He opened his eyes and looked coldly at the area in front of him that was crushed by a large piece of shrapnel. Forget about the Light of Revelation. The Book of Oaths was more important now. The book on the stone platform was undoubtedly the Book of Oaths. It was it that opened the chaotic passage to the Holy Realm. Then, a strange explosion occurred. If he remembered correctly, the Book of Oaths should be there. Feng Heng's goal was clear. His ultimate goal in coming to the Holy Court was to obtain the Book of Oaths. Yamamu was stunned. He noticed that Feng Heng's gaze had become sharp in an instant, and his expression could not help but turn grave. He gave a sound. "Help me." Yamamu raised his eyebrows and said, "All right." The two of them came to the crushed stone ruins together. Feng Heng leaned on his walking stick and moved closer with great effort. He nodded and said, "Clean it up. I am looking for a book. It should be buried underneath. Be careful." "All right." Yamamu stepped forward and slowly cleared away the layer of shrapnel and stone slabs that covered the ruins. When he reached the bottom, Yamamu's eyes lit up. "You're looking for this?" He lifted a large stone slab beside him and revealed a book. The book was already covered in dust. "That's right." Feng Heng had carefully observed the Book of Oaths during the ritual in the hall. That was it. The Book of Oaths. Feng Heng looked at the Book of Oaths in Yamamu's hand, and his heart began to beat faster. Yamamu received Feng Heng's confirmation and reached out to take the entire book out of the ruins. He wanted to observe the item's attributes, but he found that the item's description was a series of question marks. What the hell is this? Is it important? Yamamu didn't think too much about it. He only thought that it was a mission item from his employer, so he handed the book to Feng Heng, who was limping over, and asked, "What is this?" "Book of Oaths." "What?" Yamamu's hands trembled in fear and he almost lost his grip. He stared at Feng Heng and whispered, "Is this the fucking Book of Oaths? The legacy of the Holy Court, a legendary holy artifact, a carrier that could communicate with the Holy Realm. The holy artifact, the Book of Oaths." It was actually this tattered book in front of him? To think that he could actually be able to touch a holy artifact. Yamamu's hands were trembling. He regretted giving the Book of Oaths to Feng Heng just like that. If he had known this would happen, he would have covered it up for a while longer. He would have taken a photo or something. He would not be lacking in topics to talk about after dinner for the rest of his life. Yes. Feng Heng reached out and touched the Book of Oaths. A series of game notifications quickly appeared on his retina. Ding. Player has discovered an item. Book of Oaths, entering verification status. Ding. The player has gained control of the Book of Oaths remnant page. Test 1 passed. Ding. Player has mastered intermediate sacred study. Test 2 passed. Ding. Detected that the player's sacred study talent is much higher than the fixed condition of 500. Verification meets condition 3 and weakens condition 4. Ding. Detected that the player's spiritual power is higher than 100, intelligence attribute is higher than 100, and verification meets condition 4. Ding. Detected that the player has not met the fifth unknown test condition. Unable to obtain more skill information from the Book of Oaths. Ding. Player can now choose to bind an item. Book of Oaths. Fake. After binding, ownership will be confirmed. Unable to trade. It will definitely drop upon death. Success. The game confirmed that it could be bound. Fang Heng's heart raced as he took the Book of Oaths from Yamamu's hands and cried out in his heart, bind. Ding. Player has completed the binding of item. Book of Oaths. Item. Book of Oaths. Fake damaged. Level. Holy artifact. Fake damaged. Description. A copy of the Book of Oaths created by the Holy Realm of Light to spread light and faith. It has the ability to communicate with the Holy Realm for a short time. Description. This item has the attributes of a holy artifact and has the effect of a holy artifact. It will automatically take effect when placed in the backpack. Description. This item has a pseudo effect. It can absorb the Book of Oaths that also has a pseudo effect and slightly increase the Book of Oaths ability. Description. This item's durability is lower than 10. It has a damaged effect. It is currently in a damaged state. Some skill effects will be weakened. All current skill effects and buffs will be weakened by 68%. After repair, the full effect can be restored. Description. This item will drop after death and its durability will be greatly reduced. Description. The player has not passed the full verification. All additional skills have not been activated. Current additional skills. Additional skill 1, Blessing of Light. Description. After equipping, all basic attributes will increase by 10 points. The Sacred Study talent will increase by 50 points. The experience points required to upgrade the Sacred Study skills will be reduced by 20%. Additional skill 2, Saint's Remnant chapter. Description. The Book of Oaths initially has 36 pages of remnant chapters. The remnant chapters can be taken out and used individually, or stored inside the Book of Oaths to be recharged. When the remnant chapters are destroyed, a new remnant chapter of the Book of Oaths will be obtained every 72 hours. All existing remnant chapters can only be 36 at most. Players can choose to destroy remnant chapters that have been taken out for more than 48 hours, cool down, 24 hours. Additional skill 3, Malicious Perception. Description. After releasing the skill, it will block the next damage received within 10 seconds and all additional effects of the damage received. Cool down time: 24 hours. This effect has an S-level priority. Additional skill 4, Book of Ritual. Description. The Book of Oaths can be used over the current Book of Creation, and you will receive an additional spell recording option for each level. When using the Book of Oaths to release a skill, the final effect of the skill will be increased by 30%, only for sacred skills. Upgrade formula, final damage 130%. 1326 God's Punishment. A holy weapon. It was actually a holy weapon. Even though he already had some guesses in his heart, Fang Heng could not help but be overjoyed when he saw the attribute of the Book of Oaths. This was the second time he had obtained holy weapon equipment. The first time was the Shrine of Bones, and the second was the Holy Quartz holy weapon, the Book of Oaths. There was no doubt that the Book of Oaths was worthy of being called a holy weapon based on its 4 additional skills. Moreover, he had yet to pass the Book of Oaths full check. There were still some skills in the Book of Oaths that had yet to be awakened, so there should still be room for improvement in his strength. Buzz. After binding the holy weapon, the book that was originally stained with dust emitted rings of golden light. The Book of Oaths remnant chapter that was lying quietly in Fang Heng's backpack was attracted by the Book of Oaths. It flew out of his hand and circled twice in the air before being absorbed by the Book of Oaths. Fang Heng lowered his head and carefully checked the game log. Currently, there were only 16 remnant chapters left in the Book of Oaths, and there was still a remnant chapter identification rune in the process of being generated. In the hall, the followers were still clearing the rubble in the collapsed hall to find survivors. Suddenly, they noticed the holy light fluctuations behind them and raised their heads to search. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fang Heng. The holy paladin Johann also noticed the rising holy light and looked at Fang Heng. That was. Seeing the book in Fang Heng's hand emitting a dark golden light, Johann's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. Book of Oaths. It was actually a Book of Oaths. It was a holy weapon that only elders who were once archbishops were allowed to touch. It had always been worshipped by the elders of the Holy Court. Why would it appear here? It seemed to have been controlled by this follower in front of him. That's right. Communicating with the Holy Realm. He should have thought of it earlier. Johann suddenly recalled what Fang Heng had just said. Opening the Holy Realm required the Book of Oaths' strength. The various elders of the Elders' Council were here to assist the Book of Oaths to open the passage to the Holy Realm. Johann stared at Fang Heng with a hint of doubt in his eyes. During God's punishment just now, only Fang Shao alone survived, and now, the Book of Oaths automatically belonged to this follower. Could this be God's will? Was this follower chosen by God? For a moment, Johann was bewildered. Feng Heng used the Book of Oaths to sense the approximate location of the remaining dozen or so remnant chapters that were scattered outside. Then, with a flip of his hand, the Book of Oaths disappeared from his palm. He was too lazy to retrieve them one by one. When the time came, he would just use the Book of Oaths destruction function to slowly restore them. When he raised his head again, Feng Heng finally noticed the probing gazes around him. Johann had 10,000 questions in his heart that he wanted to ask Feng Heng. Before he could ask them, a sound suddenly came from the corner of the ceiling. Ka. He looked up and saw that the ceiling in the corner had slightly loosened, and small gravel kept falling from above. Not good, it might collapse. Retreat outside. Johann frowned and shouted for everyone to leave the room. Boom. Boom. As soon as everyone left the hall, several huge rocks fell from the corners of the room, sending dust flying. Looking up again, there was a big hole that led to the outside world. Mojai looked down from the hole. When Yamamu saw the head poking out of the hole, his eyes immediately lit up. He immediately waved his hand and shouted, Mr. Mo. Mr. Mo, we're here. On the Holy Mountain, the rescue operation was carried out in an orderly manner. The other two judges who had managed to escape also rushed to the Holy Mountain to meet up with Jerry Main. The situation was very bad. They judged that most of the buildings in the cathedral had collapsed, and the chances of survivors were extremely slim. I found something. Come and help. There's an entrance here. Someone is still alive. Someone is alive. Here. Come here. Noticing that Mojai had opened up a tunnel, a commotion immediately broke out around them. Judge Jerry Main also called for the rescue personnel beside him to help dig the tunnel. Soon, everyone was busy extending a rope ladder down from the entrance of the cave. Holy Paladin Johann led the group of people and climbed out the ladder one by one. Jerry Main immediately called for the Holy Paladin Johann to explain the situation to him. Mojai saw Feng Heng climbing up the rope ladder from below and immediately gave him a look. He quickly walked to his side and whispered to him. What's going on? Why did you make such a big deal out of it? Mojai looked at the ruins and then at Feng Heng, who was limping forward. He was surprised and asked, Are you injured? Mojai felt that something was amiss. Would he be injured? Yes, there was an accident. Feng Heng replied in a low voice and scanned the surroundings. We've got the goods. Think of a way to escape. Mojai's eyes lit up and he gave Feng Heng a thumbs up. Awesome. A large number of rescue personnel from the Holy Court were gathered in the square. When they saw that Feng Heng was seriously injured, a priest immediately came over for emergency treatment. Soon, more and more people gathered around and began to ask questions. They were all eager to know what had happened in the Holy Court. On the other side, after listening to Johann's story, the three judges looked surprised. The three of them looked at each other and then looked at Feng Heng, who had crawled out from the ruins. God's punishment? The chosen one? The whole story sounded too shocking, but it made sense when he thought about it carefully. A holy paladin walked forward with a pained expression and said in a deep voice, Judge, we've just searched the hall below the ruins and found the remains of 2 elders of the Elders' Council. Most of the remaining areas have been buried by the ruins. The search and rescue work is still in progress. I am afraid it's not going to end well. The judges exchanged glances with each other, their eyes revealing unconcealable grief. Archbishop Karkila had died first, and now God's punishment had descended. The entire Holy Court, including the Elders' Council, had been completely destroyed. The Holy Court had never had such a dark moment since its establishment. In the crowd, an elite Holy Paladin, Balzan, had a gloomy expression. He took half a step forward and said, Judge, we don't know where this Feng Shao came from. He was the only survivor at the scene. Forgive me for being blunt, but I am afraid there's something wrong with him. We can't take his words seriously. We still need to carry out more verification. The judges fell silent again. Jerry Main nodded and said, Your suspicion is reasonable. Let me ask that follower if he is hiding anything. The judge and the rest of the people walked toward Feng Heng. Feng Heng noticed them and immediately stopped talking to Mojai. Follower, please follow us. Jerry Main led Feng Heng and the others to a quiet area on the side. He opened his holy light barrier and asked, Follower, our next conversation is very important. I hope you don't hide anything. Chapter 1327, Retreat. Feng Heng composed himself and was about to answer when a line of game hints appeared on his retina. Hint, your mental strength has reached the limit and triggered. Affected by the Sacred Heart Honesty skill, there is a chance that you will receive negative effects when you lie. Please be careful, the effect of this skill is affected by the player's will and perception. Ding. The Book of Oaths has resisted the effect of this skill. Feng Heng nodded and said, Yes, Judge. Please ask. We heard that you were led into the ritual hall by Judge Sanjay, is that right? Yes. Tell us everything that happened after we entered the meeting hall. Don't hide anything, including all the details. The more detailed, the better. Feng Heng's expression was solemn as he nodded. Then, he explained everything, except for the slight modification of the conversation on the other side of the space passage. After hearing Feng Heng's story, the three judges hesitated again and looked at each other. Another judge in a deep voice, "Are you sure you heard the word God's punishment?" "Yes, Judge. I am sure I didn't hear wrongly." The judges started whispering again. Jerry Main asked again, "Why is there a God's punishment?" Feng Heng shook his head, indicating that he did not know. "Perhaps it's because of the abyssal demon." A judge's face was filled with deep self-doubt as he said, "The Holy Realm has long been dissatisfied with us regarding the abyssal demon." Jerry Main asked, "Why did Sanjay choose to open the passage to the Holy Realm?" Feng Heng looked confused and shook his head. Holy Paladin Johan nodded and replied, "I might know that. I've heard some of Judge Sanjay's conversations with Kader. They think that Feng Shao is extremely talented in the sacred study, so I guess they might want to invite the Holy Realm to test Feng Shao's talent." The dots in the judges' hearts diminished a little. Jerry Main looked at Feng Heng and asked, "You have received the recognition of the Book of Oaths?" "Yes, I only found out about it from Johan later. I came across it after the explosion when I was searching for survivors with everyone." Feng Heng's expression was calm as he opened his hand. The Book of Oaths appeared in his palm, emitting a faint dark golden light. There was no mistake. It was the Book of Oaths. This was definitely true. Although the three judges still had doubts about Feng Heng's words and were still confused about the explosion of the cathedral, they were very sure about the Book of Oaths. Feng Heng must have obtained the recognition of the Book of Oaths. It was extremely difficult to achieve this. The three judges exchanged glances again. When Balzan saw the expressions of the judges, his heart couldn't help but sink. Jerry Main nodded and said, "Too many things have happened today. You must be tired. Go to the inn at the foot of the mountain and have a good rest. I will continue to ask you questions tomorrow. Remember, keep quiet about what happened tonight. Don't tell anyone." The holy light barrier that enveloped everyone disappeared. Jerry Main raised his hand, signaling the two holy paladins to bring Feng Heng and the injured down the mountain to rest. Feng Heng nodded respectfully and answered, "Yes, Judge." After watching Feng Heng and the others being brought down the mountain, Holy Paladin Balzan couldn't help but take a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Judges, there are many suspicious points about Feng Shao. Please be careful not to make a misjudgment." "Yes, this is a serious matter. We will be careful." Jerry Main pondered for a moment and continued, "Since the Book of Oaths made the decision, we will temporarily nurture him as the successor of the Holy Court. We will make plans after the dust settles." Another judge agreed and said, "Yes. The explosion destroyed a lot of the records. It will take some time to collect and review the data again. As for the identity check, we will push it back a little. Right now, we need to treat the wounded as soon as possible and count our losses. We've already lost too much. Also, we need to contact Judge Biska as soon as possible. Tell her to come back and take charge of the situation." When Balzan heard that the judges were discussing other matters, he couldn't help but frown. He was the boss of the Itamyudon gang, and he was extremely lucky to pass the God's Choice ritual and become an elite judge of the Holy Court. But after a few years, his voice in the Holy Court was still not high. Just now, he had obtained some information about Feng Heng from his dead player. He knew that there was something strange about Feng Heng, but he never thought that Feng Heng would be the one who blew up the entire Holy Church. He just felt that Feng Heng was too lucky. It was one thing for him to have such a high talent in the sacred study, but he was also able to obtain the recognition of the Book of Oaths by chance. Was he going to let others play? Balzan's heart was no longer just filled with jealousy. Other than jealousy, there was also a deep fear. Now that they had already fallen out with Feng Heng, even if there was nothing wrong with Feng Heng, their relationship with him had long been like fire and water. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Feng Heng joining the Holy Court was the biggest threat to him. Balzan didn't know that Feng Heng didn't even put their Itamyudon gang in his eyes. He had already treated Feng Heng as the greatest enemy he had ever met in his life. "Judge, be careful, I will bring some people to monitor them for a period of time." "That's good. The city is too chaotic right now. The details of the explosion in the cathedral still need to be investigated. I suspect that it might be related to the plague aura. Bring some people to protect them. You must ensure Feng Shao's safety." A smile of success flashed across Balzan's eyes and he replied, "Yes, Judge. Leave it to me." At the foot of the mountain, Feng Heng did not know that he had been targeted by the players again. He was led by two holy paladins to a hotel at the foot of the mountain. After entering the hotel room, everyone finally escaped the surveillance of the Holy Court and felt relieved. Mojai asked, "How's the situation at the Holy Mountain?" "There's no problem with the Holy Mountain. Fang Heng leaned on his crutch and walked to the window with some difficulty. He glanced out of the window. There seemed to be only 2 holy paladins guarding the hotel, but in fact, there were many followers of the Holy Court hiding in the dark. It was strange. The cathedral on the Holy Mountain had just exploded, and a large number of people were still gathered on the mountain to carry out the rescue mission. Why were there so many people gathered around the hotel to observe in secret? Could it be that they were here to monitor him? It seemed that the Holy Court's suspicion of him had not been eliminated. No, we can't wait any longer. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it will be. We need to retreat immediately. Fang Heng made his decision and immediately turned his head and said, "All right, now that we have the item, we will think of a way to retreat immediately according to the original plan." "All right. I will go offline and communicate with the guild. I will be right back." As she spoke, Zhao Lingfeng's figure gradually faded. Chapter 1328, Good News What? Item. Got it? Retreat? Yamamu, who had been listening to the conversation between the 3 of them, finally reacted. Could it be? He looked at them in horror and stuttered. "No, wait, you guys. Don't tell me that your goal in infiltrating the Holy Court is to seize the Book of Oaths?" Mojai Ai blinked his eyes, feeling a little confused. He thought that Yamamu had been with Fang Heng all this time and knew everything. He couldn't help but look at Fang Heng and ask, "You haven't told him yet? What is it? Was it true? So the explosion just now was also because of you?" Yamamu opened his mouth but didn't dare to continue. He felt like he was going crazy. Therefore, including the violent explosion just now, everything was done by this young man in front of him. The explosion killed all the elders from the Elders' Council and a large number of judges of the Holy Court. It could be said that it had dealt a heavy blow to the foundation of the Holy Court. How did they do it? It was too terrifying. These few rebels. They even dared to think about snatching the Book of Oaths, and they actually did it. Yamamu's gaze toward Fang Heng and the others gradually became a little terrifying, and he was speechless for a long time. He had thought that he was hugging a thigh, but he did not expect that he was hugging a time bomb. He was lucky that he hadn't been blown up. What should he do now? For a moment, Yamamu was at a loss. The Holy Court's Holy Mountain and headquarters were all blown up. The elders were all dead, and most of the judges were dead. They had no leader now. However, the remaining few judges were still preparing to groom Fang Heng, this rebel, as their successor. Were these people going to completely ruin the Holy Court? Then what was the point of him following the Holy Court? Did he think that he was not going to die fast enough? Don't worry, do your best to help us. Everything else has nothing to do with you. We will compensate you for the transfer fee. Mojai Ai gestured at Zhao Lingfeng, who was already offline, with his chin and said, "Triple compensation. We're not short of money." Upon hearing Mojai Ai's words, Yamamu forced a smile and nodded awkwardly. He mourned for the Holy Court for half a second. "All right, who cares if the Holy Court lives or dies? After this money is earned, hurry up and switch servers." 2 minutes later, Zhao Lingfeng came online again. "It's already been arranged. The rescue team is already waiting in the forest area 5 kilometers east of the city." "Yes, all right." Fang Heng nodded and looked out the window again. But how could he escape successfully? Currently, he had a very troublesome bone fracture negative effect on him, which affected his movements. Everyone couldn't help but shift their gaze to the ground head snake, Yamamu. Mojai Ai put his hand on Yamamu's shoulder enthusiastically and said, "Hey, brother, it's your turn to perform. As long as you can bring us out of the city, your mission will be considered complete. 3 times the reward will be considered compensation for your mental damage. When the time comes, we will even give you a wave of 5-star reviews. I really thank you for your 5-star rating." Yamamu laughed in the midst of bitterness. He felt resigned to his fate and made up his mind to go back and recuperate for a month after this business was done. Playing games with this group of people was a huge blow to his mentality. Yamamu patted his cheeks and perked himself up. Then, he looked out of the window. Although the holy city has fallen into chaos, most of the people in the city are spies of the Holy Court. I just heard that several judges of the Holy Court suspect that the holy city has been invaded, and the city gates have been closed. It will be difficult to sneak out. Mojai Ai glanced at Fang Heng and said, "Why don't we just fight it out?" Fang Heng shook his head and said, "It's best if I don't. My combat strength has been greatly weakened." Of course, he could fight. He still had a trump card, the Vampire King's Coffin. The underground world's cave-dwelling beasts had been hunting monsters. Through blood sacrifices to the vampire's altar, coupled with a passive skill to reduce the cool-down effect, the cool-down time of the Vampire King's Coffin was very fast. However, Fang Heng didn't want to use his skills here in advance. Moreover, with the bone fracture effect, his agility and mobility had been greatly reduced. He might not be able to escape with just the Vampire King's coffin. SHH. As Yamamu was thinking, he suddenly noticed something. He gestured for everyone to quiet down and pointed out the window. Look. Looking out of the window in the direction Yamamu pointed, more than 20 followers in the Holy Court's uniform gathered in the direction of the hotel. What was going on? Everyone was puzzled. Before they could say anything, there was a knock on the door. Bang bang bang. Who is it? Mr. Feng Shao, the judge has invited you. Feng Heng exchanged glances with the people in the room and walked forward to open the door. Outside the door, a few followers extended their hands respectfully and made a please gesture. The judge invites you over. Now. Didn't we just meet? Yes, we've discovered something urgent. We need your help to recall some details. It's very important. Please set off immediately. Feng Heng frowned and probed. All right, my friend wants to go with me. The followers outside the door peeked at Mojai Ai and the others through the crack in the door and refused. I am sorry, the judge only invited you. Then forget it. Tell the judge I am tired and can't remember anything. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Feng Heng said as he closed the door. The followers outside the door reached out and blocked the half-closed door. He said, all right, your friend can go with you, but only you can meet the judge. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and nodded. He agreed, all right. Mojai Ai and the others in the room did not know what Feng Heng was up to, but since Feng Heng had agreed, they followed him out of the hotel. Outside the hotel, the carriage was already prepared. More than 30 followers gathered around the carriage, their faces alert, and they looked like they were eyeing the carriage covetously. Yamamu also felt that something was wrong and kept winking at Feng Heng. However, Feng Heng acted as if he did not see it and walked straight to the carriage. Sit tight, let's go. Everyone got on the carriage, and the carriage immediately sped towards the city gate under the guidance of the followers. In the carriage, Yamamu immediately whispered, this is bad. This is the way out of the city. The 3 surviving judges of the Holy Court are all on the Holy Mountain. It's impossible that there are other judges who want to see you. I am afraid someone is plotting against us. Leave the city? Isn't this good? Didn't we dream of leaving the city? Feng Heng thought to himself that there was such a good thing. Initially, he thought that he had been discovered and decided to take a gamble. He might as well find all the remaining high-level combat forces of the Holy Court and rely on the power of the Vampire King's coffin to wipe them out. Feng Heng felt that it would not be a problem to rely on the power of the Vampire King to deal with the high-level combat forces of the Holy Court. He was afraid that the coffin would not last long and that there were too many followers in the Holy City. He would not be able to kill them all. Once the skill ended, they would be trapped to death. There was only a 50-50 chance of victory. Chapter 1329, Plan B. He didn't expect such a surprise. Someone could help them leave the city? Yamamu couldn't help but open his mouth. He felt that Feng Heng's words were a little irrefutable. He couldn't help but silently mourn for the people of the Itamudon gang for a second. This group of people was really stupid. They actually dared to provoke a fiend like Feng Heng. They even dared to blow up the cathedral of the Holy Court. Wouldn't a small gang like yours be easily wiped out? Feng Heng was in a good mood. He stuck his head out of the window to observe. Soon, the carriage gradually approached the city gate. The entire west gate of the Holy City had long been controlled by the followers of the Itamudon gang. Without any hindrance, the carriage left the city. Feng Heng was in a good mood. The most troublesome thing was actually solved so easily. At the same time, the players of the Itamudon gang who were following the team also heaved a sigh of relief. Mission accomplished. Next, they only needed to take Feng Heng further away, finish him off completely, and snatch the Book of Oaths from him. At that time, even if the Holy Court investigated, they could use the excuse that Feng Heng wanted to escape with the Book of Oaths and was found to be resisting, forcing them to kill him. Everything was logical. A moment later, the carriage slowly came to a stop. Soon after, Balzan rushed over with an excited expression. He extended his hand and signaled for the players to surround the carriage. Get out of the carriage. Feng Heng walked out of the carriage and looked around. About 50 to 60 players surrounded the area. Balzan looked at Feng Heng, his eyes revealing contempt and disdain. Feng Shao, I guess you didn't expect it to be me, right? Feng Heng looked at Balzan, feeling a little confused. He asked, who are you? Humphrey. Do you only know how to use your tongue? Balzan let out a cold snort of disdain and continued, there's no enmity between us. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Hand over the Book of Oaths and I will give you a quick death. Feng Heng looked at the Holy Court's followers around him and questioned, just you guys? Ha. Balzan felt that Feng Heng's taunting skill was fully activated, and the anger in his heart was triggered. He blasted out, is it not enough? As they spoke, More than 50 players approached Feng Heng and his team. Feng Heng flicked his wrist, and the Book of Oaths appeared in his palm. Whoosh! Whoosh! 16 Saints Remnant chapters overflowed from the Book of Oaths and circled around Feng Heng. Yamamu took 2 steps closer to Feng Heng and reminded him, "Not good, there are too many of them." Mojai Oi licked his lips and said disdainfully, "TSK, what are you afraid of? What's the use of having more people? Go." Balzan didn't think that Feng Heng had any real strength. He was just a player with extremely good luck. He waved his hand. Some of the players who were using long-range skills were ready to release their skills. Almost at the same time, the Book of Oaths remnant page activated the counterattack effect and flew toward the players. Whoosh! Swoosh swoosh! A large amount of dark golden light rushed toward the players. Boom! Boom! The effect of the Book of Oaths remnant chapter was extremely good. Most of the players' spells were penetrated by the golden light condensed by the remnant chapter before they could even condense them. Players casting long-range spells were sent flying by the remnant chapter. The remaining players were shocked. Feng Heng's ability was too different from the information they had received from Momr. Balzan frowned and shouted, "He has a natural counter to magic. Stick over. Use melee attacks." Most of the remaining players who used melee combat pounced on Feng Heng and the others again. Whoosh! Swoosh swoosh! After the first attack, the Book of Oaths remnant chapter flew back and attacked the melee players again. Buzz! The holy light barrier was activated, and a holy light shield protected Feng Heng and the others. Feng Heng looked coldly at the players who were charging at him. Not good. The attack of the remnant chapter often needed to go back and forth in the air, and the interval between each attack was particularly time-consuming. Just relying on the holy light barrier and the Book of Oaths might not be enough to stop them. Forget it, he didn't want to waste any more time. He might as well summon the Vampire King's coffin to solve this problem. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to summon the Vampire King's coffin, his eyelids twitched and he looked up into the sky. An eagle's cry came from the pitch-black sky. Following that, several tall figures descended from the sky and stood behind Balzan. When Balzan saw the reinforcements rushing over, he felt relieved. A cold smile appeared on his face as he looked at Feng Heng. "Ha, Feng Shao, I admit that you do have some ability, but I always like to prepare a backup plan." As he spoke, the few people standing behind Balzan also walked forward, revealing their faces from the shadows. Mojai Oi could not help but raise his eyebrows in surprise when he saw the faces of those people. Yamamu's pupils also constricted, and he could not help but grit his teeth. Even though he didn't recognize the reinforcements that Balzan had invited, he could clearly see the black thorns that were seeping out of their bodies. Yamamu pointed at Balzan and said angrily, "Balzan, you actually colluded with the barbarians." "Hey, collusion? Let me introduce you. He is a guest I invited from the Savage Land, one of the next successors of the barbarian race. You guys are really lucky. He happened to pass by our place to do something, and he is very interested in the Book of Oaths in your hands." Feng Heng looked at Balzan with a hint of sympathy. Was his luck really that bad? Balzan snorted coldly, "Stop resisting. Everyone, relax. Hand over the Book of Oaths now, and I can give you a quick death." "You're right. I think so too. Let's not resist. Everyone, relax," Feng Heng said expressionlessly. He stretched out his hand and slowly lifted the human skin mask on his face. Seeing Feng Heng's actions, Balzan couldn't help but be stunned. A human skin mask? What was going on? Had he always been wearing a human skin mask? He was hiding his identity. Why? Who exactly was he? Balzan stared at Feng Heng, watching as the human skin mask on his face was slowly torn apart. A strong sense of unease rose in his heart. A familiar face gradually appeared in front of Balzan. That face. Why did he look so familiar? He must have seen it somewhere. Following that, Balzan heard Wangnut's hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, Feng Heng, when I heard the news, I had a feeling that it was you. After communicating with Ed, I specially came to pick you up." "Feng Heng?" Balzan's pupils suddenly tightened as he looked at Feng Heng in disbelief. Feng Shao's face in front of him slowly merged with the face in his memory. It was actually Feng Heng, the master of the Land of Plague. That's right. It was him. But how did this happen? Why was he here? Shouldn't he be dealing with Tang Wu's army in the Land of Plague? In an instant, Balzan suddenly understood many things. Therefore, Feng Heng was definitely involved in the explosion of the Holy Court's main city. Oh no. Balzan's face was so pale that not a trace of blood could be seen. He felt that he acted like a clown for the things he had just done. What kind of joke was this? He actually thought that he could join forces with the barbarians to kill Feng Heng? Chapter 1330, Luring the Enemy Deep Run. Balzan suddenly came to his senses. Just as he shouted out a syllable, a blackthorn pierced through his chest. Kai. An extremely dry voice sounded. Lowering his head, Balzan saw the blood flowing down the blackthorn. Bang! In the next second, the blackthorn that pierced into his body exploded, along with his body. Boss. The surrounding players could not help but shout when they saw this, but they were forced back by Wangnet's sharp gaze. No one dared to take half a step closer. The barbarian leader was in Tier 3 demonized state. They would be courting death if they were to rush up to him. Wangnet waved his hand casually and walked toward Feng Heng. The 3 elite barbarians who followed him immediately entered the demonized state and charged into the crowd of players to kill. For a moment, the sounds of fighting and shouting could be heard without end, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Yamamu was stunned. He stared blankly at Wangnet, who was walking toward Feng Heng and did not speak for a long time. He turned back to look at Feng Heng, still a little confused. So, Feng Shao was Feng Heng? The owner of the Land of Plague? What kind of monster was he working with? Feng Heng raised his hand and casually greeted Wangnet. Thank you. You saved me a lot of trouble. I heard that you've also done a lot of fancy work in the Holy Court. Wangnet glanced at the Holy City and asked casually, since you're already here, should we cut the weeds and eliminate the roots? Yamamu's heart skipped a beat when he heard that, and his body couldn't help but shiver. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots? What did he mean? Did they want to completely destroy the Holy Court? Wangnet's tone was very relaxed, as if he was asking Feng Heng if he wanted to have afternoon tea. However, Yamamu knew very well that Wangnet and Feng Heng definitely had the ability to do this. Yamamu had never expected that a commission he had received from the black market would actually almost destroy the Holy Court in the end. No need. Feng Heng shook his head and replied, I am in a hurry. I need to return to Lincoln City immediately. Take me there. Yes, alright. Wangnet looked at the wound on Feng Heng's right leg, then took out his unique barbarian bone whistle and blew it high up. Soon, the giant falcon that was circling in the night swooped down. Let's go. Wangnet took Feng Heng and slowly floated upwards, bringing him onto the back of the falcon. Mojai I waved at Yamamu, then followed Zhao Lingfeng and mounted the falcon's back. They quickly flew in the direction of the nearest teleportation tower. On the falcon's back, Feng Heng heaved a sigh of relief as he watched them gradually leave the holy city. The mission had finally taken a big step forward. Now that he had the Book of Oaths, he could verify his guess and use the Book of Oaths to absorb and purify the power of the Abyssal Demon. As for the remnants of the Holy Court headquarters that had yet to be eliminated, it did not matter. They would not be able to cause any trouble in a short period of time. He had to hurry back to the sealed land of the Abyssal Demon and complete the main mission. The faster, the better. Seeing that they were temporarily out of danger, Wangnet took the opportunity to briefly explain the situation of the barbarians during the journey. In fact, the barbarians had also left behind a legacy to deal with the Abyssal Demon. Several barbarian elders could work together to release a special totem curse to suppress the power of the Abyssal Demon. At present, a few elders who had received the inheritance and the elite team sent by the barbarians had already entered Lord Brandt's territory through the teleportation channel of the underground world to temporarily rest. Wangnet had received news about Feng Heng, so he had come to take a look ahead of time. He also wanted to exchange information about the barbarians with Feng Heng. Feng Heng rubbed his chin after listening to Wangnet's explanation. He was planning to take a look at the so-called barbarians' totem curses when he had time. As they were discussing, Zhao Lingfeng, who had gone offline on the back of another giant falcon, came online again. Lord Feng Heng, Tang Wu's team has finished setting up the alchemy magic array. They are using the alchemy magic array to disperse the sacred tree forest on the outskirts of Hani City. Zhao Lingfeng was a little nervous and continued to report. Li Zu's team has reported that the enemy has entered the encirclement. We can move now. They really dare to come. Alright, tell Li Zu that I will cooperate with them. Feng Heng nodded and opened the game log. It was time to deal with Tang Wu's problem. Outside of Hani City, in a large area covered by a forest of vines, the huge alchemy magic array flickered, and a red light spiraled up from the center of the magic array. The light spilled out and gradually spread in all directions. Once the light came into contact with the surrounding vines of the sacred tree, the vines quickly shrank back as if they had encountered their natural enemy. The remaining vines that could not shrink in time turned yellow at an even faster speed, withered, and turned into ashes. At a glance, the entire forest was rapidly decaying. The president of the Alchemy Society, Ovian, looked at the sacred tree forest in front of him with disdain. Field magic? A spell that was close to God's level? Destroying the sacred tree of the barbarian army? So what? Wasn't it still suppressed by alchemy? Commander Zhao, as you can see, this is an alchemy array that was created to counter field magic. I've already told you that no field magic can escape the restrictions of an alchemy array. Ovian was very satisfied with the surprised looks on the faces of the Empire soldiers. He waved his hand to signal to the back. The members of the Alchemy Society at the back carried over square stone slabs that were more than a meter long and placed them in front of the team. Ovian pointed at the slate and continued to explain, "These stone slabs are engraved with the auxiliary magic arrays of the Alchemy Magic Array. Because the central magic array is difficult to move and has a limited range of effects, I designed a small auxiliary magic array. The stone slabs are easy to move and have the same effect of destroying the field magic. They are connected to the main alchemy magic array and have the power to transmit the power of the main magic array. You can think of them as signal collectors." Zhao Yun nodded his head to show that he understood, then nodded to his subordinates. The royal guards immediately stepped forward and took the stone slabs covered with alchemy runes. "Commander Zhao, my mission has been completed. The rest is up to you. I wish you good luck." Zhao Yun withdrew his gaze from the rapidly retreating vine forest and said in a deep voice, "All recon teams, forward troops 1 to 7, line up. Prepare to set off. Follow me to explore the forest." "Yes, sir." Military orders were like mountains and need to be obeyed. After receiving the order, the seemingly unorganized troops immediately changed their attitude and moved quickly, lining up neatly at the back of the formation. Ovian looked at Zhao Yun and snorted in his heart. He was slightly dissatisfied. Chapter 1331, Assault. He felt that Zhao Yun was being too careful. The entire forest had been affected by the alchemy magic array and was visibly dissipating. At this time, he should speed up and use the stone slab to disperse the forest and take down Hani City as soon as possible. Zhao Yun walked up to Gernot, the consul of the Council of Elders. He cupped his fists and said, "Consul, I will take some men to explore the forest first. We will move together after confirming that it's safe. The command here will be handed over to you for the time being." "Yes." Gernot looked at the vine forest that was still slowly retreating and asked, "Don't we need to bring more people over?" "No need. Sword Saint Chipo will follow us into the inner area to ensure the safety of the team." "All right, be careful." Zhao Yun nodded, turned around, raised his hand, and ordered, "Let's go." The Empire's team quickly split into two groups. Gernot's team, the Alchemy Society's team, and most of the Empire's army were left behind to guard the camp. Zhao Yun led the royal guards and a group of elites into the forest to investigate. In the distant forest, more than 30 pairs of eyes were staring at Zhao Yun's team. "Yunika, it looks like they are preparing to split up. Should we make a move?" Zhao Yun isn't easy to deal with, he is extremely cautious. "I am afraid there won't be any changes even if we wait a little longer." Yunika lowered her head to check the game log again and asked, "Have you communicated with the offline team?" "Yes." Ed nodded and replied, "We've already contacted Feng Heng. He just left the Holy City not long ago and is heading to the nearest teleportation channel. He said that he will cooperate with us." Yunika and Ed already knew about the explosion in the Holy Court not long ago. They knew that Feng Heng must be doing some fancy work there again. As for the ultimate purpose of his fancy work, she was not sure. Ed was already a little used to it. Now, even if Feng Heng did something strange, he would not be surprised. His motive was to focus on what is in front of you and do your best to complete the mission. Yunika said in a deep voice, "All right, let's wait a little longer. Wait until they've completely entered the encirclement. Then, listen to my command and work together with the sacred tree." Zhao Yun noticed the gazes in the dark and knew that there was an ambush, so he was extra careful and led the team into the forest area in batches. After 2 kilometers into the forest, the light released by the giant alchemy magic array gradually lost its effect. Zhao Yun divided the team into 12 groups, each group was equipped with an alchemy stone slab. Wherever the Empire team went, the forest vines withered under the scorching light released by the stone slab. The Alchemy Society is still useful. Zhao Yun thought to himself and signaled the team to maintain their speed and be on high alert. They kept using the stone slab alchemy magic array to destroy the surrounding vines. If they continued at this speed, they would be able to clear all the vines by dawn tomorrow and arrive at Hani City. Although this method was very inefficient, it was indeed the safest method. In the distance, the president of the Alchemy Society, Ovian, looked at the team that was slowly crawling forward and felt more and more unhappy. What were they dawdling for? Ovian turned his head and looked to the side. Other than a small portion of the Empire soldiers, there were also 3 large teams that stayed behind, the Holy Court, part of the Empire's mages, and the Empire's Elders Council. The command of the party fell on Gernot, the consul of the Elders Council. Ovian narrowed his eyes and said, "Gernot, Zhao Yun's behavior doesn't match his age at all. He's too careful." Gernot naturally understood Ovian's meaning. He glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and nodded, "There's nothing wrong with being calm. When we left the Imperial City, His Majesty Tangwu instructed us to seize Hani City as soon as possible and completely eradicate the Land of Plague. The alchemy magic array can easily destroy the sacred tree forest. Is there a need to waste so much time? I am worried that the Land of Plague has already sensed the changes in the sacred tree. The longer this drags on, the more likely the Land of Plague will be able to retaliate. I can't guarantee that alchemy magic array will have such a good effect. Gernot couldn't help but shift his gaze to Ovian. What are you trying to say? There are still spare alchemy stone slabs. I just ordered people to make a few more. They can help them finish the cleaning work quickly. Ovian paused and continued, you're the party overseer, what do you think? Gernot thought for a moment and waved his hand to agree to Ovian's request. The 5 feudal lords stepped forward to receive the order. They each led a few stone slabs and led their teams to the forest ahead to quickly chase after the enemy. Wherever the team went, the vine forest quickly withered. The speed at which the entire forest of divine trees melted instantly doubled. See, I've said it before. Alchemy magic array can restrain environmental field magic, and there's no risk at all. As soon as Ovian finished speaking, an advanced mage in the Guardian team shouted, there's a magical response. Be careful. Mages, get ready to support the magic shield. Buzz. A huge light-colored magic shield spread out, enveloping the entire team that was guarding the rear. Boom. 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 Looking at the night sky, a red glow flashed across the sky. Huge red meteorites fell from the sky one after another, landing on the blue magic shield, and creating ripples. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Everyone is on guard. The mages of the Empire shouted and focused their attention on the battle. Ovian's heart skipped a beat. What was that? Did the enemy launch a surprise attack? That's right. They must have discovered the alchemy magic array's restraint on the forest's sacred tree, so they decided to destroy the main array. Did they think they could succeed just like that? Overwhelmed with disdain, he raised his head and looked ahead. What was going on? Looking at the forest in front of him, Ovian was extremely surprised. In just an instant, the entire forest suddenly fell into extreme madness. Zhao Yun, who was at the edge of the forest, was even more vigilant. The surrounding vines seemed to have received great stimulation. The dense vines came back again. In an instant, they seemed to have received great stimulation and swept toward the team. Hurry up. Quickly use the stone slab. The royal guards immediately raised the stone slabs high. It was ineffective. The light emitted by the stone slab seemed to have completely lost its effect at this moment. It had no effect on the vines that were attacking head-on. Get into formation. Zhao Yun pulled out his sword and commanded the team, his eyes flashing with anger. Ovian. That idiot. What did he do? Kai. Kai. The sword light streaked across the air. The sword Saint Chipo cut through the vines around him and looked at everyone. He said in a deep voice, go, retreat immediately. Behind them, the Empire team could only watch helplessly as Zhao Yun and his team were surrounded by vines from all directions, becoming part of the forest. Everyone on the team was shocked. The scary thing was that the forest was still spreading outwards. Chapter 1332, Return. What was going on? Before the others could question him, Ovian had already fallen into self-doubt. Something's not right. He had clearly used alchemy to break the field magic, and he had clearly proven that the alchemy magic array was effective. But why? Ovian racked his brain, but he still couldn't understand why the alchemy magic array had suddenly failed. Everything he saw had already exceeded his understanding. The Empire team that had stayed behind in the temporary camp area did not dare to approach the rampaging vines, fearing that they would be sucked into the forest and fall into danger with Zhao Yun's team. Gernot, the arbitrator of the Council of Elders, glared at Ovian. What's going on? Didn't you say that the alchemy magic array could destroy the sacred tree? Didn't you promise His Majesty that there wouldn't be any problems? Ovian's face was pale and he could not speak. He did not know how to explain what was happening in front of him. Ka. The sound of shattering came from behind. Looking back, he saw fine cracks appearing on the large alchemy magic array. A few apprentices of the Alchemy Society who were controlling the main array broke out in cold sweat. They suddenly realized that the magic array was showing signs of collapse. A high-tier alchemist turned his head and shouted, no. Not good. The magic array is going out of control. Retreat quickly. Boom. The next moment, the alchemy magic array exploded. The shock wave from the explosion sent the surrounding members of the Alchemy Society flying in all directions. Uriline and Uruikan fell heavily to the ground. They struggled to get up quickly and then looked at each other carefully. There shouldn't be any problems now since the situation had come to this. Ovian turned his head to look at the alchemy magic array that had suddenly exploded. His mouth was agape, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand why the alchemy magic array would explode. Idiot. The Empire is in danger because of your stupidity. Arbitrator Gernot looked at Ovian with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. He also knew that it was useless to continue reprimanding Ovian now, immediately commanded, "Calm down. The mages, get ready." So he and Hani City, after following the Falcon into the Mage Tower's teleportation passage, everything became much more convenient. Fang Heng and the others used the teleportation channel to return to the Mage Tower in Hani City. Vines extended in from the window, along the walls and ceiling, covering half of the room. Light green dots of light fell from the vines. Fang Heng's right leg injury healed rapidly under the effect of the light spots. Ding! You have received the healing effect of the sacred tree. Your bone fracture effect has been removed. Fang Heng closed his eyes slightly, maintaining a spiritual connection with the sacred tree as he muttered to himself. That should be enough. Stopping the spiritual connection with the sacred tree, Fang Heng turned around and nodded at the few apprentice mages. We can start now. Yes, my lord. The mage apprentices poured their mental strength into the teleportation magic array. A teleportation channel appeared above the magic array. Let's go. Fang Heng, Wangnet, and the others entered Lincoln City as soon as they stepped into the portal. The city lord of Lincoln City, Chadwick, had been waiting outside the Mage Tower. When he saw Fang Heng coming through the portal, he immediately brought a few guards to welcome him. Lord Fang Heng, is the situation on your side all right? Yes, it's still under control. Lord Chadwick was rather anxious. The concentration of the plague aura in the mining area was currently maintained at an extremely high level. Warren had already led many advanced mages from the Mage Association to set up a defensive barrier. With the help of the Ghost Tower, they managed to control the spread of the plague aura. As for what will happen after that, no one knew. At the very least, Chadwick felt that something was wrong after observing the expressions of Warren and the people from the Mage Association. Chadwick had wanted to evacuate some of the people in Lincoln City. Unexpectedly, more and more necromancers came after hearing the news. More and more people gathered in Lincoln City. Ed's player team's online and offline publicity also had a great effect. Scholars who were curious about the plague aura had done some research on it and also came to visit. When the nest is overturned, there are no intact eggs. In order to protect themselves, many forces on the continent chose to unite and came to help. Right now, Lincoln City had gathered a large population of the Empire. Chadwick felt a headache coming on. After all, there were too many people. Other than those who sincerely wanted to help, there were also many suspicious people mixed in. He could forget about reducing the number of people. It was already his limit to eliminate most of the suspicious people. Chadwick sighed in his heart and tried to cheer up. Lord Fang Heng, the mining area has been sealed off. Mr. Warren is still commanding the mining area. Let me bring you over to take a look. All right. Under the leadership of the Empire's royal guards, Fang Heng and his party headed to the mining area. Along the way, many necromancers recognized Fang Heng and looked at him with respect and curiosity. Their whispers kept reaching their ears. He is Lord Fang Heng? So young? Keep your voice down. Necromancers have a special youth-retaining spell. In terms of age, others can be your great-grandfather. So powerful. Of course. Did you know that Lord Fang Heng has been cultivating the study of necromancy for hundreds and thousands of years? He only stopped cultivating when he sensed the awakening of the abyssal demon. In order to save. What lie? Would I lie to you? Do you know the Holy Court? Archbishop Karkila of the Holy Court was killed by Lord Fang Heng with a forbidden spell. Don't spread it around. You guys don't know shit. My teacher told me that necromancy is beyond the scope of forbidden spells. It's a proper divine spell. If I can cast a divine spell once in my life, it will be worth it even if I die. Have you guys heard? The latest news is that Lord Fang Heng heard that sacred study was suppressed after he came out of seclusion. He flew into a rage and just went to the Holy Court alone to tear down the Holy Court's headquarters. Chadwick also heard the noisy whispers in his ears and could not help shrinking his neck. He had just heard some news. It was said that a huge explosion had occurred in the headquarters of the Holy Court, Osharino, and the entire Elders' Council of the Holy Court had been wiped out. Not only that, but most of the higher-ups of the Holy Court had also died in the explosion. Although there was no concrete evidence, there were rumors everywhere that this was Lord Fang Heng's revenge. The Holy Court did not give any explanation or statement. Chadwick was also puzzled and could not help but ask tentatively in a low voice, Lord Fang Heng, I heard that you just went to the Holy Court? Suddenly, the discussions around them disappeared, and it became much quieter. All eyes were on Fang Heng. Yes, I went there to do something. Chapter 1333, A Trial. The necromancers nearby were excited when they heard this. They held their breaths and listened quietly. Chadwick opened his mouth, thinking he had nowhere to run. Fang Heng was most likely the one who caused the holy mountain to explode. Was there anything in the world that Fang Heng did not dare to do? Chadwick probed again. I heard that something happened in Oshrino? Thinking back to the Holy Court's headquarters, Feng Heng was still confused about the explosion on the Holy Mountain. He could not help but say, yes, I wanted to go over there to get something, but I accidentally made a bit of commotion. This was an admission, right? Chadwick smiled wryly. Was it really just a bit of a commotion? After the huge explosion, the Holy Court would probably be reduced from a supersized force to a normal force. In the past, the Holy Court had spared no effort in suppressing necromancy, almost causing the legacy of necromancy to disappear. This time, the Holy Court had weakened, and necromancy flourished under Feng Heng's leadership. It had already become one of the largest spell disciplines on the continent. If this continued, it would be a problem if the Holy Court could still survive for a few years. It was unknown who took the lead, but the crowd of necromancers started clapping. Feng Heng was stunned when he heard the applause. He turned around and looked at the necromancers around him, shaking his head in his heart. No wonder, they're just a bunch of elementary necromancers. The elementary necromancer was still full of vigor and was not calm at all. If it were the necromancer who had been cultivating for hundreds of years, they would not care about the life and death of the Holy Court and whether they were enemies. They only wanted to do research. He did not have any fighting spirit and only wanted to torture everyone to death throughout his long life. As he spoke, Chadwick brought Feng Heng through layers of encirclement and inspection to enter the mining area. The dark light screen formed by the 7 ghost towers firmly locked the plague aura within. Feng Heng focused his attention on the entrance of the mining area ahead. After hearing the news that Feng Heng was coming, Warren also rushed over with his men. He had been busy for the whole day, and his clothes were stained with a gray aura. Warren wiped the sweat off his forehead and said to Feng Heng, I've worked with the Mage Association to build a magic barrier. The concentration of the plague aura is temporarily under control, but this is only temporary. The plague aura is getting stronger and stronger, and the defensive barrier needs to be continuously strengthened. The president and several vice presidents of the Empire's Mage Association came with Warren. After all, Feng Heng was one of the vice presidents of the Mage Association, and he had been in the limelight recently. The large-scale field magic summoned by the sacred tree broke through the barbarian army, and then he killed the Archbishop of the Holy Court with the forbidden spell. In addition, the rumors about the Abyssal Demon were also disturbing. The Mage Association sent a large number of people to support them. In addition, many feudal lords who had sworn allegiance to Tang Minayu also brought their capable subordinates to help. Even with the help of so many people, they were still at a loss after coming into contact with the plague aura. The more they studied it, the more depressed they felt. The plague aura was too terrifying. Before Feng Heng rushed back, they had already tried many methods, but none of them had been effective against the plague aura. Randall felt uneasy and nodded at Feng Heng. He said, President Feng Heng, there are too many people in Lincoln City. Once the Abyssal Demon breaks out, they will be the first to bear the brunt of the demon's attack. It is best to evacuate as soon as possible for safety reasons. Yes, I will control it. If necessary, we will evacuate some people and mitigate the risk. Yes, that's what I mean. It will take some time before the Abyssal Demon breaks the seal. There's no need for that for the time being. I will go in and take a look first. All right. Feng Heng exchanged a few simple words with the people from the Mage Association before walking into the depths of the mining area. Other than him, no one else could stay inside the plague aura for a long time, so he could only enter the mine alone to investigate. The thick plague aura had already drowned the entire entrance of the mine. As they watched Feng Heng gradually disappear into the black fog, the capable and unusual people who had just arrived were all surprised. That terrifying aura was extremely dangerous just by coming into direct contact with it, yet Feng Heng actually ignored it. Soon, Feng Heng followed the tunnel he had dug earlier and entered the underground abyss again. The journey was safe until he arrived before the familiar large-scale ceiling magic array. Feng Heng looked around and pressed his hand on the magic array. Buzz. The magic array flashed. For a moment, the world spun, followed by a sense of weightlessness. He entered the sealed space again. Feng Heng immediately changed into his bat form and flapped his wings as he slowly flew down the abyss. At the bottom, the Abyssal Demon was still in an extremely irritable state. The black plague aura kept materializing, and even Feng Heng's vision was blocked by it. Helpless, Feng Heng could only rely on the sound of the Abyssal Demon struggling against the iron chains to determine the approximate location. It was not easy for him to grope to the bottom and return to his human form. Dong. Dong dong. The Abyssal Demon struggled violently and kept banging its body against the wall. The metal chains that pierced into its body shook crazily, showing signs of gradually breaking free. Cracks had already appeared on the walls that were holding the chains. I am afraid it won't be long. Feng Heng muttered to himself as he assessed the current situation. With a flick of his wrist, the Book of Oaths appeared in his palm. The faint light emitted by the Book of Oaths was immediately swallowed by the surrounding black fog. TSK. 16 remnant chapters flew out of the Book of Oaths and floated around. The skill description in the Book of Oaths did not mention absorbing the Plague Gora's power, but Feng Heng had tried it once by chance when he was investigating. He was certain that the Saint's Remnant chapter had the effect of absorbing the power of the Abyssal Demon. Now, he only needed to think of a way to replicate what he had done back then and try to extract the power of the Abyssal Demon with the help of the Saint's Remnant chapter. Feng Heng stood at the bottom of the abyss, furthest away from the Abyssal Demon. He carefully controlled the Remnant chapter to approach the Abyssal Demon. Kai. The Saint's Remnant chapter was already close to the struggling Abyssal Demon. But there was no movement. What was going on? Can't the Remnant chapter absorb the remaining energy? Feng Heng frowned as he carefully recalled the scene when the Saint's Remnant chapter was triggered. Oh, right. He remembered that the Saint's Remnant chapter didn't work directly on the Abyssal Demon. Instead, it was attached to a holy long sword. So that's how it is. I can only rely on the holy system's sealed long sword as a medium to absorb energy. Feng Heng muttered to himself as he rummaged through his backpack. Item: Arbitrator Unsealed Light Holy Sword. The sealing saint sword left behind by the Holy Court could seal the Abyssal Demon for a period of time. Chapter 1334, Absorption. Feng Heng glanced at the Abyssal Demon that was still struggling violently in front of him. However, there were risks in doing so. If he attacked the Abyssal Demon directly with the Unsealed Light Holy Sword, it would most likely provoke the demon. The weak spiritual perception and familiar trust that he had established with the Abyssal Demon with great difficulty would also be completely destroyed. Should he think of a safer way? No. He couldn't do it. Feng Heng thought for a moment and dismissed the idea. Only those with the Saint's Inheritance mark could enter the sealed entrance of the Abyssal Demon, not even his zombie clone. The time for the Abyssal Demon to escape was getting closer and closer. There was no time to waste. Try it. Let's go all out. Feng Heng made up his mind and quickly jumped toward the edge. Then, he transformed into his vampire form again and flew into the air until he reached the highest point near the ceiling. He reached out and grabbed the gap on the edge of the wall to stabilize his body. Whoosh! Feng Heng's body turned illusory for a moment before it quickly split into two identical figures. Vampire King's Coffin Additional Skill Blood Shadow Clone. Feng Heng flicked his wrist and threw the Unsealed Light Holy Sword at the Blood Shadow Clone. The clone took the long sword and jumped forward, heading straight for the Abyssal Demon below. Feng Heng turned his head and stared below. Although his vision was obscured by the thick black fog and he could not see anything clearly, Feng Heng could roughly sense the location of the Blood Shadow Clone. Dong. Dong dong dong. The Abyssal Demon that was struggling and waving the metal chains felt uncomfortable when it sensed the holy light sword approaching. However, it also used perception to sense Feng Heng's aura, so it did not take the initiative to attack. By the time the Abyssal Demon realized the danger, it was already too late. The Blood Shadow Clone held the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands and jumped down from a high place. The long sword stabbed toward the Abyssal Demon. Kai. The Unsealed Light Holy Sword easily pierced through the Abyssal Demon's body like a knife cutting through tofu, and then ruthlessly penetrated it. The tip of the sword pierced 2 centimeters into the ground, pinning the Abyssal Demon to the ground. Ka. Boom. After being stimulated, the Plague Aura suddenly erupted from the wound. The Blood Shadow Clone instantly melted into the black aura that erupted. From above, a continuous stream of violent black aura surged out from the passage below. Feng Heng's hands were firmly clasped against the wall to prevent his body from being blown away by the strong wind caused by the Plague Aura. The aura lasted for half a minute before it slowly stopped. A golden dot of light appeared from below. A ray of light dispelled the darkness. Scorching holy light exploded from the Unsealed Light Holy Sword. The golden light suppressed the Abyssal Demon once again. The game notification refreshed on Feng Heng's retina. Ding! Your Blood Shadow Clone attacked the Abyssal Demon, causing unknown damage and unknown effect. Ding! Your Blood Shadow Clone has suffered an additional attack and is dead. Ding! You have used Arbitrator Unsealed Light Holy Sword to temporarily seal a portion of the power of the Abyssal Demon. Your aura has been memorized by the Abyssal Demon. You will receive additional aggro from the Abyssal Demon. Ding! Affected by a special effect, the estimated time left for the Abyssal Demon to break through the Saint's seal has been extended. Estimated time left, 139.2 hours. This is an estimated time, subject to change due to various factors. It seemed like he had succeeded. The level of the Abyssal Demon was too high, so the game notification was blurred. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat, and he took out the Book of Oaths again. Kai. The Saint's Remnant chapter flew out of the Book of Oaths and flew toward the Unsealed Light Holy Sword. It was effective. Feng Heng's eyes lit up when he saw the Remnant chapter fly out by itself. He transformed into his bat form again and narrowed his eyes as he flew down. Crack. After the remnant chapter flew down, it stuck tightly to the unsealed light holy sword. Boom. With the remnant chapter attached, the golden holy light on the long sword erupted again. The fog surrounding the abyssal demon dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the 16 saints' remnant chapters on the sword gradually dimmed. Another minute passed, and the saints' remnant chapters, which had turned completely black, lost their power and fell from the sword. The game notification appeared on his retina again. Ding. Due to special effects, the estimated time left for the abyssal demon to break through the saint's seal has been extended. Estimated time left, 169.2 hours. This is an estimated time, subject to change due to various factors. Feng Heng frowned and took out the Book of Oaths again. The remnant chapters were drawn by the power of the Book of Oaths and flew into it. Feng Heng opened the Book of Oaths to observe. Item: Book of Oaths, remnant chapter absorbed unknown energy body to be purified, 16 good. The experiment was a success. There was no doubt that the Book of Oaths could use the unsealed light holy sword as a medium to reduce the power of the abyssal demon. The most direct manifestation was that after the remnant chapter absorbed the power, the time it took for the abyssal demon to break free from the saint's seal was extended. If he could do it a few more times. A game. Feng Heng was excited. He immediately put away the Book of Oaths and quickly climbed up the exit. Outside the mine, Warren and the others were worried and gathered outside the defensive barrier to wait. The concentration of Plague Gora in the outside world was still high. He's out. Seeing Feng Heng walk out of the barrier, everyone cast their gazes at him. Warren asked, "How's the situation inside the seal?" Feng Heng nodded and said, "Yeah, I tried. I've got some ideas." When the surrounding people heard this, they could not help but reveal a strange expression, their eyes filled with anticipation. They had been researching for an entire day, but they still could not figure out how to deal with the Plague Aura. It was only now that they finally received good news. Warren was even more anxious and hurriedly asked, "What method?" "It's hard to say. I need to confirm it further. I will return to Hani City first." Feng Heng raised his hand to gesture to Wangnet, Zhao Lingfeng, and the others at the back of the crowd. He nodded and said, "We will go first." "All right, we will wait here. If there's any difficulty, contact us at any time." With the help of the ghost tower, Feng Heng brought Zhao Lingfeng and the others back to Hani City. Kai. As soon as Feng Heng stepped out of the passage, the sacred tree, Ibakaya, used perception to sense the holy power fluctuation released by the Book of Oaths. The vines on the walls and ceiling all moved toward Feng Heng. Feng Heng sensed the emotional fluctuations of the sacred tree's vines and offered the Book of Oaths in front of him, trying to establish a spiritual connection with the sacred tree. Joy and urgency came from the vines of the sacred tree. The sacred tree sensed that the Book of Oaths contained a great amount of energy and wanted to devour it in one gulp. Swallow the Book of Oaths? Feng Heng shook his head. The Book of Oaths was a holy artifact, and its additional abilities were extremely powerful. He was a little reluctant to let the book be swallowed in one gulp. Moreover, he wanted to rely on the Book of Oaths to absorb the power of the abyssal demon. Chapter 1335, Power of Foulness. Feng Heng tried his best to communicate with Ibakaya so that it could only absorb the foul energy in the Saint's Remnant chapter and keep it intact. It took a while for Ibakaya to understand what he meant. It was disappointed, but it still said that it would try its best to do it. Kai. The vines once again extended towards the levitating Book of Oaths in front of Feng Heng, wrapping the Grey Saint's Remnant chapter and bringing it out of the window of the ghost tower, before dragging it into the cracks in the ground. A moment later, a game hint appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Ding! The sacred tree Ibakaya has absorbed a portion of the strength of the Plague Aura and unlocked the evolution option Power of Foulness. Ding! To completely unlock the current state, you need to absorb similar energy, 2,118 out of 10,000, Kai. The vines once again emerged from the ground and brought the Saint's Remnant chapter back. It was really effective. Feng Heng picked up the Remnant chapter from the vine and checked its condition. Item: Book of Oaths, Remnant chapter. Description: one of the Remnant chapters of the Book of Oaths. It contains part of the Holy Light attribute Strength. Additional skill, Holy Counterattack. Current remaining energy, 0. Very good, the Saint's Remnant chapter was still intact. Ibakaya had absorbed the strength of the Plague Aura from the Remnant chapter, which was equivalent to completing the purification operation. It even increased the progress of the next stage of evolution. A win-win situation. Feng Heng frowned slightly and let out a soft gasp. The energy contained in the Saint's Remnant chapter had been reduced to 0. Kai. The Remnant chapter was absorbed by the Book of Oaths, and its energy value began to increase at an extremely slow speed. This was troublesome. The recovery speed was so slow. He had originally planned to use the Book of Oath's strength to let the sacred tree evolve rapidly and weaken the abyssal demon. In that case, was there any way to quickly recover the strength of the remnant chapter? Feng Heng turned around and saw Mojai Oi, Zhao Lingfeng, and the others beside him. Mojai Oi and the others were confused. They did not know what Feng Heng was going to do. They stood at the side and were a little confused. Zhao Lingfeng. Zhao Lingfeng saw Feng Heng's gaze and immediately quivered. Lord Feng Heng. Yes. I am here. Do you still remember the information about the Book of Oaths? Yes. Feng Heng had previously asked Ted's team of players to help gather a lot of information related to the Book of Oaths. Zhao Lingfeng handed the information to Feng Heng after collecting it, and she put in a lot of effort for it. Help me recall, is there any information related to the Book of Oaths energy recovery? Zhao Lingfeng's memory was very good. She immediately nodded and said, yes, the Book of Oaths can store a portion of energy, and some skills will also consume energy. I can't remember the exact details, so I need to go offline to look up the details. Okay, go quickly. I will wait for you. Good. Seeing Zhao Lingfeng go offline on the spot, Mojai Oi couldn't help but ask, why are you in such a hurry? Do you have a way? Feng Heng nodded and replied, yes, I think I've found another way to deal with the abyssal demon. Really? Mojai Oi's eyes lit up. I am 80% sure. I will have to try again. A moment later, Zhao Lingfeng went online again after communicating with the offline team. My lord, we've just analyzed the information. We haven't confirmed that there are 3 ways for the Book of Oaths to recover its energy. The first is that the Book of Oaths can slowly recover its energy over time. This method is very inefficient. The second is through the accumulation of faith. The faith of the believers can help the Book of Oaths recover its energy faster. The third method is the fastest. The Book of Oaths can absorb holy light items of the same kind and recover its strength in an extremely short period of time. The amount of recovery is related to the level of the holy light attribute item. Oh. Feng Heng stroked his chin and muttered, holy light attribute item. In Lincoln City, the news that Her Highness Minayu was collecting all kinds of holy light attribute equipment and tools quickly spread. All equipment and items with the holy light attribute must be handed over as soon as possible. The Empire will compensate the items according to their value. After 24 hours, if they were found to have hidden items, the crime would be equivalent to treason. After the feudal lords received the news, they immediately carried out the order and began to collect all kinds of materials and items within the territory. The Mage Association also took action. After all, the association had been in operation for more than 1,000 years and had an advantage in collecting special equipment. They quickly mobilized a batch of sacred equipment from various warehouses and transported them to Lincoln City. The only ones who were a little confused were Li Zu's team. The players were confused. It was strange. They were still fighting Tang Wu head-on, so why was Feng Heng suddenly rushing to collect a large number of items related to the sacred study? Was it because the higher the level, the better? But why was the time limit so tight? What the hell? What was he trying to do? The players from the various large teams couldn't help but feel suspicious. Under Li Zu's pressure, the player factions also hurriedly took action. The forums were filled with information about the acquisition. More than half of the Empire fell into chaos because of this. Even the cave-dwelling beasts in the underground world and the distant barbarians joined the search team. Soon, in less than half an hour, the first wave of holy-related items was transported into Lincoln City from all directions through various channels. A small square was cleared outside the ghost tower. A large number of items related to the sacred study, including weapons, shields, books, and so on, were piled up on the square inches a mess. More and more necromancers were attracted to the scene and gathered around to watch, curious about what Feng Heng was going to do. The crowd whispered among themselves. Most people felt that Feng Heng was declaring war on the Holy Court. Ding, your friendship with the Holy Court has greatly decreased. You have spread the study of necromancy on the continent, causing a huge suppression of the study of necromancy. Your reputation in the study of necromancy has increased slightly. Ding, your actions have attracted the attention of some factions. 2 lines of game hints appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Feng Heng skimmed through the game hints and felt a little strange. How could this increase his reputation? He didn't have time to pay too much attention to it, so he decided to ignore it. Feng Heng didn't think about anything else. He walked forward and took out the Book of Oaths. Buzz. A faint yellow light bloomed from the Book of Oaths. In front of him, the equipment and items gathered in the square also emitted a faint light. Holy light gradually bloomed. Sparks of holy light aura separated from the equipment, forming light spots that levitated in the air. The light spots gradually flowed toward the Book of Oaths in front of Feng Heng. The game hint on Feng Heng's retina began to refresh rapidly. Ding, The Book of Oaths has absorbed a portion of the strength. The energy of the Book of Oaths, Remnant Chapter, is recovering at an accelerated rate. Chapter 1336, Scale. The energy was quickly replenished. Bang. 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 Under the watchful eyes of the necromancers, the weapons in the square began to explode after absorbing all their energy. The necromancers had no idea what Fang Heng's real purpose was. Looking at the holy equipment that was gradually reduced to ruins in the square, they were even more certain of their previous guesses. Lord Fang Heng wanted to be irreconcilable with the sacred study and completely cut off all inheritance of the sacred study. The Hoi court was in big trouble now. A moment later, Fang Heng finally stopped reading the Book of Oaths when all the holy items and equipment he had collected in the square exploded and turned into scrap metal. He looked at the description of the Book of Oaths again. About 80% of the energy in the 16 Saints Remnant chapters had been recovered. Fang Heng looked at the pile of metal that was half a mountain of trash and shook his head. Using holy equipment to recharge was quite fast, but the conversion efficiency was a little low. Hundreds of the holy equipment had already been scrapped, but they were still not fully recharged. Of course, this was also related to the low level of most of the equipment. Seeing Fang Heng standing there with a strange expression on his face, feudal Lord Chadwick walked forward and whispered into Fang Heng's ear, "Lord Fang Heng, most of the holy equipment that you see are the holy equipment that the feudal lords have collected and accumulated, as well as some old goods that the Mage Association found in the warehouse. This bit of equipment is far from enough. I need more." Chadwick's expression was solemn as he nodded and said, "I understand. There isn't much auxiliary equipment for the Holy Spirit Academy. We're already in the process of collecting them. We've found some and are transporting them here as soon as possible." Warren realized that Fang Heng seemed to be absorbing some of the power from the equipment. He determined that Fang Heng might want to use the power of the sacred study to deal with the abyssal demon. He could not help but whisper, "Fang Heng, I am afraid it won't be that easy to collect a large number of holy equipment. The Holy Court is a relatively traditional organization. There are very few pieces of holy equipment that are scattered outside, and most of them are very low level." Mojai pursed his lips and said, "That's simple. Since there's nothing outside, we will go to the headquarters of the Holy Court to snatch it." "Oh right, I just went to Oshirino. There should be a lot of equipment there. See, I told you, it's better to just conveniently deal with the Holy Court." Wangnut shrugged and said casually, "All right, Fang Heng, leave the Holy Court to me. I am bored, so I will help you make a trip to Oshirino and get some equipment back." Fang Heng calculated in his heart and felt that this suggestion was not bad. It would be a waste for a top-notch combatant like Wangnut to stay here. He immediately nodded and said, "All right, I will leave this matter to you. Hurry up." "No problem, leave it to me." Wangnut took out his bone whistle and blew it into the air. Soon, several huge shadows appeared in the sky. "Everyone, I will take my leave first. I will go take a look at the seal." Fang Heng nodded at Warren, put away the Book of Oaths, and quickly headed toward the mining area again. Soon, he disappeared into the thick fog. Warren, the higher-ups of the Mage Association, and the other players looked at each other. Everyone saw the confusion in the other party's eyes and shook their heads in unison. So, after clearing out a wave of holy equipment, he went back to the seal? What was Fang Heng planning? Ahem. Seeing that the situation was a little awkward, the president of the Mage Guild, Price, coughed lightly. He looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, we should continue to strengthen the outer seal according to the original plan. If President Fang Heng needs it, he will naturally inform us." At the same time, Fang Heng had already returned to the bottom of the abyss. Within the inner seal, the concentration of the plague breath had been greatly reduced. Fang Heng held onto the wall to maintain his balance as he looked down. The abyssal demon was still pinned to the ground by the unsealed holy sword. As the abyssal demon was restrained, the intensity of its struggles also decreased. Fang Heng didn't dare to get too close and directly took out the Book of Oaths from afar. Kai. Kai kai kai. The remnant chapter reacted immediately. It flew out of the Book of Oaths again and stuck to the unsealed light holy sword. Boom. The radiant holy sword once again emitted a dazzling holy light. Ding. Due to special effects, the estimated time left for the abyssal demon to break through the saint's seal has been extended. Estimated time left, 199.7 hours. This is an estimated time, subject to change due to various factors. Outside of Hani City, on the battlefield, a huge blue shield spread out, firmly protecting the Empire's large army sent by Tang Wu in the center. Empire's holy artifact on fair scale. At the same time, it had a powerful barrier protection ability and a direct attack ability. The blooming barrier blocked the attacks of the vines outside. Not long ago, the vanguard team led by Zhao Yun was ambushed by the vines of the sacred tree forest. The entire team resisted desperately. This time, with the help of the Empire's sword saint, Rio Tinto, They managed to escape and meet up with a royal army at the camp. For this, Zhao Yun had paid a huge price, and less than a tenth of his team remained. Zhao Yun had personally witnessed the royal guards he had personally nurtured fall one by one beside him, and his heart was bleeding. He stared at Ovian without saying a word, the killing intent in his eyes unabashed. Ovian didn't think he had done anything wrong. He felt Zhao Yun's fierce gaze and was extremely unhappy. He directly looked back coldly. "Why are you looking at me? What does your mistake on the battlefield have to do with me? Everyone, in this situation, it's best to temporarily suppress the unhappiness and think about how to escape first." Gernot, the arbitrator of the Council of Elders, felt tired when he saw the two people in the team who were about to fight. The outside world was already in danger, but the inside world was still unstable. The sacred tree forest did not stop after it went berserk. Instead, it swept toward the temporary camp again. Gernot had no choice but to use the power of the Empire's holy artifact to create a huge protective barrier. At least for the time being, the barrier protected the army and bought them some time. In the team, Uriline and Uruikan were secretly observing the Empire's holy artifact that was surrounded by the Empire's mages and elite soldiers in the middle of the army. They exchanged glances with each other. Holy artifact on fair scale. From the outside, it looked like a silver scale. At this moment, the scales were tilting to the left. The scale could not be used alone. It needed to be activated with a ritual. The huge blue barrier that enveloped the party was created by the holy artifact, the unfair scale. It was rumored that the scale was a sacrificial holy artifact obtained by a former emperor of the empire from a foreign land. As the holy artifact's lethality was too great, it violated the heavens and affected the inheritance of the empire's dragon energy. Therefore, the successive kings had always handed it over to the empire's elders' council to protect and seal. He did not expect Tang Wu to take it out this time. Chapter 1337, Guarding outside the blue barrier, the surging vines had already surrounded the entire blue barrier. The dense barrier kept bombarding the barrier, creating ripples. Urilan shook his head gently and secretly sent a message to the outside world. Under the protection of so many Empire guards, it was impossible for them to destroy Holy Weapon Scale. On a hill not far away, a group of players gathered. After several attempts at attacking the blue barrier were ineffective, Yannicka signaled the mages to temporarily stop attacking and rest to recover their spiritual strength. Looking at the blue barrier that was still unmoving under the attack of the berserk vines, a few player leaders gathered together and discussed softly. "I've never seen such a powerful shield before. The sacred tree's attack power can even instantly kill a tier 3 creature. The attack density is even higher, but it's still completely absorbed by the shield." "Yes." Tang Minyu nodded in agreement and said, "I've just tried the most powerful single-target forbidden spell scroll, but it was still easily blocked by the barrier." A player hurriedly stepped forward and nodded at the commander, Yannicka. He gave her a careful look. "Speak," said Yannicka. "Yes. Uriline just sent a message. He found out that the Council of Elders of the Empire has brought the Empire's holy weapon a unfair scale. The blue barrier was released by the scale, and they tried several times. It is impossible to break the scale from the inside." The players frowned. The holy artifact level. Just from the name alone, one could tell that it would be extremely troublesome to deal with. Just as everyone was at a loss, an old man muttered to himself and suggested, "The energy contained in the blue barrier is very strong. With our current strength, it will be very difficult to break through the barrier head-on." The players shifted their gazes to the old man. Wei Hongyuan. He had been studying nature spells for many years and had a high reputation among players. He also had a good reputation in the Mage Association. "Elder Wei, do you have any ideas? Maintaining a huge barrier magic array requires a huge amount of energy supply. Even a holy artifact can't continuously release energy. It's not a bad thing for us to wait here and stall for time. We can rely on the sacred tree to continuously consume the power of the holy artifact." Hearing Wei Hongyuan's words, everyone felt a little more at ease. Since they already had the initiative, it didn't seem too bad to continue wasting time like this. Elder Wei looked at the huge blue barrier in the distance, and a hint of worry flashed across his eyes. He continued, "However, in my opinion, the Empire definitely knows this. They definitely won't stay where they are and wait for death in vain. They must be planning something. I suggest that we be wary of their final attack. If we insist on breaking the barrier head-on. Forgive me for being blunt, but I am afraid only Lord Feng Heng can do this." "That's right." Hearing Wei Hongyuan's words, everyone couldn't help but think of Feng Heng, and they all turned to look at Ed. Ed's mouth was bitter. The leadership of the team was handed over to Yannicka. She had been distracted by Li Zu's team to communicate with Feng Heng. He knew very well that Feng Heng probably had no mood to help them now. Yannicka looked at Ed and asked, "Is there any news from Feng Heng?" Ed could only tell the truth when he saw everyone's expectant gazes. To be honest, Lord Feng Hang has just returned to Hani City a few times and left very quickly. He just mentioned that he needs a large amount of holy equipment, and the offline team is fully cooperating to collect holy equipment and transport them to Lincoln City. Also, not long ago, Wang Nat led the elite barbarian team to attack the holy city again. He even invited the player team to help. He said that he was going to clean up the entire holy city and take away all the equipment and resources. Not a single member of the holy court was left alive. Huh? When everyone heard Dead's words, an inexplicable feeling rose in their hearts. There was still a huge battle going on here, yet Feng Hang had to go to Lincoln City to fight with the holy court? Did he want to start a holy war? What was the meaning of this? No matter how they think about it, it felt strange. Yannicka was also puzzled. She felt that Feng Hang was becoming more and more unpredictable. Just as she was at a loss, a dazzling blue light suddenly bloomed from the position of the Empire's army in front of her. The light that exploded was extremely dazzling. Everyone had no choice but to turn their heads and close their eyes to avoid the sharp blue light. Boom. The earth trembled slightly, and a huge blue beam of light boomed out from the shield. Mountains, trees, rivers, everything along the way was completely melted by this blue torrent. The light lasted for half a minute before slowly dissipating. Everyone opened their eyes and looked down the hill again. A deep ravine appeared on the ground where the blue light had swept past. Even the 100-meter radius area outside the blue barrier had been completely cleared by the beam's energy. At this moment, the Empire's team looked as if they were standing on a protruding platform. The players' faces paled. A player received a message from the survival radio station and reported in a deep voice, "Captain, we have an ambush scouting team that was attacked by a blue light beam." The entire team was instantly killed by the light beam. According to the game log, it was attacked by the holy artifact, the unfair scale. A terrifying holy artifact. It seemed like the Empire team led by Zhao Yun wasn't completely defenseless. Everyone's heart sank, and their breathing became heavy. They even felt a little lucky. The line of attack formed by the blue light beam was less than 200 meters away from them. If their luck was a little worse, they might have been completely melted by the holy artifact's attack just now. Yannicka said in a deep voice, "Everyone, it's no longer safe here. Pass down my order. Everyone, retreat 2 kilometers immediately." In the huge blue barrier, Gernot, the arbitrator of the Council of Elders, also looked pale. The attack just now had consumed a lot of the holy artifact's energy, but the effect of the attack was not good. They had only killed a dozen enemies. The most troublesome thing was that in just a few seconds after the attack, the vine creatures that had been destroyed by the beam of light began to spread from all directions, filling up the ravines and empty ruins that had just been cleared. A distance of more than 100 meters was nothing to the vines. In less than 10 seconds, the dense vines once again covered the blue barrier and attacked it again. Damn it! How could the vitality of these vines be so strong? What should he do? Originally, Zhao Yun and his group had planned to use the power of the alchemy magic array to disperse the vine forest, then use the power of the Empire's army to occupy Hani City, and finally use the holy artifact to destroy the sacred tree. Chapter 1338, Advancement. But now, the first step of the plan had met with a huge problem, forcing them to directly hand over their trump card. The effect of the trump card was also very ordinary. Gernot frowned. He was no longer thinking about how to destroy the sacred tree. How could he escape? The unfair scale's attack power was very good, but its attack range was too concentrated. It was only a branch line of beam, so it could not cause effective damage to a large area of the vine forest. Now that they were trapped in the vines, it was too difficult for them to escape. More importantly, Gernot and Zhao Yun exchanged a glance and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. The holy weapon, the unfair scale, was extremely powerful, but the Empire had always been unwilling to use it because the price of using it was vitality. The attack just now had cost more than 100 young Empire elites at least 30 years of their lives. Their hair had visibly turned white, and their bodies had aged. They were supported by the soldiers as they walked down from the ritual, and a new batch of soldiers took over the ritual. The Empire had brought a large number of troops this time, and they could still hold on for a while. However, the longer they dragged on, the more passive they would be. Suddenly, Zhao Yun heard the soldiers discussing in low voices. What's wrong? What happened this time? Zhao Yun couldn't help but look in the direction the soldiers were pointing at. What was going on? The vine attack had stopped? The vines that were attacking the blue barrier suddenly stopped. Zhao Yun was confused. Upon closer inspection, the vines were swaying slightly, and a layer of black horniness seemed to be gradually seeping out of the outer layer of the vines. What was going on? Gernot also revealed a suspicious expression. Why did the vines suddenly stop attacking? Was it a trap? In Hani City, not far from the main battlefield, Feng Hang stood still in the ghost tower. The abyssal demon's strength absorbed by the Saint's remnant chapter was absorbed by the sacred tree Abakuya. Then, the remnant chapter flew back to his palm. The game hint appeared on his retina. Ding! The sacred tree Abakuya has absorbed a portion of the strength of the plague aura and has unlocked the evolution option power of foulness. Ding! You need to absorb similar energy, 10,000.4 out of 10,000. You have met the current evolution requirements. Do you want to evolve? Finally. After going back and forth to Lincoln City a few times and absorbing the strength of the abyssal demon, the sacred tree Abakuya finally completed the next phase of evolution. Fang Heng had been waiting for this moment. Agree. Ding! The sacred tree Abakuya has entered the mature stage. The player can choose whether to bind to Abakuya's soul. After binding, you will form a companion relationship with Abakuya, living body with Abe. Ding! After soul binding, you will become a soul Koelikuya. If either of your souls is attacked, both will suffer partial damage. Ding! Soul symbiosis is a special state. The player can bind up to 3 creatures at the same time, except after nurturing the sacred tree for so long, he could finally get the sacred tree to recognize him as its master. As for the soul sharing mentioned in the hint, there was no explanation for it, but at least the name did not sound like it was a loss. Fang Heng immediately agreed. Kai kai kai. The vines of the sacred tree paused slightly before slowly withdrawing. The vines covering the walls and ceiling slowly squirmed and creaked. What? In an instant, Fang Heng's mind froze. He suddenly felt his consciousness being pulled by something. Then, darkness suddenly appeared before his eyes. He regained consciousness again and found himself in a black space. The surroundings were pitch black, and under his feet was a silver-white circle that was about a few hundred meters long. Not far away, another large purple circular area appeared. The purple area slowly approached him, slowly fusing with the silver-white area under his feet. Soul symbiosis? Fang Heng suddenly had this thought. The sacred tree Abakuya's soul's strength was undoubtedly much higher than his. The fusion of the two spaces was extremely slow. Fang Heng waited patiently. He did not know how much time had passed until the area was completely fused. The silver-white space under his feet was dozens of times larger than before. For some reason, Fang Heng felt a sense of loneliness from the bottom of his heart. Immediately after, he felt a sense of fatigue as his consciousness was slowly pulled out of space. Fang Heng opened his eyes again. Ding! The sacred tree Abakuya has completed the current stage of evolution. Ding! You have formed a companion relationship with Abakuya. Current Abakuya's friendliness, 100, maximum. Abakuya mature form, fused blood form power of foulness mature form. Description: the seed of the sacred tree was born in another world. It has fused with the curse and formed a new life form. It has now entered a mature form. Description: Abakuya can grow rapidly by devouring blood and some special energy, greatly strengthening itself. Description: this creature is an ancient creature. The player has achieved a symbiotic soul with this creature. Description: currently, Abakuya has obtained a special ability, the power of foulness. The power of foulness has an additional skill, foulness. Skill description: attacks will have additional negative effects such as poison, corrosion, infection, dizziness, weakness, disease, and power absorption. It can absorb foulness to strengthen the skill. Fang Heng carefully observed the description of the evolution and upgrade of Abakuya in the game log. He could not tell anything from the numbers, but it was obvious that the spiritual connection between him and Abakuya was smoother, and he could connect with Abakuya more easily. Judging from the emotions transmitted by Abakuya, its consciousness was more like that of a 6 or 7-year-old child. You felt guidance? You felt a calling? Fang Heng muttered to himself. He had obtained a portion of the information from Abakuya through his spiritual perception, so he probed. Abakuya immediately replied with a hint of anticipation. Fang Heng nodded and whispered. The place where you were born. You will be further strengthened there. Alright, I understand. Several lines of game notifications appeared on his retina again. Ding! The mature form of Abakuya can undergo the next stage of evolution. The player can explore it. Ding! The player has discovered the hidden high-tier passage world of forests. The player can follow the mission instructions to establish a passageway to the world of forests. The player has triggered the mission world of forests. Mission title: head to the world of forests. Mission difficulty: B+. Mission description: you have established a close soul-sharing connection with Abakuya. You have discovered that Abakuya can be further strengthened in a special spatial world. Mission requirements: follow Abakuya's guidance, collect some materials, and head to the world of forests. Mission reward: none. Ding! In the current trial environment, the world boundary passage is not available. Ding! Please exit this trial before attempting to complete this mission. Chapter 1339, An Opportunity. Fang Heng slowly retracted his gaze. The sacred tree. The world of forests. He did not expect to find the key to the advanced game world so quickly. But now, Fang Heng clenched his fists. It was not time yet. In this trial, Fang Heng clearly realized that his strength was not enough. If he barely managed to open the door to the advanced game world, competitors from all over the world would come in droves. His advantage was not obvious. Regardless of that, the most important thing now was to focus on completing the trial. Fang Heng temporarily put aside the next stage of Abakuya's upgrade and once again focused on establishing a spiritual connection with Abakuya. In the blue barrier surrounded by layers of vines, Zhao Yun and the others vigilantly examined the vines outside the barrier. No one was sure what was happening outside. Everyone was puzzled. Why did the sacred tree, which had been extremely violent just a moment ago, suddenly calm down and stop all attacks? In the team, an Empire Mage tried to analyze. It might have been affected by the power fluctuations of the holy artifact, the unfair scale. The balance of the field magic in the venue has been broken, causing the vine attack to temporarily fail. The probability of this happening is extremely low. In short, this is our chance. We should take advantage of this to leave this place as soon as possible. The advisor brought by another feudal lord had a different opinion. That's not right. The field magic hasn't disappeared. The vines have only temporarily stopped attacking. In my opinion, this is very likely a trap set by the enemy. They are deliberately luring us out of the range of the barrier to deal us a fatal blow. Can you guarantee that this is a trap? This is our best chance. Even if you can't guarantee it, can you guarantee that this isn't a trap set by the enemy? If the enemy stops attacking now, it means that they can't do anything to us. Once we go out, we will fall into the enemy's trap. Seeing that everyone was arguing, Zhao Yun only felt a buzzing noise in his ears and his head hurt. Alright. There's no need to argue. Arbitrator Gernot interrupted everyone's argument and immediately made a decision. He said, listen to my command. Prepare to stop the ritual of the Empire's holy weapon and escort the holy weapon away. Zhao Yun was startled and looked at Gernot. He saw Gernot lightly shake his head at him. Zhao Yun immediately understood. They couldn't afford to delay. Even if there was a high probability that it was the enemy's scheme, they could only try it forcefully. Everyone. Prepare for battle. 3. 2. The various armies of the Empire were extremely vigilant. They gripped their weapons tightly, waiting to defend themselves the moment the protective barrier disappeared. Buzz. Under the command of Arbitrator Gernot, the holy weapon, the unfair scale, lost its effectiveness, and the holy light barrier enveloping the outside world suddenly dimmed. Ka. Except for a few vines that were originally pressing against the light curtain, which trembled slightly due to the sudden disappearance of the barrier light curtain, the rest of the vines froze on the spot without any changes. He had succeeded. The vines did not attack. They tried their luck and really ran into it. Zhao Yun's heart skipped a beat, and he took the lead to step forward, drawing his sword and slashing at the vines blocking the road. Kai. Several vines in front of him were cut off by the sword. However, a small portion of the vines that were attacked immediately surrounded Zhao Yun and launched a counterattack. Zhao Yun frowned and had to take half a step back to eliminate the vines. Everyone, be careful. Gernot said in a deep voice, the vines won't attack, but they will counterattack when they are hurt. Try not to use area of effect spells. The mages are forbidden from using spells. We will open a path. Zhao Yun waved his hand and gave the command, let's go. Retreat immediately. Seeing that the surrounding vine forest still showed no signs of attacking, the soldiers were overjoyed. They immediately arranged themselves into a square formation under the command of the regiment commanders. The soldiers raised their weapons one after another and broke a path through the vines in front of them. Originally, the army's temporary camp was at the edge of the vine forest. However, after the sacred tree forest of vines went berserk, the area extended for thousands of meters. If the party wanted to retreat, they would have to cut a path of several kilometers through the forest. Although it was troublesome, at least they saw hope. On the distant hill, the players looked at each other hesitantly when they saw the Empire's army breaking through. The vine attack had stopped? Did something happen to Lord Fang Heng? Let them leave? Yannick looked at Ed. Ed quickly contacted Zhao Lingfang through the survival radio station and shook his head. He said, Fang Heng is still in Hanny City. He was controlling the sacred tree just now. I don't know the details yet. Captain, should we? Yannick looked at the Empire's army that was slowly advancing and shook her head. There's no hurry. Lord Fang Heng might have other arrangements. The Empire's army will be leaving the sacred tree region for some time. Let's wait and see. In the dense forest of vines, Zhao Yun brandished the sword in his hand, continuously hacking at the vines he encountered along the way. The entire Empire's army was not moving very fast. The Empire's soldiers did not dare to make any exaggerated large-scale attacks, nor did they dare to use area of effect spells and martial arts techniques. They were afraid that an even more intense attack would stimulate the vines and cause the surrounding vines to counterattack again. After being entangled in the forest for more than 10 minutes, they could vaguely see the exit ahead. Zhao Yun saw hope. Fortunately, the Empire's Sword Saint, Rio Tinto, was assisting him this time. The Sword Saint's grasp of attack power and range far exceeded that of ordinary people. He opened up a small path ahead alone and avoided more trouble. Otherwise, it would have taken the entire Empire team at least half an hour to leave the vine forest. There were less than 300 meters left. Just as Zhao Yun was about to lead his team and leave, the originally quiet vines around them suddenly started to rustle. The vines in the entire forest gradually became restless. The Empire's soldiers noticed the commotion around them and immediately slowed down their pace to be wary of their surroundings. Not good. Zhao Yun's face sank. Arbitrator Gernot immediately said in a deep voice, "Everyone, listen up. Get into formation on the spot and start the ritual." The army immediately gathered together and set up a ritual, constantly guarding against the restless vines around them. Buzz. Blue light bloomed again, and a screen of light enveloped the Empire's army. Swoosh. Swoosh. Almost at the same time, the surrounding vines regained their offensive nature and pounced toward the barrier light screen. Damn it. They were here again. The vines came back again and kept knocking on the blue light barrier. Gernot's expression was a little ugly as he stared at the outside of the barrier. Suddenly, Gernot noticed something. His expression gradually turned puzzled and then solemn. Seeing this, Zhao Yun couldn't help but look in Gernot's direction. Chapter 1340, Corrosion. Instantly, shock appeared on Zhao Yun's face. What was that? The vines that were constantly hitting the blue barrier suddenly stopped. Their skin slowly melted, as if they were shedding their skin. After the vines shed their skin, a soft black life form appeared below. The black object gently stuck to the blue barrier. The blue light screen was surrounded by a blue halo. Bang, bang. What the hell? Zhao Yun's heart skipped a beat as he turned his head to look behind the team. In the rear, in the ritual of the newly established holy weapon, a soldier of the Empire who had been drained of his vitality collapsed dejectedly. He looked like a dried corpse. Upon closer inspection, the faces of the soldiers who were sacrificing their vitality were rapidly aging. The soldiers were drained of their vitality in an extremely short period of time, and they fell down from the ritual stage one after another. The blue barrier that enveloped the army also flickered. Not good. Ovian's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He warned sternly, "The vines are absorbing the strength of the barrier. Hurry up. Replenishment ritual." Hearing this, the second wave of soldiers immediately stepped forward and took over the lives of the soldiers who had just died. They continued to sacrifice their vitality and barely maintained the operation of the periphery holy weapon barrier. What should he do? The entire Empire's team was in a great crisis, and everyone was panicking. Maintaining the barrier's operation consumed a lot of vitality. The rate at which their vitality was being consumed was far beyond what they could bear. Zhao Yun was shocked. He realized that the vines had actually evolved a way to restrain the holy weapon shield after a short period of stagnation. When Arbitrator Gernot saw this scene, he actually felt a chill run down his spine. In a sense, this was the first time he had fought Fang Heng head-on. The other party had endless tricks up his sleeves and could find a way to restrain them every time. The other party had completely crushed them before he even showed his face. What kind of monster was Fang Heng? Everyone, listen up. Gernot knew that he could not delay any longer. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Abandon the ritual. Follow me out." There were only 300 meters left before he could escape from the area covered by the vines. If he rushed out, there was only a chance of survival. Charge. The Empire's army knew that it was a desperate battle, and they immediately burst out with a strong fighting spirit. They waved their weapons and charged into the vine forest. On the distant slope, the players were excited when they saw the Empire's army choose to fight to the death and charge out of the vine forest. Success. Although they did not know how Fang Heng did it, the Empire's holy weapon could no longer be used. The entire Empire team was in chaos and was fleeing in panic under the heavy encirclement of the vines. Ed clenched his fists tightly and looked back at Fang Heng, who had just arrived. This person was truly terrifying. Fang Heng stood in the crowd and observed the situation in the distance expressionlessly. The game notifications on his retina quickly swept past. Ding, through the power of foulness, your attack has contaminated the defensive barrier, causing additional damage. Ding, your companion, Ibakiya, has killed an elite soldier of the Empire and absorbed some of its energy through the blood absorption skill. The sacred tree was extremely powerful. The effect of the newly added power of foulness skill was also very good. It could quickly pollute barrier spells. In addition, when attacking, it also added various disgusting negative effects, which could quickly make the enemy lose their ability to resist, and then easily drag them underground to absorb and digest. The strength of the sacred tree was too strong in the domain of the vine forest. Perhaps the biggest flaw of the sacred tree was that it could not move. Yannicka witnessed the entire process of the Empire's army falling into chaos. The elite soldiers were attacked by the vines and were dragged to the ground one by one, becoming nutrients for the sacred tree. Now was the time. This was their best chance to attack. Seize the Empire's holy weapon during the chaos and give them a fatal blow. Yannicka glanced at Fang Heng. Lord Fang Heng, we are about to take action. Yes, the sacred tree's attack range is limited. You guys can just give the command and do whatever you want. Don't worry about me. Yannicka narrowed her eyes and ordered calmly, all armies, listen up. Follow the predetermined route and pursue. Late at night, the capital of the Empire, Atama. On the throne, Tang Wu closed his eyes to rest. The battle at Hani City involved the future of the entire empire. At night, he did not feel sleepy at all. He sat in the meeting hall and waited for the latest news. It was almost dawn, and he dozed off for a while in a daze. Suddenly, Tang Wu raised his head. The leader of the Danshu Academy, Bedelia, knelt down carefully, his brows furrowed in fear. Your Majesty, you're awake. Yes, I am awake. Looking at the time, Zhao Yun and the others should have already arrived at Hani City. Did they take down Hani City? Cold sweat immediately broke out on Bedelia's forehead. He did not dare to stand up, but knelt on the ground and answered carefully, Your Majesty, Zhao Yun's team encountered some trouble while attacking Hani City. Tang Wu frowned, feeling a little dissatisfied. Trouble? We have hundreds of thousands of Empire elites, but we've encountered so many difficulties just to take down Hani City. Your Majesty, please calm down. Bedelia felt bitter. The battle at the front was unfavorable. Not only did they fail to take down Hani City, but more than half of their 100,000 men were also lost. Currently, Zhao Yun's team was in a state of collapse, and they urgently requested help from the Empire. How could he say such a thing to Tang Wu? It was inevitable that he would be angered. Seeing that Tang Wu was already dissatisfied, Bedelia gritted his teeth and said directly, Your Majesty, the front lines have just received urgent news. The army led by Commander Zhao Yun was attacked by the Sacred Tree Forest when they attacked the periphery of Hani City. The army has been defeated and is currently retreating. Commander Zhao Yun hopes that we can immediately send troops to rescue them. Tang Wu, who was sitting on the throne, was startled. He suddenly stood up from his chair and stared straight at Bedelia. Defeated? What did you say? You said he lost? Sweat was dripping down Bedelia's forehead. He did not dare to raise his head as he replied, Yes, Your Majesty. We've lost. Tang Wu stood rooted to the ground, his mind a little blank. Including the Holy Court, the Elders' Council, the Royal Guards, the Empire's Mages, the Alchemy Association, and the various feudal lords. There were more than 100,000 people in total, and even the Empire's holy weapon had been lent to them. But they couldn't even take down a mere Hani City? This was still acceptable, but he was actually completely defeated? And he was being pursued? And he still had the face to ask him to save him? Ding Shixiu, who had been standing beside the throne, was also stunned when he heard the news. His face was filled with disbelief. He knew that it would not be easy for Tang Wu to attack the Land of Plague. But did they fail just like that? Tang Wu clenched his fists and shouted angrily. Idiot! What exactly happened? Give me an explanation. Tell me why. Chapter 1341, The Cycle. His Majesty, please calm down. It's the sacred tree. The alchemy magic array of the Alchemy Society suddenly failed. Bedelia kneeled on the ground and kowtowed like pounding garlic. He told the information he had received in full, not daring to add any embellishments. Hey. The Alchemy Society. Tang Wu was so angry that he laughed after hearing it. Idiot. They were all idiots. He had already used all his trump cards in this raid on the Land of Plague. But now, the reality was so painful that he could not even touch the corner of the other party's clothes. His Majesty, please calm down. Bedelia pressed his forehead against the ground and continued, It has already happened. The most important thing now is to immediately send people to support Commander Zhao Yun. Reinforcements? Hey, what should I use to support them? Bedelia was instantly speechless. Tang Wu had already used all his trump cards. There were only a few guards left in the entire capital. Once these guards left, the entire territory would be unstable. Even if they really forcefully mobilized the guards, the fighting strength they squeezed out would not be enough. His Majesty, General Dengwen is still building a temporary camp outside the city. If we beg him. Beg him? That condescending fellow has never looked me in the eye. It's even more impossible for him to agree to save me now. Are you asking me to make a fool of myself in front of him? Thinking of General Dengwen, Tang Wu was even more furious. He knocked on his chair heavily. Bedelia was speechless. They had lost miserably this time. More than half of the Empire's elites had died in the Sacred Tree Forest, and the remaining defeated soldiers were still being chased by the pursuers. How many people would be left when they returned to Atama? How much combat power was left? His Majesty, even if you can't save us, you have to save us. After getting rid of Zhao Yun, the enemy's next target will be us. At that time, we won't be able to resist. Ding Shixiu was extremely anxious. He immediately went forward, knelt down, and advised in a deep voice, His Majesty, once the hearts of the people are scattered, we will really lose. Your Majesty, please consider the overall situation and immediately organize a rescue team. Put aside your past prejudices and plead with General Deng Wen. If we do this now, we still have a chance of survival. Otherwise. Tang Wu glanced at Ding Shixiu and lowered his head without saying a word. His expression was uncertain. After a moment, Tang Wu raised his head and said, Everyone, get up. Tell the people below to get ready. We're going to the north. Fidelia was shocked and raised his head to look at Tang Wu. To the north? What did he mean? What are you afraid of? I, Tang Wu, have never known what it means to lose. I will not lower myself to beg General Deng Wen. Tang Wu's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom as he continued, Bring our trusted aides to the north of the Empire. When you leave, completely release the Abyssal Seal inside the Imperial City and completely destroy the Abyssal Passage below. The Sacred Tree? Hey, so what? Release the Abyssal Demon. I want to see if they can deal with the Abyssal Demon. I want them to die with me. Tang Wu laughed and left the hall under the lead of 2 guards. After watching Tang Wu leave, Ding Shixiu and Fidelia couldn't help but look at each other. Tang Wu had gone crazy. He actually wanted to undo the seal of the abyss completely. Once he succeeded, the entire continent would fall into a huge crisis. Once the Abyssal Demon appeared, how could they escape? A chill ran down Fidelia's spine, and he was at a loss for a moment. He looked at Ding Shixiu and whispered, We. Ding Shixiu sighed heavily in his heart and said, There's no need to think too much. Just do as His Majesty says. Remember, this matter must be kept a secret. You must not let more people know. All right. In Lincoln City, Feng Heng once again entered the sealed land of the Abyssal Demon and took out the Book of Oaths that had just been charged. In fact, he had initially wanted to follow Ed's team to chase after the fleeing Empire's team and try to get his hands on their holy artifact. Unfortunately, his current individual combat ability was extremely limited. After the enemy escaped the Sacred Tree's range, Feng Heng realized that he could not help at all. Coincidentally, after Wangnet brought his elite barbarian subordinates to Oshrino, he quickly cleaned up the Holy Court forces that were involved. The players quickly cooperated and sent the holy attribute equipment they had collected back to Lincoln City. Therefore, Feng Heng could only choose to return to Lincoln City to continue purifying the Abyssal Demon. After the Sacred Tree completed its evolution, it could still continue to absorb the power of foulness from the remnant chapter and convert it into energy. It would continue to spread slightly to increase its range, but it could not continue to increase its evolution experience. This way, an internal cycle was completed. After Feng Heng obtained the holy equipment, he repeated the cycle again and again. He slowly used the Book of Oaths and the unsealed light holy sword to slowly extract the power of foulness from the Abyssal Demon. Finally, the Sacred Tree absorbed it as nourishment. Kai Kai Kai. Before his eyes, the Saint's remnant chapter flew towards the unsealed light holy sword and stuck to the sword, increasing its effect. A moment later, the 16 remnant chapters were once again filled with the power of foulness and were put into the Book of Oaths. Feng Heng frowned. Unlike the previous times, he did not choose to leave immediately this time. Instead, he carefully sensed the situation of the Abyssal Demon below. It was obvious that the Abyssal Demon's power had been weakened by a small portion compared to when they first saw it. At the same time, the light of the Arbitrator unsealed light holy sword became dimmer and dimmer. Every time he used the holy sword to extract the power of foulness from the Abyssal Demon, the holy sword's durability would drop drastically. It was likely that the holy sword would not be able to hold on for much longer. This move could not be used for a long time. Secondly, there was a limited amount of holy equipment on this continent. This time, he had to rely on Wangnet's help to destroy the entire holy court so that they could obtain a large number of equipment to power the Book of Oaths in a short period of time. After the holy city of Oshrino was cleared, there would be no other holy court headquarters left for them to destroy. The way to obtain holy equipment had become a big problem. After thinking about it, Feng Heng still could not find a solution to the problem. He could only put away the Book of Oaths and return first. Outside the entrance of the mine ruins, Warren and a group of experts who studied the Plague Gore gathered together. They watched as Feng Heng went back and forth into the mine again and again. They did not know what Feng Heng was up to. What was even more puzzling was that they discovered that the Plague Gore that was spreading out of the mine cave was actually decreasing. The concentration of the plague aura in the area had decreased significantly. The darkness gradually faded away, and their vision slowly recovered. As Feng Heng entered the mine continuously, they could clearly see the deep pit at the entrance of the mine ruins. Chapter 1342, Research and Development. What kind of strange method did Feng Heng use to purify the plague aura? Wangnut had just finished cleaning up the headquarters of the Holy Court. He brought back a group of elite barbarians to meet up with Warren and his team through a teleportation passage of the Ghost Tower. Seeing Feng Heng crawl out of the hole, Wangnut waved his hand impatiently and asked loudly, "Feng Heng, we've already cleared out the Holy Mountain and obtained quite a number of holy equipment. How's the situation in the abyss?" Feng Heng slowly walked toward Wangnut and the others and nodded in response. "The situation is good. The plague aura has been weakened by a large portion. It will take a longer time to completely break free from the Saint's seal, but we still have to think of a way to completely destroy it." When the president of the Mage Association, Price, heard this, he couldn't help but feel moved. He hurriedly asked, "The abyssal demon has been weakened? How long can the seal last?" Feng Heng glanced at the game notification and said, "About 3 months." When everyone heard this, they could not help but be stunned. What? 3 months? Warren was just thinking about how to simplify the alchemy magic array when he heard this. He raised his head and stared at Feng Heng, blurting out, "Are you sure?" What did he say? There were still 3 months before the Saint's seal was broken? Didn't they say that there were only 5 days left? The other people present were also a little stunned. Feng Heng came in front of everyone with a serious expression. He did not have the intention to joke, so he confirmed on the spot, "If there are no accidents, there will be at least 3 months before the abyssal demon breaks free from the seal." After hearing Feng Heng's confirmation, Warren was overjoyed. If it was 3 months, then they would have a lot of room for maneuvering. They could set up more defensive barriers, and more strange methods and ideas could be tested and put into practice. The researchers and experts involved in the study of the plague aura were also excited. They began to whisper and discuss. In the crowd, Mojai Aoi shrugged indifferently. There was not much difference between 3 days and 3 months. There were still 3 days left, and their in-game trial time would end. At that time, they would be forcefully removed from the game. At present, most of the main and side missions of the trial had been completed. It was too difficult to find any more missions to increase the trial time. Moreover, the trial had dragged on for too long. The aura of the dead realm in the real world was even more troublesome. He had to try his best to get an SSS level score in 3 days to complete the trial. Feng Heng had the same thought. Not 3 months, but 3 days. He had to finish the final main storyline within 3 days. Feng Heng. Feng Heng raised his head and looked into the distance. In the crowd, Caillou Yaokang waved at him with a cold face and even signaled him with his eyes. Feng Heng was stunned. He immediately signaled for the Empire soldiers to move aside and bring Caillou Yaokang over. Caillou Yaokang had been doing research in the research lab, so Feng Heng was surprised to see him here. "Why are you here?" When Mojai Aoi saw Caillou Yaokang coming over, he said in surprise, "Genius Caillou. Did you find anything?" Warren was discussing with a few vice presidents of the Mage Association. When he saw Caillou Yaokang, he stopped and looked at him. "Let me introduce you." Feng Heng gestured to Caillou Yaokang. "This is Caillou Yaokang, a pharmacist who studies the abyssal demon. He's my friend, and he's a loner." Everyone from the Mage Association nodded and greeted Caillou Yaokang. Caillou Yaokang glanced at the others from the corner of his eyes and ignored them. He continued to look at Feng Heng and said, "I came here especially to look for you. Also, I want to see the situation of the abyssal demon myself." Feng Heng shrugged helplessly and said, "Then it seems like you're going to be disappointed. There's an internal seal at the bottom of the abyss. You can't enter. Also, the concentration of the plague aura in the mine is too high. You can only look at the periphery at most." Caillou Yaokang looked in the direction of the collapsed mine entrance. "The test version of the special potion to resist the plague aura has been developed. I brought some over for testing. Anyway, let's go into the mine and take a look." Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but nod. "This is good." "Yes." Caillou Yaokang raised his glasses and continued, "The main reason for coming personally is for another matter. I've conducted a special test on the abyssal demon sample you brought earlier. I've made a major discovery and felt the need to come and explain it to you." Seeing Caillou Yaokang so serious, Feng Heng became interested and asked, "What did you find?" "I've examined the live samples of the abyssal demon and found a mixture of 2 types of power after analysis. Based on this, I believe that the abyssal demon is a fusion of 2 types of objects, eventually forming a new species. It has the characteristics and power of the 2 initial objects at the same time. Of course, there are also some weaknesses." Feng Heng frowned and asked, "2 types of power? Which 2?" Yes, one of them is the power of the demonic seed that we are familiar with. It has a powerful ability to revive and mutate. The other power is more strange. It has a powerful, corrosive effect and some dark and poisonous attributes. After the two powers fused, they formed a new life form like the Abyssal Demon. In addition, after the two powers combined, some unstable mutations occurred. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He immediately thought of the power absorbed by the sacred tree, Ibakiya, and unconsciously muttered to himself, "You mean the power of foulness?" According to Kaiyu Yaokang's description, the Abyssal Demon was a mixture of the demonic seed virus and the power of foulness. What did you say? The power of foulness? Kaiyu Yaokang raised his eyebrows and thought for a while before nodding in agreement. Your description is quite accurate. In addition, I've done some tests on some of the live samples after separation. I found that the sacred study has a very strong restraining ability against the Abyssal Demon. The reason for this restraint is that it targets the power of foulness of the Abyssal Demon. Kaiyu Yaokang explained when he saw that everyone was confused. To be more precise, the Holy System's ability restrains the power of foulness, and the Abyssal Demon has also inherited the weakness of the power of foulness. We currently have very little research and information on the power of foulness, but we know a lot about the remaining part of the demonic seed virus. In the past, some potions could be effective against the demonic seed virus with a slight improvement. I've already developed a special potion that can restrain the power of the demonic seed virus in the Abyssal Demon for a short period of time. Feng Heng's eyes lit up and asked, "Restrain?" Chapter 1343 Opinions. Yes, it hasn't been tested yet. However, according to my preliminary estimation, injecting the potion into the Abyssal Demon can reduce the overall activity of the Abyssal Demon and weaken its regeneration ability. In addition, it can reduce all its attributes by at least 50%. With some targeted adjustments later, the theoretical suppression can reach up to 60%. 50% suppression. So strong? The Mage Association and the experts started discussing in hushed voices again after hearing Kaiyu Yaokang's words. Some of them were suspicious of Kaiyu Yaokang. They had been researching for a long time, but there was no way to deal with the Abyssal Demon. How could a random person just say that he could suppress 50% of the Abyssal Demon? This was too exaggerated. Due to Feng Heng's presence, the crowd did not refute him. Instead, they discussed in whispers. After all, Kaiyu Yaokang's words were too exaggerated, and even the president of the Mage Guild, Price, was a little suspicious. He couldn't help but look at Warren. Warren nodded and explained in a low voice, "Mr. Kaiyu is an expert in potion making. He has made many potions that target the demonic seed in the past. His research can't be wrong." Feng Heng knew Kaiyu Yaokang very well. His judgment of the potion's ability was not wrong. This time, he had made the right decision to bring Kaiyu Yaokang to this trial. He alone was equivalent to an entire team of players. Kaiyu Yaokang ignored the whispers of the crowd and shook his head. He continued, "Don't be too happy. Suppressing 50% of the demon's attributes isn't bad, but the problem we're facing isn't this. It's the resurrection ability of the demonic seed. The demonic seed virus has extremely strong adaptability. Not only does it have the ability to revive, but its main body strength will also slowly mutate over time. The potion I created can only be effective against the Abyssal Demon for a short period of time. Moreover, as the number of times that the potion is used increases, the effect of the potion will greatly weaken. This is the problem we need to consider now." Hearing this, Feng Heng nodded and lowered his head to think again. Warren and the members of the Mage Guild also revealed thoughtful expressions. Mojai Aoi blinked his eyes in confusion. What did he mean? Why did this group of people look so miserable? What were they thinking about? The holy sword that Feng Heng had snatched from the holy court could suppress the power of foulness, and the potion that Kaiyu Yaokang had made could also suppress the demonic seed. With the two superimposing, the power of the Abyssal Demon had been suppressed to an extremely low level. What were they waiting for? Fuck it. Kill it and get the reward. After waiting for half a minute, Mojai I couldn't help but say, "What? What are you guys still discussing? Didn't we already win? Find an opportunity to secretly give the Abyssal Demon a few needles and finish him off. Looks like you haven't understood what I am saying." Kaiyu Yaokang looked up at Mojai Aoi, shook his head, and continued to explain, "The Abyssal Demon has a powerful ability to resurrect. After its physical body dies, it can still be resurrected slowly. If we just suppress it, we can only severely injure it at most, or completely seal it as we did thousands of years ago. The next time, when the Abyssal Demon recovers its power, it will become even stronger. At that time, my potion will not be able to work on it again." "Ah, this." Mojai Aoi opened his mouth. After pondering over Kaiyu Yaokang's words, he finally understood. The Abyssal Demon was a powerful life form. The only thing they could do now was to weaken it. After all, The abyssal demon had the powerful ability to resurrect from the dead. Its main body was a creature without consciousness or soul. There was no way to completely destroy it. In the end, the Tier 2 mage towers they had built throughout the world were only used to deal heavy damage to the abyssal demon and eliminate the plague aura. They were also unable to completely eliminate the abyssal demon. Mojai could not help but lower his head and look as if he was in deep thought. While everyone was thinking, Wangnut raised his head and said in a deep voice, "The secret technique passed down by the barbarians can seal the abyssal demon for a period of time. If we weaken the demon to a certain extent, we can seal it for at least several hundred years. With the help of the large number of Tier 2 mage towers we have built on the continent, we can think of a way to condense a large number of mage towers into a massive magic array network. It won't be a problem to seal the abyssal demon for several thousand years." The members of the Mage Association looked at each other and then began to discuss in low voices again. In general, everyone felt that it was impossible to completely kill the abyssal demon. They could only settle for the next best thing and think of a way to seal it for another few thousand years. Since they couldn't solve it at present, they would leave this matter to the wiser descendants. Warren nodded after some thought and agreed. "It seems like this is the only way. I am afraid this is the safest way to deal with this. With our current speed, we can complete the initial layout of the Tier 2 Ghost Tower in 3 months. Also, according to what I know, there are some related seals in the Saint's inheritance that can." Following that, Warren, Wangnut, and the higher-ups of the Mage Association started discussing in hushed voices, discussing how they could continue to strengthen the seal and seal the abyssal demon for a longer period of time. It would be best if they could seal it for tens of thousands of years. Mojai stood at the side without saying a word. It was obvious that he was unwilling to give up. Sealing the abyssal demon was one way, but he could also complete part of the mission and obtain some rewards. However, the trial mission clearly required him to kill it. Only by killing the abyssal demon could one obtain an SSS-level evaluation for the final trial. He had worked so hard to get to this point, but he was still a distance away from the highest reward. It was too unpleasant. Moreover, after killing the abyssal demon, he could also obtain an additional killing reward. Mojai felt that this was the closest they had came to killing the abyssal demon. Giving up just like that? He was already at the door, but he was still missing something. This feeling was too uncomfortable. Mojai was extremely unwilling. He could not help but look up at Feng Heng, hoping that Feng Heng would come up with a plan to turn the tables. Feng Heng did not say anything either. His face was expressionless as he lowered his head in deep thought. Suddenly, Feng Heng raised his head and interrupted everyone's conversation. "Everyone, I have an idea." Everyone who was discussing the plan to seal the abyssal demon once again raised their heads and looked at Feng Heng. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and perfected the bold plan he had just thought of. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I think we can think of the problem in another way. Yes, I mean, if we take the initiative to release the abyssal demon from the sealed cave." Everyone looked at Feng Heng in unison, their eyes filled with inexplicable question marks. What? Was he really not crazy? They were trying to use all their strength to maintain the seal and buy time, but Feng Heng actually wanted to take the initiative to release the abyssal demon? Chapter 1344 Confrontation 3 hours later in the underground abyss, after Feng Heng weakened the abyssal demon more than 10 times, the concentration of the plague aura in the abyss had been greatly reduced as compared to before. After taking the test potion developed by Kyu Kang, Warren and his group of more than 30 people were able to temporarily resist the corrosion of the plague aura. They followed him to the area under the buried abyss to investigate. At the magic array that sealed the entrance of the abyssal demon, Warren and a few mages of the Empire gathered in front of the magic array left behind by the saints and examined it carefully. The magic array left behind by the ancient saints had great research value. It would be a pity to destroy it just like that. The president of the Mage Association, Price, sighed in his heart. He half knelt on the ground and carefully examined the magic array. He raised his head and said in a deep voice, "The alchemy magic array here has already been fortified with multiple layers of protection, but it still can't withstand the corrosion of time. More than half of the magic array has already been corroded. The corrosion of time is part of the reason. The greatest damage is this sword mark. It's undoubtedly left behind by the Holy Court. This is the biggest reason for the abnormal movements of the abyssal demon." Apart from the people from the Mage Association, a group of 8 barbarian blood priests in barbarian attire also stood behind Wangnut. The elder of the barbarians was holding a bone-made magic tool that looked like a banner in his hand. His face was wrapped under a black cloth. Previously, after Feng Heng had told them his plan, Wangnut had immediately gone to the underground world to fetch them. The barbarian blood priests. On the battlefield, the barbarian blood priests could use their blood and souls to cast AO buffing and weakening spells. There were even a few high-level blood priests who had mastered soul-stirring spells. Zhao Lingfeng stood at the back of the crowd and looked at these people, feeling extremely perturbed in her heart. It was hard to imagine that the humans and barbarians, who had always been incompatible with each other, could stand together calmly like today. They were even discussing how to cooperate with each other. Warren stood up from the side of the magic array and gestured with his hand. Everyone, it's about time. We can start. Yes. The group of advanced mages gathered around the magic array and retreated in unison, raising their staffs at the same time. With the infusion of their mental power, the alchemy magic array sealing the abyssal demon in front of them began to operate rapidly, emitting a silver light. PFFT. After a moment of operation, the magic array let out a soft sound and slowly stopped rotating. Everyone looked at the magic array warily and carefully retreated. The first step to releasing the abyssal demon was to destroy the sealing magic array. Mojai Aoi was also staring at the magic array. Suddenly, the alchemy seal rune on his forehead flickered slightly, and a line of bright red game prompts flashed rapidly on his retina. Hint, triggered by the Saint's legacy, due to a special event, the current seal of the abyssal demon has been broken. The abyssal demon has broken free of the seal in advance. Please be careful. Mojai Aoi's pupils constricted when he saw the game hint. He shouted, hurry up. Retreat. It's coming out. Bang. The next moment, the sealing magic array on the ground exploded with a bang. Almost at the same time, Feng Heng dashed out from the broken rocks with the unsealed light holy sword in his hand. In an instant, a thick black plague aura spread out from under the destroyed magic array and the concentration of plague aura in the entire abyss region increased dramatically. Hurry. Whoosh. Swoosh. Black rotting flesh spread out from the hole left behind by the destroyed magic array behind Feng Heng, revealing a ferocious appearance. Its black, rotting body was like a swamp, and it constantly overflowed with a fishy smell. The true form of the abyssal demon. Mojai Aoi covered his left eye and tried to use his talent skill to check. However, he found that other than the name of an abyssal demon and a weakened state logo, he could only see a series of question marks. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. The rotting flesh seeped out from the bottom of the hole very quickly. The ground was corroded wherever it went, making sizzling sounds. Everyone held their breaths and slowly retreated, waiting for the abyssal demon to completely break free from the abyss. They waited for a full 2 minutes. Attack. Seeing the rotten flesh crawl out from below, the 3 legendary level mages from the Mage Association took the lead to form a magic array. Ice crystals. Explode. Several ice crystals condensed and exploded in the air. Ice crystals fell from the sky, and a layer of frost that was visible to the naked eye immediately covered the rotting meat. The crawling speed of the rotten meat decreased again. Then, colorful crystals appeared in the air. Elemental prison. The crystals quickly condensed and constructed around the abyssal demon. The elemental prison formed by the 16 peak mages of the Mage Association completely locked the abyssal demon that had just crawled out of the cave in place. Blue veins popped out on the forehead of the president of the Mage Guild, Price, who was in charge of controlling the elemental prison. He shouted, Feng Heng. Swoosh. Feng Heng flashed out from the side, his hands tightly gripping the unsealed light holy sword as he stabbed forward fiercely. Kai. The long sword made a dry sound and pierced into the body of the abyssal demon. Boom. Black plague aura immediately seeped out from the wound. The abyssal demon had been injected with a restraining potion by Feng Heng under the seal, and all its attributes had been greatly reduced. Then, just as it broke free from the seal, it was jointly suppressed by the mages. Now, it was pierced by the unsealed light holy sword, and its attributes were greatly suppressed again. Feng Heng decided to leave his sword in the abyssal demon's body to maintain the suppression. At the same time, he quickly jumped back. Ding, you have used the arbitrator unsealed light holy sword to suppress the abyssal demon. Continuing to suppress the abyssal demon will cause the durability of the weapon to continue to decrease. Current durability, 139 out of 1000, ding, all attributes of abyssal demon have been greatly reduced, success. Feng Heng saw the game notification flash on his retina. He raised his eyebrows and shouted, Wangnut. It's your turn. Everything was going according to the script that Feng Heng and the others had planned in advance. Under the triple suppression of the unsealed light holy sword, the magic array, and Kaiyu Yaoking's targeted potion, the abyssal demon had fallen into an extremely weak state. It stopped moving on the ground as if it had completely lost its ability to resist. Upon hearing Feng Heng's hint, Wangnut raised his hands. Sacrifice. The barbarian blood priests who had been standing behind Wangnut all this time took out their bone banners at the same time and chanted the barbarian's incantation. Ho! Huff huff. A grey mist that was visible to the naked eye overflowed from the dancing bone banners and slowly drifted toward the abyssal demon not far away. The aura gradually surrounded the weakened abyssal demon. Under the pull of an unknown force, the abyssal demon's body slowly floated into the air uncontrollably. The grey aura enveloped a huge lump of rotting flesh and floated forward until it reached the barbarian blood priests. 1345 Soul Altar Bang. The abyssal demon's aura was forcefully poured into a grey jar with a radius of 2 meters. Kai kai kai. The abyssal demon looked like rotting flesh, but it was also extremely huge. However, under the effect of the grey smoke, it was slowly poured into the jar, making sizzling sounds. The entire process lasted for a full 2 minutes until the abyssal demon's entire body was forced into the jar. Suddenly, the jar shook violently on the ground. Wangnet raised his eyebrows and pressed his right hand down. He shouted, "Retract." Ho! Huff huff. The blood priests raised the bone banners in their hands again. At the same time, Wangnet quickly stepped forward and took out 8 pieces of ancient rune paper with blood-red patterns. He quickly pressed them on 8 spots on the jar and sealed the lid tightly. Everyone around them looked nervous as they stared at the grey jar. The blood-red runes on the jar flickered a few times before returning to their original state. The jar also stopped shaking. Seeing that there was no movement from the jar, everyone looked at Wangnet again. Wangnet reached out and caressed the altar. He closed his eyes and used perception for a moment. He looked at Feng Heng and nodded, sealing successful. Without waiting for the others to react, Kaiyu Yao King immediately shouted, "Hurry up! Don't just stand there. The effect of the special potion to continuously suppress the abyssal demon will gradually decrease over time. Once the weakening effect is removed, the soul altar's power alone might not be able to keep it sealed. Quick, move it immediately." Feng Heng immediately turned to look at Wangnet and said, "Take the soul altar and leave first. We will catch up with you later." "Good." Wangnet didn't hesitate. He immediately called a few elite barbarians to lift the altar and fly toward the exit of the abyss. At this moment, many scholars from the Mage Association, experts who studied the plague aura, and onlookers who had heard the news had gathered at the entrance of the mine. Seeing the people from the Mage Association going back and forth, and then seeing several barbarians working together to move a huge jar out of the mine, everyone became even more curious and began to discuss in low voices. What were they doing? As the game progressed, more and more people gathered in Lincoln City. Even the players in the game had gathered. Most of the players came here to try their luck and see if they could receive a mission. There were also some who wanted to directly switch to necromancy. After they entered the city, they mixed into the crowd of players and pointed at the barbarians curiously. They felt strange. There were barbarians in Lincoln City? What was even stranger was that the grey jar was heavily protected by the barbarians and it seemed to be very important. What was inside? High up in the sky, the giant falcon had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Feng Heng and the others walked out of the mine, the falcon in the sky sensed their scent and swooped down. "Let's go first." Wangnet grabbed the soul altar with one hand and jumped onto the back of the giant falcon. The giant falcon let out a cry and flew high into the sky, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. The soul altar that sealed the abyssal demon could not be transported through the teleportation passage. Therefore, the fastest way to transport them was via the falcon. Soon, Feng Heng led a group of people behind him out of the mine. Feng Heng glanced at the remaining 3 giant falcons hovering in the sky and nodded, "Let's go, we will catch up too." Stepping on the falcon's back, the group quickly followed Wangnet and the others. On the howling wind plains, Zhao Yun led the defeated soldiers who had escaped from the sacred tree forest and fled. "Sir, the news has been sent back to the Empire's royal family. The reinforcements sent by His Majesty Tang Wu are already on their way. Hold on for a while more." Zhao Yun listened to his subordinate's report and gritted his teeth. Every time the army was caught up by the pursuers, he had to make a difficult choice. He had to sacrifice a portion of the elites to stay behind and die to buy time for the entire army to escape. Zhao Yun knew that he couldn't stop now. Once he stopped, he would be crushed by the teams behind him. Only by continuing to flee would he have a chance of survival. Report. Commander Zhao Yun. Seeing the cavalry guards from the Empire rushing over, Zhao Yun's expression became a little excited as he replied loudly, "How long before the Empire's reinforcements arrive?" Reporting to General Zhao Yun, His Majesty has ordered you to immediately head to Red Feather City. The teleportation passage in Red Feather City has been completed and is ready. Please return to the teleportation passage outside the capital, at Hama, through the teleportation passage. Hearing this, Zhao Yun couldn't help but be startled. Reinforcements were not coming? What kind of strange order did Tang Wu give? Zhao Yun stared at the newcomer and frowned. There are only a few hundred soldiers in Red Feather City's garrison. They can't stop Tang Minayu's team at all. The pursuers behind them will even continue to pursue the capital of the Empire, Atama. The 2 royal guards interrupted, "General, these are His Majesty's words. Please accept the order and return back to Atama immediately. His Majesty has made his decision." Zhao Yun's eyes narrowed as he waved his hand, "All troops, listen up. Change direction and head to Red Feather City. Yes. The army immediately changed directions and retreated toward Red Feather City. Not far behind them, Yanika's party of players who had been chasing after them also noticed the strange movements of the army ahead. Report: the remnants of the Empire's army led by Zhao Yun are fleeing southwest. We've communicated with Li Zu's team offline, and we've gathered information from all sides. We've determined that the enemy is most likely trying to enter Red Feather City and use the teleportation passage in the city to return to the Mage Tower outside the capital of the Empire, Atama. Atama? They were going to the capital of the Empire? Yanika could not help but feel that this matter was a little strange. Why were they escaping to the capital of the Empire? Was Tang Wu not afraid of being implicated by bringing the battlefield to the main camp, or did he have another trump card in the Empire's main city? Pursue. Don't let them off. After this battle, the Empire's elite army of more than 100,000 soldiers was reduced to less than 10,000 men. The remaining members of the team were all elites among elites. Moreover, most of them were seriously injured. As a result, his strength dropped to the bottom. The Empire had spent a lot of time and effort to nurture these elites. The death of each of these elites was a huge blow to the Empire. Chase after them and completely crush them. Yanika would not waste this hard-won opportunity. Trying to escape back to the capital, Atama? Hey, then take down the capital of the Empire, Atama. The morale of the entire team was high, and their spirits were even higher, including Ed. He had already begun to fantasize about Tang Minayu taking over the entire Empire. 1346 Guidance. After completing the Empire's loyalty mission, no matter how the Saint's legacy mission went, they would be able to reap a huge benefit. Whether it was the advancement of resources or strength. At that time, they would gather their resources and deal with the final abyssal demon together. Ed was fantasizing when he suddenly raised his eyebrows. He suddenly felt the Saint's legacy mark on his globula heat up. Following that, the game hint flashed. Hint, triggered by the Saint's legacy, the current abyssal demon seal has been destroyed. The abyssal demon has broken free of the seal in advance. Player, please be careful. What was going on? Ed woke up from his fantasy and felt a chill down his spine. He immediately turned to look at Tang Minayu. The abyssal demon broke free of the seal ahead of time? What happened? Not only Ed, Tang Minayu and the other players in the team who had received the Saint's legacy also sensed the changes in the Saint's legacy mark and received the game hint. Tang Minayu had been chasing the enemies at the front of the team, relying on the large amount of spiritual power provided by the demonic seed virus to continuously release large-scale spells to attack the scattered soldiers. She was enjoying herself when she suddenly saw the game hint. The abyssal demon? What kind of trouble has happened again? The three Saints' inheritors immediately gathered together and looked at each other, surprise appearing in their eyes. Ed quickly said to a team member beside him, quickly contact Zhao Lingfeng and confirm what happened to Lord Feng Heng. Yes, sir. Soon, a player next to him went offline to communicate with him. He hurriedly came online and replied, Leader, 12 minutes ago, Zhao Lingfeng contacted Li Zu's team and confirmed that Feng Heng and the others had mysteriously entered the mine about an hour ago. They said that they were going to carry out some operations on the abyssal demon. At that time, the Mage Association and the barbarians had also entered the abyss. They might have encountered an unexpected situation during the exploration of the underground abyss. The specific information is unknown, and we are still in contact. The player frowned and checked the latest report from the survival radio station. He continued, we still don't know what happened when the abyssal demon broke free from the seal. At least, there haven't been any danger signals from the mine yet. In fact, Li Zu's team was also panicking when they heard the news. Everything that Zhao Lingfeng had mentioned when she reported the situation the last time was progressing steadily. The strength of the abyssal demon was slowly being suppressed, and the concentration of the plague aura was greatly reduced. Why did the situation take a turn for the worse in the blink of an eye, and the abyssal demon directly broke the lower seal? Li Zu's team was trying all sorts of methods to re-establish communication with Zhao Lingfeng. Ed became even more agitated when he heard this. He wanted to ask more, but another fierce battle broke out in front of him. A group of Empire soldiers charged out of Red Feather City. Your Highness Minayu. The teleportation passage in Red Feather City has been activated. The defeated army of the Empire is using the teleportation passage to evacuate. Your Highness, please give the order. Tang Minayu frowned. She glanced at Ed and then at the battlefield in the distance. She immediately thought of what Feng Heng had told her before. Feng Heng would be the one to deal with the abyssal demon. What she needed to do next was to protect herself and earn some money from the Empire and the various feudal lords. The more, the better. In this situation, no matter what happened to Feng Heng, she had to take down the capital of the Empire, Atama. At the very least, she had to snatch the Empire's holy artifact, the unfair scale. Otherwise, wouldn't she suffer a huge loss? Tang Minayu's eyes immediately became determined as she ordered, "Pursue. Kill them. Seize the portal and follow me back to the capital, Atama." "Yes, sir." After receiving Tang Minayu's order, the team's morale soared once again. The defense of Red Feather City was weak, and the entire team of players was strong. They could take over them in one blow. The party charged towards Red Feather City. In less than a few minutes, several players rushed over to report the situation. "Your Highness Minayu, Leader Ed, we have already taken the Mage Tower in Red Feather City. Please hurry to the teleportation point and chase after Zhao Yun's team." "Okay, I will be right there." He was different from Tang Minayu. At this moment, his attention was no longer on the battlefield. He was very flustered now. Once something happened to the Abyssal Demon, even if they won the direct battle, there would be a huge problem. In a hurry, the news from Li Zu's team came quickly. Another subordinate rushed over and reported, "Commander Ed, Li Zu's team has received the latest news offline. The Abyssal Demon's destruction of the seal was initiated by Lord Feng Heng." "Huh?" Upon hearing this, Ed, who was extremely anxious just now, suddenly raised his head and looked at his subordinate. For a moment, he was a little stunned. It was triggered by Feng Heng? What did he mean? Was this all done by Feng Heng on purpose? Why did he take the initiative to release the Abyssal Demon? Scaring him for fun? Or would it make the already hellish difficulty of the trial even more challenging and exciting? Ed really wanted to go over and open Feng Heng's skull to see how it grew inside. Tang Minayu also heard the player's report and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, Lord Feng Heng might have his own reason. Don't let this matter get out yet. Let the team focus on taking down the capital, Atama. That's our first priority." High in the sky, the giant falcon's speed increased again under the enhancement of the wind spell agility cast by the legendary mages of the Empire. Its flying speed had reached an unprecedented level. The strong wind that blew at them even required the mages of the Empire to open up a protective barrier to block it. In just 3 hours, everyone had traveled from the central part of the Empire to the outer area of the Land of Plague. "Hurry up. It's right in front. Deeper. Go to the deeper regions." Whoosh. Upon hearing this, Wangnut controlled the falcon to adjust its direction and quickly swooped down. As time passed, the abyssal demon that was sealed in the soul altar struggled even more violently. The talisman papers on the soul altar flickered rapidly, and the entire soul altar trembled slightly. Whoosh! The falcon flew across the sky above the vine forest. Feng Heng stood on the back of the falcon and observed the situation in the forest below. He quickly established a spiritual connection with Abakaya. When everything was ready, Feng Heng shouted, "Wangnut! Now's the time. Do it." "Yes." Wangnut answered. He grabbed the soul altar on the falcon's back and threw it into the forest. Ho! The people on the giant falcon following Wangnut were all focused on the soul altar. They watched as the soul altar was thrown down from the sky and fell into the vine forest below. Bang! With a loud bang, the 4-meter-long soul altar crashed heavily onto the ground and shattered into pieces. 1,347 exclamations boom. Following that was a violent explosion. A thick black mist rose from the vine forest in the shape of a mushroom cloud. The plague aura. The black aura exploded in all directions, forming a wave of air that spread out in all directions along with the plague aura. Phew! The airwave that rushed towards them affected the giant-sized falcon that was circling in the air. It swayed for a moment in the air and only stabilized after circling in the air for a while. When they looked back again, the plague aura quickly faded as the airwave spread, and everyone's vision gradually recovered. The people on the falcon's back saw the situation under the black plague aura, and a hint of seriousness flashed in their eyes. After breaking free from the soul altar's restraint, the rotten flesh crawled out of the broken soul altar once again. It gradually spread on the ground, emitting waves of green smoke left behind by the corrosion. The holy sword was still stabbed into the body of the abyssal demon. The effect of the special injection had not completely disappeared, and the abyssal demon's strength was still greatly weakened. It slowly squirmed on the ground, looking like it was recovering. It did not have the consciousness to take the initiative to attack. Warren and the president of the Mage Association, Price, could not help but look at Feng Heng at the same time. According to Feng Heng's previous plan, they would work together to seal the power of the abyssal demon and move it from the underground abyss to a safer place. This would better limit the abyssal demon's abilities and prevent greater accidents from happening. The so-called safer place was the sacred tree domain in the Land of Plague. What would he do next? It was the first time most of the people from the Mage Association had seen the sacred tree forest that was covered in vines. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. It was a site-level permanent spell that surpassed forbidden spells. So that was how it was? Price saw Feng Heng staring at the forest below and couldn't help but look down. Everything went smoothly as planned, so now it was up to the sacred tree. Price was also very interested in the sacred tree forest below. Such a powerful permanent magic field was beyond his understanding of field magic. How did Feng Heng do it, and what modifications did he make to the spell? Could it really control the abyssal demon? As he was carefully observing, Price suddenly noticed something and frowned. That was what? PFFT. Kai. Price stared down at the sounds of the vines bursting. The vines were extremely agile, as if they had a life of their own. They did not hit and whip the abyssal demon as everyone had expected. Instead, they attached themselves to the rotting flesh. Kai. Once the vines touched the rotten meat, green smoke immediately rose from the rotten meat. Warren looked down and his pupils constricted. He turned around to look at Feng Heng in disbelief. What the hell? After the vines attached themselves to the body of the abyssal demon, the body of the abyssal demon slowly dissipated. The abyssal demon was obviously very afraid of the vines. Its body shook violently, trying to break free from the vines. However, the abyssal demon was already in an extremely suppressed state. Such a struggle was nothing to the vines. Suddenly, the body of the abyssal demon below shrank into its heart. Not good. Seeing this, Warren shouted, "Be careful. Retreat quickly." The elite barbarians did not dare to hesitate when they heard the shout. He immediately controlled the falcon to adjust its direction and retreat. Boom. In the next moment, with the abyssal demon as the center, a dense black plague aura erupted again. The explosion was even more violent than before, and the ground trembled violently. The explosive airwave pushed the falcon in the air backward. A moment later, when the falcon stabilized in the air again, everyone turned back to look at the area of the abyssal demon. Their eyes could not help but reveal a hint of horror. A deep pit about 500 to 600 meters wide appeared with the abyssal demon at the center. A deep black pit. Other than the black ruins, there was not a single blade of grass in the deep pit. Everything had been corroded, and even the remaining ground kept emitting sizzling sounds of corrosion. Everyone frowned as they looked at the deep pit below. They were even more afraid of the abyssal demon. The abyssal demon was so terrifyingly powerful. It had already been weakened to such a state, yet it could still cause such large-scale damage. If the explosion had happened in Lincoln City's mining area, the nearby Tier 2 ghost towers would have been destroyed. Ha! Price heard a disdainful chuckle and turned to look at Feng Heng. He saw Feng Heng looking down at the black pit with a mocking expression. Before Price could ask anything, the mages from the Mage Association exclaimed in surprise and admiration. What was going on? Kai. Price lowered his head to look. The vines around him once again extended towards the abyssal demon in the center of the ruins at a speed visible to the naked eye. There were too many vines. In less than half a minute, more and more vines swarmed toward the abyssal demon from all directions. The black hole was once again filled with green vines. The vines stuck to the abyssal demon once again and wrapped around it tightly. The abyssal demon that had been greatly weakened by the holy sword and the injection could not break free at all. The huge carrion was obviously much weaker after the power explosion just now. Its struggle decreased again, and it was soon wrapped in the dense vines. They only saw a huge life form wrapped in vines below. Seeing this, many people turned to look at Feng Heng with respect in their eyes. Feng Heng also looked down, his eyes flashing with excitement. The game notifications on his retina were densely packed. Ding, your companion, the sacred tree Abakia, has absorbed a portion of the abyssal demon's power. Ding, your companion has dealt 17 damage to the abyssal demon. Ding, your companion, although the damage dealt by a single attack was very low, it could not withstand the dense attack points of the sacred tree and its high attack frequency. Success. Feng Heng clenched his fists. Previously, he had used the Book of Oaths and the unsealed light holy sword to extract the power of the abyssal demon and let the sacred tree absorb it. This kind of operation would consume the holy sword's durability, and the efficiency was also slow. But now, he had brought the abyssal demon to the sacred tree forest and erased the transformation step. He could directly use the sacred tree to absorb the abyssal demon's power. Of course, after Kaiyu Yaokang's previous research, Feng Heng already understood that the power of the abyssal demon was composed of two parts, the power of foulness and the demonic seed virus. The sacred tree could only absorb a part of the power of the abyssal demon. 1348 The second form. This was enough. The more the sacred tree absorbed the abyssal demon, the weaker the abyssal demon became, and the more it struggled. After absorbing the power of foulness of the abyssal demon, the strength of the sacred tree increased slightly again. The area of the vine forest expanded again, and the boundary slowly spread out in all directions. With this, the abyssal demon was even more unable to escape. In the sky, due to the influence of the plague aura and the fear of the explosion of the abyssal demon, the people on the falcon did not choose to get too close. They only stood on the falcon's back and observed from afar. After a long wait, another hour passed. Most of the plague aura had been dispelled. If one looked carefully, even the huge puddle of rotting flesh had disappeared. The appearance of the abyssal demon gradually turned black and dry. It looked like only a small black object in the shape of a log with some rotting flesh on it. The unsealed light holy sword was no longer able to pierce into the body of the abyssal demon. It fell to the side. Suddenly, the black log stopped emitting the plague aura. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. What was suspicious was that the vines that were originally entrenched on the abyssal demon's body were rapidly decaying at a speed visible to the naked eye. The vines that had gathered around the abyssal demon quickly retreated. In just a few seconds, not a single blade of grass grew within 500 meters of the black log. Any vines that tried to approach the black log would slowly rot and wither. What was going on? Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. He immediately used his spiritual link with a sacred tree to investigate the situation. Can't continue absorbing energy? Furthermore, I am affected by the negative effects in the area around the log and can't get too close. Feng Heng sensed the message from the sacred tree, and his face became even more suspicious as he stared at the round log below. What did it mean? Could it be that the abyssal demon had a second form? Mojai Ai was also observing the abyssal demon's condition curiously. He covered his left eye again and released his innate skill to investigate it. However, he still could not find any relevant clues. High up in the sky, the advanced mages saw the strange changes happening to the abyssal demon and began to discuss in whispers. Has it evolved? Feng Heng was puzzled, so he looked at Kaiyu Yokeng and asked, the sacred tree can't continue to absorb energy from it. Why does it seem like it's becoming more dangerous? Yes. Kaiyu Yokeng looked down with his binoculars and nodded with interest. I think it might be a kind of structural mutation. Mutation? Feng Heng frowned, indicating that he did not understand at all. Kaiyu Yokeng continued to look down at the shape of the black log below and continued, it might be related to the extraction of the power of foulness. Right now, it doesn't seem to have the ability to take the initiative to attack, so the danger is not high. I need to get closer so that I can observe and get more information. Yes, it might be dangerous if you get close. Be careful. We will escort you there. Feng Heng gestured to the barbarians behind him. Wangnut waved his hand, and the barbarians controlled the giant falcon to lower their altitude and prepare to land. Soon, Kaiyu Yokeng and the others followed him and jumped down from the sky. A black, round-shaped object lay quietly at the bottom of the pit. At first glance, it did not seem dangerous. Feng Heng tried to walk toward the center of a deep pit. The game prompt immediately appeared on his retina. Ding! The player has entered a special area. A large number of unknown high-concentration infection sources have been discovered in the current environment. Player, please be careful. Ding! A similar infection source has been detected in the player's body. The player is highly immune to this infection effect, but the player will still be affected by the negative infection effect. Please be careful, Looking at the game notification, Feng Heng felt strange. He was clearly immune to the plague aura, so why was there still a notification? So the source of infection wasn't the plague aura? Feng Heng could not help but slow down his pace. He glanced at the infected tree branch on the mission attributes and waited for his teammates to follow behind him. Mojai Ai and Zhao Lingfeng received an infection warning as soon as they approached the area. They took dozens of steps forward, but when they saw the soaring infection index, they immediately dared not move forward. They obediently retreated and stopped at the edge of the deep pit. Warren and the rest of the mages from the Mage Association also sensed the danger ahead. They activated their defensive shields and tried to walk forward for more than 100 meters before stopping. The barbarians carried the infection and followed Feng Heng forward for more than 200 meters. When they realized that the black cuticle on their bodies had dissolved, they did not dare to continue and retreated one by one. Feng Heng, this is all I can do. The rest is up to you. Go up and check. It's best if you can find a way to get some samples back. Yes. Feng Heng nodded and looked at his character stats window again. After confirming that the increase in the infection index was still within the controllable range, he continued to walk toward the log, until he arrived in front of the round log. Feng Heng carefully examined the round wood. The black log lay quietly on the ground. At first glance, it looked like a very ordinary piece of rotten wood. Its surface was a little black and charred as if it had been burned by fire. He could not sense any danger from it. This thing was the true form of an abyssal demon? What had happened to it? Feng Heng temporarily suppressed his doubts and took out the sample collector from his backpack. He slowly approached it, ready to find a way to collect some samples first. Kai. Just as his hand was about to reach the log, a fine net structure suddenly extended from the seemingly ordinary log. What the hell? The structure slowly approached Feng Heng's hand. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively shivered and quickly withdrew his right hand. After losing its senses, The net structure immediately shrank back into the log and returned to its charred black appearance. Kaiyu Yokang, who was standing about 100 meters behind Feng Heng, also noticed what had just happened. His eyes narrowed. This life form was too strange. It was simply unheard of. Feng Heng. It also has biological activity. It might be able to sense the virus in your body, or it might simply be able to sense the existence of living things. For safety reasons, it's best not to be touched by it. Feng Heng turned his head and cast a puzzled look at Kaiyu Yaokang, who was not far behind him. Biological activity? What did he mean? So? What should he do now? Kaiyu Yaokang stared at the black log not far away and thought for a moment before continuing his analysis. If my analysis is correct, the creature in front of you is the original body of the ancient demonic seed. It has yet to awaken its consciousness and only has the instinct to survive. 1349 Reckless. I think in the beginning, the initial form of the demonic seed went through some fortuitous encounters. Perhaps in order to survive better, the demonic seed fused with the power of foulness and from there formed the abyssal demon. Now that the power of foulness in the current environment has been absorbed by the sacred tree, the abyssal demon is greatly restrained. In order to survive, the demonic seed has instinctively mutated again, changing its current state and abandoning its original fusion with the power of foulness. Kaiyu Yaokang concluded, so, the round-shaped object in front of you should be a more primitive version of the demonic seed virus. Feng Heng finally understood and asked, and then? What should I do? How can we get rid of it? Don't get close. This kind of unstable mutation is too dangerous. You can try using your blood. Kaiyu Yaokang looked at Feng Heng and said in a deep voice, your blood has a strong restraining ability against creatures of the same origin. Try and see if your blood has any effect and can weaken its power. That's right. Blood. After Kaiyu Yaokang's reminder, Feng Heng also understood. He nodded and raised his right hand high up in the air, then slashed his right wrist with a knife. Blood dripped down his wrist. Kai. Buzz. The moment the blood came into contact with the round log, there was a violent reaction. Ripples appeared on the log as if it was dripping on water. At the same time, it made a sizzling sound. In just an instant, the log returned to its original state. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. Just as he felt that this move did not seem to work, a line of game prompts appeared on his retina. Ding. The player has used a special method to attack the abyssal demon. Ding. Judgment in progress. The capital of the empire, Atama. Speed up. We're almost there. Hold on a little longer. Looking at the towering city walls that were gradually revealed in front of them, Zhao Yun gritted his teeth and urged the team to move forward again. In front of them, the city gates of the empire's main city, Atama, gradually opened. Two beautifully decorated light cavalry rushed over from the city. They walked to the front of the army and shouted at the army, Commander Zhao Yun. His Majesty has a secret order. Please listen to my orders immediately. Zhao Yun cupped his fists and urged, speak. Hearing this, Zhao Yun frowned and immediately exchanged glances with Gernot, the arbitrator of the Council of Elders. They both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Did Tang Wu already make arrangements in the main city? Was that why he had them rush back to Atama? Was this a trap? In order to lure the enemy into a trap, he did not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of so many elite soldiers of the Empire. How ruthless. But what kind of trap was it? He could even completely eliminate the pursuers brought by Tang Minayu? Zhao Yun frowned, feeling that something was wrong. The messenger urged, Commander, hurry up and receive the order. Yes. Yes. At this point, Zhao Yun could only suppress the suspicion and unhappiness in his heart. He waved his hand, all armies, listen up and follow me into the city. Yes. The war horses neighed as the army quickly entered the city. At the back, Yannick led the team of players in pursuit of Zhao Yun and the others. Yannick had been maintaining a specific rhythm in her pursuit. They wouldn't be too slow and let Zhao Yun's army run away, nor would they force them into a desperate fight. They would slowly nibble away at the enemy's effective strength at the smallest cost. When they reached the city of Atama, Yannick noticed that Zhao Yun's army no longer sent people to stop them. Instead, they sped up and rushed into the capital city of the empire, Atama. She felt uneasy. The situation didn't seem right. Atama City was the empire's last line of defense. It was even the capital city, so it should be heavily guarded. But now, it seemed that the city's defense was extremely weak. Was he luring the enemy in? Thinking about the strange behavior of Zhao Yun's army, Yannick became even more suspicious. She chose to be cautious and immediately ordered the players to gather, and then she commanded the team to move forward slowly. Soon, the upper echelons of the various guilds gathered together to discuss. Li Zhu's team has already analyzed the feasibility of the battle. There aren't many troops gathered in the city. I am afraid Tang Wu has already given up. This is our chance. We can take the city by force and take it away in one wave. No, the Empire's army isn't mobilized, but it doesn't mean that there's no danger. I heard that Tang Wu's strange behavior hasn't been discovered in the city. It's very likely that he's already left at Tama in advance. We can't rule out the possibility that he's set a trap in the city. What kind of trap can be set up in such a short time? Do you think they can kill us all? You can't say that. If we suffer great losses, even if we forcefully attack the city. The situation in the city ahead was unclear. The players quickly split into two camps and discussed in low voices. Ed hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and interrupted. Everyone, now is the best time to attack. There's no time to continue discussing. Any decision has risks. If we delay any longer, I am afraid Tang Wu will transport the Empire's holy artifact elsewhere. That's right. Everyone's worries are reasonable. However, we don't have time to make more detailed plans now. Yannicka nodded in agreement. She gathered everyone's attention and said in a deep voice, we need to make a decision immediately whether to attack or defend. Faced with such a major decision, everyone fell silent and then turned to look at Tang Minayu. The leader of the Empire, Tang Minayu, was the only one who was most suitable to make this decision. Tang Minayu was a little hesitant when she saw this. She couldn't help but look at the towering city wall in front of her. Trap? It did look like it. Tang Minayu pursed her lips and couldn't make up her mind. Choose one out of two. Which one was better? Tang Minayu became even more hesitant. She thought that this decision was of great importance. If only Fang Heng was here for such a troublesome matter. Right, if Fang Heng was here, what would he choose? Tang Minayu's eyes immediately became determined when she thought of Fang Heng. There was no need to ask. Fang Heng's answer would definitely be enough. Who cares? Greed. Tang Minayu immediately said in a deep voice, everyone, listen to my command and attack together. Seize Atama. Attack. Yes. The player teams were excited. They agreed in unison and rushed into the city again. At this time, in the Imperial City, Zhao Yun left his soldiers to rest outside the inner city. He was led by a guard into the inner city. Along the way, the scene he saw in the royal family made him somewhat suspicious. What was going on? Only a few dozen guards remained with the royal family. 1,350 defection led by several guards, Zhao Yun entered the hall. Zhao Yun's gaze swept across the empty hall and then looked at the empty throne. He couldn't help but frown and ask, where is His Majesty? The guards on both sides of the hall had stern expressions. One of the Empire's messengers took 2 steps forward, facing Zhao Yun, and said in a deep voice, His Majesty has an order, please listen to it, Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun coldly looked at the messenger. The messenger suddenly quivered and said, His Majesty has ordered that Great General Zhao Yun should immediately return the nation's holy weapon to the inner hall. After that, guard the inner hall until the rebel army arrives. There must be no mistakes. Zhao Yun's heart sank. At this moment, no matter how stupid he was, he realized that something was wrong. His expression became even colder as he said in a deep voice, where is His Majesty? Ask him to come out and see me. The guards still had serious expressions on their faces as they looked at Zhao Yun, but no one answered. I will say it one last time. Zhao Yun could no longer contain the anger in his heart and shouted angrily, where's Tang Wu? Tell him to come out and see me. Seeing this, the guards on both sides drew their weapons and surrounded Zhao Yun. They looked at him warily. Zhao Yun. Calling His Majesty by his name, are you trying to betray your country? Zhao Yun's eyes were cold, and he didn't say a word. He slowly drew his long sword. All of you can leave. I will speak to Commander Zhao alone. Seeing that both sides were about to start fighting, a voice came from behind. Ding Shixiu slowly walked out from behind the curtain beside the throne. Zhao Yun looked at Ding Shixiu. After not seeing him for a day, Ding Shixiu seemed to have aged by decades. Where is His Majesty? Ding Shixiu shook his head and replied, there's no need to look for him. His Majesty has already left the royal family and the city. Gone? Hey, coward. Zhao Yun's pupils contracted as the anger in his heart intensified. He had sacrificed his comrades to buy time for the Empire, but now? What did Tang Wu do? What else could he do besides escape? Where was the ambush? I've already lured Tang Minayu and the others into the main city. They will be here soon. Ambush? Where's the ambush he told me about? Ding Shixiu glanced at Zhao Yun, his face expressionless. He nodded and said, follow me. Zhao Yun frowned and followed Ding Shixiu into the backyard behind the hall. Seeing the scene in the backyard, Zhao Yun was startled. In the middle of the backyard, a holy light barrier appeared. Inside the barrier, a thick black plague aura filled the entire area. A black plague aura rose from the center of the ruins in the distance. What the hell? The inner seal of the sealed abyss had been broken. When did this happen? Shocked, Zhao Yun turned to look at Ding Shixiu. Ding Shixiu's face was still indifferent. You guys actually. Zhao Yun immediately came to his senses and turned back to look at the holy light barrier in front of him, his fists tightly clenched. Just relying on the external layer of the holy light barrier would not be able to withstand the plague aura for a long time. The golden barrier was already showing signs of cracking, and it kept emitting cracking sounds. Zhao Yun finally understood. He had underestimated Tang Wu's cold-bloodedness. Including him, everyone in the army was someone Tang Wu could use. They had become abandoned pawns in Tang Wu's hands. Zhao Yun, as you can see, the seal in the center of the royal family has been broken by Tang Wu's order. The outer layer of the holy light seal can't stop the plague aura for too long. While there is still time, take your people and leave. Before you leave, place the country's holy weapon in the ancestral dragon temple. Ding Shixiu looked at the light screen in front of him and said in a deep voice, there's still time. Zhao Yun clenched his fists tightly, the anger that he had been suppressing all this time could no longer be suppressed. He sneered, hey, Tang Wu, he really has a good plan. Ding Shixiu already had a premonition that Zhao Yun would give such an answer. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart and continued, I've already brought His Majesty's orders. The holy light barrier has already begun to shatter. You still have some time. Take care of yourself. Idiot. Are you still willing to follow such a person? Seeing that Ding Shixiu did not answer, Zhao Yun gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, such trash is not worthy of my loyalty. After saying that, Zhao Yun turned around and strode out of the back hall. Outside the inner city walls of the imperial city, the fleeing soldiers finally had some time to catch their breath. Many soldiers simply sat on the ground and rested. All of a sudden, a loud explosion sounded. The royal guards and the Empire's army soldiers all stood up and looked in the direction of the city gate. Zhao Yun's face was ashen as he hurriedly walked out of the city gates. Listen up, guards. Everyone else, listen up. Tang Wu had already destroyed the abyss seal in the center of the city. There's a large amount of plague aura now, and it will erupt soon. What? This news made everyone's expression change. Gernot and Ovian, the president of the Alchemy Society, looked at Zhao Yun in surprise, wanting to confirm if what he said was true. But why? Why did Tang Wu do this? Zhao Yun immediately explained everything. Tang Wu used us as bait to lure Tang Minayu into the city. He wanted to annihilate us and Tang Minayu in the outbreak of the plague aura. Zhao Yun couldn't suppress the anger in his eyes. Tang Wu abandoned us a long time ago. A person like him doesn't deserve to be the emperor of the empire. If you're willing, come with me. If you're unwilling, go your separate ways. We will part ways here. The empire soldiers in the troop were still at a loss when they heard the news. What was going on? Were they abandoned by empire's royal family just like that? What followed was all sorts of sadness, resentment, and finally, incomparable anger. They had gone through many obstacles along the way and sacrificed their lives for the empire, but in the end, they were abandoned? Gernot was so angry that his lips were trembling. A scum like Tang Wu is not worthy of our loyalty. Let's kill our way out together. Let's go. Zhao Yun waved his hand and immediately led the furious soldiers to charge out. The situation in the city was too chaotic. Seeing that Zhao Yun had led the army to retreat, the president of the Alchemy Society, Ovian, and the others immediately followed. Zhao Yun had just led his army towards the exit of the outer city when he coincidentally met a team of over 20 players. The two sides collided face to face. Before Zhao Yun could say anything, the face of the team leader changed drastically. Without saying anything, she made a hand gesture and the players scattered in all directions as if they had seen a ghost. The players who participated in this battle all knew how powerful Zhao Yun and the others were, so they didn't dare to die in vain. They quickly scattered and fled while sending out warning signals. 1351 An explosion. Seeing this, Zhao Yun frowned and didn't say anything more. He continued to lead his team out of the city. The players immediately took action after receiving the news of the exact location of Zhao Yun's army. Li Zu's team immediately calculated the route of Zhao Yun's team based on the information they gathered. The online players followed Li Zu's analysis and rushed to the area where Zhao Yun's team was heading. After receiving the news, Yunika, Ed, and the others blocked a main road in the city in advance. They soon saw Zhao Yun's main team rushing over from the back of the street. They had finally found them. Yunika sized up the Empire's army behind Zhao Yun. If she was not mistaken, the layers of protection behind them were the Empire's holy weapon, the unfair scale. Tang Minayu's eyes flashed with greed. A holy weapon. This was a genuine holy weapon. If she could obtain it and sell it for money. Ed and the others also had solemn expressions on their faces, and they were all on high alert. This was the last battle. The leader of the Empire's royal guards, Zhao Yun, the president of the Alchemy Society, the leader of the Empire's Mage Guild, and many other people in the army were difficult to deal with. There were still many unanswered questions in the players' hearts. Why did Zhao Yun choose this place to be the main battlefield? Moreover, the security of the entire city was several times laxer than he had imagined. Tang Wu hadn't appeared yet. Could it be that he had other plans? Seeing that Zhao Yun's army was in a hurry and didn't maintain any formation, they seemed to be too careless. In fact, Zhao Yun and the others even carried the Empire's holy weapon with them. Under such circumstances, wasn't it better to use the ancestral dragon temple to activate the power of the holy weapon again? Yannicka was not careless at all. She was on guard against the possible traps that the enemy might have and signaled for everyone to prepare for battle. In front of them, Zhao Yun appeared at the front of the group. He waved his hand, signaling the group behind him to stop moving forward. Then, he strode forward alone and knelt down on one knee facing Tang Minayu, shouting, "Your Highness Minayu, Tang Wu is cruel and heartless. Zhao Yun and the royal guards are willing to surrender. Please accept us." What? The player team that was preparing to engage in a fierce battle with Empire's army was dumbfounded when they heard this. Surrender? They had already prepared for the final battle, yet Zhao Yun suddenly led everyone to surrender. What was even stranger was that there were people from the various feudal lords in the army behind Zhao Yun. There were even people from the Alchemy Society, the Empire's Council of Elders, the Holy Court, and the Empire's mages. Although this group of people did not kneel down to express their loyalty, they did not have any intention of becoming enemies with them. What was going on? Yannicka was also a little confused. She looked at them with deep doubt in her eyes. It was too strange. Was it a trap? Was this necessary? Tang Minayu was also very confused and couldn't help but look up at Zhao Yun. She had a vague feeling that Zhao Yun was plotting something in secret, so she asked tentatively, "Get up and talk. Where's Tang Wu?" Zhao Yun immediately stood up, his face filled with anxiety as he reported, "Your Highness, Tang Wu has destroyed the seal that sealed the abyssal demon in the Imperial City and has already escaped in advance. We have also been deceived by him. The external seal that the Holy Court left to resist the Plague War will soon be broken. At that time, the Plague War will definitely spread. Your Highness, please retreat from the city immediately. I will explain the details to you." Tang Minayu was stunned and immediately looked at the players beside her. So that was how it was. It was the seal. Realization dawned on Yannicka. This was indeed a trap. Everyone had already guessed it before, but they did not expect Tang Wu to be so ruthless. He actually chose to break the seal of the abyssal demon. It was a suicidal move. If what Zhao Yun said was true, the Plague War would cause devastating damage to the entire Atama. The Plague War would even spread to the entire continent and drag the entire continent into a crisis. As for Zhao Yun's entire army, they were acting as bait to lure them into the trap. As such, it was reasonable for Zhao Yun to betray him in anger after realizing that he had been abandoned. Several thoughts flashed through Tang Minayu's mind, and she immediately understood the whole situation. She immediately shouted, "All teams, listen up. Retreat immediately." Although there were still some doubts about this matter, Tang Minayu had no time to think about it now. Their lives were more important. Retreat first. The player team and Zhao Yun's team flew out of the city. Before they reached the exit of the city, Tang Minayu felt a slight tremor from the ground under her feet. Not good. Just as this thought rose in her mind, a violent explosion sounded beside her ear. Boom. The ground shook violently. In the center of the Imperial City, a thick black aura soared into the sky and then suddenly exploded. The plague aura quickly spread in all directions. A black patch quickly covered the surroundings. Retreat. Yannicka's forehead was covered in a layer of cold sweat as she shouted. This was bad. She didn't expect Tang Wu to be so vicious. The violent plague aura spread, leaving no survivors in the entire city. Zhao Yun's army was a sacrifice, and so were they. Everyone could already feel death approaching. They were about to be swallowed by the plague aura. The players ran as fast as they could, even though they knew that it was meaningless to run away when the plague aura spread. The aura spread out even faster, quickly overshadowing the fleeing players and Empire's army. Ding, you have entered a special environment and are affected by a special effect. Your infection index is increasing. Please be careful, eh? What was going on? As they ran, the players who were prepared to die suddenly realized that something was wrong. They found that it seemed to be alright. Although they were all affected by the plague aura effect, after careful observation, they realized that the infection index in the character attribute pain was not increasing very quickly. It wasn't just them. The teammates beside them seemed to be still alive and kicking. The plague aura that everyone was terrified of didn't seem to have much of an effect. The players were surprised to find that after the first wave of the spread of the plague aura, the surrounding plague aura seemed to quickly calm down and dissipate into the air. Soon, the players at the front had left through the open city gates, leaving Atama completely. They realized that their infection index had stopped increasing without them realizing it. It had even begun to slowly decrease and recover. What was going on? The players were puzzled and could not help but turn around to look at the center of the city again. The black plague aura that rose from the center of the imperial city had gradually spread out in all directions, and then gradually faded. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. Gone? Was it over just like that? What happened to the promised destruction of the seal and the outbreak of the plague aura? Just like that? Loud thunder but little rain? 1352 squib. It was a good thing that they had narrowly escaped death, but everyone felt an indescribable strangeness in their hearts as if they had been played. He almost scared himself to death. Behind the players, Zhao Yun and the others who were retreating from the city also had a look of suspicion in their eyes. The president of the Alchemy Society, Ovian, was even more confused. They had all personally participated in the construction of the outer layer of the Plague Aura's holy light barrier. Back then, the Plague Aura in the center of the Imperial City was terrifyingly dense. Once it leaked out, the entire Imperial City would definitely be completely annihilated. Why did it look like? It seemed that the effect was really ordinary. Why did the strength of the Plague Aura suddenly drop so much? Ed and the others could not help but look at each other, seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. What exactly happened? What was going on? So Tang Wu made a mistake? Squibs? How could they encounter such a good thing? A player immediately offline and contacted Li Zu's team. After analyzing all the information, he hurriedly went online to report. Everyone, Li Zu's team has analyzed the situation after gathering all the information. They believe that the weakening of the seal on the Plague Aura in Atoma City is an intentional arrangement by Lord Feng Heng. What? Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and they could not help but have 10,000 questions in their hearts. Feng Heng? Was it related to him? Wasn't he still in Lincoln City? How could he arrange this from thousands of miles away? Did he open his heavenly eye? It's like this. A few hours ago, Lord Feng Heng, together with the Mage Association and the barbarian blood priests, tried and successfully brought the abyssal demon out of the underground seal in advance. The sealed area below the Imperial City connected to the underground abyss where the abyssal demon was originally sealed. As the abyssal demon has already been transferred out of the underground abyss, and a large portion of the Plague Aura in the abyss has been cleared by Lord Feng Heng and Mr. Warren in advance. The player who reported the situation felt as if he was making up a story. His throat rolled as he looked at the group of players who were a little stunned and continued to explain. Therefore, even if the seal in the Imperial City is removed, the strength of the remaining Plague Aura has been greatly reduced, so it can't cause fatal damage to us. Everyone listened to his explanation and could not help but slowly open their mouths. Then, they fell silent again. They roughly understood the cause and result of the matter. It seemed very reasonable and reliable. But how did Feng Heng do it? Could it be that he had already predicted that Tang Wu was going to use the power of the Plague Aura to set up the trap and would still choose to fight to the death? Such a method and arrangement were a little too terrifying. Alright, even if he had calculated it in advance, what method did he think of to transfer the abyssal demon out? Wait, where was the abyssal demon now? Could it be that he was already thinking of a way to deal with the abyssal demon? No way. Ed scratched his head. He felt that he had already participated in the main mission, but it was as if he was completely out of sorts. He had the illusion that his teammates were already fighting the final boss, and he was still fighting with the guards on the way. Hearing their conversation, Zhao Yun couldn't help but be stunned. Everything was going according to Lord Feng Heng's plan? Even Tang Wu's reaction was within expectations? Did he know everything just because he was here? Was that person really that terrifying? The president of the Alchemy Society, Ovian, suddenly reacted after the initial shock. He looked at the player in disbelief and shouted, "What did you just say? The seal of the abyssal demon had been broken? Was he crazy? Where is the abyssal demon? Does he know how much damage the abyssal demon will cause to this continent after it escape? All of us will be destroyed." The player looked at Ovian and didn't say anything. What was there to be afraid of? Wasn't everything fine now? Mojai glanced at Ovian indifferently and said, "What's the rush? If Lord Feng Heng could release the abyssal demon, he naturally has a way to deal with it. He might have already started preparing for it. You should think about your own problem first. Do you want to pledge loyalty to Her Highness Minayu or?" Mojai wanted to check on the condition of the Empire's divine weapon that Zhao Yun had escorted along the way. Suddenly, the saint mark on his forehead lit up, and several lines of game notifications appeared on his retina. Ding! The player's party has successfully killed the abyssal demon. The player's mission Eliminate Evil has been completed. The player's trial score has increased to SSS. The player has received an additional 72 hours of trial time. Ding! The player has completed the final stage. Ding! Comprehensive judgment. Player's contribution in killing the abyssal demon is less than 5%. The player will receive the lowest level reward. Player will receive an SS plus level reward. Ding. Player completed Saint. Moji. I was not the only one who received the game notification. The other players present also received the game notification, but it was different. All of a sudden, they saw a game notification. All the players stood in place and carefully checked the game log to read the game description in detail. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The mission was completed? They had already entered the reward stage? Ed rubbed his eyes, not sure if he was seeing things. He raised his head and looked at the people around him in confusion, wanting to confirm this. The abyssal demon had been dealt with just like that? Was it Feng Heng? What exactly happened? He didn't seem to have any sense of participation. Everything had been settled and ended here. For a moment, Ed found it strange that he didn't feel much joy. Instead, he had a strange feeling. How did the mission end so quickly? What did Feng Heng do? Yannicka was also a little confused when she saw the game notification. It had ended? She had thought that this would be a protracted battle that had just begun. The battle against the abyssal demon would be the next. She did not expect it to end so quickly. Such a strong start but a weak finish? Tang Minayu also saw the game notification, and her face was flushed with excitement. He won. He actually won so easily. The feeling of winning was too good. Feng Heng, that guy, was really a reliable teammate. He had completed the main mission without anyone noticing. The results of the trial mission had already popped out. Their completion rate for this trial had already reached the SSS level. SSS level. It meant that she would receive a huge reward after she left the trial. Tang Minayu's heart was beating wildly. The SSS level of the trial was a ceiling that no one had ever reached before. How generous would the rewards be? Tang Minayu couldn't help but start fantasizing, and a smile appeared on her face. Your Highness Minayu, we. Tang Minayu came back to her senses when she heard someone calling her softly. When she saw that everyone nearby was looking at her, she immediately put away the smile on her face. 1353 random no. He still had to remain serious. The trial was not over yet. There were still more benefits that he had yet to reap. There were still 3 days left in the game, and he had been rewarded with another 3 days for killing the abyssal demon. 6 whole days. These 6 days, Feng Heng had been the one who stayed behind to get benefits for her. Not a single day could be wasted. He immediately thought of a way to get some benefits. The identity of the heir of the empire was still very useful. This game had to continue. That's right. The holy weapon. The empire's holy weapon. First, take down the empire and see if he can sell it for a good price. Tang Minayu was excited and immediately said, let's clean up the imperial city first. Zhaoyan, is the empire's holy weapon well preserved? I want to check immediately. After Li Zu's team received the news that the abyssal demon had been exterminated, the entire meeting room instantly fell silent. There was a full 2 minutes of silence. Everyone was still in a state of extreme tension just now. Suddenly, they were told that they had won and that it was over. Wasn't there still the final battle to deal with the abyssal demon? For this reason, the entire operation team worked around the clock, and the information alone filled the entire warehouse. Now, he suddenly told them that it was gone. Everything was over? How did he win? Why did he win? No one knew. It was too easy to win. The players did not feel the satisfaction of winning a difficult battle. They even felt that it was a little surreal and that there might be a mistake. Was it possible that the abyssal demon was still alive? However, the game notification had already appeared, and this speculation was rejected. Feng Heng's plan is complete. Li Zu muttered to herself. She was the first to adjust her state of mind. She looked at her assistant and whispered, contact Zhao Lingfeng. She must know about the situation with Lord Feng Heng. Ask her to think of a way to log off immediately and make a brief report. Also, gather the higher-ups of the various game guilds. We need to hold an emergency meeting immediately. The assistant looked excited as she said, yes. In the forest of the Land of Plague, blood was still dripping down Feng Heng's fingers and onto the black log. The parts of the black log that were touched by the blood seemed to melt, and the outer skin slowly receded, until a black flocule at the bottom was revealed. PFFT. With an extremely soft muffled sound, the black log underwent a drastic change. The outer layer quickly faded away layer by layer as if it was molting. What? Feng Heng was shocked. The speed at which the outer layer of the log faded was too fast for him to react. When he looked again, there was only a small black flock left where the black log was. What was going on? Feng Heng looked at the cotton-like items curiously. Just as he was hesitating whether he should touch them, a series of game prompts flashed across his retina. Ding. The player has dealt unknown damage to the abyssal demon. Ding. You have successfully killed the abyssal demon. Ding. The player has successfully completed the Inheritance Oath of the Saint of Alchemy. Player's basic intelligence plus 10, ding. You have successfully killed the Abyssal Demon. Your overall kill contribution has exceeded 80%. You have received additional 12 pieces of Tier 3 mutation crystals, ding. The player's current mission Eliminate Evil has been completed. Combined with the player's contribution, the player's trial score has been raised to SSS+, highest level. The player has received an additional 72 hours of trial time, ding. The player has completed the final stage of the trial mission. The player will not trigger any subsequent related trial missions. The player can choose to exit the trial immediately. The remaining trial time can be calculated according to other rewards. The player can continue the trial, but the trial score may still be affected, ding. The player has killed the final boss of the realm, intermediate, for the first time in the current world. The player's contribution to the kill has exceeded 80%. The player has obtained the final coordinates of the world and can attempt to fuse and occupy the world, ding. The player has killed the final boss of the realm, intermediate, for the first time in the intermediate world and has a killing contribution of more than 80%. The player can choose one of the 3 random SS plus 2 SSS level rewards. All players can only trigger this reward once. Feng Heng's eyes lit up, and his heart was filled with excitement. The rewards had arrived. Just as he had guessed, after killing the Abyssal Demon, he would be able to upgrade the trial mission to SSS plus and also get the reward of killing the boss. Draw. Ding. Random reward being drawn, ding. Drawing complete. Please choose one of the following skills. Random reward 1, SSS, skill Void Body. Random reward 2, SS plus, equipment Fearless Armor, Soul Equipment. Random reward 3, SSS, item Talisman from the Abyss, bound after equipping. Feng Heng quickly checked the 3 random options and first eliminated the second option. It was an equipment type item. Judging from its name, it was a defensive type item. The worst thing was that it was only an SS plus level item. It was likely not as good as the other 2 SSS level rewards. As for option 1 and option 2, Feng Heng hesitated for a moment. There was no specific description of the 2 random rewards, only the names of the rewards. Therefore, he could only roughly determine the contents of the rewards from the names. Very quickly, Feng Heng made his decision. The first option. Skill, Void Body. It looked like a body-strengthening passive skill. For Feng Heng, between skills and tools, he was more inclined to choose skills. If he chose a skill, his zombie clone could also passively master it. If he chose a tool, only he could use it, and he could not share it with the zombie clone. Apart from that, judging from the name alone, the Void Body might be related to spatial spells. Feng Heng muttered in his heart. I choose the Void Body. Ding. Player has chosen skill Void Body. Skill, Void Body, level 1. Description: an ancient spawn that roams the galaxy. They are born to resist the erosion of the void and possess the ability to roam the void. Description: this skill can be upgraded to level 50. Skill effect 1, the ability to travel through the void greatly increases your physique. Every time you level up, you will receive an additional 2 points of physique and 0.5 points of strength. Skill effect 2, you have an extremely high resistance to dangers in the void. You will not be affected by negative effects such as void compression, void black hole, and void tunnel when you travel in the void. Skill effect 3, you have a deeper understanding of the void. When you use spatial skills, the effect of the skills will increase by current skill level 0.5%. Skill effect 4, when attacked, you can sense in advance and use void refraction to avoid the attack. There is a 0.3 current skill level % chance of reflecting all attacks into the void to avoid the attack. AO attacks will not trigger this skill effect. 1354 Brilliant Crystal. Feng Heng looked at the skill description, and a satisfied expression slowly appeared on his face. Good stuff. Regardless of what the so-called void was, the effects of the void body were all simple and unadorned. Feng Heng counted with his fingers. If he raised his skill to the maximum level, he would receive an additional 100 points of physique, 25 points of strength, a 25% increase in spatial spell effects, and 15% evasion of all attacks. As for the so-called ability to travel through the void, Feng Heng was still a little confused. It didn't matter. Just the other 3 skill effects were worth it. Of course, there was one more thing that puzzled Feng Heng. The void body skill can be upgraded to level 50. But how could he level up this skill? Let others beat him up? And then passively trigger void refraction to dodge? Feng Heng had the urge to let zombie clones fight each other right now. Forget it. Now that he lacked the undying body skill effect, the zombie clones would die easily. It was better to wait until he exited the trial. After confirming that the option of choosing 1 out of 3 was not a trap, Feng Heng closed the game log and continued to look down. After the Abyssal Demon's death was confirmed in-game, It dropped 12 pieces of Tier 3 mutation crystal. Feng Heng waved his hand and kept the mutation crystals in the mark on the back of his hand. This was enough. He had already obtained the Tier 3 mutation crystals required for the next level up. If he wanted to level up, he still needed the Tier 2 mutation crystal. It was only a matter of time before he finished collecting them. Feng Heng continued to look down. Next to the cotton-like black residue was a purple oval crystal. The crystal was the size of a palm and emitted a colorful light. It was lying quietly beside the black flocks. It should have been dropped after killing the abyssal demon. It looked like a diamond, but the color was a little strange. Could this thing be? Looking at the crystal, Feng Heng suddenly thought of something. His pupils constricted, and his heart unconsciously beat a few times. He immediately reached out and touched the purple diamond. A game notification appeared on his retina. Ding! Player has obtained an item: brilliant crystal, unidentified, item, brilliant crystal, unappraised. Description: resplendent and gorgeous crystal that seems to possess extremely powerful abilities, an unknown item. This item needs to be appraised before it can be used. There was no mistake. This was it. The brilliant crystal. In the game, players could upgrade their talent skills a second time after reaching level 30, or they could have multiple chances to randomly draw talents again. To the players, this was their only chance to change their fate. Feng Heng did not know the specific rules for the talent upgrade and redrawing, but he was sure that the brilliant crystal was a necessary item to trigger the level 30 talent evolution. The brilliant crystals were also graded. According to Feng Heng's memory, the lowest grade of brilliant crystals was black, followed by gray, and then white. A blue crystal had once appeared on the forum and was auctioned off for a sky-high price. At that time, it had even triggered a heated discussion on the forum. The players in the elementary game could not come into contact with such high-level items, but this did not stop them from joining in the fun. They were really popular for a while. Feng Heng reached out and gently stroked the purple crystal. The level of this purple crystal was obviously higher than the purple crystal that had been hyped up to a sky-high price on the forum. As for how to use the brilliant crystal, he did not know yet. Perhaps the mission would only give him a hint after he officially upgrade to level 30. Feng Heng couldn't help but feel more eager to level up. The second upgrade of his talent was extremely important. Many players did not have a high overall rating for their talent skills, but after the second upgrade, there would be a qualitative change. The effect of his zombie clone was the highest level effect. During the first upgrade, Feng Heng spent a lot of effort to raise the skill to a new level. Naturally, he could not miss out on the second upgrade. Pursue the ultimate. He wanted to see how much his talent could increase. After returning, he would immediately prepare to level up. As he thought about it, Feng Heng put the purple crystal into his backpack and finally looked at the cotton ball on the ground. What was this? Feng Heng was puzzled and tried to reach out to touch it. As soon as his fingers touched it, the cotton-like object turned into ashes in his palm. His fingertips were stained with a dust-like dark brown. The game notification flashed on his retina. Ding! The player has discovered a special item: unknown remnant. What? Remnants? Feng Heng looked at his fingers and frowned. I am afraid it's the remnants of the demonic virus. Feng Heng couldn't help but turn his head. After the log melted, Caillou Yaoking confirmed that the virus had dissipated, so he followed Feng Heng. Caillou Yaoking took another half a step forward and squatted beside the cotton-like object. He put on gloves and carefully collected the black cotton-like substance on the ground into a glass bottle with tweezers. He continued, I can't say for sure now. I will do further tests on them when I get back. Yes, all right. Feng Heng nodded. Behind the two of them, Warren and the others slowly approached, their expressions more or less puzzled. The dangerous sword disappeared in an instant. It seemed that the abyssal demon had been eliminated. Was it that simple? There was no explosion and it was destroyed so easily. Naturally, he hoped that Feng Heng would be able to completely eliminate the abyssal demon. But Feng Heng was too young, and this seemed a little too easy. It was completely different from what they had imagined. Warren had already sensed something through Saint's mark. He looked at Feng Heng and asked in an uncertain tone, Feng Heng, the abyssal demon. It? Yes. Feng Heng looked at Warren and the others and said, thank you for your support. Fortunately, we didn't fail our mission. The abyssal demon has been completely eliminated. Did it really work? The abyssal demon was destroyed just like that? After receiving Feng Heng's confirmation, everyone immediately whispered to each other and discussed in low voices. The discussion gradually grew louder. Mojai had already confirmed this through the game notification. He was in a good mood and had just drawn an S-level skill to use. Hence, he walked to Feng Heng's side and asked softly, Feng Heng, the trial is almost over. We should go back, right? Now that the abyssal demon had been completely killed and the final boss had been taken care of, all the rewards had been obtained. The trial level had also reached the highest SSS plus level. There was no point in staying here. 1355 region upgrade, yes. Feng Heng nodded. There were still 6 days left in the trial. He could choose to stay here and reap greater benefits. It would not even be difficult for him to completely control the entire world. However, Feng Heng didn't think it was necessary. Most of the secrets of the barbarians had been explored. Moreover, the real world still faces the threat of the aura of the dead world. Before entering the trial, he had agreed with the general to stay for 7 days. It was already the 12th day, so he had to hurry back. As for the remaining resources in the barbarian world, they could be left to Tang Minayu to deal with. He believed that Tang Minayu would not disappoint him. Since he had already obtained regional spatial coordinates of the barbarian realm, he could build a teleportation channel and send the resources back. After all, the negative effect of the glass cannon on him was too unsafe. He had to hurry back. Only then would the effect of the undying body skill be restored. The last question was about Abakuya. As he thought about it, Feng Heng once again extended his spiritual perception to contact Abakuya. Feng Heng sighed helplessly after communicating with Abakuya for a while. He had no idea how he could leave this world. He had a natural resistance to spatial teleportation passages, so he was afraid that he would not be able to use ordinary teleportation passages. Forget it. The sacred tree Abakuya would stay here for now. Feng Heng felt that with the strength of this world, Abakuya should not be in danger for a short period of time. After returning to the zombie apocalypse, he would immediately upgrade the space-tearing device and return soon. At that time, he would think of a way to bring Abakuya away. Finally, he closed his eyes and thought for a moment. After confirming that he had not missed anything, Feng Heng looked at Zhao Lingfeng, who had just rushed online and said, "Help me tell Ed that I am going back first and that I will be back soon." So fast? Zhao Lingfeng couldn't help but be startled for a moment, then immediately nodded and said, Okay, I will pass it on. Ding. The player is exiting the current trial barbarian realm. Ding. Calculating player's current status. Ding. The player's current state has been completely recovered. Entering trial score. Ding. Combining the player's individual contribution and team contribution score. Player's current trial score, SSS+. Ding. The player has successfully passed the trial. The player's current region level has increased. The player's current realm score limit has increased. Some scientific research, evolution, and energy advancement efficiency have increased. Ding. The player's current world strength limit has increased. Ding. The player has unlocked the world teleportation passage. Once the player obtains the world teleportation coordinates, the player can teleport through the single-person passage. Prerequisites must be met and the teleportation is dangerous. Ding. The zombie apocalypse region has been upgraded to an intermediate game world. Novice players will not be able to enter this world as newcomers through random methods. Ding. The player can choose to acquire or accept the transfer of the current realm position controlled by the player. Players can open the transfer and collect a portion of the processing fee. Ding. As the player has obtained SSS plus highest rank score, the player has obtained an additional reward. Ding. Players within the World Lord territory can use the teleportation passage to teleport alone, and the teleportation cost will be reduced by 80%, including King of Gods points and energy consumption. The time they can stay will be increased by 800%, the time between each trip will be reduced by 500%, and the number of items they can bring will be increased by 1000%. This effect is only limited to intermediate and below worlds. Ding. The player can record a maximum of 48 world boundary coordinate points. If the current coordinate point is full, the player can choose to delete the old coordinate point and record a new coordinate point. Ding. The player will receive 3 additional world coordinates for free. This reward will be obtained after a specific trigger. Ding. The player's current zombie apocalypse region obtained the protective effect of the novice village. Remaining protection time, 5 years. During the protection period, intermediate games and above cannot be invaded through ordinary methods. Forced invasions will be greatly weakened and players will receive warnings and additional information notifications. Ding. The player's trial time has been detected. The remaining time has been converted into King of Gods points. The player has obtained additional King of Gods points, 8,828. As a ray of light fell, Feng Heng, Kaiyu Yokang, and the others returned to the zombie apocalypse in the game world in advance. Following that, a dense stream of game notifications was refreshed. Feng Heng closed his eyes, sensing the power gradually pouring back into his body. At the same time, his spiritual perception was also rapidly shrinking. Ding. The player's current glass cannon effect has disappeared. The player has obtained the undying body effect. A moment later, Feng Heng opened his eyes again and tried to clench his fists. To put it bluntly, it was still the effect of the undying body that made him feel comfortable. Then, Feng Heng opened the game log again and looked at it carefully. The trial rewards were divided into two types. First, after passing the trial, the level of the entire zombie realm would increase, and they could fuse with more powers and withstand higher level powers. Second, the world had opened up intermediate and above single-player world teleportation. As long as players obtain the world's teleportation coordinates, they could use the channel to teleport to the world. Of course, each teleportation required the authorization of the World Lord and a processing fee. The World Lord would also take a portion of the fee as a commission, which was a considerable reward. There was also the movement of players. The zombie apocalypse had officially become an intermediate game. Players could choose to enter and exit mid-tier worlds. This option could be manually selected in the World Lord's control options. These were the normal rewards for completing the region upgrade. There were additional rewards after obtaining an SSS Plus rating. First of all, if the destination of a single teleportation was a game world that was at or below the intermediate level, the teleportation fee would be reduced, the time spent in the destination world would be increased, the number of items that could be carried would be increased, and the time between two teleportations into the same game world would be shortened. The other was the protective effect of the novice village. Thanks to this effect, the zombie apocalypse would receive 5 years of free novice period, preventing the invasion of other worlds. Of course, there was still the risk of invasion. In the end, he obtained 48 world coordinates and 3 strange world coordinates. The coordinate reward had not been triggered yet, and Feng Heng did not know how to do that. It was strange. Overall, the rewards were not bad. Feng Heng licked his lips, feeling a little disappointed. World lords such as Wei Tao and Tang Minayu had been instilling a concept into him: if he could get a trial grade, then he would receive a very awesome reward. But now, the rewards seemed to be very ordinary. 1356. The hub. Just as he was thinking about it, another game hint appeared on his retina. Ding! You are the first player in the game world to obtain an SSS Plus level trial evaluation. You have obtained a special reward item: Ultra Small Time Teleportation Hub, eh? Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. Item: Ultra Small Time Teleportation Hub, Primary Secondary, Type, Future Technological Item. Tier, Holy Weapon, Bound. Description: after using the teleportation hub, it can summon automatic construction robots to build an ultra-small time teleportation hub in the 40x40x40 area. The construction of the main and secondary buildings will take 10 minutes. The main building can only be built in the world position bound to the player. After the main and secondary buildings are completed, a two-way teleportation channel can be activated. The instant the channel is activated, a large amount of built-in energy will be consumed. Bound players and illusion-type life forms cannot enter the channel. Teleportation will consume the built-in energy source of the teleportation hub. Description: when using this item to construct a building, the player will enter a continuous casting state. This state can be interrupted. If interrupted, the durability of the teleportation hub will be greatly reduced. Description: the building cannot be disassembled or dismantled. Forcefully disassembling or dismantling will cause the building to self-destruct. Description: please pay attention to the remaining energy when using and charge it in advance. A large amount of built-in energy will be consumed during the construction and activation of the automatic construction robot. Description: current built-in energy point, 12,000 out of 5 million. Additional explanation: when the teleportation hub is attacked, its durability will be greatly reduced. When the player is determined to be completely dead, the item will be destroyed by default. Feng Heng's pupils constricted when he saw the building icon in his backpack. An interesting toy had arrived. Feng Heng immediately checked the attributes of the teleportation hub. This thing was equivalent to a portable teleportation channel that could be activated in 10 minutes. It would be much more convenient with it. Of course, there were also disadvantages. For example, he could not enter the teleportation channel after opening the channel, and there was the concept of durability. The teleportation hub was a futuristic technology, which meant that it would be troublesome to repair it. There were even special instructions that stated that it could not be disassembled. Even Victor might not be able to repair it. Feng Heng glanced at Victor. Victor saw Feng Heng looking at him and couldn't help but feel puzzled. He asked curiously, "Feng Heng? What's wrong?" "I am fine." Feng Heng closed the game log and continued, "I got something good. Let's go, I will bring you to take a look." He brought Victor and a few high-level construction engineers to the open space in the square outside the prison. Feng Heng released the time teleportation hub, main, that he had just obtained. At the same time, a loading bar appeared above Feng Heng's head. Ka-ka-ka. A soft mechanical sound rang out. Miniature robots the size of a thumb crawled out from Feng Heng's sleeves. Victor's eyes lit up when he saw the robot. A robot? It was actually so small? Was it technology from another world? The pocket-sized robots lined up in front of the open space, and light appeared from their hands. Buzz. White spots of light appeared in the air. A futuristic building appeared before everyone's eyes. Then, the phantom gradually took shape. Virtual technology? No, hyperspace transfer. The onlooking engineers had never seen such a magical construction method before, and they couldn't help but exclaim. Hyperspace building transfer technology. They had actually seen a technique that only existed in theory with their own eyes. Victor was also shocked. Pocket robots were high-end technology, and even the Veils company was only in the development stage. They encountered too many technical problems and were shelved for a while. This wasn't the end. Now, even the hyperspace transfer technology had been applied? Victor couldn't help but turn to look at Fang Heng and asked in disbelief, Fang Heng, if I am not mistaken, these technologies are already beyond our time. Where did you get them? The reward for the trial. Reward. Victor muttered. He was very interested in the building. He couldn't help but walk over and try to get closer to observe. Fang Heng maintained his channeling posture and said, special item, unable to be disassembled. Forcefully dismantling it will cause self-destruction. Be careful not to dismantle it. Okay, I understand. Victor nodded. He was a little disappointed when he heard that this thing could not be disassembled for research. If he could find a way to disassemble and research it, the scientific research level of the entire realm would definitely improve. It's fine, we won't dismantle it. Just scanning and observing it will allow our current technology to improve greatly. After waiting for a full 10 minutes, the ultra-small time teleportation hub was finally completed. Ding! The player has completed the installation of the ultra-small time teleportation hub. Ding! The player can set up an ultra-small time teleportation hub, branch, in other locations to form a channel connection with the teleportation hub, main. The teleportation hub will share energy. Fang Heng also took a few steps forward and stood beside Victor, looking up to observe. The entire building was 3 stories tall, which was bigger than he had expected. Victor, the teleportation hub needs to be charged. Can you think of a way to do that? Yes, I can. I've just seen it. There's a reserved charging port at the back end. It's more advanced. Victor nodded and couldn't help but exclaim, its core energy storage method is very advanced. With our current technology, it's not a problem to charge it, but there will be a lot of energy lost during the conversion. There's still a lot of energy accumulated in the prison during this period of time. I will get someone to start charging now. It will be completed soon. Alright. Fang Heng continued, also, the trial is over. I've already obtained the upgrade blueprint for the space-tearing device. Please complete the upgrade as soon as possible. There are still many things I have to rush over to the barbarian realm. Of course, no problem. I've already studied the blueprint. It's not difficult. Leave it to me. I will be able to finish it by tomorrow at the latest. Victor was very passionate about mechanical construction. He gave Fang Heng an okay sign and immediately called his engineers to start working. I watched from the side for a long time and was a little dazed. Seeing that the matter was mostly settled, he yawned and waved his hand, and said, Fang Heng, isn't it about time? I haven't slept for a few days in this trial. I am so tired. I have to go offline and massage my feet. Do you want to join me? Fang Heng waved his hand and replied, forget it. I don't need it. You can go alone. I am afraid I will be beaten to death by the Federation. Just as he opened the game log, he saw that the survival radio station was filled with all kinds of messages. They had agreed to only trial for 7 days, but what happened? It had already been 12 days. 1357. Keeping a low profile, he had been mumbling for too long. Almost every few minutes, someone would send a message from the survival radio to urge him. Alright then, you do your thing. I will go back first. Mojai yawned again as he spoke. He left a sleeping bag on the spot and went offline. Fang Heng watched as Mojai disappeared, then lowered his head to look at his character attribute. After this trial, he was still in a state of dissatisfaction with his own strength. Although the effects of the undying body and the everlasting moon were very strong, they were still not enough to deal with boss-level opponents in intermediate games. The things he was learning now were a little complicated. He had only learned a small part of many of them. For example, the various skills brought about by the Omniscient Eye, the Vampire King's bloodline talent that had not yet fully evolved to the highest level, the virus evolution of the zombie clone, the transfer of the sacred tree, the level 30 upgrade, and the increase in talent skills. Fang Heng felt that he needed a period of time to calm down and properly organize and improve himself. In the past, he had been pushed away by sudden emergencies. Now, he finally saw the light of day. All the troubles were about to come to an end, and he could take a breather. After he finished dealing with the matters left behind by the barbarian realm, he would go into seclusion for a period of time to settle down and transform all the messy things on him into actual combat strength. Fang Heng stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. He made up his mind to keep a low profile and not cause any more trouble. In short, he would first go offline to deal with the aura of the Death Realm. After dealing with it, he estimated that the spatial teleportation channel would be almost completed. Then, he would rush back to the intermediate barbarian world to complete the finishing touches. To be honest, the finishing touches were not simple either. First, he had to find Tang Minayu and sell all the benefits he had obtained from the trial game together with her. Then, he had to settle his own debts. Next was the sacred tree. At the current stage, the sacred tree could already alleviate the damage caused by the demonic seed virus to the barbarians' bodies. Did that mean that the sacred tree could also partially heal the curse on the vampires? Fang Heng felt that there was a high chance of success. There was also the issue of the sacred tree that could not be transplanted previously and was left in the barbarian world. It would be best if he could think of a way to transfer it back. After all, no matter how he thought about it, the barbarian world did not feel safe. In addition, the sacred tree could also open a teleportation channel to the advanced game world. Although he was not ready to head to the advanced game world immediately, he could still complete the mission first. One step at a time. He would start clearing in the real world. Fang Heng could not help but take a deep breath, roused his spirits, and chose to offline temporarily. 1.U1. In the underground world, Wei Tao and Milok looked at each other. The two people who had just woken up looked a little lost. They traveled thousands of miles to the barbarian world and worked hard to convince the leader of the barbarian race to cooperate with the humans. They also took the trouble to bring the barbarian race army to the land of plague through the underground passage as soon as possible. They encountered so much hardship along the way. It was not easy to reach the finish line. Seeing that it was midnight, they prepared to rest for a few hours and wait until dawn to set off to meet Fang Heng. They were in a deep sleep when they were woken up by a few players. Fang Heng won? He won just like that? He even received an SSS level reward for the trial mission? Why did it feel so surreal? Mikhail looked at Wei Tao and did not speak for a long time. In the beginning, when he heard that Wei Tao was prepared to forcefully enter the regional trial, he felt that this matter was not very reliable. It would be better to focus on cultivation instead. However, Wei Tao sacrificed a lot. He did not expect that Wei Tao's strength was ordinary, but he was unexpectedly good at finding a thigh. How is it? Wei Tao took a few deep breaths and stabilized his emotions. He turned his head to look at Mikhail and confirmed with him. Things went too smoothly. Wei Tao felt that he was dreaming. Mikhail moved his lips and nodded. He said, yes, indeed. We won and passed the trial. SSS level trial evaluation. Good. Wei Tao couldn't help but be excited. He whispered, okay, and clenched his fists tightly. Calm down. The safest thing to do now was to end the trial as soon as possible. It didn't matter what Fang Heng did or how he did it. Who cares? It was already beyond his expectations that he could obtain an SSS level reward for the trial. It could not be better, and he was most satisfied. A long night brings many dreams. Let's exit the game first. Seeing that Fang Heng had also logged out of the game, Wei Tao nodded and said to Mikhail, the trial score has already reached SSS level. I won't stay any longer. I will leave the trial and report to my superiors first. Go ahead. The Federation sure has a lot of things to do. Remember to pay the rest. Mikhail also waved his hand. It was obviously a very happy thing, but he couldn't be happy. He was actually a little depressed. This time, he won inexplicably. It was as if he had been lying down all the way here and did not show any of his abilities. They were both world lords, but he suddenly felt that compared to Fang Heng, he was completely useless. Don't worry. We, the Eastern Federation, have always kept our word. We won't forget your share. That's good. Remember to hurry up. Last time, it took me half a year. Mikhail ridiculed. Seeing Wei Tao quickly turn into white light and disappear on the spot before he could answer, he could not help but shake his head. After exiting the game, Wei Tao immediately entered the settlement state. When he saw the SSS level reward content of the final trial, Wei Tao was instantly extremely excited. The intermediate world teleportation time greatly increased and the time interval was greatly reduced. What did this mean? This meant that the zombie apocalypse would become more attractive to mid-level players. Other than that, there were only 3 interworld passageways that could be chosen for ordinary mid-tier worlds. There were actually 12 of them. This meant that they could connect to 12 additional game worlds. Surprise. It was really a pleasant surprise. Once players chose to join his zombie apocalypse world, they could enjoy a low teleportation cost, extra teleportation time, fewer teleportation intervals, and even 12 world teleportation channels to choose from. There was even a novice protection period of up to 5 years. If it were the 2 world lords, Mikhail and Tang Minayu, They would only need to think of a way to get a few world coordinates. At that time, they wouldn't need to do anything and would be able to earn a large number of King of Gods points. As for the Federation, Wei Tao's eyes unconsciously narrowed. They could use the teleportation channel to do more things. That plan that had been sealed for a long time. Wei Tao felt that he had vaguely seen a glimmer of hope. He needed to report to his superiors immediately. 1358 Return the Necromancer Association. In the command center of the Federation's front line, Kayuhai had not slept the entire night. He stubbed out a cigarette in his hand in frustration. When Wei Tao took Feng Heng away, he said that he would be back in 7 days. And now? It had been 13 days. There was no news at all. As he watched the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm in the sealed area continue to increase, the pressure that he felt increased day by day. In order to find Feng Heng, Kayuhai got someone to call Wei Tao every once in a while to urge him, but there was no news. This was not the most troublesome part. As the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm increased, the outer defense barrier was in danger. The upper echelons of the Eastern Federation could not sit still anymore. Some people were eager to make a move. Kayuhai frowned and looked at the latest report on the table. The Holy Court had received a recommendation from a high-ranking official of the Eastern Federation. They would arrive at noon today under the pretext of assisting the Necromancer Association in dealing with the aura of the Death Realm. This was the 5th time he had seen such a recommendation. He and the Necromancer Association had strongly opposed the previous few times. This matter had been suppressed for a long time. However, with the increase in the concentration of the Death Realm's aura, the higher-ups had lost their patience. They had given him a lot of pressure, and he could no longer avoid it. Dong dong dong. Report. There was a knock on the door. A soldier pushed the door open and entered, his eyes filled with excitement. What is it? Sir. It's Feng Heng. Feng Heng is back. Kayuhai suddenly stood up from his chair, his eyes shining brightly. He's back? When was that? Where is he? He came back half an hour ago. After Feng Heng returned, he gathered a group of people from the Necromancer Association and rushed into the Fallen Corridor. It's said that he's going to clean up the aura of the Death Realm. During this time, he even asked us to send 2 teams from the Federation to work with him. He said that he wants us to help him deal with the aura of the Death Realm and transport some supplies. Cooperate with them. Give as many people as you want. Send them as many supplies as they need. Ensure Feng Heng's safety at all costs. The soldier bowed and continued, Yes, sir. According to your previous instructions, 3 teams have been mobilized to fully cooperate with Feng Heng's operation. Well done. Kayuhai adjusted his color and continued, He's fine for now. Send someone to guard the entrance of the Fallen Corridor. Inform me immediately when he's done. If anything happens, report it to me at any time. Yes, sir. Wait. Kayuhai stopped the soldier who was about to leave and asked, Is there still no news from Wei Tao? The soldier was stunned and shook his head. He replied, We haven't received any news yet. No news? Kayuhai lowered his head and thought about it. Then, he narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, Since Feng Heng has already returned, Wei Tao should have already completed the trial. Why is there no news? Under normal circumstances, after successfully completing an extremely difficult task like a regional upgrade, the person in charge of the mission would naturally report the good news to his superiors at the first possible moment and then celebrate. Wei Tao had a calm personality, but who could be calm when they encountered such a good thing? They were old friends for many years, yet he didn't even call. Not to mention that he had been sending people to contact Wei Tao. Suddenly, Kayuhai raised his head. Could it be? Did he fail the trial this time and run into big trouble? No, with Feng Heng's ability, it was impossible. Or perhaps it was an unexpected success, so the higher-ups needed to keep it a secret? It seemed that the latter was more likely. Kayuhai shook his head and muttered to himself, TSK, he caught hold of the opportunity again. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. A sergeant walked into the room, saluted, and said in a deep voice, Commander Caillou, there's an emergency in the central command room of the eastern region of the Federation. Please participate in the online meeting immediately. Deep in the Fallen Corridor, the surroundings were filled with the cries of vengeful spirits. A full 13 days had passed, and the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm in the entire Fallen Corridor had once again increased to an extremely high level. The strength of the vengeful spirit bodies had also increased greatly. Relying on the stone slabs filled with alchemy magic arrays to open the game channel and absorb the aura of the Death Realm, the player team slowly advanced. Feng Heng followed behind the team, occasionally using the Shrine of Bones to absorb energy, muttering to himself. Holy artifact. Different from the ordinary items in the game, holy artifacts were an extremely special existence. Even after leaving the game, Feng Heng could still clearly sense the location of the holy artifacts. It was attached to his sea of consciousness. He could use it with a thought. It could be used both inside and outside the game. Currently, he had a total of 3 holy artifacts. The Book of Oaths of the Holy Faction, the Shrine of Bones of the Undead System, and the ultra-small time teleportation hub of futuristic technology. Feng Heng sensed the items in his sea of consciousness and suddenly realized something. In the past, he had relied on the power of the fusion of 3 types of energy crystals in the elementary game and then relied on the vampires to hold a ritual to open the passage between the real world and the vampire apocalypse. In short, this process was a little cumbersome. Now that he had the time teleportation hub, he could use it to achieve the same effect. However, Feng Heng glanced at the team of players who had followed him into the Fallen Corridor. There were still too many people in the real world. It was inevitable that something like a holy artifact would cause trouble if it was used openly. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Feng Heng followed the Loki plan he had previously formulated and decided to take it slow. He continued to use the alchemy array to absorb the aura of the Death Realm and replenish the energy that the Shrine of Bones had lost. Mr. Feng, we're almost there. It should be in front of us. Let's go a little further. Yes. Feng Heng nodded at Li Shoqian. Originally, Feng Heng had planned to meet Teacher Dicky as soon as he logged off and returned to the Necromancer Association. Unfortunately, it was said that repairing the seal had reached the most critical moment, and it was not convenient for Teacher Dicky to see anyone. Feng Heng then wanted to talk to Caillou Hai and see what had happened in the Fallen Corridor. He didn't expect to be blocked by Li Shoqian and Tan Shao on the way out of the Hall of the Dead. Li Shoqian seemed to have found someone to rely on as he cried to Feng Heng with snot and tears. Feng Heng quickly understood. The business that he had worked with Li Shoqian previously had fallen through. Due to the sudden leakage of the aura of the Death Realm, a large number of books of the dead that they had bought previously were piled up in the Fallen Corridor. They could not take them out at all. At that time, not only did Li Shoqian sacrifice all the capital he had accumulated over the years, but he even borrowed a lot of money from outside. 1,359 coordinates. He had originally wanted to make a huge profit with a small capital, and there was no risk at all. Who would have thought that they would be so unlucky to encounter the aura of the Death Realm leaking out? The past few days, all the debt collectors had come knocking on his door. Li Shoqian's life had been a little bitter. After learning that Feng Heng had the ability to enter the Fallen Corridor, he came to find him together with Tan Shao, hoping that Feng Heng could bring them into the Fallen Corridor when he cleared the aura of the Death Realm. At the same time, he could also escort the goods piled up in the Fallen Corridor route. Coincidentally, Feng Heng was also in debt and lacked points, so both parties hit it off. They ignored Caillou Hai and immediately organized their men to return to the Fallen Corridor to move the goods. Of course, the goods were all piled up in the depths of the Fallen Corridor. It was definitely not enough for them to break into the depths of the Fallen Corridor alone. He had to borrow the power of the Necromancer Association and the Federation. Therefore, Feng Heng quickly found Li Qinggren and formed a team of players. He then found the Federation and formed a large team to enter the Fallen Corridor in just half an hour. The party walked and stopped in the Fallen Corridor for more than 3 hours. When the guards and the seniors from the Necromancer Association who were dealing with the vengeful spirits were exhausted, they finally arrived and found the books of the dead abandoned in the depths of the Fallen Corridor. Li Shoqian and Tan Shao were overjoyed. They immediately led the Federation's toolmen to move the books of the dead. The team of necromancy players who were escorting the team also sat down to rest and recover their mental strength. The construction of the sealing magic array has reached the most critical moment in the past few days. If everything goes smoothly, the magic array will be completely repaired in 5 days. At that time, the mentors will be able to deal with the spreading aura of the Death Realm. During the break, Li Qinggren sat beside Feng Heng and said with a smile, "Also, Teacher Dicky already knows what you did in the Barbarian Realm and has praised you greatly. He has been talking about you for the past 2 days and is in a very good mood." Feng Heng was confused and asked, "Huh? Is it regarding the Barbarian Realm?" Li Qinggren saw the confusion on Feng Heng's face and explained, "Yes, necromancers are dull and like to study, but there are also a few who are eccentric and vengeful. They don't have a good impression of the Holy Court at all. This time, you completely wiped out the Holy Court in the Barbarian Realm, and these people are very satisfied with you. Other than that, you've also spread the study of necromancy on the continent. The other higher-ups of the Mage Association are very satisfied with this. It's too early to say that now. You will know in the future." Feng Heng could not help but nod. The higher-ups of the Necromancer Association knew about what happened to the barbarians. In contrast, the Holy Court was naturally clear about it. It was over. This feud had been formed. He had just said that he wanted to keep a low profile. "No, it's nothing. You've already passed the region upgrade trial this time and can enter the intermediate game world through the teleportation passage. Which intermediate world do you plan to go to for training next?" Feng Heng thought about it and nodded. He said, I haven't made any plans yet. He hadn't thought about choosing the next world yet. Currently, he was keeping a low profile. He would think about other things after dealing with the matters of the barbarian realm. As a world lord, your choices will be narrower than normal people. Feng Heng raised his head and asked in puzzlement, narrower? Why is that so? Ordinary players will be given 10 random options after entering the intermediate game. They can choose the intermediate game world they want to go to, and then they can choose to use their King of Gods points to choose again. World lords can't do this unless you're willing to give up your identity and authority as a world lord. Feng Heng frowned slightly. There was such a thing? Since he had painstakingly obtained the title of the world lord, he naturally wasn't willing to give up so easily. So there are other ways to enter the intermediate game world, right? Yes, every game world has a fixed coordinate point. The so-called coordinate point may be a mark, a rune, a necklace, a weapon, or any other form. As long as you get the coordinate point, you can enter that world through the space passage for a short time. So, shouldn't I have a wider range of choices? That's not the case. It's not easy to obtain coordinates. Most of them are one-time consumables. Most of them are obtained through missions. Moreover, the number of world coordinates that can be stored in each world is extremely limited. Feng Heng was stunned and asked, wait a minute, you said that there are very few coordinates that can be bound to each world? Li Qingren couldn't help but feel a little strange. She replied, yeah, haven't you taken a closer look? Other than the 7 danger zones, the world lords who control the mid-level game world all have 2 teleportation points. They can choose between the 2 worlds to teleport. Only 2? Feng Heng raised his eyebrows, feeling that something was amiss. Yeah? Is there anything strange about it? There are very few world lords in mid-level games. Most worlds have 2 teleportation coordinates. I've heard that there are at most 5, and I heard that it's a reward for passing some special trials. Normally 3 are already very rare. Feng Heng opened his mouth. He remembered that after upgrading the realm, he could bind to a total of 48 worlds. Now that he thought about it, it turned out that this was also the reward obtained after the SSS Plus level trial mission. There are many worlds in the intermediate game that are related to the study of necromancy. Among them, Punos is the headquarters of the study of necromancy. There are also areas related to the study of necromancy in the other 7 regions. However, the 7 regions are too dangerous. It is not recommended for you to directly enter the 7 regions to train. Feng Heng nodded. The intermediate game 7 regions. The 7 regions were the collective name of the 7 intermediate worlds in the intermediate game world. It was an extremely dangerous domain. At the same time, danger also meant wealth and opportunities. Many special events would happen in the 7 regions. Furthermore, there were all kinds of teleportation channels in the 7 regions that allow anyone to teleport between each other. The strength of a player team that could stand firm in the 7 regions was evident. Feng Heng had always wondered why so many people were targeting the 7 regions. Now, he finally understood. Other than the abundant resources in the 7 regions, there was also no other choices left. There was a limit to the number of worlds that could be teleported in each intermediate game world, and most of the world coordinates were very difficult to obtain. Therefore, most players could only focus on the 7 regions if they wanted to improve. Feng Heng pondered for a moment. Therefore, if he wanted to use the teleportation channel to go to another intermediate world, he would need to obtain the specific coordinates of that world. Currently, the only coordinates he had were the rewards he had obtained from the trial. Intermediate game the Barbarian Realm. In addition, after completing the Sacred Tree mission, he would most likely be able to obtain the coordinates of an advanced world, the World of Forests. After upgrading the teleportation channel, he could also obtain the coordinates of the 7 regions. 1360 Obtaining Li Qingren asked, how is it? Any ideas? If I am not wrong, Teacher Dicky is already helping you find Punos' coordinates. If you focus on necromancy, Punos would be a good choice. Yes, Punos. If there's a chance, I will definitely go take a look. Feng Heng nodded. He now had a total of 48 binding coordinates. The problem was not the lack of locations, but the lack of teleportation points. If he went to the main camp of the necromancy, Punos, Teacher Dicky would be there to help pave the way, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to find an opportunity to master the study of necromancy. If he wanted to increase his cultivation speed, the elementary game was no longer suitable. The intermediate level game, Punos, was a good choice. Li Qingren was in a better mood when she saw Feng Heng agree readily. She thought that Feng Heng was willing to continue developing his studies in necromancy, so she smiled and said, that's great. Instructor Dicky has always hoped that you would specialize in the study of necromancy. He will be very happy to know your choice. What about the others? Feng Heng continued to ask, is there any other way to obtain the coordinates of other game worlds? Other way? Li Qinggren frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "It's not easy. Under normal circumstances, it's very difficult to obtain the coordinates of the world boundary. The circulation is not high either. Most of the coordinates are triggered through mission mode and cannot be traded. The black market might have it, but the black market isn't very reliable. The things traded in the black market are also very likely to cause trouble. If you have a good relationship with the Federation, you can ask them." Li Shouqian and Tan Shao had just instructed the people from the Federation to load the books of the dead that were piled up in the corner. When they returned, they heard the two of them discussing the Federation. Tan Shao said, "Mr. Feng, the Central Federation holds a large-scale offline auction every month. It's a very formal channel. It's scheduled to be held in the next few days. I will ask around. If you need it, we can get you some admission tickets." "Oh? The Central Federation organized it?" Feng Heng thought that this was not bad. He had never heard of such an auction before, so there was probably a threshold to enter. If he took some time to go to the auction, he might be able to obtain more world coordinates. At that time, he would have more choices. At the same time, Tang Minayu was still trying to get some benefits from the trial of the barbarian race. Some of the high-level goods could be sold at the auction to be exchanged for King of Gods points. "Sorry to trouble you. Help me get a few tickets. I might go and take a look when I am free." "Don't be so polite. It's no trouble at all." Li Qinggren continued, "By the way, the Hall of the Dead reopened 2 days ago. Our Necromancer Association has a dedicated trading platform in the hall. You can try your luck there. There's also the library on the 3rd floor. You might be able to find some information there." Feng Heng nodded. He would go to the Hall of the Dead and the library to take a look after collecting the resources this time. At the same time, he also wanted to see if he could find any information related to the transplanting of the sacred tree in the library. The team rested for a while. When the Federation escort team moved the books of the dead onto the cart that they had prepared in advance and prepared to move it, everyone began to return the way they came. The necromancy mages continued to pour their mental strength into the alchemy stone slab, relying on the spatial rift to infuse the aura of the death realm. The whole process was organized. When the team was about to reach the exit, Li Qinggren, who was walking at the front of the team, noticed something. She raised her hand and signaled for the team to stop moving. A few figures appeared in the pitch-black aura of the death realm in front of them, lining up in a row to block the passage. The person's entire body was hidden under the black robe, and even his head was covered by the hood, making it impossible to see his face clearly. The necromancy attendants. They seemed to be immune to the influence of the aura of the death realm. The necromancy attendant standing in the middle held a gray box in his hand and slowly walked toward them. "Respected scholar." The necromancy attendant's voice was low and respectful. Li Qinggren asked, "What is it?" The necromancy attendant handed over the box with both hands. "When Mr. Puji learned that you were cleaning up the aura of the death realm in the fallen quarter, he asked us to hand it to you personally. He hopes that you can enter the death realm crevice and charge the ghost box." Li Qinggren frowned and looked at the necromancy attendant. "Did the teacher say anything else?" "Mr. Puji asked you to bring the ghost box to him immediately after you're done charging. It's urgent." "All right, tell teacher that I will rush back immediately after I am done collecting them." The necromancy attendants nodded and turned to leave, disappearing at the end of the corridor. Li Qinggren turned to Feng Heng and said, "Feng Heng, there's something on the teacher's side. I have to go to the central hall of the fallen corridor. That's the place closest to the aura of the death realm. I need your help." "All right." Feng Heng readily agreed. After all, Li Qinggren had taken good care of him after he came to the Necromancer Association. Instructor Pushi had also given him a big gift. However, Feng Heng was more curious about the box in Li Qinggren's hands. "Is it urgent?" "What is it?" "I am not sure. I might have to go to Puno's personally next. I might not be around for a few days." "All right." Feng Heng saw that Li Qinggren was unwilling to say more, so he stopped asking. It was best to keep a low profile and not cause trouble. Everyone changed their direction and returned to the central hall of the fallen corridor. Soon, Feng Heng followed the team into the central hall. The hall was filled with the dense aura of the death realm. A dark crack appeared in the center, and a large amount of aura continuously seeped out from the small crack. Black lightning flashed around it. The death realm crevice. It looked like a tiny crack the size of a needle tip, but it brought great trouble to the entire Necromancer Association. The gray box in Li Qinggren's hands gradually turned black under the high concentration of the aura of the death realm. "Spread out and protect me. I need to absorb the aura of the death realm." "All right." Under the protection of the necromancers, Li Qinggren slowly walked toward the death realm crevice. Feng Heng looked at Li Qinggren and clearly sensed that the box in her hand had undergone some special changes. Although he kept telling himself not to cause trouble, he could not help but be curious. "A box? What was it used for? Is it related to the Death Realm crevice? As he thought about it, Fang Heng's gaze shifted to the crack in the Death Realm in the middle of the hall. The crack in the middle of the fallen corridor was the end. After the aura of the Death Realm erupted, the Necromancer Association used a method from the outside to the inside. They sealed the aura of the Death Realm step by step and slowly repaired the damaged magicry. Suddenly, Fang Heng's heart moved at the crack in the center of the Hall of the Dead. The reflection of the crack appeared in his pupils. 1361 The passage the Death Realm crevice. The Black Void. Fang Heng suddenly had a strange feeling. He realized that his gaze seemed to be able to see through that crack. Looking closely, Fang Heng seemed to see a strange world under the black moonlight through the deep crack. The land of bones. The ground was made of countless bones and rotten flesh. Vengeful spirits floated in the endless sea of bones. A feeling of loneliness emerged in his heart. Hey, Fang Heng. Li Shouqiang saw that Fang Heng's expression seemed to be off. His face was slightly pale, and his entire person seemed to be in a daze. He gently patted Fang Heng's shoulder. Whoosh! Fang Heng immediately woke up from the illusion in front of him, and he became instantly alert. What? Li Shouqiang was even more surprised when he saw a layer of cold sweat on Fang Heng's forehead and tried to confirm with him, Mr. Fang, are you okay? The Death Realm crevice is too dangerous. It's best if we don't get too close. Yes. Fang Heng looked at Li Shouqiang and completely recovered his senses. Did you see that? What is it? No. What did you see? Fang Heng kept his mouth shut, his eyes full of doubt. What did he just see? Didn't Li Shouqiang see it? Fang Heng looked in the direction of the Death Realm crevice with lingering fear. He took a few steps back with Li Shouqiang and looked away from the Death Realm crevice. That was strange. This wasn't the first time he had seen a Death Realm crevice. Why did he suddenly see such a strange scene? Just as he was feeling puzzled, Fang Heng suddenly saw several lines of text hint flashing across his retina. Ding! The player has discovered a special world passage, the Death Realm. Ding! The player's current special reward has been triggered. The player has obtained a special world passage coordinates of the Death Realm. Ding! The current passage coordinates have been bound to the player. What the hell? Fang Heng was shocked and stared at the lines of words that quickly flashed across his retina. Ding! This passage coordinates have been activated through a special method. It cannot be traded. It is bound by default. The player can explore it in the space-tearing device. Death Realm, passage coordinates, spatial world level. Type, unconventional special realm, extremely dangerous. Description, a spiritual imprint passage to the Death Realm. It can open the passage to the Death Realm. Description, the level of this world is extremely high. Player, please be careful. The Death Realm, it's the Death Realm. The game hint on his retina quickly faded, and Fang Heng could not help but mutter to himself. So the scene that he saw just now was triggered by the mission reward? The Death Realm was also one of the worlds recognized by the game. Was it the same place as their real world? Or was it a world in a game? Fang Heng was extremely puzzled. Tan Shao saw Fang Heng's expression turn strange again and couldn't help but worry. He asked again, Hey, Mr. Fang, are you okay? Are you too tired? Do you want to rest at the back? Yeah, I am a little tired. Let me go and rest first. Fang Heng knew that his physical condition was special. He could receive hints even outside the game. Naturally, he couldn't explain this to anyone else, so he used an excuse to retreat with Tan Shao and quietly stayed behind. Li Qingren noticed Fang Heng's strange behavior and got distracted. After speeding up the charging of the ghost box, she quickly walked over and asked about Fang Heng's situation. What's wrong? Is the consumption too excessive? Yes, I am much better. Everyone knew that Fang Heng was the treasure of the Necromancer Association, the apple of Teacher Dickie's eye. If anything happened to Fang Heng, the instructors would be anxious. I haven't had a good rest recently. I am a little exhausted. I've almost recovered. Alright, hold on a little longer. We will return now. Li Qingren was slightly relieved when she heard Fang Heng say that he was fine. She put away the ghost box and signaled for the team to return the way they came. Fang Heng looked at the box curiously. After Li Qingren's previous operation, the color of the box had darkened a lot, revealing a gloomy aura. With the help of the spatial passage opened by the stone slab alchemy array, the team absorbed the aura of the Death Realm and returned. Halfway through, Fang Heng pondered for a while and couldn't help but ask, Senior Qingren, I am a little curious. What kind of place is the Death Realm? Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao's hearts skipped a beat. They shrunk their necks and looked at Li Qingren with Fang Heng. Although the Death Realm wasn't a taboo for necromancers, very few people talked about it. They had very little information about that place. Perhaps the personal disciples of a few teachers would know more. How should I put it? It's a very dangerous place. Li Qingren looked thoughtful and nodded. she said. Among necromancers, the ability to successfully communicate with the Death Realm and draw power from it is an important indicator of advancing into a legendary level mage. Many talented necromancers encountered trouble in the process of exploring the Death Realm and unfortunately fell into it. Communicate? Draw power? Feng Heng became even more curious when he heard that. He could not help but ask, so we can enter the Death Realm? Enter? Li Qinggren was also shocked by this question and could not help but turn to look at Feng Heng. Did he find some hint to enter the Death Realm? Seeing the confusion on Feng Heng's face, Li Qinggren knew that she was overthinking. She continued to explain, actually, I am not sure either. In theory, it should be possible. There's very little information about the Death Realm, and the instructors have been exploring it. There's no conclusion to your question. Yes. Feng Heng replied and fell into deep thought again. From what Li Qinggren said, even the Necromancer Association did not have a comprehensive understanding of the Death Realm. Judging from this, there was a high chance that the Death Realm was not an ordinary advanced game world. Moreover, from the perspective of danger, just opening a small crack and leaking a portion of the aura of the Death Realm had caused a commotion in the real world. The Death Realm was extremely dangerous. Forget it was better not to court death first. Feng Heng gave up on the idea of courting death in the Death Realm. But fortunately, he had obtained an unknown world that was at least at the advanced level. Moreover, this world was related to his study of necromancy. He would first go to the library to look up and obtain more information before making plans. Soon, everyone left the Fallen Corridor passage. As the Fallen Corridor had previously accumulated a large amount of the aura of the Death Realm, Feng Heng's absorption this time only reduced the concentration of a small portion of the area. Li Qinggren needed to rush back to find Teacher Pu Shi to report to him. They exchanged a few simple words and parted ways temporarily. 1362 uninvited guest. After the team was completely disbanded, Li Shouqian and Tan Shao sneakily walked toward Feng Heng. Li Shouqian carefully looked around, leaned over, and whispered in Feng Heng's ear, Boss Feng, we've got the goods from the Fallen Corridor. We can sell them now. Ah, yes, sales. Feng Heng also reacted and stopped thinking about those messy things. He had to spend money to do everything. He was short of money right now. The kind that lacked money. Yes, let's go to the Hall of the Dead together. I've already informed my friends in the trading area. Li Shouqian called out and led two groups of coolies from the Federation to transport the books of the dead to the trading area in the Hall of the Dead to unload the goods. During this period of time, due to the lack of Feng Heng's assistance, the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm in the area increased rapidly. The Federation had no choice but to seek help from the outside world. These invited outsiders lacked a place to settle down, so they communicated with each other and reopened the Hall of the Dead area. At this moment, most of the people in the Hall of the Dead were outsiders who had been invited by the Federation. Seeing Feng Heng and the others pushing the thick books of the dead over, the players in the Hall of the Dead were casting them strange looks. Feng Heng naturally ignored them. Earning money was more important, so the few of them immediately split up. While Li Shouqian was leading people to sell the goods, Feng Heng went to the individual trading counter to see if there was anything he wanted. The items traded in the exchange of the Necromancer Association were protected by the Necromancer Association as a third party, and only offline transactions were allowed. This time, Feng Heng had obtained a lot of benefits from the Barbarian Realm trial, but most of them could not be brought out of the game. Moreover, most of the equipment he had on him was related to the sacred study, so he could not quickly cash them out. As he still owed a debt of King of Gods points, Feng Heng couldn't afford it, so he could only look at it on his tablet. It would be best if he could find the coordinates of an intermediate game world in the trading center. Feng Heng searched through the exchange platform using keywords. It felt like he was shopping online. No, it's useless. The effect of this is not very good. It can barely be used. Damn, it's actually so expensive. Feng Heng muttered to himself as he searched. Suddenly, he realized that the surroundings seemed to have quietened down. What was going on? Feng Heng couldn't help but turn his head to look at the outside world when he noticed something strange. He frowned slightly. Their appearance caused half of the people in the Hall of the Dead to fall into a short silence. The Necromancers had always been the enemy of the Holy Court, although most of the time, the Necromancers ignored them. However, since they were right in front of them, they naturally wouldn't be courteous to them. Feng Heng's gaze swept across the crowd, and he could not help but focus on the female player in the middle of the team. The woman had a head full of beautiful golden hair, and her blue eyes were gentle. Under the pale dress, she emitted a holy aura. The holy energy fluctuations released from her every move were extremely eye-catching in the Hall of the Dead. Feng Heng's eyes flashed with doubt. Judging from the color of her hair and eyes, she shouldn't be from the eastern region of the Federation. A dozen holy paladins escorted Vienna. Their eyes were filled with arrogance and despotism. Were these people from the Holy Court? Weird, how dare they come? Were they really not afraid of being beaten to death? I won't cause trouble, I won't cause trouble. Feng Heng muttered to himself, then looked away and continued to check the information of the exchange. Unfortunately, he didn't find any items related to the world boundary passage or transplanted creatures. He did find a lot of toys related to necromancy. However, they were very expensive and the effects were very ordinary. While Feng Heng was pondering, a hand patted his shoulder from behind. Mr. Feng, I've been looking for you for a while. So you're hiding here alone? Feng Heng looked around and found that most of the people in the hall had already left. It suddenly became much quieter. You're back so soon? Have you settled the goods? Hey, let's not talk about the goods first. We can earn money and pay off our debts anytime. We, necromancers, have been bullied by others. Li Shouqian had rushed over to ask for help. He pulled Feng Heng and ran to the right side of the Hall of the Dead. Let's go, I will bring you there. Feng Heng followed Li Shouqian all the way to the square outside the Hall of the Dead. He saw a group of people gathered in the middle of the square, forming a big circle. The group of people from the Holy Court, whom he had seen before, were surrounded in the center. Many people were whispering among themselves. Tan Shao and the two necromancers were also pointing at them. Feng Heng couldn't help but have the thought of watching a show. He curiously leaned forward and asked, "What's going on?" They started fighting just like that? These people from the Holy Court are deliberately here to find trouble. Tan Shao witnessed the entire fight and whispered to Feng Heng, "It's one thing for them to swagger into the Hall of the Dead to provoke them, but they also spoke without restraint along the way. Some seniors couldn't stand it and got into a conflict with them. After that, they started fighting, saying that they were just sparring." Feng Heng raised his head. In the square, a young man dressed as a holy paladin looked at the necromancers with disdain and mockery. What competition? It's not fair at all. The sacred study is a great counter to our necromancy. Feng Heng agreed. He had already tried it several times in the Fallen Corridor. The holy element was very effective against the king's spirit system. The necromancers who went up to challenge them failed one after another, and the people gathered around them were even more unhappy. Mr. Feng, these people are so fucking despicable. Li Shouqian was indignant at the side and said, "Why don't you do me a favor and teach them a lesson?" Me? Feng Heng quickly shook his head and refused. "I am not going." He had just said that he wanted to keep a low profile, and now he wanted him to stand out? What? Why? Li Shouqian didn't expect Feng Heng to reject him directly and couldn't help but be stunned. He had accompanied Feng Heng through the trials of the Fallen Corridor, so he had a good understanding of Feng Heng's strength. In his opinion, with Feng Heng's strength, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to take down this holy paladin in front of him? Wasn't this a great opportunity to gain some reputation in the Necromancer Association? While he was still in shock, the two young necromancers who had challenged the holy paladin were sent flying and fell heavily to the ground. This is all? Is there no one more powerful than them? If they are all at this level, there would be no need to come up and waste time. The holy paladin guard was even more arrogant. He looked around and said, "Forget it, the scholars of necromancy are just so-so." From the beginning to the end, Vienna, who was surrounded by the holy court people, did not speak. She stood quietly behind the holy paladin with a gentle smile on her face. She didn't even look at the necromancers around her, and her every move seemed to not take them seriously at all. 1363 corpse pit. This made the necromancers even more unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. No one went up to challenge and stop the holy court. As they watched the holy paladins leave, the members of the Necromancer Association gathered in the hall began to curse. Li Shouqian also felt a little uncomfortable and said, "Mr. Feng, are we really going to let them go? We can also use some underhanded methods. Don't be conflicted. Are you stupid?" Feng Heng shook his head and said, "This is the territory of the Necromancer Association. Li Qingren's strength is not considered top-notch among the younger generation. Now that they are causing trouble on our home ground, so many people have seen it, but the ones who challenge us are just random people. Don't you think there's something wrong?" Li Shouqian was also stunned when he heard this. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. Tan Shao was calmer than Li Shouqian. He looked around and nodded. Indeed, the personal disciples of the instructors aren't here. This is too much of a coincidence. They must have intentionally avoided them. Li Shouqian looked around and realized that it was just as Tan Shao had said. Most of the people watching in the square were ordinary players. Most of them were spectators who had accepted the Federation's invitation. He couldn't help but look at a tall tower not far away. So what were the instructors up to? Why were they letting others show off in their territory? On the tall building, Li Qingren stood by the window and witnessed the entire process. She was a little indignant when she saw Vayana's guardian knights injure a few necromancers. "Teacher, why did you stop me and the other personal disciples from fighting?" Pushi had just finished his seclusion, so he couldn't participate in the construction of the half-completed magic ray. He was responsible for the operations of the Necromancer Association during special periods. Vayana is the chosen saintess of the Holy Court. Her talent is extremely special. It's fine if ordinary disciples attack, but if you attack, she will definitely attack. Li Qingren frowned. She looked out the window and saw the blonde woman who was escorted away by the holy paladins. "Teacher, do you think we will lose? The sacred study has some restraints on necromancy, and she's different." "Different?" Li Qingren was a little unconvinced. "What's the difference?" "This trip to the Necromancer Association is also a test for the saintess. Her appearance here is probably a deal between the upper echelons of the Eastern Federation and the Southern Federation. It's the result of the various forces' consideration." Pushi waved his hand to stop Li Qingren from continuing. "Forget it, you don't have to pay too much attention to this matter. Whether we succeed or fail, the saintess test is of no importance to us. Focus on dealing with Puno's advancement test. What happened in the Fallen Corridor is also not a bad thing for us. During this period of time, you have been in close contact with the Danzō of the Death Realm. I believe you must have gained some enlightenment." "Yes, teacher." "Okay, go ahead." Feng Heng was glad that he had made the choice to keep a low profile and not cause any more trouble. After parting ways with Li Shoqian and the others, he went to the library on the third floor of the Hall of the Dead alone. There were many books in the library, but only a small portion was related to the necromancy. Feng Heng looked for books with a purpose. Currently, there were 3 things that needed to be found, and they were classified according to the degree of urgency. The first was related to the sacred tree. He looked through the information to see if there was a way to move the sacred tree back from the barbarian realm. Next were the coordinates of the relevant mid-level game world. Lastly, he wanted to find out about the second upgrade to the talent after players reached the advanced level. Feng Heng wanted to look for records related to the brilliant crystal. Feng Heng was flipping through a book on World Flora Exposition when he saw a few people walking toward him from the corner of his eye. Li Shoqian and Tan Shao led another young man who looked like a university student towards him. The young man had a scholarly look on his face, but he had an unhappy expression on his face as if someone owed him tens of millions. "Mr. Feng, I am here. Someone is looking for you." Feng Heng raised his head and looked at Li Shoqian suspiciously. Luring someone over so casually? Li Shoqian walked over and moved closer to Feng Heng, whispering, "Mr. Feng, don't mind him. He gave me too much." "Rich?" Feng Heng's eyes lit up. He put down the book in his hand and his expression became more serious. "I am Feng Heng. You're looking for me?" "Brother Feng, I am Ziobo. You can call me Ziobo. I am Brother Mo's little brother. When I was young, he brought me to play games and see the world." Feng Heng looked at Ziobo. He remembered that Mo Jiai didn't have any brothers, and Mo Jiai's surname was Mo. This person's surname was Ji. Damn it. Before Feng Heng could reply, Ziobo couldn't hold it in any longer. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. He slammed his fist on the desk, looking extremely angry. "Feng Heng, did you see it too? Those dogs from the Holy Court are too fucking despicable." Angry because of the Holy Court? What Ziobo said was true, however, was there a need for him to be so agitated? Feng Heng felt that Ziobo's training in the study of necromancy was probably very weak. After all, this was the library, and he really wanted Ziobo to calm down. "Don't worry, what did they do to you?" "I just found out that the incident in the square inches front was deliberately caused by those people from the Holy Court. These people are really scheming. They even wanted to provoke us and force a few seniors to take the initiative." Ziobo's temper flared up again. "Brother Feng, I don't know if you can take it, but I can't. I've heard Brother Mo mention that you're very powerful. There's nothing you can't handle. Help me kill them." Feng Heng looked at Ziobo, wondering who he was. He was quite unreasonable. He wanted him to kill them. "Don't worry, I understand. Brother Mo has taught me the ways of the world. This is the first time we've met. This blueprint will be a meeting gift and deposit. Regardless of whether the matter succeeds or not, the gift will be delivered first. I also believe in people that Brother Mo trusts. If you need my help in the future, just let me know." Ziobo slapped a blueprint on the table with a loud bang. Feng Heng's eyelids twitched, and he could not help but look at the blueprint on the table. Blueprint Corpse Pit, level, legendary blueprint. Seeing the description of this legendary level blueprint, Feng Heng could not help but swallow his saliva and look at Li Shoqian beside him. A legendary level blueprint? Did he give it away just like that? Li Shoqian did not lie. He really gave a lot. Feng Heng reached out and picked up the blueprint. The relevant instructions immediately appeared in his sea of consciousness. Blueprint Corpse Pit. Description. After use, you can learn how to build a corpse pit. Learning requirement, building level 30, elementary necromancy. Building description. After constructing the corpse pit, it can absorb and store the undead aura. Skeleton creatures and rotting corpses will be born every once in a while. After absorbing a large amount of the undead aura, the building can upgrade itself. The undead creatures born can be controlled. The owner of the building can use summoning spells to summon this unit and receive a partial bonus. The effect is related to the level of the player's skeleton summoning skill. Building description. After reaching corpse pit level 20, a small amount of the undead aura can be born. Building requirements, 250 into 250 area, 12,100 pieces of broken bones, 39,000 pieces of fresh rotten meat, 278,100 pieces of soil contaminated with evil filth. 1,364 ruining the situation creating skeletal creatures. It seemed pretty good. Fang Heng quickly pondered in his heart. If he could summon a large number of skeletons and zombies at once, it would create good combat strength. Also, white bones and zombies could provide cover for his zombie clones, which was a very powerful disguise. It made people mistakenly think that a zombie clone was an undead creature. Fang Heng thought about it and couldn't help but lick his lips. He felt that this blueprint could be done. How is it? I heard that you are World Lord. I spent a lot of effort to get this corpse pit blueprint. Normal players would find it hard to use. After all, it takes up too much space. It's not easy to place it. It's also easy to be destroyed. At the start it also needs a large amount of undead aura to level up. However, since you're a World Lord, it will be very suitable for you. The ones that are born from the corpse pit are all low-level undead creatures. They aren't very strong, but they're huge in numbers and easy to control. As long as you have enough psyche, you can summon them at any time. How about it? Not bad, right? Fang Heng nodded and said, the blueprint is not bad, but... But what? However, the construction materials for this thing are a little troublesome. Fang Heng felt a headache when he saw the densely packed construction materials required for the blueprint. Many of the materials were obviously not cheap, and one had to spend a sum of money to buy them. Other than that, there were also many strange construction materials. For example, fresh rotten meat? How could there be any fresh rotten meat? Jiziobo patted his chest and assured, what's the trouble? It's a piece of cake. I will take care of the construction materials. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. Good. If you can handle the materials, I will agree to the matter regarding the Holy Court. Hey. Brother Fang is so straightforward. Jiziobo didn't realize that agreeing to this condition was a huge trap for him. He continued, then I will leave the matter of dealing with the Holy Court to you. After receiving the benefits, Fang Heng also became more serious and asked, how do you want to deal with them? Naturally, I can't let them off easily. However, I haven't thought of how to deal with them to vent my anger. Jiziobo gnashed his teeth in hatred and continued, oh right, I haven't told you yet. Do you know why the Holy Court is here? Fang Heng raised his eyebrows and shook his head. Could there be something else going on? Li Shoqiang spoke first. I heard from the Holy Court that they were invited by the Federation to help us deal with the high concentration of the aura of the Death Realm in the Fallen Corridor. The teachers have said that we should not clash with the Holy Court. Bullshit. Those are all high-sounding official words. The Federation only agreed after receiving a lot of benefits. Jiziobo said with disdain, I will tell you the truth. The Holy Court has discovered the reincarnation of the Holy Realm Saintess. The inheritance of the Saintess needs to be tested before it can be fully awakened. The content of the test is probably to purify the evil with your own hands and absorb or purify the evil power. Of course, ordinary evil is not enough. You have to match the power of the Saintess. Fang Heng frowned as he listened. He seemed to have sensed something. Li Shoqiang was a little unhappy when he heard that. What do you mean? So evil refers to us? This. Tan Shao also reacted and asked, I understand now. The people from the Holy Court are provoking us on purpose. They proclaim that we are evil and want to deal with us and purify us, right? Yes, and I've also heard Grandpa mention that the Saintess has a very difficult innate ability to deal with. She can absorb evil power for her own use, which is very effective against us necromancers. Jiziobo looked indignant as he continued to explain, the Saintess would naturally be too embarrassed to fight against normal low-level players and scholars. Moreover, it would not be of much use to her trial. Therefore, she hopes that higher-level players can help, such as the personal students of the elders in the association. Li Shoqiang and Tan Shao finally understood what was going on and were even angrier. This bunch of dogs from the Holy Court were not humans. They were treating them like monsters to level up and gain experience. Fang Heng rubbed his chin. The provocation should be just a matter of convenience. I am afraid that the Saint's true purpose isn't this, right? That's right. What they really want is the Death Realm crevice. Giziobo nodded and said, if it is to get rid of the aura of the Death Realm crevice, the Saintess will most likely be able to pass the test. Feng Heng and Tan Shuo fell silent. It was obvious that the Saintess was able to enter the Hall of the Dead in such a grand manner because of the power struggle between many parties. Previously, all the teachers had restrained their personal disciples from making a move. Other than being afraid of the Saintess, it was more of a tacit agreement. The Necromancer Association had probably benefited from this as well. Anyway, I am very unhappy. Why are those people so arrogant? We have to ruin them, said Giziobo through gritted teeth. The people from the Holy Court have already gone to the outer area of the Fallen Corridor to check. I heard that they will start to disperse the aura of the Death Realm tomorrow morning to help the Saintess complete the trial. I am going to use some tricks to make things difficult for them. However, all I can think of is to scratch their boots. I can't give them any pain. I heard from Brother Mo that you have many ideas. Give me some ideas. How about this? Feng Heng also rubbed his chin and followed Giziobo's train of thought. I have an idea. What is it? Feng Heng looked at Giziobo and asked, let's not talk about this first. When will you deliver the things I want? Huh? Ziobo asked, startled. In the game. I need the construction materials for the corpse pit. When can you give them to me? Yes, it's urgent. I can only arrange the next step to deal with the Holy Court when the supplies arrive. I am all geared up if you say so. I will go down and make arrangements for you now. You can go through my World Connection application. I will get someone to transfer it to you later. We will contact each other when we get online. Giziobo was also an impatient person. While saying that, he took half a step back. Whoosh! Before Feng Heng asked for more details, a grey magic array appeared under Giziobo's feet. Feng Heng's eyelids twitched. What? Grey bones rose from the magic array on the ground and wrapped around Giziobo in the blink of an eye. TSK. A crack appeared in space, and Giziobo disappeared from everyone's sight. Feng Heng looked at the space that had quickly regained its calm and could not help but narrow his eyes. To be able to enter the game directly in such a mysterious way. The me-humans. Hey, who is he? The great-great-grandson of the founder of the Necromancer Association, Giziobo. Tan Shuo nodded and whispered, this time, he sneaked out while his grandfather was not around. He had already gone to Teacher Pushi's place to make a scene, but he was ignored. 1365 The Land of Eternal Sleep, 1. In the zombie apocalypse game world, as soon as Feng Heng returned to the game hints refreshed. Ding. The player has completed the level up of the space-tearing device. Ding. It has been bound to the lawless world teleportation and has been bound to the elementary game world teleportation. Ding. The player can bind up to 48 world boundaries at the moment. The current world boundaries that have been bound to intermediate and above are as follows, only available for single-person teleportation. Teleportation will consume various resources and King of Gods points. For specific information, please check the corresponding world boundary. Elementary game world, only an elementary player can use this teleportation. Lawless world, 1-7, special world boundary, does not occupy the limit on the number of bindings. 1. Barbarian realm, 2. Death realm. Feng Heng glanced at the game hints. Looks like Victor's side has been settled. Before Giziobo left, he said that he would contact him in the game. But since he didn't see Giziobo, Feng Heng decided to check on Victor first. He arrived at the underground teleportation hall. Victor and a few high-tier maintenance engineers were fiddling around the large teleportation machine. Seeing Feng Heng come over, Victor stopped his research, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and said, Feng Heng, you came at the right time. The level up of the teleportation hall has just been completed. We've expanded the channel capabilities, and the instrument can now search for more regional passage spatial coordinates. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Feng Heng walked forward and pressed his hand on the mechanical device. A dense array of descriptions of the space-tearing device appeared on his retina. Feng Heng did a rough check. In the game, there were two ways to use this space-tearing device to teleport. The first method was the conventional way. With the help of teleportation discs and teleportation passages, players could teleport to a single location. This type of teleportation required a large amount of King of Gods points, and there was a limit to the duration and interval of the teleportation. The other option was to construct a space-tearing device in each world, creating a spatial passageway that the player could travel through. Feng Heng continued to check the details of each passage. Teleporting into the elementary game cost almost nothing, but teleporting into the intermediate game cost 200 King of Gods points and could only last for 3 days. There was also a day interval between each entry. This was the friendship discount price that he had obtained after obtaining the huge increase in the SSS Plus level trial reward. As for the higher-level Death Realm, the entrance fee to the Death Realm alone was 10,000 King of Gods points. In addition, it required an additional 20 Void Gemstones. Each entry only lasted for 8 hours. Feng Heng frowned. Fortunately, he remembered the Void Gemstones from the Necromancer Association. He had seen it when he was looking for information. It was a material with necromancy attributes and was very rare. Its rarity was reflected in its high price. The Necromancer Association sold them for about 10,000 King of Gods points each. Really? Feng Heng's lips curled into a bitter smile. The higher the cost of teleportation, the higher the world level of the Death Realm. Feng Heng felt that he had made a huge profit by obtaining the coordinates of a super high-level world. However, this level was extremely high. Feng Heng was a little unhappy. He still had a large amount of debt on hand. He could only put the Death Realm aside and check out the situation in the Barbarian Realm first. It was better to earn money with Tang Minayu and pay off the debts. Victor continued to explain, Feng Heng, we have just completed the modification and level up of the mechanical device. For safety reasons, we still have to test it again. It can only be activated tomorrow morning. Alright, you're a professional. You can make the arrangements. As the two of them were discussing, a high-level mechanical engineer who was operating an instrument in the hall suddenly shouted, Supervisor, come and take a look. We've discovered a signal of an unknown teleportation passage coordinates. Signal? Victor was shocked and immediately strode over to check. It's a signal from the higher realm. The signal is encrypted, and with the influence of spatial turbulence, we can't trace it back. Supervisor, the other party's signal has been confirmed. The engineer's voice became urgent as he said, they've sent a request to establish a space passage. Supervisor. Should we respond? Victor's expression changed slightly. He turned around and looked at Feng Heng. Feng Heng, it might be someone from a higher dimension. They want to establish a spatial passageway with us. The establishment of such a passage is very dangerous. If the other party is hostile to us, we might be invaded. Do we need to retaliate? Their spatial ability is stronger than ours. We need to make a judgment immediately. With their ability, they can confirm our location through the communication channel and forcefully connect to us. Feng Heng, do you want to cut off the connection? Just as Feng Heng was about to answer, the game hint appeared on his retina. Ding! Special character Gziobo requests permission to open a portal to your main world, Zombie Apocalypse. This portal is limited to life forms with a strength rating of less than 10. Ding! Target channel Advanced Game World, Land of Eternal Sleep. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. It was Gziobo. He's my friend. There's no need to fight back. Accept the channel request. Alright. Accept the request. Immediately cooperate with the construction of the spatial passageway. Hearing Feng Heng says that they were friends, Victor was moved. A friend from a higher world realm? Victor didn't ask any more questions. He immediately raised his hand to signal the engineers to prepare for the space channel connection. Confirm command. Communicating with the other party. Using virtual coordinates. Preparing to simulate the construction. The virtual coordinates of both parties have been confirmed. The passageway is being constructed. The entire teleportation hall was once again bustling with activity. A moment later, the game hint appeared on Feng Heng's retina again. Description: the player has confirmed the connection of the channel. As the player's realm is in the novice protection phase, the strength of the living beings that can enter the player's realm will be limited. If you forcefully enter, you will receive additional punishment and your strength will be suppressed to level 10. Buzz. A red beam of light suddenly lit up in the teleportation hall. The beam of light spread out slightly to both sides, forming an oval light that stood up high, 5 meters tall. Feng Heng stared at the red portal, and a dark red light was reflected on his retina. Once again, he saw a strange scene. It was as if he could see through the layers of red passages and see the other side of the passage. 1366 The Land of Eternal Sleep, 2, A Quiet Place. The undead surged on the dark ground. At the end of the ruins, a dark brown castle stood alone, exuding a deathly stillness. Whoosh! Feng Heng's pupils constricted, and he suddenly broke free from the illusion in front of him. Ding! The player has obtained Advanced Game World, Land of Eternal Sleep's passage coordinates. Did he get the world coordinates again? Feng Heng immediately checked the game hint and was enlightened. Previously, he had obtained the SSS Plus level trial reward, which allowed him to obtain the coordinates of 3 worlds for free. One of them was the Death Realm, and the other was the Land of Eternal Sleep. Based on the 2 trigger patterns, Feng Heng had a rough idea. There was a high chance that he would be able to come into close contact with the teleportation passage of a world boundary. Assuming that his guess was correct, there was only one reward world left. He could think of a way to adjust it accordingly and obtain the coordinates of a higher level world. Pa. Just as Fang Hang was thinking about it, a soft sound came from the teleportation passage ahead. Jiziobo jumped out from the other side of the red passage. Everyone's eyes were on him. Jiziobo saw Fang Hang standing opposite him and raised his hand. He walked up and looked around. He said, "Brother Fang, I am here. I didn't expect your place to be so big. The construction materials for you are ready to be transported over. Are you ready to receive them? I didn't expect you to come so quickly. You can store it here for a while." Fang Hang looked back at Victor and asked, "Victor, do we have any supplies left in the warehouse?" "Yes, we've expanded it 3 times before. If it can't fit the supplies, we can store it in the back warehouse." "Alright." Jiziobo nodded and flicked his wrist. Buzz. Jiziobo opened a page of the Book of the Dead. A gloomy aura lingered around the Book of the Dead, and the temperature in the room instantly dropped. Fang Hang could tell at a glance that the Book of the Dead in Jiziobo's hand wasn't ordinary. It was probably a high-level item like the Book of Oaths in his hand. TSK, great-great-grandson. Fang Hang couldn't help but sigh. Reincarnation was really a skill. The Book of the Dead glowed and a spiraling magic array appeared on the ground in front of Jiziobo. A skeletal creature holding a bone spear appeared from the magic array. Cock-eye. The skeletal creature stretched its body. Jiziobo looked up at the skeletal creature and whispered, "Varen." Whoosh. Scarlet soul flames appeared in the hollow eyes of the skeleton. He turned around and faced Jiziobo, kneeling on one knee as he said, "I am here to follow your call, Master." "Alright, listen to Lord Fang Hang's arrangements for the delivery of materials during this period of time. As long as it's materials for the construction of the corpse pit, you can give it to him." "Yes, Master." The skeleton accepted Jiziobo's order and stood up again, quietly standing to the side. The soul fire jumped again. Fine patterns appeared on the bones of the skeletal creature. Fang Hang looked at the skeletal creature and sensed a cold aura from it. It was a little powerful. It was impossible to tell the strength of the skeleton with the naked eye, so it was unknown if he was stronger than the king guard summoned by the Shrine of Bones. However, it was obvious that the black skeleton could understand human language and had higher intelligence. Whoosh! The skeletal creature suddenly raised his bone spear in the direction of the teleportation passage. The teleportation passage then emitted a faint light. Soon, skeletal creatures stepped out of the portal one after another. The skeletons were carrying bags of supplies, and many of the sacks were stained with dark blood. Jiziobo heaved a sigh of relief and put away the Book of the Dead. "Brother Fang, there are a few construction materials that are difficult to preserve. You have to use them quickly. They won't be fresh in 2 days." "Yes, alright. Then I will leave the Holy Court matter to you." "Oh right, what are you going to do?" "We agreed that we had to give them a hard time. Kill their arrogance for real. It's really infuriating." Fang Hang nodded and whispered something into Jiziobo's ear. Jiziobo couldn't help but be surprised. He said excitedly, "So awesome. Can it really work?" "Not a big problem. Alright, I will hurry back and find someone to create more obstacles for the Holy Court and delay their progress in entering the Fallen Corridor." Jiziobo licked his lips, looking like he couldn't wait to start something. He pointed at the black skeletal creature and said, "He's Varen. You can ask him to do the transportation of supplies. He will cooperate with you. If there's anything, contact me offline. I will leave first." "Yes. Bye." Jiziobo said as a light blue magic array appeared beneath his feet. A white skeletal hand came out of the magic array and slowly dragged him in. Fang Hang looked back at Victor and asked, "Victor, is the space passage still working? At the same time, I need to open a passage to the world of the vampires to help transport supplies." "Yes, there's no problem. The space-tearing device has been modified to open 3 passages at the same time, but it's set up in teleportation hall number 2. Victor raised his hand to the mechanical engineers and said, "Prepare to activate the second alternate teleportation passage." "Alright. Roger that." In the world of the vampires, after the vampires heard the news of Fang Hang's return, they rushed over to welcome him in advance and knelt down in unison. "Welcome the Majesty. Get up. Your Majesty, according to your previous request, most of the regions in this realm have been cleared. Other than the necessary guards, the tribesmen have been evacuated. The humans have also entered other world regions under Mr. Mo's arrangements. There are still some unexplored regions in the realm and the remaining ferocious beasts in the primitive forest that have not been completely cleared." The few dukes of the vampires lowered their heads and looked at each other nervously. The vampires had already received some news in advance. It was said that His Majesty had found a clue to undo the curse on their bodies in the other world. Bellamy, Duke of the Vampires, took half a step forward and asked softly, "Your Majesty, forgive me for being presumptuous, but the curse on my body is already unable to be suppressed. If it continues to worsen, I am afraid I will fall into a deep sleep in a blood coffin." There are rumors that you found clues to break the curse in the trial ground. Yes. Feng Heng raised his hand and said, "It's not just a clue. I am sure it will help you. At the very least, it can alleviate the curse on you. The passage to the trial ground will be established soon. At that time, I will first bring a group of my clansmen to the trial ground to try to break your curse." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The vampires were excited and knelt down on their knees again. In the crowd, Prince Karl's eyes shone with light. How many years had it been? He finally saw hope. The curse was to suppress the vampires. Once the curse in their bodies was removed, the vampires would definitely stand at the top of the world. 1367 batches. Feng Heng slowly shifted his gaze away and focused on the world of the vampires in front of him. Originally, this area had been cleared for Kaiyu Yaokang to conduct his unstable mutation experiment. At that time, if Kaiyu Yaokang didn't create a monster that could destroy the world, it would only spread into the current world. Now that there was an emergency, he could use this world to accumulate the aura of the death realm and try to create a large number of corpse pits. Swoosh! Behind him, a black skeleton appeared from the teleportation passage portal. Varen followed Feng Heng into the vampire apocalypse world through a teleportation passage and quickly observed the strange world. "Feng Heng, this place is very lively. It's not suitable for the preservation of materials used to build a corpse pit. Most of the materials will rot and become unusable in 10 hours at most." Varen paused and looked at Feng Heng. He continued, "And the environment around this area isn't suitable for the construction of a corpse pit. The effect of the corpse pit will be affected." "Yes, thank you for your reminder. I have arrangements. Get your men to transport the supplies over and pile them nearby. My people will carry out the follow-up. You can start now." "All right, as you wish." Varen responded, and the soul fire in his eyes turned fiery red. Behind him, the teleportation passage flashed again. The skeletons brought the construction materials through the world teleportation passage and entered the vampire apocalypse. Then, they directly threw them around the entrance of the portal and returned the way they came. Feng Heng nodded at the vampires behind him. The vampires immediately began to move. They returned to their bat forms and quickly sorted out the various supplies, stacking them nearby. Mountain-high piles of supplies were soon piled up on the vast plains, emitting a rotten smell. After more than half an hour, as the last skeleton threw the supplies on the ground, no more skeletons appeared at the teleportation passage portal. Feng Heng looked at Varen and asked, "There are so few supplies? Have they all been sent over?" "Feng Heng, these construction materials are enough to build 5 corpse pits, only 5. It's far from enough." Varen slowly turned to look at Feng Heng. "Feng Heng, my master asked me to help you complete the corpse pit, but too many resources will be wasted." Feng Heng looked Varen up and down. Good heavens, it was clearly an undead skeletal creature, but it actually had extraordinary intelligence. "Trust me, I won't waste it. Your master promised me that he would provide me with enough resources." "Yes, my master asked me to help you build a corpse pit. I will provide you with help within the scope of my permission. As long as you can show your strength, I will gather more resources for you." "All right then." Feng Heng shrugged and stopped arguing about challenging the intelligence of the skeleton. Seeing that the zombie clones were about to be resurrected, he slowly walked forward and opened his hands. Soon, something strange appeared on the muddy ground in front of them. PFFT. Kai Kai Kai. Dark green palms stretched out from the ground. Varen looked at the magic array that appeared in the churning earth and space in front of him, and the soul fire in his eyes flickered. The liquors kept coming out of the spatial magic array, and the zombie clones also crawled out of the ground. The fusion tyrant form's huge body crawled out of the mud, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The zombie clone staggered to the mountain-like pile of supplies, then picked up shovels and construction materials and started digging in the nearest area. The game notifications also appeared on Feng Heng's retina. "Ding, your zombie clone has picked up and equipped the refined alloy shovel. Ding, your zombie clone is building a corpse pit. The current completion rate of the corpse pit has increased by 0.08%. 27 pieces of consumed fresh meat. Ding, your zombie clone has moved." The mountain-sized pile of resources was quickly reduced by the 1,000 or so zombie clones in front of them. Feng Heng asked Varen, "How is it? Can we do it now?" Varen was silent for a moment, and the blue in his eyes turned red again. He said in a deep voice, "I understand. I apologize for my previous doubts. I will mobilize more resources." "Hey, thanks." Feng Heng clenched his fists. Looking at the 1,000 ordinary zombie clones in front of him, he couldn't help but feel excited. As long as he had enough construction resources and a large number of zombie clones. There was still a full night left. How many miracles could he create? He could give it a try. The next morning, in the Fallen Corridor, Viana's party of more than a dozen people headed to the passage entrance of the fallen corridor under the guidance of the necromancy attendant. The aura of the death realm that was spreading around made the people of the Holy Court feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Saintess, don't we need to open the holy barrier? There's no need. This is better. The stimulation of the undead aura will further awaken my dormant source of power. I've already sensed signs of a breakthrough. After purifying the aura of the death realm, I believe I will be able to enter the next stage of breakthrough very soon. The Guardian Knight Mohitter curled his lips and said disdainfully, "TSK, the people from the Necromancer Association are really patient. I thought they wouldn't be able to withstand the provocation and attack yesterday. I didn't expect them to be so cowardly. Otherwise, we would have purified a few demons yesterday and the Saintess would have broken through the earlier. Don't cause any trouble. We only got this chance to get close to the aura of the death realm when the presidents of the Necromancer Association were busy dealing with the seal. The advancement and awakening of the inheritance can't be done overnight, so we can't rush it." Viana reminded him. Last night, Viana's team had originally planned to pray all night to try to adjust their condition to their best. However, she did not expect all sorts of strange things to happen at night. They had been disturbed almost the entire night. They had not even finished praying. They had not even had a good rest, let alone adjust their state of mind. At first, the accompanying holy paladins thought that they were unlucky, but they came back to their senses after a few times. It was obvious that someone was causing trouble, and they were all despicable methods. For example, adding a little laxative to the food, cutting off the electricity in the room, beating the drums outside the door, and so on. These tricks were definitely not the work of the presidents of the Necromancer Association. After all, they needed to preserve their pride. Such dirty methods did not have any actual effect on them, but they still successfully made the accompanying holy paladins unhappy, causing them to not sleep well for the entire night, and making them extremely annoyed. "I am sorry, Saintess. I just want to help you obtain the inheritance power as soon as possible. I understand. This isn't entirely your fault. I had my own selfish motives at that time and didn't stop you in time. I am also at fault." Just as they were talking, the two necromancy attendants who were leading the way slowed down. 1368 Delaying a large group of people gathered at the entrance of the fallen corridor. The leader was Li Shoqian. Although Li Shoqian had always been trained by the Federation, he still had a sense of loyalty to the Necromancer Association, coupled with the temptation of money. It couldn't be helped, Jiziobo had given too much. Money made things easier. Li Shoqian immediately pulled a group of necromancy players who shared a common enemy to block the door. He didn't want to fight, just to cause trouble for Viana and the others. Jiziobo was afraid of being scolded by his family, so he didn't dare to go on stage himself. He hid in the crowd and secretly gave Li Shoqian a look, signaling him to get ready to fight. Li Shoqian nodded lightly to show that he understood. He licked the corner of his mouth and thought to himself, "I will let them know what it means to provoke Hades." From afar, Li Shoqian took the lead and said sarcastically, "Yo, why are the people from the Holy Court here? Are they also here to purify the aura of the Death Realm? Is there a need for so many people?" When the people from the Holy Court arrived, they saw so many people blocking the entrance of the fallen corridor and felt that something was wrong. Mohitter walked forward with a frown and an unfriendly expression on his face. He said in a deep voice, "We were invited by the Necromancer Association to enter the fallen corridor to clear the aura of the Death Realm. Hurry up and move aside." Li Shoqian did not have the intention to move aside at all. He led everyone to block the door. "Ah, the Holy Court. We're also here to assist the Necromancer Association. Isn't it a coincidence? I am not interested in knowing what you're here for. Hurry up and move aside. Don't delay our work." Mohitter waved his hand unhappily, wanting to get rid of Li Shoqian like he was swatting a fly. An elementary necromancer dared to block his and the Saint's path? However, after taking 2 steps forward, he realized that Li Shoqian was still standing in front of him, blocking his way. He even used his fingers to pick his ears in disdain. Mohitter felt a surge of anger in his heart. Get out of the way. Hee, Holy Court, right? What a temper and battle formation. Li Shoqian still didn't move his feet. He looked at the person who came, and his eyes were filled with provocation as he spoke. "Are you causing trouble? First come, first served? If you want to purify the aura of the Death Realm, we also want to purify the aura of the Death Realm. Why should I let you? Do you know where this is? You dare to cause trouble here?" Mohitter stopped in his tracks and glared at Li Shoqian, his fists clenched. "Hey, don't. I can't beat you. If you want to compete, go find our guild leader. What's wrong with bullying a newbie like me? The president is in the magic building outside. Go out and turn right. Hurry up and go over," Li Shoqian said in a strange tone as he looked at Mohitter provocatively. There was still some anticipation in his heart as he thought, fight. Hurry up and hit me. If he didn't fight, he wouldn't be human. In any case, as long as the Holy Court attacked someone, it would be considered unreasonable. At that time, they could continue to argue and delay them for a few days. Once injured, it would be considered an industrial injury. They could even earn ridiculously high compensation from Jizuobo. Li Shokyung's mind was filled with thoughts of scamming. He wished he could get punched by Mohita right now. He had already thought it through. As long as these holy paladins were ready to attack, he wouldn't even need them to make a move. Once they got into position, he would take the opportunity to lie on the ground and play dead. Viana noticed something and frowned. She raised her hand and said softly, Mohita, don't be agitated. Send someone to find Mr. Pushi. I believe he will help us communicate with these necromancers. Saintus, they did it on purpose. Viana shook her head to stop Mohita from continuing. The road ahead is always full of thorns, but the evil forces will eventually be expelled. The holy light will give us the right guidance. Yes, Saintus. Seeing that the people from the Holy Court stopped arguing and chose to stop at the entrance of the Fallen Corridor, Jizuobo, who was hiding in the crowd, gave Li Shokyung a thumbs up. Brother Li is awesome. Jizuobo quickly waved his hand at the other members of the team, gesturing for them to delay the members of the Holy Court who were calling for reinforcements from the other side. In short, it was to stall for time and mess with the mentality of the Holy Court. As Jizuobo was feeling smug, Danzō whispered, everyone, something's not right. It seems that they don't play by the rules. Everyone looked towards the distance. Viana led the Holy Court's group and did not leave. Instead, they stopped at the periphery of the Fallen Corridor. Over 10 guardian knights tightly surrounded Viana. Whoosh! A dark golden light flashed between Viana's brows and gradually spread. A dark golden protective barrier appeared around the members of the Holy Court team. Strangely, the aura of the Death Realm emitted a sizzling sound when it came into contact with the golden holy light barrier. The aura of the Death Realm was gradually absorbed by the barrier and slowly transformed into energy that flowed into Viana's body. This group of people is quite persistent. Seeing that the Holy Court's group had started to get into position around the Fallen Corridor and started to disperse the aura of the Death Realm, Jizuobo's heart skipped a beat. He quickly waved his hand and said, brothers, activate the backup plan. Open the barrier. Good. In the team, more than 10 necromancers were already prepared. They nodded and stood at the entrance of the Fallen Corridor to cast a seal. Buzz. A dark screen appeared. The light screen covered the entire entrance of the Fallen Corridor. For a moment, the entrance of the Fallen Corridor was blocked by the light curtain, and the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm outside began to decrease slowly. Mohita, who was guarding beside Viana, sensed something strange. He narrowed his eyes and turned around to glare at Li Shokyung and the others. It was them again. They had deliberately sealed off the entrance to the Fallen Corridor. They were definitely trying to make trouble for them. Mohita was filled with hatred, and he couldn't help but tightly grip the knight's sword in his hand. Mohita, calm down. They are trying to anger you. Ignore them. This seal cannot last for long. It will not affect us much. Mohita took a deep breath and nodded, yes, Saintus. On the other side of the holy light barrier, Li Shokyung had been looking at Mohita with an extremely provocative gaze. His face was about to stiffen as he gritted his teeth and said, damn it, why aren't you taking the bait and charging over to attack me? The Holy Court's dog is really fucking tolerant. The surrounding necromancers immediately took out the stone slabs that Fang Heng had prepared in advance and lined them up in a row, continuously absorbing the aura of the Death Realm. Danzō also frowned. The barrier they constructed alone could not seal the exit of the passage for too long. They could only rely on Fang Heng's stone slab to dilute the aura of the Death Realm around them. However, doing so would only addressing the symptoms of the problem instead of the root cause. Soon, the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm would gradually increase, and the barrier would soon be unable to withstand it. The ideal situation was naturally to force the Holy Court to attack and cause more chaos. This way, they could stall for more time. 1369 limit. Seeing that the Holy Court was about to succeed, Jizuobo felt worse than death. How long can our barrier last? There are a total of 3 groups of people. With the help of the stone slab, they should be able to hold on for an hour and a half. Li Shokyung did not continue to provoke him. He rubbed his stiff facial muscles and asked, how is Mr. Fang? Why was there still no news? What was your plan? We can't hold on much longer. Jizuobo's heart skipped a beat. He had been too focused on the battle of wits and courage with the Holy Court last night. He did not know how Fang Heng's preparations were going. According to his plan, Fang Heng should have come online to find him after he had finished setting up. Why wasn't he here yet? You guys stay here. I will go down and take a look first. After saying that, Jizobo slowly retreated until he disappeared into the shadows. A white magic array appeared under his feet, and white bones emerged from the magic array, dragging Jizobo into the game. After passing through the teleportation passage, Jizobo appeared in the zombie apocalypse teleportation hall. Jizobo looked around and couldn't help but gasp. A large number of vampires gathered in the teleportation hall. He could even sense powerful energy fluctuations from these vampires. The two princes of the vampires also turned to look at Jizobo. Prince Maka walked forward and asked, "Mr. Jizobo." "Ah, right. Where's Fang Heng? We've been waiting for you for a long time." "His Majesty is on the other side of the teleportation passage in the world of vampires. He asked us to wait for you here." Maka pointed to the passage entrance and said, "Please follow me. I will take you there." "Alright, let's hurry up." Jizobo hurriedly followed Maka through the passage. In the passage, there were still a large number of skeletal creatures carrying supplies. They lined up in a straight line and transported supplies in the direction that Maka had pointed out. Seeing this, Jizobo couldn't help but feel strange. What did he mean? Why were these skeletons still tirelessly transporting supplies? Not done yet? Where did they go last night? Could it be that he had encountered some trouble? Whoosh! Jizobo followed Maka into the teleportation passage, and his vision turned gray. Opening his eyes and entering the vampire apocalypse, Jizobo was stunned by what he saw. What was going on? As far as the eye could see, huge craters had appeared on the ground in front of them. Corpse pit? There were actually so many of them. There were at least 100 corpses scattered on the ground. Whoosh! On the right, a black shadow flew back to Jizobo. "Master. This is..." Jizobo was a little confused. He looked at Varen and asked, "What's going on?" "It's a corpse pit built by Fang Heng. Master, the materials in the city's warehouse have all been transported. I've already transferred construction materials from various large cities' material warehouses. It's estimated that the materials will be used up in an hour." "No, wait a moment." Jizobo was a little confused. He felt like he had been tricked. He turned around and asked Varen again in disbelief, "What did you just say? The supplies are gone? Are you saying that all the supplies in the warehouse are gone?" "Yes, we have already mobilized a large portion from the outer cities, but the number is still insufficient." Wasn't his too exaggerated? Jizobo raised his head and looked at the pile of bones and the horde of zombies in the distance. He didn't know what to say. It was too hasty. He was too careless when he promised Fang Heng back then. Varen, the skeletal creature, had some memories of his previous life. He could understand human language and thinking, but he was still a little rigid in some places. Jizobo looked at Fang Heng, his throat rolling. He pretended to be calm and asked, "Fang Heng, is it really necessary to build so many corpse pits?" "A lot?" Fang Heng glanced at the dense pile of bones behind him and felt that it was a little too little. After a night of hard work, he had only built more than 200. It was less than he had expected. The main reason was that the supply of materials was not fast enough. In addition, there was a large shortage of materials in the middle. They had to wait for a few hours in vain before they could resupply. "The materials will be gone soon." You." Jizobo's voice faltered as he asked, "Do you still want them?" "No need, it's almost done." "That's all for today." Fang Heng turned around and looked at the corpse pit behind him. After the corpse pit was upgraded to a certain level, it could automatically produce the undead aura. More than 200 of them were almost enough. After the initial injection, the world could continuously produce the undead aura to cultivate the undead creatures. Jizobo let out a sigh of relief after Fang Heng said it was enough. "It's okay. If it's not enough, I will think of another way for you." He could only pretend to be cool. At the very least, more than half of the realm positions he was in had been emptied. The hundreds of years of storage had been mostly used up by Fang Heng. If Fang Heng still wanted more, he would have to think of other ways and spend more time. Fang Heng asked, "How's the situation at the Holy Court?" "Not too good. I can't hold on much longer. I came specially to look for you." "Are you done here?" "Okay, wait for me. I will be right there." "Alright." Fang Heng returned to the real world and immediately brought a few necromancy scholars into the Fallen Corridor to meet up with Jizobo's team. While the Holy Court was not paying attention, everyone suddenly released the sealing barrier. "Let's go." Fang Heng quickly entered the Fallen Corridor, picked up an alchemy stone slab, and ran into the depths of the Fallen Corridor with Jizobo. After turning the corner, Jizobo frowned. As the entrance of the Fallen Corridor was temporarily sealed by the barrier, the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm in the inner area was higher than before. In the pitch-black Fallen Corridor, the vengeful spirits sensed a living thing and quickly pounced on the two of them. Jizobo's expression was grave as he stared at the vengeful spirits that were rushing toward him. He held a black scarecrow in his hand. Brother Fang, isn't it a little? Buzz. A golden holy light flashed behind him. What? Holy light or a fluctuation? Jiziobo was shocked. He turned around and saw the dark golden book of oaths in Fang Hang's hand. The expression on his face became extremely strange. What was that? The book of oaths. It's from the holy court. Moreover, from the patterns and power fluctuations on it, one could tell that it was definitely not an ordinary book of oaths. Whoosh. Shuyayulu. 17 remnant chapters flew out consecutively from the Book of Oaths in a row, and the vengeful spirit creatures charging at the front were instantly pierced through by the remnant chapters. Bang! The vengeful spirits exploded. 1,370 pocket robots bang! Bang! For a moment, the vengeful spirits that were charging at them exploded after being penetrated by the remnant chapters. Buzz! Fang Hang used the skill recorded in the Book of Oaths to create a holy light barrier. He reached out his hand again to pick up the alchemy stone slab to absorb the aura of the death realm. Jiziobo opened his mouth and looked Fang Hang up and down again. Why was Fang Hang so skilled in using the sacred study? And in terms of strength, it was countless times stronger than the undead waves he emitted. Could he be a spy sent by the Holy Court? Fang Hang picked up the alchemy stone slab and took 2 quick steps forward. He glanced at Jiziobo, who was still standing there in a daze, and whispered, "Let's go, quickly follow them to the fallen corridor's main hall." All right. Jiziobo came back to his senses and quickly followed. Fang Hang had been here many times, so he was very familiar with the structure of the fallen corridor. He brought Jiziobo along as they ran. The Book of Oaths remnant chapters that enveloped the surroundings quickly attacked the area. As they went deeper, more and more vengeful spirits swarmed toward Fang Hang and Jiziobo. Fang Hang could sense that the remaining energy in the Book of Oaths was also rapidly depleting. Although the remnant chapter was powerful, it consumed too much energy. The holy light that was emitted attracted the attention of the vengeful spirits in the fallen corridor. More and more vengeful spirits were attracted over, and the holy remnant chapter was activated crazily, releasing a large amount of holy light aura. More vengeful spirits were attracted and gathered toward Fang Hang and Jiziobo. Fang Hang could already feel the energy in the Book of Oaths gushing out crazily. Not good, the energy was about to reach the bottom. Hurry! Fang Hang ran forward with Jiziobo and shouted, "I will count to 3 and we will enter the game immediately." Huh? Jiziobo was stunned, then he heard Fang Hang start counting. 1. Just as they turned a corner, Fang Hang shouted, 3. Enter the game. Whoosh! Swoosh! Jiziobo's pupil shrank. He saw the holy light magic array mark appear under Fang Hang's feet. What the hell? Demi-human? Whoosh! Show! The holy light runes and the white skeleton wrapped around Fang Hang and Jiziobo, dragging them into the magic array below. The 2 of them disappeared from the fallen corridor almost at the same time and then appeared in the game together. Jiziobo still hadn't come to his senses. He turned around and stared at Fang Hang with a look of disbelief. He uttered, You too? I am not. Huh? Jiziobo blinked a few times, his face full of confusion as he asked, Then how did you? I don't know. Anyway, keep it a secret. Oh. Jiziobo was still a little confused, but he nodded his head. Fang Hang walked toward the edge of the hall. More than a dozen piles of sacred equipment were piled up on the ground in the right area. They were all collected some time ago and sent over urgently last night. There were quite a number of them, but their levels were very low. Fang Hang took out the Book of Oaths again and extended his hand forward. Specks of golden light overflowed from the piles of equipment and were absorbed by the Book of Oaths. Soon, the pile of equipment on the ground was reduced to scrap metal. Fang Hang could not help but sigh in his heart. This couldn't go on. Although the Book of Oaths was powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy. Should he nurture the followers of the Holy Court in this world and provide some faith power to the Book of Oaths? Done. After using up 3 stacks of sacred equipment, Fang Hang put away the messy thoughts in his head and nodded to Jiziobo, Let's go. The 2 of them nodded and returned to the game. With the power of the Book of Oaths, Fang Hang quickly destroyed the vengeful spirit creatures and charged them twice before finally arriving at the central hall of the fallen corridor. The 2 of them rushed into the hall area. Fang Hang shouted, Jiziobo, it's up to you. All right. Jiziobo replied. He raised his right hand and threw the black scarecrow toward the edge of the hall. Pa! The scarecrow rolled twice after landing on the ground. Whoosh! Show! The vengeful spirits that were originally chasing Fang Hang and Jiziobo immediately changed their targets and quickly chased after the scarecrow, constantly circling around it. Phew, it's done. We're safe for now. Jiziobo took a few deep breaths and said, The scarecrow lasts for 30 minutes. I prepared 2 extra sets just to be safe. Alright, leave the rest to me. You stand beside me and guarantee the scarecrow effect. Feng Heng put down the alchemy stone slab he had been holding and looked around cautiously. The plan was simple. Activate a time passage and pour the aura of the Death Realm from the Fallen Corridor into the game world. It was more troublesome to directly use the vampire's teleportation channel. Opening a large rift required a huge amount of energy, and the vampires in the world of vampires also needed to continuously cast spells. Under the premise of ensuring concealment, this was difficult to achieve in a short period of time. Therefore, Feng Heng decided to use the ultra-small teleportation hub that he had just obtained. Unfortunately, the teleportation hub occupied a very large area. Feng Heng estimated that only the central hall of the Fallen Corridor could hold it. With that thought, Feng Heng raised his hand and activated the spatial teleportation hub. Jiziobo stood beside Feng Heng, watching his actions. His throat rolled, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. Ka, ka ka ka. Jiziobo heard a strange cracking sound. He looked over and saw a thumb-sized mechanical body coming out of Feng Heng's sleeve. After the pocket-sized robots landed on the ground, they lined up and moved forward, their hands emitting a faint white light. Light spots appeared. The illusion of a metal mechanical structure gradually appeared in the Fallen Corridor world. What is this? Amazing. Jiziobo's eyes flashed with excitement as he whistled at Feng Heng. This thing is so cool. Feng Heng grunted and focused on controlling the construction of the spatial hub. It took an hour to construct the tunnel. Feng Heng was a little worried that he would not make it in time. After all, he did not want to expose the spatial device to the outside world, so he asked, "Can we still stall outside? The people from the Holy Court shouldn't have come in early, right?" Jiziobo patted his chest and promised excitedly as he watched the mechanical metal of the spatial hub gradually materialize. "Don't worry, Brother Feng. I have enough money. Let alone 1 hour, I will even give you 3 hours. Jiziobo felt like he had encountered a new toy he had never seen before. He stared at it without moving until the teleportation device was gradually completed. An hour passed. Kakaka. The teleportation hub was completed in front of him. 1371 The arrangement the game hints quickly refreshed on Feng Heng's retina. Ding. The player has completed the construction of the ultra-small spatial teleportation hub. Secondary. Ding. Completing construction with the main teleportation hub. Ding. Construction completed. Both of them share the remaining energy. Ding. The teleportation passage has been established. As the effect duration of the teleportation increases, the spatial fluctuation caused by the spatial hub will gradually spread. The fluctuation may be sensed. Please be careful, Buzz. A white beam of light rose from the center of the teleportation hub. The pillar of light slowly split apart and the 4 pillars of light condensed into a square entrance. Boom. The moment the passage entrance opened, the dense aura of the Death Realm poured into it and rapidly decreased. Due to the speed of the infusion being too fast, even the surrounding vengeful spirits were swept into it by the death aura. It worked. Jiziobo couldn't help but shout out, "Brother Feng is awesome." He was indeed very powerful. At this rate, in less than half an hour, the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm in the entire Fallen Corridor would decrease to an extremely low level. Feng Heng frowned when he saw how powerful the teleportation passage was. This was the first time he had used the spatial teleportation hub, so he wasn't sure about the exact size of the teleportation passage. He didn't expect it to be so big. This would be a little troublesome. He didn't know if the zombie apocalypse could take it. They had previously agreed that once the passage was opened, a few princes and dukes of the vampires would enter the real world to help. Now that they had not appeared, it was very likely that they had encountered trouble. Feng Heng glanced at Jiziobo, who was shouting excitedly, "Let's go to the game." Yes. 2 magic arrays appeared beneath their feet once again, and they were dragged into the magic arrays by the skeletons. In order to ensure that the operation plan was completed smoothly, almost all the higher-ups of the vampires had come out. Hundreds of high-level vampires cast a barrier in the prison teleportation hall area. After connecting the barriers, they created a defensive barrier that directly connected the exit of the ultra-small spatial hub to the entrance of the vampire's teleportation passage. After the aura of the Death Realm overflowed from the exit of the spatial hub, it was quickly guided through the barrier passage into the world of the vampires that had been prepared beforehand. At this moment, 3 princes of the vampires and more than a dozen dukes were all mobilized, working together to kill the high-level vengeful spirits that had been swept into the zombie apocalypse world. Seeing that the zombie apocalypse was operating normally, Feng Heng heaved a sigh of relief and quickly entered the world of the vampires through the teleportation passage. Ding. Your building, the corpse pit, is absorbing the aura of the Death Realm. Ding. Your building. Just as he stepped into the other side of the passage, the dense game hints refreshed again. Feng Heng raised his head, his gaze gradually looking far away. Jiziobo, who had followed Feng Heng out of the teleportation passage, couldn't help but gasp at the sight. Amazing. The aura of the Death Realm poured out from the teleportation passage behind them and quickly spread to the surroundings. Currently, more than half of the teleportation passage's exit area was enveloped in a black fog. That was. Jizobo raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes narrowing. The holy artifact, the Shrine of Bones. The shrine floated in the air and a large amount of the aura of the Death Realm was absorbed by the shrine and transformed into the undead aura. After the undead aura was transformed, it was absorbed by the corpse pit below. Jizobo suddenly realized something. A large amount of the aura of the Death Realm was consumed crazily by the corpse pit after being converted by the Shrine of Bones. He was recycling. Feng Heng was also observing the current world situation. The experience points for building the corpse pit increased rapidly. In comparison, the conversion speed of the Shrine of Bones was somewhat insufficient. Most of the corpse pits behind them still could not absorb the aura of the Death Realm and were in a state of non-operation. The aura of the Death Realm was still pouring into the world. In any case, the world was huge enough to store a large amount of the aura of the Death Realm. In addition, the people in the world had already evacuated in advance, so it would not cause any greater danger. Work hard on it. Feng Heng raised his head and downed a bottle of coffee. He turned to Jizobo and whispered, I will stay here and watch. You go back to the Fallen Corridor and keep an eye on the Holy Court. If there's anything, we will contact each other at any time. Jizobo's eyes were filled with excitement as he nodded, no problem, Brother Feng. Leave it to me. Seeing Jizobo leave, Feng Heng controlled the Shrine of Bones to enter automatic conversion mode. After ensuring his safety, he returned to the real world. He returned to the central hall of the Fallen Corridor. The aura of the Death Realm had already formed a huge vortex, surging into the teleportation passage. In just a short 10 minutes, the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm in the entire hall had decreased by half. A large amount of the aura of the Death Realm even surged into the central hall. Soon, the two princes of the vampires arrived in the real world through the ultra-small teleportation hub and knelt on one knee before Feng Heng. Your Majesty. Yes, get up. Feng Heng raised his hand and shifted his gaze to the center of the hall. He asked, this is the Death Realm crevice that I mentioned to you. What do you think? The two princes of the vampires also turned their eyes to the tiny crack in the center. The black aura of the Death Realm that could be seen with the naked eye continuously surged out through the Death Realm crevice. Carl thought for a moment and said, it seems that a powerful external force has directly caused the space to be damaged. It's probably very difficult to completely repair it. We can try to teleport the crack. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows and asked, teleport? Do you have the ability to do it? No, the vampire's ability to control space is relatively weak. I am afraid we can't do it with our current abilities. Perhaps we can start from the inside of the Death Realm? Prince Loeb took a few steps forward and carefully observed the crack. He shook his head and said, the crack is too narrow. I can't enter the Death Realm through the crack. Even if I can, I will be affected by the turbulence. Liab asked Feng Heng, Your Majesty, is the speed of the aura of the Death Realm decreasing compared to the beginning? With this, we can determine the density of the aura of the Death Realm on the other side of the passage. Yes. Indeed, there is a slight decrease. Feng Heng pondered for a moment. Compared to the first time he saw the crack, half a month had passed, and the speed at which the aura of the Death Realm was leaking out had indeed slowed down. However, the degree of reduction was very small, so small that it was negligible. Loeb thought for a while and whispered, Your Majesty, I might have a way. Feng Heng's eyes lit up as he spoke, Speak. We can build a barrier and surround the Death Realm crevice. Then, we can absorb all the aura of the Death Realm that is escaping. Feng Heng's eyes lit up when he heard that. He asked, We only have half an hour. Can we do it? Sure. Your Majesty, I need your authorization. I will immediately coordinate with the Vampire's Council of Elders to carry out the ritual of teleporting the space passage. Do it, immediately. Yes, sir. 1372 Dispel outside the Fallen Corridor, the Holy Court and the others hid within the Holy Shield that was opened. Relying on Vienna's special strength, the Holy Shield continuously purified the aura of the Death Realm. At the same time, the purified aura was also awakening Vienna's hidden strength. Suddenly, Vienna opened her eyes. The surrounding Guardian Knights also sensed something strange and turned to look at Vienna. Saintess. Vienna stared in the direction of the Fallen Corridor entrance, frowning. The aura of the Death Realm around them had been purified for more than 2 hours. The concentration had been reduced by a large portion, and the efficiency of purification had been greatly reduced. However, the strange thing was that the group of novice necromancy scholars was still casting the barrier at the entrance. It had been more than 2 hours. Why were they still so persistent? Vienna's expression was solemn. Under normal circumstances, relying on the barrier to seal the entrance of the Fallen Corridor would only have a temporary effect. As the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm in the Fallen Corridor increased, the difficulty of sealing would increase tenfold or even 100-fold. It was impossible for them to last so long. But why did they look so relaxed now? Did something unexpected happen? Viana stared at the group of people not far away and remained silent. Saintus, are you alright? I am fine. Is there still no news from Mr. Puji? The people from the Necromancer Association used the excuse that Teacher Puji was discussing how to seal the magic array to stop us from seeing him. The Holy Paladin Mohiter explained, we've already gone to invite the main person in charge of the Federation, Commander Kayuhai. He promised to help us mediate the situation. He is already on his way. Yes. With the Federation's help, they should be able to deal with these people from the Necromancer Association. Viana looked at the group of people across from her and still felt a little uneasy. On the other side, Li Shoqiang and the others were also somewhat confused. If the aura of the Death Realm was so easily blocked by the barrier, the various presidents of the Necromancer Association would have joined forces to seal it completely. It was still fine to seal it at a low concentration, but as the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm in the Fallen Corridor increased, the difficulty of sealing it would only increase exponentially. Moreover, the temporary seal could only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Once the seal was broken, the aura of the Death Realm would still spread. What was more troublesome was that the higher the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm, the stronger the life forms of the Death Realm. The life forms of the Death Realm could also cause damage to the seal. Li Shoqiang and the others had only been able to hold on for a while with the help of Fang Hang's alchemy stone slab, which absorbed the aura of the Death Realm. Initially, Li Shoqiang and the others thought that they could delay for an hour and a half at most. This way, not only would they be able to delay Viana and the others, but when the seal barrier was broken again, the high concentration of the aura of the Death Realm residing in the Fallen Corridor would also increase the difficulty of the Holy Court absorbing the aura of the Death Realm. But now, they were a little confused. The seal had been maintained for more than 2 hours. The mental strength provided by more than a dozen mid-level mages who had been hired could still maintain the operation of the barrier. On the other hand, a few mid-level mages who were continuously charging the alchemy magic array slab were starting to lose their mental strength. The most direct reason. The aura of the Death Realm in the Fallen Corridor had become less dense. What was going on? About an hour ago, they sensed that the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm in the entire Fallen Corridor was rapidly decreasing. Until now, it had already been reduced to an extremely weak level. Tanshao even felt that the aura of the Death Realm in the Fallen Corridor was even rarer than before the seal was broken. What happened in the depths of the Fallen Corridor? Everyone couldn't help but look at Jiziobo. Jiziobo's face was flushed with excitement. He looked at the group of people from the Holy Court outside and felt a sense of satisfaction. Trash of the Holy Court. They're just a piece of trash from the Holy Court. How dare they step over our Necromancer Association? I have 10,000 ways to deal with them. Jiziobo was very proud of himself as he said, I will see how you will continue purifying the Fallen Corridor after I've drained all the aura of the Death Realm. Li Shoqiang and the others heard what Jiziobo said and realized that everything was his doing. They were all amused. No matter how he did it, as long as he could take revenge. At the same time, he could also earn a large sum of commission from Jiziobo. Of course. Why don't they take a look at themselves in the mirror? How dare they behave atrociously in front of our Necromancer Association? Do they think that they are worthy? Give them a taste of hardship and let them remember. Seeing that the Holy Court was in trouble, the members of the Necromancer Association were in a good mood. As they were discussing in low voices, hurried footsteps came from the other side of the barrier. Tanshao looked at the other end of the passage and stopped the discussion. He whispered, everyone, trouble is coming. Kayuhai led a group of soldiers from the Federation into the tunnel ahead. Kayuhai felt a headache coming on. He didn't want to get involved in the matters between the Holy Court and the Necromancer Association, but he just couldn't avoid it. Commander Kayu, you're finally here. When the Holy Court's group saw Kayuhai's arrival, they put away their arrogance and assumed the role of the victim. Guardian Knight Mohiter stepped forward and explained everything that had happened. Since last night, they had been targeted everywhere, and even now, they were blocked by the people from the Necromancer Association. What was this? Kayuhai knew that someone was up to something. He looked up and saw Jiziobo in the crowd. It was him again. That brat. He and Fang Hang were the only ones who had the guts to cause trouble every day. Jiziobo noticed Kayuhai's gaze and made a face at him. Kayuhai said with a serious expression, Saintus, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and give everyone a satisfactory answer. Viana nodded and said, Commander Kayuhai, we believe in the sincerity of the Eastern Federation. The Holy Court has come with sincerity. Now is not the time to pursue responsibility. The aura of the Death Realm is still extremely dangerous. We hope to enter the central area of the Fallen Corridor to remove the aura of the Death Realm. Do you think we can enter? Yes, I think you can. Kayuhai looked at Li Shokyung and the others who were blocking the door. His tone was a little unfriendly as he shouted, "Get out of the way. The Fallen Corridor is so big, what are you all doing here? Do you have nowhere to go? Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. All of you go back and wait. Prepare to receive the internal punishment of the Necromancer Association." The people blocking the door looked at each other and could only retreat to the side. Kayuhai frowned and continued, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and undo the barrier." Seeing this, Viana once again opened up her holy barrier. The accompanying holy paladins also raised their vigilance, preparing to deal with the aura of the Death Realm that was about to leak out from the Fallen Corridor. The aura of the Death Realm, which had accumulated for so long, could erupt suddenly. The first wave of impact would definitely be extremely powerful. 1373 The impact. Jiziobo saw that the time was almost up and quickly gave a look at the people beside him. Whoosh! More than a dozen necromancers stopped casting their spells at the same time, and the barrier blocking the entrance of the Fallen Corridor instantly disappeared. What? Outside, everyone, including Kayuhai's team of soldiers, was stunned. Viana's pupils constricted. It was completely different from what they had expected. The moment the barrier disappeared, not only did a high-concentration Death Realm aura not gush out from the Fallen Corridor, but the undead aura that had accumulated in the outside world poured into the Fallen Corridor in the opposite direction. This extremely strange contrast made the holy paladins who were maintaining their battle stance stand rooted to the ground for half a second. What was going on? Could it be? Kayuhai stared at the entrance of the Fallen Corridor in front of him, and a strange thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that the aura of the Death Realm in the entire Fallen Corridor had been cleaned up? The aura of the Death Realm outside was actually denser than that inside, so this was why the aura of the Death Realm surged into the Fallen Corridor. Kayuhai turned his head and looked straight at Jiziobo. Was it this kid? What did he do? If he really had the ability, why didn't he solve the problem earlier? Why did he have to do this only now? Hee. Jiziobo couldn't hide the smugness on his face when he saw the expressions on the faces of the people from the Holy Court. If it weren't for the fact that there were outsiders present, he would have laughed out loud long ago. The holy paladins of the Holy Court gradually came back to their senses. They looked at each other and then at Viana. 2 hours ago, they had clearly seen the Fallen Corridor filled with a high concentration of the aura of the Death Realm. Viana stared at the entrance of the Fallen Corridor and her expression became grave. She knew very well that something must have gone wrong inside the Fallen Corridor. What exactly went wrong? If the Necromancer Association had the ability to deal with the aura of the Death Realm, they would have done so long ago. Why did they have to wait for them? Was there such a need? The gentleness on Viana's face disappeared for the first time and turned into a serious expression. She waved her hand to stop the release of the holy barrier and said, "Let's go in and take a look at the situation of the Death Realm crevice." "Yes, sir." The Guardian Knights of the Holy Court had ashen expressions as they escorted Viana into the Fallen Corridor. Kayuhai also waved his hand, signaling for the Federation soldiers to continue. He also wanted to know what happened inside the Fallen Corridor. Kayuhai quickened his pace and walked to Jiziobo's side, asking in a low voice, "What did you do?" Naturally, Jiziobo wouldn't betray his teammates. He chuckled, "Hee, I can't reveal the secrets of the heavens. Anyway, it's Brother Fang's suggestion. We work together. He's the main force, and I am the support." Fang Heng? Kayuhai raised his eyebrows when he heard that. Then, he suddenly understood and had a feeling that this was the case. If it was Fang Heng, it would make sense. He raised his head and looked at the group from the Holy Court who was rushing toward the center of the Fallen Corridor. He suddenly felt a trace of sympathy for them. Fang Heng and Jiziobo were 2 time bombs that specialized in causing trouble, and their explosive power was multiplied by several times. The Holy Court was really unlucky to encounter them. The deeper the party went into the Fallen Corridor, the lower the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm around them. It had even reached an unbelievably low level. The faces of the Holy Court's group turned darker and darker, while Kayuhai's mood became better and better. Good fellow. Had the aura of the Death Realm in the Fallen Corridor been cleared to this extent? How did they do it? He thought about the results of the half-month wait. The missions assigned by the higher-ups could also be successfully completed. Kayuhai's mood gradually became uneasy. He arrived at the central hall of the Fallen Corridor, where the Death Realm crevice was. Everyone stopped again and carefully stood at the entrance of the hall to size up the inner area. Where was the Death Realm crevice? In the middle of the pitch-black hall, a figure could be vaguely seen standing. Beside him was a tall, semi-spherical object. Whoosh! Viana gently raised her hand, and a ball of line appeared in her palm. It slowly rose into the sky, illuminating the entire hall. It was Feng Heng. Caillou High's eyes lit up when he saw the person in the middle of the hall. Beside him was. It was a semi-spherical building made of brick walls. It was about a meter tall and surrounded the original location of the Death Realm crevice. To everyone's surprise, only a tiny amount of the aura of the Death Realm was leaking out from the crack in the stone bricks. What was going on? The Death Realm crevice was sealed in the stone bricks? The people from the Holy Court looked at Feng Heng in unison, their eyes revealing a vigilant look. Caillou High immediately looked at Feng Heng and shouted out, "Feng Heng! Officer Caillou, you're here too." Feng Heng smiled and nodded at Caillou High. "Sorry, I ran into some trouble in the game trial and was delayed for a long time. I came over to help as soon as I came out." Caillou High walked up and looked at the building that looked like a fortress made of stone bricks next to Feng Heng. His eyes revealed doubt and admiration. He didn't bother to chat with Feng Heng and asked directly, "Feng Heng, what is this?" "Oh, you mean this? It's a magic array that I accidentally found during the trial. It can absorb a large amount of the aura of the Death Realm. I thought it might be useful, so I memorized it. I tried it immediately after I came back. As expected, the effect is quite good." Li Shouqian and the soldiers of the Empire brought by Caillou High looked at Feng Heng silently, as if they were listening to him brag. Caillou High also knew that Feng Heng was talking nonsense. The Barbarian Realm's trial? There was no magic array that could absorb the aura of the Death Realm. But was that important? Caillou High didn't care about this and asked, "Feng Heng, how long can the magic array last?" "A long time. At least 6 or 7 days." Caillou High's pupils constricted a few times when he heard this. His expression changed as he raised his hand. The Federation soldiers behind shouted in unison, "Yes, sir. Pass down the order. Seal off the fallen corridor and guard the sealed fortress 24/7. No one is allowed to approach without my permission." "Understood." The two Federation teams immediately went forward and surrounded the fortress to protect it. Vienna's expression changed several times. She took half a step forward and said, "Commander Caillou High, this is different from what we agreed on. I am sorry." Caillou High said apologetically, but his expression didn't show any signs of remorse. He said coldly, "As a commander, I have the right to make a judgment based on the current situation. Opening the seal again will lead to uncontrollable consequences. I will not allow anyone to destroy the stability of our eastern region." "Good. Officer Caillou is right." It was rare to see Caillou High so unyielding. Jiziobo, who was hiding in the crowd, shouted out loud and took the lead to applaud. Caillou High turned around and gave Jiziobo a cold glance. The latter's face froze, and everyone fell silent. 1374 Sticker Vienna looked at Caillou High, paused for a moment, and nodded. She replied, "I understand. I will report everything that happened in the Necromancer Association to the Holy Court." Caillou High nodded, "Yes. Saintus, let's." Vienna raised her hand to stop the Holy Paladins from continuing. The Guardian Knight Mohitter gritted his teeth, his heart filled with anger. They had been played. They had worked so hard to arrange everything. They had clearly agreed to come here from thousands of miles away, but they had to be chased back. Were they going to leave just like that? He had spent so much time and energy, but it was all for nothing. Mohitter couldn't help but take a step forward and stare at Feng Heng. "You're Feng Heng, right? I will remember you. How dare you play tricks behind my back? Do you dare to have a head-on competition with me?" Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and looked at Mohitter. He thought to himself that getting involved in this kind of thing would indeed cause trouble. Now, the Holy Court bore a grudge against him again. "Mohitter, step down." Vienna gently raised her hand. She knew very well that it would be impossible to unlock the fortress and continue to remove the aura of the Death Realm under the current circumstances. Vienna took 2 steps closer to Feng Heng and stared at him, memorizing his face in her mind. How could Feng Heng be a normal person if he had the special ability to seal the Death Realm crevice? It was impossible for Mohitter to defeat Feng Heng head-on. Moreover, this was the territory of the Necromancer Association. Vienna smiled warmly and nodded at Feng Heng. "Please forgive my friend's rudeness. Feng Heng, you're very powerful. Thank you for your contribution to sealing the Death Realm crevice. This world is facing all kinds of dangers. I hope we can interact more in the future." Feng Heng also nodded. He felt that the woman in front of him was a little scary. She was clearly filled with hatred, yet she could still pretend to be calm. Vienna didn't say anything else and left with the people from the Holy Court. Seeing Vienna leave, Caillou High nodded at Feng Heng. "Well done. It's all thanks to you this time. I will report to my superiors too. I will contact you next time. Other than the necessary maintenance personnel, you guys should leave the fallen corridor as soon as possible." As he spoke, Kayuhai walked past Fang Heng and reminded him in a very low voice, "Be careful of the people from the Holy Court. I suggest that you don't leave the Necromancer Association during this period of time." Without waiting for Fang Heng to reply, Kayuhai patted his shoulder and left in a hurry with some of his subordinates. After everyone had left, Li Shouqiang and the rest of the Necromancer Association gathered around Fang Heng excitedly and asked him all sorts of questions. "Fang Heng, that's awesome. You didn't see the expression on those dogs' faces. They're probably boiling from anger. Mr. Fang, how did you do it? A special seal? What level is the seal?" Although the problem of the Fallen Corridor was temporarily resolved, he had offended the Holy Court in the real world. Fang Heng only felt that it was troublesome and casually dealt with everyone's questions. In fact, it was simple. The back of the brick wall was covered with alchemy stone slabs. The aura of the Death Realm that escaped from the Death Realm crevice was absorbed by the passage into the vampire apocalypse. At the same time, a large number of vampires were operating the magic array to maintain the operation of the crack passage. Fang Heng felt a little sleepy. He patted his cheeks and pulled himself together. It wasn't time to sleep yet. He still owed a huge debt. Fang Heng followed the crowd out of the Fallen Corridor, chatting and laughing. He did not forget to ask Li Shouqiang, "How's the sale of that batch of goods going?" Li Shouqiang was stunned when he heard that, and then an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. He had been busy dealing with the Holy Court the entire day yesterday, so how could he have the time to sell the goods? Cough cough, it's still piled up at the trading ground. I will get it done right away. Fang Heng was helpless. Forget it, he would go to sleep first. Beside him, Jiziobo was shaking his head in excitement. This time, not only did he successfully make the Holy Court scram, but he also helped solve the big problem in the Fallen Corridor. It could be said to be an unprecedented success. Jiziobo said that he wanted to hold a celebration party for 3 days. Fang Heng was not in the mood to celebrate. He used the excuse that he was too tired and returned to the guest room to rest alone. Fang Heng returned to the guest room alone, washed up, and lay on the soft bed. Despite the waves of sleepiness, Fang Heng could not help but pick up the tablet beside the table, log into the internal communication network of the Necromancer Association, and connect to the game's official forum. This was a necessary activity before he went to sleep. It had been more than half a month since he entered the trial. He did not know what exciting things had happened in the real world. He went to the forum to take a look. Fang Heng entered the forum and excitedly browsed through the hot news for half a month. Nearly half a month had passed, and the turmoil caused by the vampires' invasion of the world had gradually calmed down. All the major federal districts were on high alert to prevent such incidents from happening. Since the zombie apocalypse and the vampire apocalypse were removed from the initial game apocalypse, the new players could only enter the wasteland apocalypse. Therefore, the Federation launched all kinds of special training for prospective players who had yet to enter the game. In short, without him, the game world was peaceful. Other than the main forum, the official website also opened various branch forums for mid-level games. Due to the large number of forums, the activity of the small forums other than the 7 servers was not high. Fang Heng quickly found the Barbarian Realm forum. After logging in, he found that the forum was already in an uproar. The Abyssal Demon, the Sacred Tree, the change of the Empire, the complete strangulation of the Holy Court, and so on. The news of these people is a little too outdated. Fang Heng casually flipped through 2 hot topics, his interest lacking. Some time ago, Ed had joined forces with several top player teams in the Barbarian Realm game to carry out the Empire destruction plan. The large guilds were extremely good at keeping information confidential. It was only after Tang Minayu ascended the throne of the Empire and the Abyssal Demon was completely destroyed that some news spread in the player forums, triggering intense discussions among the players on the forums. Even the Northern Federation, which had been developing slightly in the Barbarian Realm, had just come back to their senses and realized that they had been fooled by Ed and his group. However, everything had come to an end. It was too late for the Federation to intervene. How boring. Fang Heng took a look and found that there was nothing worth noting on the forum. He suddenly felt sleepy again. Forget it, let's sleep. Fang Heng was about to turn off the tablet and sleep when he suddenly thought of something. He touched his pocket and took out a round black sticker from it, sticking it on the back of the tablet. ZZZZ. The screen of the tablet suddenly turned black and restarted. After the restart, the new tablet's main interface changed. The black sticker was the special contact method that Old Black had given him. 1375 communication. After pasting the black sticker, the tablet was hacked. When it was opened for the first time, it would automatically register and log in to an anonymous internet called Hidden. It was one of the famous Darknet networks. The Darknet network adopted a membership invitation system. Over the years, most of the Darknet networks had been infiltrated by the Federation, and so was the Hidden network. However, it was slightly better than the other darknet networks. Fang Heng immediately logged in to check. The layout of the website was directly borrowed from the official website of the Federation, but some minor adjustments were made in some categories. Sure enough, unlike the official website, there was a lot of gossip on the darknet. Of course, a large portion of it was paid content. Fang Heng browsed through a few hot topics and was no longer sleepy. A certain laboratory in the North District of the Federation was damaged, causing some unknown gas to leak. The Federation urgently evacuated the surrounding people. All sorts of signs indicated that something major had happened in the North District of the Federation. Many people had gone there to get a share of the loot. Something had happened in the Holy Court of the 7 districts recently. It was confirmed that a special event had happened in the Holy Court area. Many people saw the high-tier Holy Court enter the 7 districts in a special way and suspected that the Holy Court was going to make a big move. The Central Federation had recently obtained a powerful genetic item from the high-tier game world and was currently carrying out a special secret plan. The plan had already entered the human experimental stage. It was said that it could increase the strength of an ordinary person to the average level of an intermediate game player in just 3 days. It was unknown whether this news was true or not, but the players were discussing it enthusiastically. In addition, the most heated discussion was in a prison in the southern region of the Federation. Most of the prisoners in this prison were major criminals in the game. These people were not strong, but some of them had some special information. There were many people on the darknet who wanted to save or kill people, find people, or obtain information. The unconventional is more exciting than the conventional. Fang Heng had just flipped through a few pages before he felt energized. He was suddenly no longer sleepy and flipped through the posts with interest. As he was flipping through it, a black icon suddenly appeared on the bottom right corner of the screen. A friend contact? This was the first time he had used a black sticker, so the darknet's sponsor was naturally Old Black. Hence, his only internet friend was Old Black. As expected, it was Old Black. Fang Heng, I heard that you did well in the barbarian realm. Congratulations. Not bad. Thanks to you, I got some goods. I will send them to you later. No problem. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. After some small talk, Old Black sent a message. How many teleportation slots are there in your world? Which world boundary coordinates are you bound to now? Fang Heng thought for a while and decided to conceal the special reward channel obtained from the SSS Plus level trial. He replied, there are 48 teleportation slots. Other than the elementary game world and the 7 regions, I only have the coordinates of the barbarian realm for the time being. Old Black immediately sent a series of exclamation marks. 48. What the hell? Normal world lords usually only had 2 or 3 slots, he actually had 48? What did he do in the trial game? Did he save the game world? A few seconds later, Old Black sent another message. You're rich. Fang Heng replied, don't get too excited. It's useless to just have a passage slot. I lack the coordinates for the world boundary teleportation. That's right, I am indeed a little excited. I will think of a way to find the coordinates for you. Of course, don't forget our previous agreement. Yes, I remember. The passage to my world will be open to your people at any time. Old Black sent a reliable emoji. However, I have encountered a very big problem now. What trouble? I am short of money. Fang Heng roughly explained the fact that he owed a large sum of King of Gods points. If one lacked King of Gods points, he would encounter all sorts of problems. For example, using the space-tearing device to enter other game worlds required the consumption of King of Gods points. If he didn't have the money, he could only drag Mojai along and ask him to pay for the ticket for him. It was truly miserable. Old Black sent a wait for my news emoji. Fang Heng closed the chat window and continued to browse the forum. He had wanted to continue looking for information on the forum about upgrading talents after reaching level 30 and how to transplant the sacred tree. Strangely, he did not find any information related to the talent upgrade in the brilliant crystal. There were a few pieces of information regarding the transplanting of trees, but they were not very useful. Soon, Old Black sent another message. There's a request from a player in the barbarian realm. The reward for the mission is the King of Gods points. Completing the mission will give you a large number of King of Gods points. The client wants to level up and needs a large number of mutation crystals. The rest of the rewards are all yours. Old Black had also sent a mission description. Fang Heng opened the description of the commission and nodded. This commission seemed to be not bad. The difficulty of the mission was low, and the rewards were not bad. Most importantly, he could even obtain some additional King of Gods points as a reward. It could solve an urgent problem. I accept the mission. Fang Heng sent Old Black a thank you emoji and asked about the upgrade. Old Black immediately replied. When players reached level 30, they would automatically trigger the talent upgrade. At that time, he would know the specific upgrade conditions. If Old Black leaked it in advance, it would cause the game to punish him. So it was a level restriction again. Feng Hang finally understood. Since that was the case, he would focus on leveling up first. The next day, in the vampire apocalypse, after being filled with the aura of the Death Realm for a whole day, the entire apocalyptic world of the vampires was shrouded in a thin layer of darkness. The Shrine of Bones floated in the air, operating at full power, constantly absorbing and transforming the aura of the Death Realm around it. The game notifications kept appearing on Feng Hang's retina. Ding! Your building, the Corpse Pit, has absorbed the aura of the Death Realm. The building's experience points have increased. Ding! Your building, the Corpse Pit, has been upgraded to level 6. Kaiyu Yokang stood beside Feng Hang, holding an unknown instrument in his hand. He lowered his head to look at the value displayed on the instrument, and his face revealed an interested expression. The aura of the Death Realm is very interesting. Feng Hang shrugged and said, don't just focus on the aura of the Death Realm. Has there been any news about the research related to the demonic seed in the past 2 days? Yes, the liquor's strengthening analysis has been completed. I can guarantee that the transformation is 100% complete. In addition, the virus body that you found from the demonic seed has also been tested for fusion and evolution. How is it? Feng Hang's interest was piqued. Crystallized zombies. They had met by coincidence in the trial before. 1376 location. After completing the crystal transformation, the surface of the zombie's body was covered with a layer of crystallized material, greatly increasing defensibility and output. If it could be fused with the liquor's combat ability would at least double. Yes. Kaiyu Yaokang put away the instrument and opened the record book he carried with him. He said, the fusion of the zombie creature and the demonic seed virus is currently preparing for the first phase of the live experiment. According to my estimation, the success rate of normal zombies turning into crystallized zombies is estimated to be around 50%, and the fusion rate with the liquor is estimated to reach 20%. Currently, we are mainly lacking experimental data. We need to carry out the next step of living experiments to obtain more accurate data for the next step of the experiment. Kaiyu Yokang looked at Feng Hang and said, I am ready. We can start the live experiment this afternoon. Cough cough. Feng Hang coughed lightly and shook his head. He replied, we can wait for the live experiment. Let's put it aside for now and wait for a while. He had no choice. Even though he was very envious of the crystallized zombie clone, he needed a large amount of King of Gods points to conduct experiments on living bodies. He still owed King of Gods points. Although Li Shouqian's goods had all been sold, Feng Hang found another big problem. There was a limit to how many King of Gods points players could trade with each other. There was an upper limit for each month. Any portion that exceeded the upper limit would be charged an additional processing fee by the game. The larger the number of points traded, the higher the handling fee. Once the number reached a certain level, there would be a handling fee of more than 99%. It was really not easy to obtain King of Gods points. Seeing Kaiyu Yaokang's suspicious gaze, Feng Hang changed the topic and said, by the way, have you checked the black flocule left behind by the Abyssal Demon? Did you find anything? You're right. I did find something. Kaiyu Yaokang narrowed his eyes and continued, I found a piece of information in it. Information? I analyzed its DNA profile and found a very strange sequence in it. This sequence was not naturally generated. It was optimized and modified. It looks like a record of some kind of language. Kaiyu Yaokang handed a piece of paper to Feng Hang. On the paper were 2 lines of pictures made up of various special symbols. I've already given the pictures to Sandy to study. He's certain that he's seen similar written records in the underground world and is already studying them. However, it seems that he's encountered some trouble and hasn't given me any feedback yet. Feng Hang took the paper and checked it. A game prompt flashed across his retina. Mission title, unknown message. Mission difficulty, ASSS description. Your companion discovered an unknown message while studying the remnants of the demonic seed. Please try to decipher the message to trigger the subsequent mission. Mission requirement, unlock the message. Mission reward, next phase of the mission. Feng Hang raised his eyebrows. It was a mission with a floating difficulty of ASSS level. Looking at the mission description, he could tell that it was a non-combat mission. Similar missions depended on luck. Sometimes, if they were lucky, they could easily complete the mission. If they were unlucky, it was also possible that they would go around in circles for more than 10 years without finding any clues. Feng Hang put the note into his backpack. There's still more research value to be found in the remains of the demonic seed. I will continue to analyze and study it. I hope to find more. Kaiyu Yaokang closed his notebook and said, alright, this is the research content and findings of the previous phase. I will wait for you to start the next phase of the crystallization experiment. We will shelf the crystallization topic for later. Come, Let's go check out the curse of the vampires. Fang Heng brought Kusagakure back to the zombie apocalypse prison headquarters through the portal. Welcome, Your Majesty. In the teleportation channel, 3 princes of the vampires personally welcomed them. They knelt on one knee with the other dukes of the vampires. The vampires looked nervous and excited. They had developed for tens of thousands of years, but this was the first time they had seen substantial progress in breaking the curse. All the vampires present had been selected by the Elders' Council to participate in the experiment to remove the curse. If everything went smoothly, the curse that had plagued the entire vampire race for many years would be greatly improved. Get up. Fang Heng raised his hand and looked at Victor on the right. Is everything okay? Victor had stayed up the whole night and was fully prepared. He waved to Fang Heng and said, Fang Heng, we checked the space-tearing device last night and tested it again this morning. We are sure that the portal can be fully operational. All right. Fang Heng nodded and said, let's begin. Yes, listen to my command. Activate the space-tearing device and establish the target teleportation channel. This was the first time the prison teleportation hall had opened a portal to a higher world boundary. Victor took it seriously and personally commanded the team. Ding! The player is establishing a space passageway, current destination intermediate game world, Barbarian Realm. The mechanical engineers were preparing to open the passage when Sandy appeared out of nowhere and moved to Fang Heng's side. Fang Heng, I heard that you're going back to the Barbarian Realm? Sandy had 2 big dark circles under his eyes. He scratched his head and looked distressed. Last night, he had been tortured by the symbols and pictures that Kusagakure had obtained. Sandy was very sure that the decoding of this text was related to the language left behind by the cave-dwelling beasts. He had clearly found a huge breakthrough, but the whole puzzle was missing some extremely crucial clues and could not be completed successfully. I have to go back to the Barbarian Realm with them and look for clues in the underground world. Alright, you follow Kusagakure later. He will bring you along. Fang Heng nodded at Mojai. Mojai made an okay gesture to indicate that there was no problem. This time, Fang Heng and Mojai teleported over together. This was mainly because he did not have any King of Gods points. Channel connection successful. Locating. Establishing channel, 92%. Boom. The space-tearing device let out a mechanical roar and a blue pillar of light rose from the central teleportation hall. Swoosh. The pillar of light slowly shrank and condensed into a ball of light in front of everyone's eyes, floating in the air. Teleportation channel established. Teleportation status stable. Fang Heng, it's ready. Victor raised his hand to signal to Fang Heng that the teleportation passage was completed and they could start the teleportation. Compared to the channel in the elementary game, the intermediate game used a teleportation ball. This way, they could save more energy. Alright, let's go. Fang Heng strode forward and pressed his hand on the blue ball of light. The game notification on his retina refreshed again. Ding, the player has entered the space passage. Accompanying player Mojai. It consumes 200 King of Gods points, paid by player Mojai. Players can stay in the game for up to 72 hours, 1377 re-entry whoosh. The blue light flickered violently under Fang Heng's touch and then suddenly disappeared, along with Fang Heng and Mojai. The hall fell silent. Everyone looked at Victor. Victor looked down at the data on the dashboard and then looked up. The space-tearing device is stable. Teleportation has been completed. Monitor the situation of the ultra-small spatial teleportation hub immediately. All teams, report the situation. Understood. The vampires tried to calm down and waited quietly at the side. Duke Bellamy was particularly anxious. The curse of the vampires on her body had already reached an extremely serious stage, and she could not hold on for much longer. The 3 princes of the vampires were not much better off. Previously, when they were summoned by the Vampire King's coffin, the continuous battles had already caused the curse backlash on their bodies to reach an extremely high level, and their main body's strength had been greatly affected. In the past, they would have gone back to their coffins to sleep. They would have to sleep for at least 1,000 years to recover some of their battle injuries. Time passed by. The hall was eerily quiet, and the atmosphere was extremely heavy. After more than an hour, a mechanical engineer suddenly broke the silence and shouted, Captain Victor. Spatial fluctuations detected. It's a spatial fluctuation from the teleportation hub. Victor said, attention, all teams. Prepare to receive the teleportation wave. They're coming. Success. Hearing this, the vampires waiting in the hall immediately became excited. They all turned to look at the large spatial teleportation hub on the right side of the hall. Whoosh! A blue beam of light suddenly bloomed from the front of the teleportation hub. Under the dazzling blue light, a square blue spatial passageway quickly condensed in front of everyone. Victor turned his head and carefully looked at the blue passage entrance with a serious expression. The engineers of each team kept reporting the data to Victor, Inspection complete. The passage has been established. The spatial fluctuations are stable. Before the report could be completed, a zombie staggered forward from the entrance of the blue square tunnel. It stepped into the space tunnel and disappeared. The vampires stared at the entrance. Why was there no reaction? Bellamy clenched her fists tightly, feeling as if every second was torture. After another half a minute, the blue light screen of the teleportation channel flickered. Buzz. Mojai Oi walked out of the portal. Everyone looked at Mojai Oi. Mojai Oi nodded and said, "All right. Fang Heng asked you to enter the passage in batches." Carl, the prince of the vampires, looked excited and raised his hand, and shouted, "Let's go." On the other side of the teleportation passage, Fang Heng was glad that he had brought Mojai Oi along this time. With the blessing of hidden luck, the two of them were randomly teleported to the land of plague after completing the teleportation. They did not have to waste time halfway. The sacred tree Abakia sensed Fang Heng's arrival and immediately felt intimate. After that, Fang Heng immediately used the holy weapon, the ultra-small spatial transportation hub, to establish a world passage to the zombie apocalypse. After opening the portal and using the zombies to test for safety, the three princes of the vampires brought the first batch of the dukes of the vampires into the world and greeted them. "Your Majesty." Fang Heng raised his hand gently. "Yes, let's begin. Don't try to resist." "So fast?" He was directly removing the curse. Duke Bellamy's breathing was a little heavy. She knelt on one knee and secretly sized up her surroundings. They were surrounded by a lush forest. Kai kai kai. Tiny vines extended from all directions, and at the same time, green stars fell from the sky. The stars fell on her body and were absorbed. Bellamy's expression changed. She could feel that the damage to her body was gradually being repaired. The curse that had been suppressing her body was greatly alleviated. The curse that was as firm as a shackle was greatly loosened. It was an unprecedented sense of comfort. Bellamy could not help but close her eyes. The rest of the vampires also closed their eyes. The three princes of the vampires were also experiencing changes in their bodies. Carl was the first to open his eyes and try to clench his fists. He had never felt so good before. His old injuries had been completely healed by the sacred tree, and the curse had been greatly suppressed. The three princes of the vampires opened their eyes one after another and looked at each other. They saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Fang Heng asked, "How is it?" Carl was now completely convinced by Fang Heng. He once again sensed the condition of his body and respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, the damage caused by the curse in the past has been completely healed. This treatment is equivalent to me resting in a coffin for thousands of years. I feel that the shackles of my bloodline have loosened slightly. Compared to before, I can enter battle for a longer period of time. But the curse hasn't been completely removed. It's just loosened, making it easier to suppress." "Yes." Fang Heng hummed softly. It seemed that the current level of the sacred tree, Ibakiya, was still unable to completely solve the problem of the vampires. He still had to continue to think of ways to strengthen Ibakiya. Following that, the dukes and marquises of the vampires opened their eyes one by one, sensing the condition of their bodies. "What about you guys? How do you feel?" Duke Bellamy's face was filled with joy and excitement. "Your Majesty, the curse on my body has already loosened by more than half, and there won't be any problems for at least a few years. I can already try to advance to the level of a prince." Bellamy was especially excited. She had been waiting for this day for far too long. Bellamy had already felt the threshold to become the prince of the vampires 100 years ago, but she had never dared to cross it. Once she advanced, the curse in her body would take her life first. Now, she could still feel the shackles of the curse, but the shackles were already within the acceptable range. At the very least, the path to becoming a prince was already smooth. The rest of the marquises also knelt down on one knee with respect. "Your Majesty, we are no longer affected by the curse, but we can still feel the existence of the curse. After breaking through, we might still be affected by the curse shackles." Fang Heng rubbed his chin, confirming his judgment. He should be able to resolve the curse by upgrading Abakoya to its complete form, and even increase the strength of its race. Just as he was thinking about it, another line of game notification appeared. "Ding! The player has unlocked part of the bloodline shackles of the vampires. The player's reputation among the vampires has increased greatly. The player has obtained the trust of the Prince of the Vampires. The player's current reputation has been permanently solidified to the maximum value. Ding! The player has unlocked the bloodline shackles of a portion of the vampires. The maximum level of the vampires can be increased. The vampire's evaluation value has increased. Ding! Player has triggered the mission The Rise of the Vampires. Mission title, The Rise of the Vampires. Difficulty? Mission tips, your race has been released from its shackles. Their lifespan has been greatly increased. They need more power and ambition. Mission requirement, Increase the reputation of the vampires in the realm and increase the strength rating of the vampires. Mission reward, region reputation. 1378 Night Violet. This mission. Feng Heng looked at the mission hint and frowned. He had a feeling that he had no idea where to start. Even the reward was a little strange. Region reputation? What was the use of that thing? Caillou Yaoking and Sandy also entered the barbarian realm through the spatial teleportation hub. Caillou Yaoking took out a box of sample collectors expressionlessly and walked forward one by one. He drew a tube of blood from each vampire and nodded at Feng Heng. He said, "Alright, if there's nothing else, I will go back and study it first. I will give you the detailed report later." Even though the princes of the vampires were an all-powerful existence in the elementary game, they still obediently reached out their hands to draw Caillou Yaoking's blood without any resistance. "Yes, alright." Feng Heng closed the mission log and looked at Duke Bellamy. "Bellamy, I will leave the rest to you." "Yes, Your Majesty." The sacred tree's healing required energy, and there was still a short cool-down time. It was temporarily unable to provide it to all vampires to alleviate the curse. The current batch of high-level vampires could receive free treatment from the sacred tree. As for the future, it would not be so easy for the vampires to alleviate the curse. The sacred tree would be Feng Heng's way of permanently controlling the vampires' loyalty. Only after going through a series of vetting by the Vampires' Council of Elders and Feng Heng's final confirmation could the sacred tree be used. Seeing that the matter had came to an end, Sandy urged him anxiously, "Feng Heng, about that, we should be leaving soon, right?" "Yes." Feng Heng made some calculations and decided to split up with Mojai Oi. Mojai Oi and Sandy went to the royal family to meet up with Tang Minayu and the rest. They wanted to see how Tang Minayu's money-making plan was going. They wanted to find time to sell the goods. If they encountered any trouble, they could contact them through the survival radio station. Sandy hoped to look up some information at the Empire's Research Institute and get the cave-dwelling beasts to prepare some information. Meanwhile, he returned to the underground world alone. There, he still had a mission to complete. In the barbarian realm, not far from the entrance of the crack in the underground world, a team of more than 10 people was standing guard at the edge of the forest. Baratz's strength was mediocre, but he was really fascinated by the game. After advancing to the intermediate game, Baratz found that playing the game became more and more difficult as the difficulty of the game increased. He spent a lot of effort to find a good mission and hired a professional mercenary group and a few mercenaries. He was prepared to use this mission to level up. After waiting for more than an hour, the players hired by Baratz were getting impatient. The captain of the mercenary group, Hanrit, could not help but ask, "Boss, aren't we all here yet?" "Yes, we're still missing one. We're already halfway there. We will be there soon." Baratz looked at the end of the path and felt a little uneasy. The difficulty of the mission wasn't high. It was the type of mission that allowed one to work harder and earn more. The number of members of the team was limited to 12. The higher the mission points earned within a fixed period of time, the better the final mission reward would be. Baratz was only the third son of the family. He did not usually participate in managing the company's team, so his pocket money was very limited. He could only hire an ordinary team. On the other hand, his brother had always taken good care of him. He said that he had helped him find a reliable person in the black market and even spent a large sum of money to guarantee that he would complete the task. However, after waiting for so long, he did not see anyone. Hanrit and Baratz had met in the previous phase of the mission, so they were quite familiar with each other. He spoke less cautiously and complained, "Boss, where did you find this helper? He made us wait for more than an hour." "Don't get scammed." Baratz whispered, "I don't think so. My brother hired him from the darknet. If he doesn't complete the mission, he won't be paid. His darknet credits will also be deducted." Hearing this, the mercenaries' faces froze. Usually, players hired each other through the official channels provided by the Federation, as well as various offline channels. Someone hired through the darknet. There was a high chance that his identity was not ordinary. Many people who accepted missions on the darknet were wanted fugitives of the Federation. They couldn't use their identities on the surface, so they could only rely on the darknet. "Anyway, don't ask too much. He will help us complete the mission." As they were talking, a shadow appeared in the sky. He looked up and saw the Empire's griffin flying across the sky. It then changed its direction and flew toward the ground. When they were about to reach the lowest point, a figure jumped down from the back of the griffin and landed steadily in front of everyone. Baratz and the rest looked at Feng Heng, who had landed on the ground. When they first saw Feng Heng, they felt that Feng Heng's face was a little familiar. Feng Heng's gaze lingered on everyone for a moment, then he looked at Baratz and confirmed with him, "Baratz?" "Yes, it's me. The last part of the commission number is 2901. I accept your commission. Let's go." Baratz looked at Feng Heng. "Ah. Are you old white photo? Yes, let's go. Share the mission with me. Fang Heng nodded and walked towards the cave, thinking that Old Black was too careless when he gave this name in the forum. Alright. Barats followed and shared the mission with Fang Heng. Ding. Do you wish to accept the shared mission? Collect Night Violet. Mission title, Collect Night Violet. Mission type, Reward mission. Mission difficulty. Maximum number of participants, 12. Mission description, while exploring the underground, you accidentally discovered a huge deep cave. In it, you encountered a creature that has existed since ancient times, the obsidian beetle. This group of creatures guards a strange flower called the Night Violet. The Empire's researcher, Hannah, is very interested in the Night Violet and hopes that you can help her collect the Night Violet. This mission requires the relevant collection skill. Mission requirements. The blooming period of the Night Violet is extremely short and can only be safely picked when it blooms. Hannah has given you a special device that can release a special beam. The beam can cause the Night Violet to bloom for up to 6 hours. Please try to obtain as many Night Violets as possible within 6 hours. Mission reward. Hamil of the Empire Research Institute is using King of Gods points to purchase Night Violets and the shells of the obsidian beetles. You may collect the mission items and exchange them for King of Gods points. Fang Heng looked at the mission description carefully and nodded in satisfaction. This mission was a rare reward mission. The player was required to obtain the mission item within a limited time. The more mission items one obtained, the higher the mission reward. To a certain extent, players could automatically adjust the difficulty of the mission. 1379 reward mission. The party entered the cave. Barats lit a torch and led the party toward the crack in the depths of the cave. He reminded them in a low voice, "Everyone, the difficulty of our mission this time is not high. I will repeat my request. After I use the mission item to trigger the Night Violet, the obsidian beetle hidden underground will wake up and attack us." Obsidian beetles usually hide underground. They have acid spray attacks and attack by splashing rocks after diving into the ground. Their damage output is not high, but they hide underground and are very troublesome. In addition, they have a hard shell, which is difficult to deal with. All the material rewards after the mission is completed will belong to you. I only want the evolution crystals dropped by the obsidian beetle. I want to level up. The mission requirements had already been posted on the black market once before, and Fang Heng had read them carefully. The employer requires at least 2,000 Tier 1 mutation crystals. Fang Heng confirmed with Barats again, what is the level of the obsidian beetle? What is the drop rate of the mutation crystal? The level is relatively low, but the number of obsidian beetles is very large. It can be confirmed that there will be elite-type obsidian beetles spawning halfway through the mission. We need to be prepared in advance. Barats lowered his head and estimated, from the previous battles, the drop rate of Tier 1 mutation crystal is about 20%, and the drop rate of Tier 2 mutation crystal is about 0.3%. Fang Heng thought for a moment and continued, "If you have many Tier 2 mutation crystals, give me the rest." Huh? Barats was slightly stunned. More? Barats even suspected that he had misheard. Level up required a huge amount of mutation crystal. How could there be more? Seeing Fang Heng continue walking forward calmly, he immediately agreed, "Oh, okay, no problem." The mutation crystal was bound to the party. As long as it was enough to level up, the extras would be useless. Soon, the team followed Barats down the underground crack and entered the underground world. According to their agreement, Hanrit, the team leader Barats hired, took over the command of the team. He waved his hand to signal the team to get into formation and reminded them in a low voice. "Everyone, the underground world is very dangerous. There are traps everywhere. We must be vigilant. We will move forward slowly. Be careful." With that, Hanat waved his hand. Everyone gradually went deeper into the underground world. Kai. After moving forward for a while, Hanrit quickly discovered the situation. Hanrit immediately signaled for the team to stop moving forward and stay in place to guard against the darkness ahead. Soon, 2 groups of 20+ members of the Cave-Dwelling Beast Patrol team appeared in the darkness. The leader of the Cave-Dwelling Beast Patrol team sensed the aura on Fang Heng's body and led the team closer to Fang Heng and the others. Hanrit was vigilant and reminded him in a low voice, "Everyone, don't attack first. These are cave-dwelling beasts, a group of creatures that live in the underground world all year round. The strength of ordinary cave-dwelling beasts is not high, but they will gather nearby companions. Recently, there's been news that the cave-dwelling beasts and Tangminayu have reached a cooperative relationship. As long as we don't do anything hostile, they won't attack." As Hanrit spoke, he saw Fang Heng walking toward the cave-dwelling beasts. Hanrit wanted to call Fang Heng, but he didn't know his name. "Hey, you be careful." Fang Heng took a few steps forward and stopped, staring at the cave-dwelling beasts in front of him. The leader of the cave-dwelling beast patrol team said something to Fang Heng. Fang Heng could not understand the language of the cave-dwelling beasts, so he could not react. He just stood there quietly. Soon, the two teams of cave-dwelling beasts confirmed Fang Heng's aura and quickly hid in the darkness. Hanrit couldn't help but feel puzzled. Strange, why did these cave-dwelling beasts run away again? Hanrit couldn't help but look at Fang Heng. From the beginning, he felt that Fang Heng was very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Earned to the team, Hanrit couldn't help but ask, "What did you say to them just now?" Fang Heng shrugged and said, "They didn't say anything. I don't understand their language." "It's normal that you don't understand. By the way, have we met before?" "I don't think so." "Alright, everyone be careful. Let's continue moving forward." Hanrit suppressed the doubts in his heart and signaled for the team to continue moving forward. The location marked by the mission was deep in the underground world. The group of people moved forward. The journey was calm and peaceful, and the team advanced for more than an hour. Hanrit felt strange. It had already been more than an hour. They were about to reach the mission destination. It was 3 hours earlier than expected. Barats was also a little confused, and he kept exchanging glances with Hanrit. This was really strange. The last time they came to the cave to complete the prerequisite mission, they encountered all kinds of hardships along the way. It was almost as if each step was a pit. They had gone through 81 difficulties along the way before they arrived at the mission location. Why did they not see any underworld monsters other than the first few cave-dwelling beasts? Was he really that lucky today? Or were they going to gather together and make a big deal out of it? Barats felt that a bigger storm was brewing in the calm, and he could not help but slow down. The other members of the team also vaguely felt it. Today was a little too peaceful. However, no one spoke. The entire team was shrouded in an unusual layer of heaviness. Fang Heng wasn't in a hurry. After all, it wasn't time for the zombie clones to resurrect. "Everyone stop." Suddenly, Hanrit sensed something. He raised his hand and signaled the team to stop moving. Rustling sounds came from the darkness ahead again. The sounds soon became more concentrated. From the darkness ahead, a large number of cave-dwelling beasts appeared. So many. Barat swallowed his saliva and was extremely nervous. What was going on? Had the cave-dwelling beasts gone crazy? More and more cave-dwelling beasts surrounded them from all directions. They had been to the underground world several times before and had come into contact with the cave-dwelling beasts a few times, but they had never reacted as strongly as they did today. Could it be related to the mission? The mercenaries saw that the situation was not good and held their weapons tightly. With a grave expression, Hanrit signaled the team not to act rashly. Just as he was hesitating whether he should step forward and say something, the densely packed group of cave-dwelling beasts suddenly opened up a small path. Following that, a few humans wearing the Empire's uniform walked out, surrounded by the cave-dwelling beasts. 1380 Mechanical Disc Lord. Lord Fang Heng. It really was Lord Fang Heng. Argyle, the guide from the Empire, saw Fang Heng and his eyes lit up. He waved at Fang Heng and said, "Lord Fang Heng, why are you here?" Argyle immediately went up to Fang Heng. The people following Fang Heng were stunned and turned to look at Fang Heng. Fang Heng? Why was this name so familiar? Wait a minute. Could it be? A light seemed to flash in Hanrit's mind, and he immediately reacted. That's right, Fang Heng. No wonder this person looked so familiar. Wasn't he the World Lord Fang Heng who had caused a commotion in the elementary game some time ago? Wait, what did this person call him? Lord Fang Heng? Feudal Lord? What did he mean? Fang Heng? Player? Feudal Lord? Could it be? Hanrit stared at Fang Heng, a terrifying thought rising in his heart. Could he be the mysterious Fang Heng who was rumored among the players in the barbarian realm? Lord Fang Heng had too many legends. Fang Heng was the first to create the study of necromancy. He was also the owner of the Land of Plague, the founder of the Sacred Tree, the one who resolved the world crisis of the Abyssal Demon, had a close relationship with Tang Minayu and completely destroyed the Holy Court. Hanrit and the other players immediately understood. They looked at Fang Heng in shock and confusion. So, Fang Heng, who had turned the barbarian realm upside down in the past 2 days, was actually a player in the elementary game world. Lord Fang Heng? What did he mean? Barats did not react for a moment until Hanrit whispered into his ear to explain. He then turned to stare at Fang Heng. He was Fang Heng? What kind of place was the Darknet? How could they hire such an expert? Wait, Fang Heng accepted his commission and even participated in his mission? Barats's expression changed from confusion to surprise. There was only one thought in his mind. This time, the mission was guaranteed. Lord Fang Heng, why did you come here? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Fang Heng leaned over and whispered a few words into Argyle's ear. There are some things that need to be investigated. Okay. I will go ask them. Argyle turned around and translated Fang Heng's question to the elders of the cave-dwelling beasts. Very soon, the elite elders of the cave-dwelling beasts responded to Argyle with loud gestures and spoke intermittently for a long time. Argyle understood most of it and communicated with the cave-dwelling beasts for a while before walking back. What did they say? The place you're going to is a dark area in the underground world. The cave-dwelling beasts rarely go to that area. According to the cave-dwelling beasts, that area is occupied by a group of creatures from the underground world. They have always lived in peace with the cave-dwelling beasts and did not disturb each other. Yes. Fang Heng nodded and said, there's a mission. We need to enter the area to investigate. Alright, I will go and communicate with them. Ever since the abyssal demon was completely eliminated, the cave-dwelling beasts had completely obeyed Fang Heng's orders. After a short communication, they learned that Fang Heng wanted to enter the deeper areas to investigate. The cave-dwelling beasts began to lead the way. The team set off again. Barats never dreamed that this mission would be escorted by such a large team of cave-dwelling beasts. The entire team advanced deeper into the underground world for more than half an hour. The elite elder of the cave-dwelling beasts leading the way stopped and gestured at Argyle for a while. The front of the tunnel was blocked by a large rock wall, and there was a cave-shaped entrance below the rock wall. Fang Heng sniffed and smelled a strange smell. It came from inside the cave. It wasn't a stench, but something similar to gasoline. Argyle barely managed to translate it and returned to Fang Heng and the others. Lord Fang Heng, the obsidian beetle tribe is inside. The cave-dwelling beasts are very sensitive to this smell. Since ancient times, the clan leaders of the cave-dwelling beasts have been warning them that there is a powerful tribe on the other side of the cave, so they won't enter casually. Let them wait outside the cave entrance first. Fang Heng said as he turned to look at Barats. Hearing that the cave-dwelling beasts would not follow him into the cave, Barats was slightly disappointed. He quickly adjusted his mentality and walked forward. The location of the mission is behind the cave. After passing through the cave, there's a large space behind it. The night violets grow there. I went in twice when I was doing the prerequisite mission. Alright, let's go and take a look inside the cave. This time, it was Fang Heng who led the way. The team members followed Fang Heng and the others into the cave. The cave was not long. In less than 5 minutes, Fang Heng passed through the cave passage. On the other side was a raised platform. Fang Heng stood on the platform and looked down at the platform in front of him. The rock wall and the ground in the distance were covered with dark purple flowers. The flowers did not bloom but looked like long purple awl-shaped objects. They emitted a weak light in the darkness. Barats stepped forward and pointed at the plants. He whispered, Fang Heng, those that grow in the soil are the night violets. You have to be careful. They are very sensitive to temperature. A slight touch will cause the flowers to be damaged. By then, they will be worthless. A mercenary in the team looked down and asked with a frown, what about the obsidian beetle you mentioned? The obsidian beetles have a special habit. They often lurk in the rock and under the rock walls. It's usually difficult to find them. They have always been guarding the night violet. Once we touch the night violet, it will arouse the hostility of the beetles. Barats explained and turned to look at Fang Heng. Lord Fang Heng, the number of obsidian beetles is very large. Are we really not going to use the help of the cave-dwelling beasts? No need. Most of the cave-dwelling beasts used bone spears for long-range combat. Right now, he still needed to collect night violets to exchange points. Under such circumstances, using a large number of bone spears would most likely enter the night violets below. For now, he would not let the cave-dwelling beasts make a move and wait and see. Alright then. Barats thought that Fang Heng had other plans and patiently explained again, everyone, please get ready. The light beam device can release fragrance and a fixed frequency to urge the night violets to bloom. The device can last for a total of 6 hours. Be especially careful. Once the device is activated, it will attract the aggro of a large number of obsidian beetles. Once the durability of the device drops to 0, the mission will end prematurely. 1381 Gathering Barats said as he took out the mission equipment from his backpack. It was a white disc with a diameter of about 1 meter. Barats carefully placed the device on the protruding rock and prepared to activate it. Fang Heng stretched out his hand to stop Barats. Don't be anxious, wait a little longer. Wait? Yes, very soon. Fang Heng glanced at the game hint. There were still more than 10 minutes before the zombie clones resurrected. Although the team did not know what Fang Heng was going to do, they all obediently waited. When this big brother did things, they just had to watch obediently. Everyone's eyes focused on Fang Heng. They watched as Fang Heng walked to an empty space on the right side of the platform and slowly opened his hand. He maintained this posture. Everyone was curious about what Fang Heng was going to do, and they all stared at him. More than 10 minutes passed. Just as everyone's patience was about to wear down, a soft sound rang out. Fang Heng's surroundings changed. A strange sound came from the ground around the rock he was standing on. Kai. Kai Kai. Dark brown palms kept reaching out from the ground. The rolling of the ground became more and more intense. Along with the zombies' whimpers, a dense number of zombie clones crawled out from the depths of the ground. The magic array in the surrounding space flickered, and lickers quickly emerged from the magic array. In just a short moment, everyone realized that the area where Fang Heng was standing was filled with lickers and zombies. A summoner. So Lord Fang Heng was a summoner. The expressions of Barretts and the others changed instantly. This was the first time they saw a World Lord use a skill up close. Although there was a continuous casting of more than 10 minutes before the skill was released, it was still. The number of summoned creatures was too many. What was that? Hanrat saw a giant creature crawling out of the ground. Dong. Dong dong dong. The fusion tyrant forms crawled out from the ground, and even the ground trembled slightly. When the 3 fusion tyrant forms slowly stood beside Fang Heng, the expressions of Barretts and the players became strange. Fusion tyrant form. He had already reached the stage where he could control such a terrifying human-shaped weapon. The strength of a zombie apocalypse world lord was too terrifying. Fang Heng looked at Barretts and nodded. Alright, let's begin. Alright, alright. Barretts swallowed his saliva and carefully walked forward, reaching out to activate the device. Buzz. The catalyst device emitted a soft sound wave, followed by a yellow pillar of light from the center of the device. The light was accompanied by a strange fragrance that spread in all directions. Kaka. Kaka. Fang Heng raised his eyebrows. Under the illumination of the light, strange sounds could be heard from the surrounding rock walls under the platform in front of them. The 3 stone walls behind the platform in front of them started to shake strangely. Black. Beetles. Upon closer inspection, what was originally sticking out from the rock wall was not an ordinary rock wall, but the shell of the obsidian beetle. The black carapace was a disguise for the obsidian beetle. At a glance, they seemed to have merged with the black rock wall. The light frequency fluctuations emitted by the device woke up the obsidian beetles. They woke up from their hibernation and rushed out from all corners of the wall, attacking the device. Ding! The player team has activated a special device. The night violet is blooming. Ding! The special device has aroused the hostility of the obsidian beetle tribe. You will receive additional attack aggro from the obsidian beetle tribe. Ding! If the durability of the special device reaches 0, the default mission will be terminated in advance. A row of game hints appeared in Fang Heng's eyes. Go. At the same time, the lickers that had gathered in the surroundings immediately pounced on the obsidian beetles. The lickers charged into the obsidian beetles, and a battle immediately erupted among them. The acidic liquid attack spat out by the obsidian beetles was a chemical corrosive attack, but the damage was limited. It was continuous damage that could not cause fatal damage to the lickers at all. After burying the rock layer, the stone strike skill dealt extremely limited damage to the lickers. The lickers were also at a loss when facing the obsidian beetle shell. Ding! The player's zombie clone, Licker, has attacked the obsidian beetle, triggering the claw effect, and causing 124 points of damage. Ding! The player's zombie clone, Licker, has killed the obsidian beetle and obtained 22 survival points. Ding! Player has obtained. Fang Heng looked at the hints that kept popping up and licked his lips. Not good. When dealing with the monsters in the intermediate game world, the damage of the zombie clones and Licker were obviously not enough. They could only rely on the advantages of their undying passive skills and their numbers to suppress them. Of course, it was only because there were not many obsidian beetles yet. In addition, the fusion tyrant form had yet to participate in the battle. If his fusion tyrant form were to join the battle, there was a risk of the night violets being destroyed. Fang Heng tried to use lickers and zombie clones as the main force to observe the situation. Barretts' party looked at the lickers that were engaged in a massacre, their eyes flashing with shock. This creature was too powerful and had a terrifying casualty rate. On the surface, the obsidian beetles and the zombie horde were evenly matched. In fact, if one looked closely, one could see that the obsidian beetles were continuously falling, while the zombie creatures and lickers summoned by Fang Heng were not dead at all. Was this how Big Brother killed monsters? What were they doing in the past? Perhaps this was the real game. They had wasted their time in the past. Barretts was indescribably satisfied and overjoyed. He waved his hand forward and kept the mutation crystals that dropped after the obsidian beetle died. At this rate, there were still 6 hours left. He could totally level up to level 25. As the yellow light gradually bloomed, the smell gradually dispersed. More and more night violets bloomed in the cave, emitting bright purple light. The air was filled with an alluring fragrance. It was almost time. Fang Heng naturally wouldn't forget why he was here. He immediately mobilized a portion of the zombie clones to collect the blooming night violets. One of the zombie clones walked to a night violet, and a long channeling bar appeared above its head. Without being disturbed, the loading bar was completed in just 5 seconds. Ding, your zombie clone has collected the Night Violet. Rating, A. Ding, your actions have aroused the anger of the Obsidian Beetle tribe. Ding, your zombie clone has collected A. Seeing the game hint after the collection was completed, Fang Heng's heart moved. As the zombie clones continued to collect the blooming Night Violets, more and more Obsidian Beetles continued to respawn from the depths of the ground. 1382 acceleration therefore, according to the rules of the game mission and the situation at the scene. The more Night Violets he collected, the faster the Obsidian Beetle respawned. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes. In order to confirm his guess, he tried to control zombie clones to stop collecting. As expected, once they stopped collecting, the Obsidian Beetle's respawn rate also stabilized. He controlled the zombie clones to collect the Night Violets again, and the Obsidian Beetles began to respawn faster. As expected. That would be interesting. Fang Heng muttered softly to himself as he couldn't help but ponder. He could take this opportunity to farm a good wave. Night Violets could be exchanged for a large number of King of Gods points, and the beetle shells that decomposed after killing the Obsidian Beetles could also be exchanged for a small number of King of Gods points. Although the price of the beetle shell was low, they were looking at a huge number of Obsidian Beetles. Who would complain about having too many King of Gods points? On the side, Barats kept picking up the mutation crystals that the party had killed, grinning from ear to ear. In just 5 minutes, he had leveled up by 2 levels. At this rate, it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach level 28. In the past, Barats had never been convinced by those high-level players who were rumored to be godly. Now, he truly realized that the gap between him and the World Lord was like heaven and earth. They were playing 2 completely different games. On the other hand, Fang Heng tried to control a portion of zombie clones to move the Obsidian Beetle corpses from the battlefield. Other than using the decomposed carapace to exchange for the King of Gods points, the Obsidian Beetle's blood also contained extremely weak power. Coincidentally, evolving the vampire snowcat required a large amount of blood power. Many a little makes a mickle. He could use this opportunity to collect a wave of blood. He would farm them all at once. Thinking of this, Fang Heng turned to Barats and said, "You guys stay here and watch. I will go out for a while, about an hour." Barats and the others nodded in agreement. They had already stopped asking Fang Heng what he wanted to do. In any case, they could not participate in a battle of this level. They were already completely convinced. They followed Fang Heng's lead and had the opportunity to level up rapidly. How could they care about anything else? Just be a toolman. Fang Heng nodded at the few of them and immediately returned through the passage. After passing through the cave passage to the other entrance, Argyle, who was waiting at the same place, immediately welcomed him. "Lord Fang Heng, what's the situation inside? Are you all right?" "Yes, no problem." Fang Heng looked around and pointed to an empty space on the right. He said, "Tell the cave-dwelling beasts that area needs to be cleared out immediately. Also, tell them to gather more people. The more the better." "A great battle? Gather more people?" Argyle looked at Fang Heng carefully. What was Lord Fang Heng trying to do? "Hurry up and go." All right. Seeing Fang Heng's grave expression, Argyle immediately nodded in agreement and promised, "I will go over and tell them immediately." Soon, the cave-dwelling beasts understood Argyle's message and made way for him on the right side of the entrance. Fang Heng walked to the front of the open space, looked around for a moment, and slowly moved his right hand forward. Ka. With a slight mechanical sound, the pocket-sized robots lined up and drilled out of Fang Heng's sleeves. The shadow of the metallic frame that surpassed the technology of the barbarian realm by several years gradually appeared in the underground world. When the cave-dwelling beasts saw this high-tech alloy metal product, the entire race was silent for a moment before a noisy discussion broke out among the race again. The 2 cave-dwelling beast elders even knelt on the ground and said something unknown. The other cave-dwelling beasts quickly followed the 2 team leaders and bowed to the building phantom. Listening to the mutterings of the cave-dwelling beasts, Argyle's expression turned strange. He slowly approached Fang Heng and asked in a low voice, "Lord Fang Heng, what is an anal eye?" "Anal eye? What is it?" This was the first time Fang Heng had heard this term, and his eyes were filled with doubt. Argyle was equally puzzled and explained, "The cave-dwelling beasts are all talking about anal eye. It seems to be very similar to the anal eye legend passed down in ancient times. They think that the building that you summoned is anal eye, so I don't know what it is exactly." Fang Heng was even more stunned. Had the cave-dwelling beasts seen similar buildings before? That was impossible. They were clearly 2 different realms that were developing in different directions. A cave-dwelling beast could see future technology? Suddenly, Fang Heng felt a flash of light in his mind. He seemed to have grasped something and lowered his head to think. When he first saw the behavior of the cave-dwelling beasts, he thought that it was the fear and worship of the unknown. It didn't seem right. Ask them if they have any books or stone tablets related to Anoli. If they do, copy them down. I want to bring them back for research. Alright, I will go ask. Barats and the mercenaries he hired did not know what was happening on the other end of the passage. They had been guarding the mission device. He had never experienced such a cheat-like leveling efficiency before. In just an hour, he had obtained thousands of Tier 2 evolution crystals, and his level had risen to level 27. This money was really worth it. The extra Tier 1 crystals naturally benefited the mercenary team that came along. Hanrit and his team were shocked by Feng Heng's strength, but at the same time, they felt that they had made a killing. Everything was left to Lord Feng Heng to handle. They only needed to protect the mission device from being attacked. Moreover, in the current situation, the mission device was not a threat at all. Not only had he easily completed the mission, but he had also obtained a wave of Tier 1 mutation crystals and leveled up, and that was only in a short hour. There were still 5 hours left, and Barats was sure that he could reach the highest level, level 29. As for the Tier 3 mutation crystal required to break through the level 30 barrier, Barats was not dreaming about it. After all, only the boss had a chance of dropping the Tier 3 mutation crystal. Just as he was thinking about it happily, Barats suddenly felt a slight tremor coming from the ground under his feet. What was going on? Something strange happened? The mercenary leader, Hanrit, suddenly felt his heart tremble violently. Following that, a great sense of danger rose in his heart. He suddenly turned his head to look at the cave behind him. What was that? Hanrit shouted, "Careful!" The other mercenaries also felt a strong pressure coming from the cave. Everyone's expression changed drastically when they looked back. Whoosh! Swoosh! 3 blood-red figures dashed out of the cave. 1383 Beetle King. It was the vampires. Hanrit's pupils suddenly tightened. Why would such powerful vampires appear in such a place? Just the aura fluctuations that were emitted were enough to make him feel terrified. Hanrit shouted, "Alert!" He had experienced countless trials in intermediate games, and his spirit was extremely tense when a crisis erupted. He gave the command out of reflex and immediately shouted for the team to retreat and defend. However, the other mercenaries were suppression by the aura fluctuations and did not have time to react. Whoosh! Show! In the blink of an eye, 3 powerful vampires dashed out of the passage and passed by the players, rushing into the group of obsidian beetles in front of them. Bang! Bang! The vampires relied on their blood claws to kill the obsidian beetles. Along the way, blood exploded. The strength of the Prince Terror vampires was already tyrannical. In addition to the treatment they had just received from the sacred tree, their overall strength had increased once again. It was not a problem for the Blood Shadow Claw to break through the shell of the obsidian beetle. If Feng Heng hadn't ordered them not to use large-scale spells to avoid damaging the blooming night violets and the obsidian beetles' corpses, the Prince of the Vampires' efficiency in farming monsters would have been even faster. Hanrit, Barats, and the other mercenaries were stunned when they saw this scene. Teammates. One of the mercenaries thought of something. It was summoned by Lord Feng Heng. Feng Heng is also the World Lord of the world of vampires. That's right. With this reminder, Hanrit also came to a realization. Feng Heng was indeed the World Lord of the zombie apocalypse. But apart from that, he also controlled the vampire apocalypse. So these powerful vampires were also summoned by him from the vampire apocalypse? Hanrit quickly flipped through the game log and confirmed, yes, that's right. It's a vampire creature controlled by Lord Feng Heng. The game log shows the crystal dropped after the team killed the obsidian beetle. If the life form killed by the vampires dropped a mutation crystal, it meant that the vampires were also teammates. This undoubtedly confirmed everyone's guess. Barats was shocked again. Just being able to control zombie creatures to fight was already terrifying enough. He did not expect Feng Heng's strength to be far more than that. Whoosh! Show! The cave behind them started to make some noises again. It was not over yet. Like the others, Barats couldn't help but turn his head to look at the entrance of the cave after hearing the sound. That was. After the princes of the vampires joined the battlefield, more and more vampire bats flew out of the cave and entered the area below the platform. The dukes and marquises of the vampires had been waiting in line to enter the barbaric world and rely on the sacred tree to repair their bodies. Just as they returned to the zombie apocalypse after the treatment, they encountered Feng Heng's cave-clearing mission before they could completely disband. Coincidentally, they were pulled over by Feng Heng to join the battle in the underground world. A horrified expression appeared on Barats's face. Such a huge vampire team. He couldn't help but think of the vampire invasion that happened in the real world not long ago. Feng Heng followed the crowd of vampires and stepped out of the cave. He returned to Barats and the others and looked down at the platform. The obsidian beetles were already suppressed by the lickers and the zombies, and a balance was maintained between killing monsters. After the vampire team entered the battlefield, the original balance was broken. The obsidian beetles were quickly cleared out, and the speed at which they spread and respawned could not keep up with the speed at which they were killed. Very good, this was the effect he wanted. There were less than 5 hours left to the event. Faster. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and immediately controlled the zombie clones to stop attacking and start collecting the blooming night violets. The game notifications popped up one after another. Ding, your zombie clone has collected the night violets. Rating, A+. Ding, your actions have aroused the anger of the obsidian beetle tribe. Ding, your zombie clone has collected. Ding, the vampires that you controlled killed the elite obsidian beetle and obtained 290 survival points. As the zombie clones continued to collect the night violets, the obsidian beetle's respawn rate increased greatly in a short period of time. The lickers worked together with the vampires as the main force, and the killing speed increased. The dense kill notifications kept refreshing in Fang Heng's vision. Crack.cock. Suddenly, there was a slight shaking from the ground. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but look in the direction of the arched ground in front of him. Oh no! Hanrat also noticed the strangeness in front of him and could not help but shout, not good. It's the boss. Boom. In the next moment, gravel flew in all directions. A giant obsidian beetle king crawled out of the ground. The beetle king was dozens of times larger than a normal obsidian beetle. Kai. Several iron wings extended from the back of the obsidian beetle king. The beetle king had the ability to fly. It immediately flapped its iron wings and flew into the air, heading straight for the mission device that Hanrat and the others were guarding. At the same time, the iron wings on its back buzzed. Be careful. It's the beetle king. Prepare for battle. Hanrat and the other mercenaries were alarmed. They raised their shields and prepared to block. Whoosh. Show. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 blood-red figures flashed in front of him. The 3 princes of the vampires stood in front of the beetle king and opened their arms at the same time. Buzz. A blood-red barrier instantly opened up in front of them. Bang. The obsidian beetle king's entire body crashed into the blood-red barrier. The barrier shook violently as the beetle king was knocked back. Whoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh. The 3 princes of the vampires quickly chased after the beetle king. In order to avoid hurting night violets, the princes of the vampires did not use large-scale spells. Instead, they chose to fight in close combat. The princes of the vampires had blood in their hands, and they were swimming around the giant obsidian beetle king. The 3 blood shadows kept flying around the beetle king. Every time they flashed past the beetle king, they would leave several bloody marks on the beetle's body. The giant obsidian beetle king was easily suppressed. On the platform not far away, Hanrat stared at the obsidian beetle king trapped by the vampires, and his heart was filled with shock. The vampires in the elementary game were not weak. This was especially true for the highest-ranking prince of the vampires. A single prince could actually suppress the beetle king, let alone 3. It was a crushing victory. It tried to break free several times, but it was blocked by the blood barrier cast by the princes of the vampires. In less than 2 minutes, under the shocked gazes of Barat's and Hanrat's mercenary team, the giant obsidian beetle's health point dropped to 0. It fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground with a bang. 1384 Purification. A game hint appeared on the player team's retina at the same time. Ding! The player team has killed the giant-sized iron-winged obsidian beetle. The player team has obtained a Tier 3 mutation crystal. Killed? Even the boss creature was easily killed by the Prince of Vampires. Hanrat and the mercenaries were so shocked that they were speechless, while Barat's was overjoyed. Mutation crystal. Tier 3 mutation crystal. Seeing the Tier 3 mutation crystal, Barat's body trembled in excitement. He had never dreamed that he would be able to find a Tier 3 mutation crystal here. Tier 3 mutation crystal could only be dropped by creatures at the boss level. Moreover, most of the mutation crystals could not be traded. How many players had spent years trying to find a Tier 3 mutation crystal, and he actually had this opportunity to obtain it easily. Fang Heng looked at the game hint and narrowed his eyes. The obsidian beetle was considered a relatively low-level boss creature in the intermediate game. Its strength in all aspects was not high, so it was reasonable for it to be crushed and killed by the 3 princes of the vampires. However, after the obsidian beetle died, other than the mutation crystal, it did not drop any other related equipment or items. This might be related to his mission. Not only the Beetle King, but the obsidian beetles that he had killed earlier in the mission had never dropped any equipment. Fang Heng watched as the zombies dragged the corpse of the giant-sized obsidian beetle king to an open space to dismember it, then looked away. Continue. Farm. The vampires clearly still had some energy left. After connecting the zombie apocalypse and a barbarian realm game world, he could rely on a large number of vampires to greatly increase the efficiency of farming mission items. Feng Hang focused his attention and continued to control the zombies to collect the night violets, increasing the respawn rate of the obsidian beetles. For a moment, there was a constant slight vibration under his feet. In just a few seconds, more than 10 pages of game hints appeared. Barats and the others looked at the scene of broken limbs flying in front of them and felt their scalps go numb. If not for Feng Hang, they would have been completely swallowed by the obsidian beetles in half a second. It's almost time. Seeing that his speed had increased by dozens of times, Feng Hang noticed that the ground was covered with a layer of obsidian beetle corpses in a short while. He temporarily stopped increasing the beetles' respawn speed and began to control the zombie clones. The zombie clones withdrew from the battle one after another and were in charge of logistics. They slowly moved the obsidian beetle corpses out of the battlefield. The other group of zombies started to collect and decompose the corpses that were transported out. They collected the shells required for the mission and sealed them in boxes. The rest of the corpses continued to be transported back through the cave passage until they were sent to the zombie apocalypse world to purify their blood. After all, he still needed a large amount of blood to upgrade his vampire bloodline. The obsidian beetles' blood did not have much energy, but there was a huge number of beetles. They could be used to condense a lot of blood. Feng Hang looked at the remaining time of the game mission. There were only 4.5 hours left. Farm. Continue to farm. At the Northern Federation branch in charge of the Barbarian Realm. Detected an external world invasion signal? Yes, sir. The signal frequency is still greatly increasing. The higher-ups suspect that there may be a realm invasion and ordered us to immediately investigate and report back. After receiving the news that the Barbarian Realm had been invaded, Octave, the commander of the Barbarian Realm of the Northern Federation, couldn't sit still. Why were there so many unexpected incidents in the barbarian race recently? Previously, the Federation hadn't paid attention to this matter. The various large guilds had joined forces and won the game. They hadn't participated in the Empire's competitive mission, so their strength hadn't expanded. Instead, the various large gaming guilds had gained the upper hand. Originally, the Northern Federation did not take it to heart. After all, the Federation and normal player guilds were two completely different things. If they really wanted to make a move, the Federation could completely crush the ordinary player guilds. But now? Why was there another realm invasion now? In the past few years, the Northern Federation hadn't invested much into the Barbarian Realm, and their control over it had always been at a low level. However, this unknown invasion still made the higher-ups issue a warning at the first moment, ordering Octave, the person in charge of the Barbarian Realm, to investigate the truth. He had to deal with it seriously. Octave immediately ordered his subordinates to contact and investigate. At the same time, he mobilized the Federation forces in the game to rush to the scene of the incident to investigate. Realm invasion. Who could have caused such a huge incident? It would be fine if it was a player, but if it was an anti-Federation forces. Commander Octave's mood immediately became very bad. At the same time, the massive spatial fluctuations attracted the attention of the Empire. The royal family. After Feng Hang and Wei Tao left the trial first, Tang Minayu and Milkael immediately seized the royal capital and quickly reached a common goal. Earn money. They were too lazy to care about Tang Wu's remaining forces. They directly secured the loyalty of more than half of the Empire's feudal lords and began to gather a large number of resources to reclaim the Empire's main cities. As for how to transport these resources back, it was not their concern. This part was directly handed over to Feng Hang to handle. The worst-case scenario was to store the supplies in the Land of Plague. In the future, they could use the regional teleportation passage to travel back and forth again and slowly move the goods stored in the Land of Plague back to the zombie apocalypse and sell them for money. When Mojai arrived, he brought good news about Feng Hang. It was said that Feng Hang could open a temporary passage at once to transfer supplies. After Tang Minayu learned about it, she began to discuss transferring all the supplies back to Feng Hang's zombie apocalypse and then slowly dividing the loot. After all, it was safe to put it in his pocket. The zombie apocalypse was the safest. Everyone was excitedly discussing how to maximize the benefits when the leader of the Empire Mages suddenly came to ask for an audience. The leader of the Mages looked solemn. He bowed to Tang Minayu and said, "Your Majesty, the Mages of the Empire have just discovered an extremely powerful spatial energy fluctuation. They suspect that a powerful force has invaded our world. Huge spatial fluctuations may lead to various unknown dangers. Your Majesty, please be on high alert. The mages suggest that we immediately send people to the teleportation point area to investigate." Tang Minayu and the others were stunned for a moment. They looked at each other and their expressions became serious. Strange, what the hell was a spatial fluctuation? Hadn't the biggest boss of this world been eliminated? Moreover, none of them had triggered any related missions. Could it be that they had encountered a realm invasion? 1385 The invasion, forget it, she didn't have to worry too much about it. Her people would help to stall for time. After all the materials she had gathered were teleported back to the zombie apocalypse, it was fine if the region was invaded. Even if it was destroyed, it had nothing to do with them. Thinking of this, Tang Minayu calmed down a lot and raised her hand. There's no need to panic. Immediately send Commander Zhao Yun to lead a team to investigate the spatial fluctuation. Yes, Your Majesty. The target of the spatial fluctuation is locked in the depths of the Sunset Mountains. We believe that it is in the underground world. The underground world? Mojai Aoi was moved. He remembered that Feng Heng had coincidentally gone to the underground world just now. It couldn't be such a coincidence that he was also in the Sunset Mountains, right? Speaking of which, could the spatial fluctuation be caused by Feng Heng? Mojai Aoi was about to say something when Ed rushed into the palace under the lead of the guards. Your Majesty Minayu. Ed looked hurried as he cupped his hands at Tang Minayu. He then gave her a look and signaled to the NPCs beside him. Tang Minayu understood Ed's hint and waved for everyone to leave. Then she asked, "What's the hurry?" "There's trouble. The Federation has just informed me that they've detected a high-level spatial energy fluctuation. The fluctuation has been determined to be extremely dangerous. The Federation suspects that there might be an outside force invading the barbarian realm, and it's very likely that it's an anti-Federation force." Ed was undoubtedly the most nervous. After this battle, they finally built a solid foundation in the barbarian realm game and defeated the final boss. They had just started to split the loot, but was it going to be destroyed by the external anti-Federation forces? How could this happen? After receiving the news, Ed rushed to Tang Minayu and the others to discuss it. Mikael frowned and asked, "Are you sure it's an anti-Federation operation?" Ed said in a deep voice, "Yes, it's not far off. Most of the players in our local game world know each other. We just asked around, and it's not our people or the Federation's people. There's a high chance that it's related to anti-Federation forces. The North District Federation has just sent people to investigate. If they really encountered anti-Federation forces, their money-making plans would be more or less affected." Cough cough, brothers. Mojai Aoi cleared his throat and raised his hand to look at the crowd. He said, "Do you think this matter is related to Feng Heng? When he and I parted ways, he said that he was going to the underground world to complete a mission." Huh? Everyone turned to look at Mojai Aoi. Complete a mission? Are you sure? Just completing a mission could cause intense spatial fluctuation and create such a huge array? Ed expressed his doubts and added, "Everyone, this matter is of great importance. Our major player guilds have just discussed and are preparing to gather people to investigate. The people from the Federation are also on their way. I think it's best for us to go and take a look at the situation." Cough cough, brothers, don't worry. I will send a message to Feng Heng to ask about the situation and confirm it. Everyone was stunned. Only then did they come back to their senses. By the way, Feng Heng had already exited the trial mode. They could now contact each other through the survival radio. Mojai Aoi immediately lowered his head and quickly tried out the survival radio. Soon, his expression became indifferent. Tang Minayu asked, "How's the situation?" Raising his head, Mojai Aoi looked at the crowd and nodded to confirm, "Yes, that's right. I've asked. He's the one who's causing the spatial fluctuation." Ah. Ed was shocked. Was it really done by Feng Heng? He asked almost without thinking, what mission is Lord Feng Heng doing now? Could it be the region invasion mission? In the underground world, Feng Heng closed the radio connection with Mojai Aoi and thought to himself. The ultra-small spatial teleportation hub will release violent fluctuations when it is teleporting something. These fluctuations will become stronger and stronger as the passage continues. Especially when a powerful creature such as the Prince of the Vampires passed through the teleportation passage, the spatial fluctuation would be even more intense. All the major local forces would be alerted. This was probably one of the restrictions of the game. In the future, when using it in other regions, you have to be vigilant. Feng Heng was secretly alarmed. However, he did not expect to attract the Federation this time. The ultra-small spatial hub was his trump card. Feng Heng did not want to expose it to the Federation so soon. Feng Heng continued to look at the battlefield. The mission device was still in operation. Dense numbers of obsidian beetles emerged from the depths of the cave which were further away, mixed with a large number of elite creatures. From time to time, there would even be the boss-level creature such as the Obsidian Beetle King respawning. The Beetle King was often defeated by the three princes of the vampires immediately after it appeared. The speed at which the beetles spawned was almost the same as the speed at which the vampires and lickers killed them. It's almost time. Speed up one last wave. Feng Heng muttered softly. The underground world was not a simple place. It would take the Federation a lot of time to find this place. They could still seize the time to continue farming and further increase efficiency. Fang Heng gestured and the zombie clones rushed forward and began to collect the night violets in large batches. At the same time, ignoring the large number of night violets blooming behind the passage in front of them, the cave-dwelling beasts that had been waiting in a dense formation behind them roared and advanced, raising their bone spears at the same time. Kai! Kai kai kai! The dense bone spears pierced into the darkness ahead. The princes and dukes of the vampires also sensed Fang Heng's command and flew into the air. Regardless of whether the night violet was destroyed or not, the vampires could use large-scale attack spells to bombard the obsidian beetles. Boom! Boom boom boom! In an instant, a dense number of bloody bombs exploded in the cave and large groups of obsidian beetles fell. The killing speed soared once again. Dong! Dong dong! The fusion tyrant forms at the back also ran forward with heavy footsteps, aiming at the direction where the beetles were densely packed. They punched a huge pit in the ground, sending a circle of obsidian beetles flying at the same time. The ordinary zombie clones couldn't keep up with the speed. Fang Heng immediately gave up on letting the zombie clones attack. Instead, he let them act as support, bringing large batches of corpses out of the battlefield and temporarily storing them at the edge of the cave exit. Another group of zombies started to collect the dismembered bodies. Ding! The player's zombie clone has decomposed the ancient obsidian beetle. You have obtained a curved shell and 3 pieces needles. Fang Heng's backpack definitely could not fit such a large number of mission items. After the items were disassembled, they were directly packed into boxes and transported out through the cave. 1386 Leveling up. The rest of the beetles' corpses were transported back to the zombie apocalypse world and thrown into the Vampire King's coffin for blood refinement. At this moment, the outside iron mine was already piled up with layers of corpses. The zombie clones couldn't even keep up with the speed of their disintegration. It was time to level up. Fang Heng turned to look at Barats and asked, "Is the tier 2 crystal enough? Do you have any extra 5,000? Give them to me first." Yes, yes. After obtaining a total of 16 tier 3 mutation crystals, Barats was so excited that he could not even speak properly. Hearing this, he immediately traded all the tier 2 mutation crystals in his bag to Fang Heng. Ding! Player has obtained 21,927 pieces of tier 2 mutation crystals. Ding! The player has met the conditions to be upgraded to level 30, able to level up. It was here. Level 30. Fang Heng took a deep breath and thought to himself, level up. Ding! The player's level has increased to level 30. Due to the player's innate skill, the player has obtained an additional 365 zombie clones. Ding! Current number of zombie clones is 2,187. Ding! The player's current level has reached level 30. Talent enhancement has been activated for the second time. Player, please find a talent advancement mentor. Ding! The player's current world does not have a talent advancement mentor. The player can try to enter other worlds to find a talent enhancement mentor. The player can obtain a talent-related mission after obtaining the mentor's approval. Intermediate and above game worlds have talent enhancement mentors. Ding! The player can choose to skip the talent advancement stage and obtain the next level upgrade requirement. Fang Heng carefully looked at the new game notification and could not help but mutter in his heart. He still needed to find a talent enhancement mentor to complete the mission line. Furthermore, he had to enter other game worlds to find a mentor. This was a little troublesome. World lords were different from other players. They had to find the world coordinates before entering other game worlds. Just thinking about it made him feel that it was a little troublesome. Fang Heng frowned. As he was thinking, a game notification refreshed on his retina. Ding! Checking in progress. Ding! The player has received the attention of a special force. Judging in progress. Ding! The player has received an invitation from the Hall of the Dead Punos. Punos. Fang Heng's pupils constricted as he immediately recalled what Li Qingren had mentioned to him. That was the headquarters of necromancy in the intermediate game. Suddenly, a strange dark distortion appeared in a space not far from Fang Heng. Kai! A black shadow creature darted out from the dark distorted space. Gargoyle. It was a living being made entirely of shadows. Fang Heng could tell from its appearance that it was a fusion product of the undead and alchemy. A gargoyle. The gargoyle flew toward Fang Heng's head, and as it flew past Fang Heng's head, it disappeared with a puff. A gray card floated down from the air and landed steadily in Fang Heng's hand. Fang Heng picked up the piece of paper and observed it. On the front of the card was a beautiful rune with the words invitation card on it. On the back was a paragraph written in small font. Believer of death, on the path of pursuing death, we are very happy to find a like-minded friend. We sincerely invite you to join Punos for further studies. Here, you will learn how to manipulate the dead and how to create nightmarish creatures. The Academy instructors are experts in pursuing academics. They will provide you with unparalleled guidance and professional knowledge so that you can become a true necromancer. I sincerely wish that death would last forever. Punos. Ding. Due to the player's past performance in the game, the player has received an invitation from Punos, a special hidden intermediate game world. The player has received Punos' invitation card, item Tower of Bones invitation card, type, consumable, 3 out of 3. Description: through this invitation card, the player can enter Punos, a special hidden intermediate game world. Each time you enter, you can stay for up to 7 days. This card is consumable. It will disappear after 3 uses. Description: this item is bound to the soul and cannot be traded. It will disappear upon death. Ding. Player has triggered the mission Head to Punos. Mission title: Head to Punos. Mission requirements: enter the hidden realm Punos through the invitation card. Ding. This realm is extremely dangerous. Please be careful. Mission reward: activate the mission line related to the talent mentor. Fang Heng put away the card and muttered softly, Punos. The hidden intermediate game world. The headquarters of the undead in the intermediate game world. It seemed that he had a way to advance his talent. Make a trip to Punos. Fang Heng remembered that he had chatted with Li Qinggren before. Teacher Dicky was trying to find a way to help him get the coordinates of Punos. Now, he had gotten an invitation card first. Let's put it aside for now. Fang Heng retracted his gaze and focused on the task in front of him. As players leveled up once again, the ground beneath their feet began to churn. More than 300 newborn zombie clones struggled to crawl out of the ground and staggered toward the piles of obsidian beetle corpses. Under Fang Heng's control, they began to decompose and collect them. After reaching level 30, the total number of zombie clones exceeded 2,000. The efficiency of transportation and decomposition increased once again. The carapace that they had collected was too much to store in their backpack, so they were packed into boxes and piled up around them. After that, these boxes had to be transported out of the underground world to submit the mission. They could rely on the power of the cave-dwelling beasts to transport the mission materials. It was not troublesome to transport them back to the mission location through the underground world passage. After all, opening the world passage required a large amount of energy and would also cause spatial fluctuations. Save as much as one could and use as little as possible. Thinking of this, Fang Heng once again asked Argyle to communicate with the elders of the cave-dwelling beast, asking them to help transport the supplies. As soon as they finished talking, Duke Bellamy of the vampires flew over from not far away. She transformed back into her human form and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, we have discovered something in the depths of the cave. What discovery? Bellamy whispered into Fang Heng's ear. What is it? A special symbol? Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat, and he frowned and said, let's go. Take me there to take a look. Yes, sir. Fang Heng immediately transformed into his bat form with Bellamy and flew toward the battlefield. Below, the vampires were engaged in a large-scale battle with the obsidian beetles. Blood and flesh were flying everywhere. Bellamy brought Fang Heng to a sunken spot on the ceiling in the middle of the cave. Originally, there was no entrance here. Not long ago, a sleeping giant obsidian beetle king boss woke up and crawled out of the cave, and the vampires discovered the entrance. Your Majesty, look inside. Fang Heng followed Bellamy into the entrance of the cave above and soon found a passage that slanted upward. 1387 chance encounter. They continued to walk down the passage for more than 10 meters before they stopped and returned to their human form. This was... Fang Heng looked at the damaged metallic device in front of him, his eyes revealing a surprised expression. Ding. The player's current mission, the Night Violet mission completion rate has exceeded 1000%. The player has discovered hidden reward broken remains, unknown object. The metal equipment was already broken into pieces, leaving behind only a large amount of debris. It was impossible to identify what it was. Fang Heng stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. He carefully walked forward and reached out to touch the metal device. Item broken remains, unknown. Description: it looks like a high-tech mechanical device. Due to the impact, only a portion of it remains. Description: this technology has exceeded the player's current level in the main world. The player cannot attempt to repair it. Description: this item can be researched. Ding. The player lacks relevant skills, unable to identify this object. Your Majesty, it looks like these remains have been buried here for a long time. We just tried to search and found some damaged records, but we don't know some of the words on them. Yes. Fang Heng took a few pieces of text records from Duke Bellamy. Ding. The player has received a damaged record. Item: damaged transcript. Description: unknown transcript. Description: the player has not mastered this language or related skills. Unable to obtain more information. Why did the characters on it look familiar? Suddenly, Fang Heng's eyes lit up. Bellamy, go to the Empire's main city and bring Sandy over. Tell him that there's a discovery here that might be related to the words he's studying. Yes, Your Majesty. In the northern district of the Federation, according to the division of the Central Federation, the barbarian realm had always been under the jurisdiction of the Northern Federation. As a matter of fact, the Northern Federation had long regarded the barbarian realm as its own territory. They felt that there was no player force that could compete with them for the entire barbarian realm. The recent turmoil in the Empire and the outbreak of the Abyssal Demon had only made the Federation slightly more vigilant. After all, the Abyssal Demon incident seemed like a big deal to the higher-ups of the Federation. They did not encounter any substantial danger at all. The ascension of Tang Minayu, the leader of the Empire, did not cause the Federation to worry too much. She was just an NPC, and the amount of military power she could mobilize was limited. The Federation felt that it would not affect the overall situation. However, the discovery of the possible invasion of anti-Federation forces made the Northern Federation extremely vigilant. After receiving the order from his superior, Octave, the person in charge of the northern region of the barbarian realm, gathered the elite team of the Empire and immediately led people to the area where the spatial fluctuations occurred to investigate. The team followed the direction of the spatial fluctuations and went deep into the underground world. From receiving the information to confirming the information, gathering the party, and finally entering the underground world, the entire process delayed the party for a long time. On the way to the destination, Octave received news that the spatial fluctuations had disappeared. So the invasion was over? There were no reports of any injuries. Was it a misunderstanding? Or was this just a test? Octave felt a headache coming on. He was conflicted about how to write the report when he got back. No matter what, the party still needed to continue investigating and confirm what had happened in the target area. After killing a large number of creatures that lived in the underground world along the way, the team was stopped by the cave-dwelling beasts in the cave ahead just as they were about to reach the area where the spatial fluctuations were coming from. Octave immediately looked wary. It was very strange. Why were there so many cave-dwelling beasts blocking the front? The cave-dwelling beasts belonged to the super-large race of the underground world. There were many elite creatures and leader creatures among them. It was best to avoid fighting them. Octave raised his hand to signal for a Federation player with a special talent in telepathy to come forward and try to communicate with the cave-dwelling beasts. But what was even stranger was that the cave-dwelling beasts did not seem to have any desire to communicate. The player who was proficient in telepathy gestured at the captain of the cave-dwelling beasts for a long time. Not only did the other party not give any feedback, but he also looked at the Federation team with a very vigilant gaze. Just as they were in a stalemate, a small path opened up behind the cave-dwelling beasts. Eh? What was this? Octave raised an eyebrow. The cave-dwelling beasts were transporting some packed boxes of supplies. Box? What was in the box? Octave realized that these boxes were most likely related to the spatial fluctuations that had just occurred. The timing was too coincidental. Suddenly, Octave noticed that there were more than 10 players in the group of cave-dwelling beasts transporting supplies. Wait a minute. Octave immediately reached out to stop the dozen or so players and questioned sternly, "Stop. Who are you? What's in the box?" Beratz noticed that he had been stopped by the Federation team and could not help but feel a chill in his heart. After the collection mission ended, Fang Heng quickly separated from them. They would be responsible for working with the cave-dwelling beasts to transport the mission items back to the surface exit until the items were handed over. "Sir, these are all mission items." Beratz had already heard from Fang Heng that they might encounter a team from the Federation. He walked out from the group of cave-dwelling beasts that were escorting the supplies and went forward. With a fawning smile, he explained, "Sir, we have just completed a part of the mission in the underground world. The boxes are filled with mission items." "Is that so?" Octave looked at the boxes carried by the cave-dwelling beasts and became even more puzzled. He asked, "Did you notice the spatial fluctuations just now?" "Spatial fluctuations? I am not sure. Maybe it was triggered during the mission? Open the supplies and check them." Beratz looked very troubled and said, "Sir, this batch of supplies was entrusted by Lord Fang Heng to the cave-dwelling beasts to escort. We are also participating in the mission." Octave's heart skipped a beat. So it was Fang Heng? It was fine if Fang Heng wasn't mentioned, but Octave felt even more displeased when Fang Heng was mentioned. According to the information provided by the Federation, Fang Heng, who had been in the limelight in the barbarian realm recently, was undoubtedly the world lord of the zombie apocalypse and the vampire apocalypse. Tang Minayu of the Federation launched a coup in the Empire and completed an extremely difficult mission storyline to destroy the world. In fact, Octave had never taken Fang Heng seriously. He was just a lucky kid. Previously, he was lucky enough to obtain the vampire apocalypse. Didn't he obediently hand over part of the vampire apocalypse to the Central Federation? 1388 Fighting Octave had thought that since Feng Heng was lucky enough to have the status of a feudal lord in the barbarian realm, he would recruit him. With his help, it would be easier for the Federation to take control of the entire barbarian realm. Thus, Octave had been waiting for Feng Heng to contact him. However, he did not expect that after a few days, not only did he not come to visit, but he also did something shameful under his nose. They were looking down on the North District Federation. There was a need to give them a warning. Alright, I got it. This batch of materials will be temporarily detained. Let Lord Feng Heng come over to collect it. Tell him that this batch of resources is temporarily detained by the Federation. When Barats heard this, he immediately became anxious. Sir, this is our mission item. The mission has a time limit. Once the time is up, we might. Shut up. I am not discussing this with you. Octave turned around and stared at Barats. He said sternly, the game world of the barbarians has been approved by the Central Federation and is under the jurisdiction of the North District of the Empire. We detected a lot of spatial fluctuations just now, and you happen to be in the region to carry out a game mission. I have reason to suspect that you are related to the anti-Federation forces and have the right to inspect your mission item. Do you hear me? Barats's expression froze. He stole a glance at his mercenary companions behind the team. What should he do? Octave didn't give Barats any time to think. He waved his hand and said, stop them. Yes, sir. The Empire's elite teams at the back received the order and immediately swarmed forward, trying to take control of the boxes of materials. Buzz. Buzz. Behind them, the cave-dwelling beasts saw a group of people from the Federation approaching and immediately sensed the threat. They let out a sharp whistle and raised their bone spears to aim at the group. The Federation's elite team's heart skipped a beat when they saw this. They did not dare to continue forward and could not help but stop. After all, the number of cave-dwelling beasts was huge, and they had the home ground advantage. If they were to fight, it would not be easy for the Federation. Octave frowned even more. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Barats. He asked, are you unwilling to accept the investigation? Are you trying to openly violate the laws of the Federation? Barats's throat rolled as he took 2 steps back and explained, no, that's not the case, sir. Lord Feng Heng is not here now. The cave-dwelling beasts only listen to Feng Heng's instructions. We don't understand the language of the cave-dwelling beasts either. Hey, do you think I am easy to fool? You will come back with us to be investigated. Octave didn't believe that Barats and Feng Heng would dare to go against the Federation. He waved his hand and signaled the team behind him to take Barats and his men away. With Octave's order, the Federation's elite team was just about to move forward when the cave-dwelling beast team ahead of them raised their bone spears in unison. Octave's pupils constricted. Not good. They were really going to make a move. Retreat. Whoosh. Swoosh. The dense bone spears formed a white bone rain that flew toward the heads of the Federation team members. Everyone from the Federation immediately set up all kinds of shields and used all kinds of colorful special skills to block the bone spear piercing attacks. At the same time, they formed a formation and quickly retreated. Octave and his team retreated together. They narrowed their eyes and stared at the cave-dwelling beasts. He really didn't expect the other party to really dare to attack. Before he could think more about the current situation, the densely packed cave-dwelling beasts in front of him actually took the initiative to attack. The cave-dwelling beasts rushed over like a flood, instantly surrounding the Federation players. Octave's expression changed several times. Retreat first. Fighting head-on with these cave-dwelling beasts in the underground world? What was this? The Federation's elite team might be able to defeat these cave-dwelling beasts, but it was meaningless. So what if he won? It would only increase consumption. He still didn't know how to write the report when he went back. Octave made a prompt decision and immediately led the Federation's elite team to fight their way out. Seeing that the Federation's elite team was repelled by the cave-dwelling beasts, Barats and a dozen mercenaries who were still in the same place looked at each other and could not help but shrink their necks. This was getting out of control. Did they really start a war with the Federation? Forget it. He couldn't care less. The fight with the Federation had nothing to do with them. Since things had come to this, he had to hurry up and send a mission item back. He had to hurry up and hand in the mission and run. In short, he couldn't stay in the barbarian realm game world anymore. At the same time, Feng Heng had just arrived at the Empire's eastern region with a batch of night violets. Earlier, Feng Heng had discovered a special wreckage in the cave. After Duke Bellamy brought Sandy over for an inspection, Sandy immediately showed great interest and surprise. He immediately asked the vampires to help bring the written records and ruins back to the Empire for research. After that, the two separated. Feng Heng took the night violets back to the city to submit the mission. He didn't know that there was a fierce conflict between the cave-dwelling beasts and the Federation. In Feng Heng's opinion, the passage had been cleared in advance, and the mission had been completed. Even if the Federation turned the cave upside down, they would not be able to find him. He arrived at the research center of the Empire in the eastern region. Fauna, the researcher, was surprised when she saw Fang Heng submit 20 boxes of night violets. He actually got so many. Fauna immediately brought the researchers to open the box and check it. There was no doubt that the quality of the night violets Fang Heng brought was excellent. Fauna couldn't help but look at Fang Heng curiously. Night violets only bloomed for 6 hours at most. How did he collect so many flowers in 6 hours? How is it? Have you checked? Is the quality of the night violets still acceptable? Very good. I will settle it for you immediately. Fauna immediately started to count the rewards from the night violets. A game notification appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Ding! The player has submitted the night violets. Based on the level and number of mission items submitted, the player has received 373,600 King of Gods points. Ding! Detected that the player still has a portion of King of Gods points that have not been repaid. King of Gods points has been deducted. Good. Fang Heng secretly cheered himself on. In the trial game, including the upgrade of the crystallized zombie clone and the fusion of the omniscient eye, he owed the system about 1,100,000 King of Gods points. Just relying on night violets alone, he was able to pay back nearly 1/3 of the debt. There were still a large number of obsidian beetle shells on the way, and he could probably exchange them for a large number of points. He estimated that he would be able to repay most of it. 1,389 rewards. Fang Heng immediately felt that the heavy burden on his body had been lifted, and his entire person relaxed. Due to the large number of obsidian beetle shells and the fact that they were cumbersome and inconvenient to transport, Fang Heng entrusted the transportation to the cave-dwelling beasts, Barats, and the others. Lord Fang Heng. After learning that Fang Heng was a well-known feudal lord of the empire, Fauna became even more enthusiastic and said, I also know more than 10 kinds of rare flowers. Without exception, they all live in extremely harsh environments. If Lord Fang Heng is interested in helping me collect them, I can also give you a corresponding reward. Ding! The player's friendship with Fauna has reached the limit. Mission triggered. Fauna's flower research. No, I have other things to do. Fang Heng looked at the new mission hint and decisively declined Fauna's follow-up mission to collect all kinds of exotic flowers and plants. Most of the follow-up missions were to search for mysterious and rare flowers in danger zone across the empire. After completing the mission, he would be able to obtain the King of Gods points, but he wouldn't be able to farm them in large quantities as he did with night violets. It was not worth wasting time on this. Fang Heng estimated that the debt owed for the King of Gods points was about 200,000 to 400,000 yuan. If it really couldn't be done, he could only bear the high handling fees and trade with the players. He could barely make up for it. It was worth mentioning that his current zombie apocalypse game world already had the ability to open up to the outside world. Every time a player used a space-tearing device to teleport through his realm, he would be given a portion of the King of Gods points. In fact, the passage fees had always been a huge source of income for the world lords. However, for safety reasons, Fang Heng had never chosen to open the passage to the public. He only gave Old Black and a dozen of his men access to a portion of the passage. As he thought about it, Fang Heng shifted his gaze to the side. Fang Heng, this place is really not bad. Old Black, who was wearing a bamboo hat, chuckled and looked at the large boxes that were being unpacked and moved outside the building. When he first found Fang Heng, he was really shocked. How could a normal player obtain mission materials after completing a mission like Fang Heng? Old Black was the one who introduced the mission, so he naturally knew the general situation of the mission. He estimated that Fang Heng had earned at least 100,000 King of Gods points just from this round. He was on the roll. This was a good thing for both sides. He felt that his investment in Fang Heng was very wise. At least for now, he could expand his business in the barbarian realm through Fang Heng. Are you satisfied with the mission I introduced to you? Fang Heng pursed his lips and nodded. Very good. Is there anything similar? There aren't many similar missions. I will keep an eye out for you. The main thing is that you don't have many world boundary coordinates to choose from right now, so it's quite difficult. Old Black explained and nodded. I still need to find the coordinates of the world. I've already made some progress in this area. I still have to work on it. Okay, just be careful. Will you still be here in the next few days? Not necessarily. I might go to other places. Alright, I still have something to do. I will make a move first. Fang Heng nodded and sent Old Black off with his eyes. He lowered his head and thought. He communicated with Mojai Oi. It would take some time for Tang Minayu to collect all the materials from the barbarians. Coincidentally, there was still a period of time left. According to his original plan, he had to increase his strength in all aspects. He would start with necromancy study and talent advancement. He could make use of this time to go to Punos and see what the talent advancement mission was. He could prepare in advance and think of a way to raise the level of his necromancy skills and learn a few other skills. Feng Heng quickly made a plan. But before that, there was something more important. The additional reward from completing the SSS Plus rating trial 3 free world coordinates. Feng Heng had been thinking about it on the way to hand in the mission. According to his previous deduction, the method of obtaining the reward was related to him. Once he touched an unknown realm, he could trigger the reward and obtain the corresponding coordinates of the realm. It was limited to the first 3 chances. Assuming that his deduction was correct, if he chose to enter Punos through the invitation letter, he would most likely be able to obtain the coordinates of Punos. And Punos was just a hidden intermediate game world. Moreover, there was a high chance that he would be able to obtain Punos' coordinates through the Necromancer Association in the real world. It would be a pity to waste a rewarding opportunity. In fact, Feng Heng realized that he had another choice. Fauna, are there any empty rooms here? Yes, I will get someone to bring you there. After asking Fauna for an empty room, Feng Heng entered the room alone. He took out a few pieces of rune paper that he had brought from outside the game world. Feng Heng took a deep breath. He focused on setting up a magic array on the ground. After mastering alchemy, it was 10 times easier to create ceiling magic arrays than before. After 10 minutes, Feng Heng quickly drew a simple alchemy magic array on the ground. Ceiling technique. Alternate dimension. Looking at the alchemy magic array drawn on the ground, Feng Heng recalled the relevant information about the alternate dimension. It was a special space that was very strange. Humans had limited knowledge of it. As far as he knew, sealed items could easily pass through the alternate dimension, while ordinary items and creatures could not enter. For hundreds of millions of years, the alternate dimension had become a trash can for sealers. Anything that he didn't want or dangerous items that he couldn't deal with could be sealed and thrown into the dimensional space. Finished. Theoretically, the spatial space should be filled with all kinds of dangerous things. However, this place had always been safe. Initially, when Feng Heng was dealing with Hyla in the elementary game, he also tried to throw Hyla into an alternate dimension. In the end, he successfully completed the mission and obtained a powerful immortal body skill. Feng Heng stared at the magic array in front of him and had a strong premonition. Since the Death Realm could be a special world boundary, then the crack in the alternate dimension created by the sealing technique could also be a world boundary. Pa. Feng Heng pressed his hands on the alchemy array. Whoosh. He poured his spiritual energy into it. The alchemy magic array suddenly began to operate. Ka. A slight fluctuation appeared in space. Kai. With a light tap, a faint purple crack appeared above the alchemy magic array. The tiny gap was like a crack in the glass. Purple light kept seeping out from the cracks. 1390 hostile intent view. Immediately after, a powerful tearing force leaked out from the crack. Dong. Dong 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 dong. For a moment, except for Feng Heng himself, almost all the items in the room were pulled to the side of the crack by the tearing strength. They collided with each other and made a sound of collision. In the end, they remained levitated in midair. Feng Heng stared at the dimensional rift in front of him. It appeared. In a trance, Feng Heng's pupils reflected a faint blue space. His vision seemed to be able to see through the distant space, and he saw many strange things in the blue space. There were countless oddly shaped items, including clothes, strange shoes, furniture, rusty weapons, strange creatures that had been dead for a long time, and even ugly life forms. That. Suddenly, Feng Heng saw a twisted grayish-brown object levitating in the blue space. It seemed to be alive and could release invisible strength waves. The life forms that were levitating around it were all pulled by an invisible strength and slowly floated toward it. Once it got close, the gray-brown twisted creature emitted a strange distortion. Space seemed to be distorted, and all kinds of objects slowly fused with it. It looked like it was devouring and absorbing. However, this kind of devouring was more like devouring at the spatial level, which made Feng Heng feel indescribably strange. Swoosh. Feng Heng wanted to take a closer look at what it was, but his body quivered and he was pulled back from the illusion. The moment he lost his focus, the alchemy magic array stopped operating, and the spatial rift disappeared. Dong. Dong dong. The furniture levitating in the air suddenly lost power and fell to the ground. The game notification appeared on his retina again. Ding. The player has obtained the coordinates of the alternate dimension hell. Success. Alternate dimension hell. Just like the Death Realm, there was no rating. It was a special hidden game world. He had earned it. Feng Heng glanced at the messy room again. Now that everything was settled, he could make a trip to Punos. He would first look at the requirements for the talent upgrade mission before coming back to get money. He left a message for Mojai, saying that he would make a trip to Punos for the time being. If there was an emergency, he could contact him offline. he would immediately head to the nearest teleportation mage tower and prepare to return to the zombie apocalypse game world. At the same time, outside the crack that leads to the underground world, the Federation team appeared to be in a sorry state. After escaping from the underground world and the cave-dwelling beasts, the Federation team rested on the spot. The team's morale plummeted as a result of the escape. Fortunately, the people who participated in this mission were all elites of the Federation. Other than a few members who were injured, there were no deaths. Even so, the mission to explore the spatial fluctuations in the underground world was considered a failure. The entire team had consumed a large amount of combat resources. Fang Heng. Octave's face was filled with hatred, and the anger in his heart gradually rose. Sir, according to the latest intelligence from offline, the related spatial fluctuations have completely disappeared. The source of the spatial fluctuation is unknown. For the time being, we cannot rule out the possibility that it is the work of the anti-Federation forces. I understand. Octave asked in a deep voice, did the higher-ups give you any instructions on what you were told to do? Yes, the higher-ups have instructed that Fang Heng is closely related to the few major Federation safe zones that are currently being built in the vampire apocalypse world. This is a matter of great importance. If there is no concrete evidence to prove that Fang Heng is related to the spatial fluctuation incident and also the anti-federal organization, we cannot make any deployment immediately. In addition, any action related to Fang Heng needs to be reported to the Central Federation in advance. Octave frowned. How could this be? The Central Federation's reaction was a little strange. Octave was a little confused. Why would the Central Federation protect Fang Heng so much? This seemed to be a little troublesome. He originally wanted to use this incident to brand Fang Heng as an anti-Federation organization. By then, he would be able to deal with him. But now, it didn't seem to be as simple as he had thought. Octave suddenly realized that Fang Heng was not easy to deal with. Haha. Interesting. Very few people dared to provoke the Northern District Federation. Octave couldn't help but think of a way to completely drive Fang Heng out of their world and obtain the Land of Plague at the same time. Sir, there's one more thing. Speak. Yes. The Holy Union of the North District is investigating the destruction of the Holy Court in the Barbarian Realm. The Holy Court attached great importance to this matter. They heard that the Saintess wanted to enter the Barbarian Realm and rebuild the Holy Court in the Barbarians' territory to investigate the destruction of the Holy Court. The soldier thought for a moment and added, the Holy Court wants to meet with you before the operation. It is said that they want the support of our Federation. Octave's heart skipped a beat when he heard the news. Holy Court? If he remembered correctly, according to the intelligence report, it was Fang Heng, the feudal lord of the Land of Plague, who completely destroyed the entire Holy Court's holy city. After that, he ordered the attack on the Holy Court. So the Holy Court came back to look for trouble this time? Octave pondered for a moment, and a smile appeared on his face. It seemed interesting. He didn't have a good impression of the Holy Court, but after thinking about it carefully, the Holy Court was someone he could borrow strength from. He could think of a way to work with the Holy Court to check Fang Heng. North District Holy Union. I am sorry, Archbishop. I didn't complete your mission. I've already heard about the matter. It's not your fault. It's just that it's a pity that you missed this opportunity. Viana raised her head and looked at the Archbishop standing in front of the statue. She said, also, Archbishop, I met a very strange person in the Necromancer Association this time. When I saw him, I had a very strange feeling from the bottom of my heart. Yes. Archbishop Shane turned around and looked at Viana. He said in a deep voice, what kind of feeling is it? I can be sure that he is not the embodiment of evil, but I can sense the evil strength in his body. If I can find a way to seal and destroy him, the power in my body can be completely awakened, or even improved. Archbishop Shane stared at Viana, as if he had thought of something, and remained silent for a long time. Viana rarely saw Shane being so serious. She pursed her lips and asked, Archbishop, did I say something wrong? Not long ago, the Barbarian Realm's Holy Court was destroyed. At that time, the Holy Court was connecting with the Holy Realm through the strength of the Book of Oaths. During the connection, an unknown, enormous power fluctuation appeared. More than half of the Holy Mountain was destroyed by the fluctuation, and countless people from the Holy Court died. 1391 Advanced Study. Archbishop Shane paused and continued, the unknown strength fluctuations that erupted even spread to the Holy Realm through the passage opened by the Book of Oaths. 2 holy priests were also killed by the impact of the fluctuations. This was the first time Viana had heard of this, and her expression changed. It was too strange. The strength of an intermediate game was limited, yet it was actually powerful enough to penetrate the world barrier and even affect the Holy Realm. What kind of strength was this? Viana thought for a moment, raised her head, and continued to ask, Archbishop, is this matter related to Fang Heng? Yes, it's very possible. There are many suspicious points about the destruction of the Holy Court. Feng Heng happened to be one of the direct contacts for this matter, but I don't think he has such great strength. Shane pondered and said, I contacted the Holy Realm 2 days ago. The Holy Realm takes this matter very seriously. Unfortunately, the Holy Realm is of a high-tier realm, so it's not convenient for them to directly enter the barbarian realm and take action. Under the instruction of the Holy Realm, I have already sent followers to return to the barbaric world to rebuild the Holy Court and thoroughly investigate the truth of the incident. I was going to hand this mission over to someone, but now I am handing it over to you. This is a very important matter. Viana, are you confident? Viana looked up, her eyes flashing with determination. She said, yes. Archbishop, I will definitely complete the mission this time. Very good. I've already communicated with the Federation. They're willing to help us deal with Feng Heng. In addition, the Book of Oaths of the barbaric world was also lost in this crisis. We need to find it as soon as possible and retrieve it. As I expected, the Book of Oaths has something to do with the outbreak of the unknown strength. Yes, Archbishop. Ding. Do you wish to use the Tower of Bones invitation to enter Panos? Yes. Ding. The number of uses of the current invitation card has decreased by 1. Ding. The player has entered the hidden intermediate game world Panos. The maximum time you can stay in this world is 7 days. You can exit early. You cannot use world boundaries to send items into this world. Ding. Spatial teleportation equipment higher than SS level has been detected in the player's backpack. The item's verification level is higher than the undead magic barrier's verification level. The player can use this equipment, but using this equipment will cause most characters in this world to become enemies. Please be careful. Ding. The player is currently in an extremely dangerous world. Survival radios in this game world cannot be used. Please be careful. Ding. The player's current talent guidance mission has been detected. The player's current mission has been changed. Seeking guidance. Mission title, Seeking Guidance. Mission difficulty, A. Mission description, you have received an invitation from Panos to undergo advanced training in necromancy. Please head to the Tower of Bones to find the necromancy teacher, Guowo. Mission reward, guidance for the next step. As a game notification on his retina faded, Feng Heng slowly opened his eyes and carefully sized up the world. The sky was covered in a layer of black fog. The ghost fog. All around him was a dark wasteland. Feng Heng felt the aura in the air, narrowed his eyes, and flipped through the game log again. This was troublesome. The mission only stated that they were heading to the Tower of Bones, but it did not give the exact location of the tower. Feng Heng tried to transform into a bat and flew into the air. Large areas around him were shrouded in the ghost fog. Feng Heng could not tell the exact location. Other than the black wasteland, he could only see a forest not far away from the right area. There was not even a trace of the Tower of Bones. Forget it, whatever. Feng Heng sighed in his heart, then chose a pleasing direction and flew straight ahead. Flying in the air could save a lot of trouble. On the black wasteland beneath his feet, Feng Heng could see wandering skeletal creatures and spiraling vengeful spirits from time to time. The entire world of Panos looked desolate, and it exuded the aura of death. The sky was gray, and it was impossible to tell the time. Feng Heng maintained his bat form and flew straight ahead for more than an hour. Finally, he found a human team on the ground not far away. Finally, he found someone. Feng Heng heaved a sigh of relief and prepared to run over to take a look at the situation. At the same time, he wanted to ask about the location of the Tower of Bones in detail. Was it a caravan? As he gradually approached the human team, Feng Heng could not help but frown. Strangely, the caravan did not continue forward. Instead, they gradually gathered together. The members of the caravan were controlling the carriages and the accompanying goods to gather together. They were already preparing to set up camp. He didn't care so much. He went down to ask for directions first. After flying for so long, Feng Heng did not know if he had gone in the wrong direction, so he quickly flew down and transformed into his human form to stop in front of the convoy. Who's there? Below, the caravan noticed the figure that suddenly descended from the sky. They raised their vigilance and carefully sized up Feng Heng. Feng Heng also sized up the caravan curiously. All the riders of the merchant group were mounted on undead bone horses. Most of them were wearing gray or black robes and hoods. This attire reminded Feng Heng of the necromancy attendant he had seen in the Necromancer Association. But there were also differences. The hood was not tightly covered, and there was not a layer of fog under the hood. Feng Heng could see most of their faces through their hoods. A white-bearded old man walked out from the crowd. His voice was a little hoarse as he asked, "Traveler, do you need any help? I am new here, sorry to disturb you. I want to go to the Tower of Bones and ask for directions." The members of the Chamber of Commerce looked at each other and felt strange. The Tower of Bones? Who wouldn't know about that place? A young man beside the old man could not help but ask. The Tower of Bones is in Keitanchul. All necromancers who enter Keitanchul must pass the various assessments of the undead city. Have you passed the assessment? Feng Hang frowned. It was a little troublesome. It seemed that the talent upgrade mission was not as simple as he had imagined. The old man, Herta, had followed the Chamber of Commerce for many years and had seen and heard far more than the young man. He seemed to have seen something from Feng Hang and asked in a deep voice, "Outsiders? Are you here for guidance?" Feng Hang was stunned for a moment before nodding. "Go straight ahead, and you will see the nearest city. You can enter the undead city through the teleportation passage in the city." "Thank you." Feng Hang thanked him and was about to leave. The voice of a young woman came from the carriage window behind. "Uncle Herta, it's fate that we met each other. We're also heading to the city ahead. The undead storm is coming. It's too dangerous for a person to be alone in the storm. Let's bring him along." 1392 Undead Storm. Feng Hang looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young woman peeking out of the carriage window. Elisa looked very young. She had a round baby face and looked cheerful. She waved at Feng Hang in a friendly manner. "Undead Storm? What the hell was that?" Seeing the confusion on Feng Hang's face, the old man Herta explained, "This is Miss Elisa from our family's branch. She will be accompanying our Chamber of Commerce to the city ahead. Don't look at how young our miss is. She was already a middle-tier necromancer 3 years ago. This time, she is going to Keitanchul to study and prepare for the assessment of the high-tier necromancy mage in a year. You can enter Keitanchul through the teleportation passage there. Traveler, the undead storm is coming soon. If you don't mind, come with us. One more person means one more strength." Feng Hang raised his eyebrows and agreed, "Yes." The undead storm sounded very dangerous. He had just arrived in a new world, and the situation was still unclear. It was better to mingle with this group of people and ask about the general situation of the world. Feng Hang glanced at Elisa. A middle-tier necromancy scholar, she was one level higher than him. There were so many of them, and there were even mid-tier necromancy mages among them, yet they were so afraid of an undead storm. It was better to be careful. After the elder Herta called out to Feng Hang, he commanded the team to gather in the center. The undead guards gradually gathered into a circle. The black-robed necromancers in the team took out their Book of the Dead. Kai. Kai kai kai. Walls of white bones rose from the ground. Feng Hang couldn't help either, so he just stood by the side of the carriage and watched. Good heavens, almost everyone in the team could skillfully use the Book of the Dead. Everyone used necromancy to summon a bone barrier, and soon, a huge barrier was built around them. It was like a cage, locking everyone in the middle. Seeing that everyone had made such a big array, Feng Hang could not help but feel curious. Was this all done to resist the undead storm? Boom. He poured his mental strength into it, and the flame rose with a bang. The necromancers ignited their soul fire. Everyone held their breaths and focused, guarding the soul fire, quietly waiting for the arrival of the undead storm. The atmosphere was tense. Feng Hang saw that everyone was extremely cautious and vigilant. He could not help but ask, "What exactly is the undead storm?" Herta replied in a deep voice, "The undead storm is a kind of harsh storm that Punos will encounter. The storm carries the power of the ghosts. Anyone who falls into the range of the storm will feel extremely cold and easily suffer from soul frostbite. The soul fire can help us resist this frostbite." Elisa explained, "We still don't understand the origin and function of the undead storm. What's terrifying is that the souls of all the creatures who die in the storm will be enslaved by the undead storm. The enslaved undead will devour each other, which greatly increases the power of the undead storm to a certain extent. Apart from the main city, most of Punos is barren land. The undead storm wreaks havoc in the barren land, causing great inconvenience to travelers." Whoosh! Swoosh swoosh! As he spoke, the sound of collisions could be heard outside the barrier. It was as if something was constantly scraping against the wall of bones in the outside world. Fortunately, the wall of bones was exceptionally strong. As time passed, the soul fire in the center of the crowd gradually wavered. Herta narrowed his eyes and stared at the soul fire in the center. He reminded them, "It's not good. We might have encountered a high-tier resentful creature. Everyone, get ready for battle." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent explosion sounded. The white bone wall on Feng Hang's right exploded. He immediately looked up at the sky, and his pupils constricted. What was that? A huge human-faced shadow pressed down from the sky. High-tier resentful object. Be careful. Herta saw this and shouted, "I will deal with it. Immediately activate the soul fire with all your strength." Boom. The necromancers gathered around the central flame, injected their mental strength into it, and the soul fire erupted again. The huge face seemed to be afraid of the soul fire. Almost at the same time, Elisa activated the Book of the Dead floating in front of her. Whoosh! Swoosh! The chains materialized from the dark aura, shot out of the Book of the Dead and into the air, piercing into the huge human face. Phew! The giant human-faced phantom was controlled. Kaka! Crack! Herta held a black rune longsword in his hand and stepped forward along the materialized black iron chain. He slashed at the face in the air. Kai! Roar! The long sword drew a long wound on the human face. The shadow let out a howl at the same time, and then slowly reformed. Phew! Ho! A black sandstorm flew in from outside the wall of bones, and Fang Heng instantly felt a cold aura assaulting him. Ding! The player has received environmental damage, and health point decreased by 441 points. Fang Heng stared at the illusory face in the air that was looking down. It was an undead phantom that he had never seen before. It seemed that Herta and Elisa could only temporarily restrain it. It looked like the human face was an undead creature. Could he kill it with the Book of Oath? Fang Heng had to consider the risks. Could the power of the Holy Light possibly attract more undead life forms in the undead storm? Just as Fang Heng was hesitating, he heard a young necromancy attendant say loudly, "Friend, come and help." Turning his head, Fang Heng saw sweat dripping from the forehead of the necromancy attendant beside him. "Hurry up. Help." Almost all the necromancers were pouring their spiritual power into the central soul fire. They looked like they were having a hard time. It was obvious that they could not hold on any longer. Fang Heng frowned and followed suit, pressing his hand against the fire. Hulu. The moment Fang Heng reached out his hand to trigger the soul fire, the central soul fire suddenly erupted. The flames suddenly rose tens of meters high. The giant human face that was originally lying on the hole in the wall of bones let out a crazy howl under the illumination of the soul fire. It quickly fell back as if it had been seriously injured, but it was firmly locked by the black iron chain that Elisa had pierced into its body. What? Everyone turned to look at Fang Heng. Who was he? What a powerful soul power. Fang Heng was also shocked. He didn't seem to have done anything. He reached out and touched the magic array that condensed the soul fire. He had only used a little bit of his mental strength just now, but it had caused such a huge damage. 1393 Dust of evil thoughts. What surprised Fang Heng, even more, was that the human face in the air actually melted rapidly under the illumination of the fiercely burning soul flame. Swoosh! The old man Herta stepped forward and stabbed the rune longsword into the monster's head. Bang! The entire face exploded. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and noticed that there seemed to be specks of black matter falling from the exploded face. Hurry up! Condense a barrier! Herta shouted as he retreated. The necromancy attendants immediately reacted. They took out the Book of the Dead and summoned the bone barrier again, enveloping everyone in the barrier. Seeing that the crisis was over, Herta nodded at Fang Heng. Traveler, thank you for your help this time. Otherwise, we would have a headache. If you need any help in the future, you can come to the Lent Chamber of Commerce to find us. Fang Heng noticed that the others were looking at him differently. He was also a little puzzled. Why did the soul flame that he focused on seem to have an additional increase in strength? After looking at the game log carefully, Fang Heng roughly figured out the reason. The soul flame condensed by the magic array was related to the strength of one's soul, spiritual power, necromancy level, and talent in necromancy. His personal soul's strength was extremely high, and his talent in necromancy was even higher. This was why his soul flame had erupted. Elisa used the Book of the Dead to gather the black specks of dust on the ground, wrapped them in a piece of paper, and handed it to Fang Heng. What is this? The dust of evil thoughts is a substance condensed after a resentful creature is killed. We don't know its specific use, but many outsiders who seek guidance are collecting it. I think it should be useful to you. Alright, thank you. Fang Heng took the paper bag from Elisa. Ding, player has obtained item Dust of Evil Thoughts, 0.78 grams. Description, a type of sandy soil with a special power. Its use is unknown. Many forces in Punos are buying it from outsiders. Soon, half an hour later, the undead storm gradually faded away. Seeing that the crisis was completely over, Herta signaled the team to undo the bone barrier and prepare to set off again. While everyone was preparing, Herta and Fang Heng started chatting. The undead storms we encountered these few times were much more violent than before. I don't know what happened, but it made me feel a little uneasy. Herta nodded to Fang Heng and said, "Thank you. Fortunately, with your help, we managed to survive this storm. There is a long interval between each undead storm. We shouldn't encounter it again." Fang Heng nodded and took the opportunity to ask about the situation in this world. Herta, other than me, have you met many believers who seek guidance? Yes, indeed. You are not the first believer I met. Most of them died in the undead storm after coming to Punos. Herta's tone was a little sad as he continued, "Oh right, the Tower of Bones you're going to is in the main city of Keitanchul. Later, We will go to the nearest city together. There's a teleportation array there. Elisa will also go to Keitanshul to prepare for her exams. She can bring you there so that you can look after each other along the way. Thank you. We should be the ones thanking you. However, the main city of Keitanshul is not open to ordinary people. The Tower of Bones is one of the holy places for necromancers. Ordinary necromancers have to pass a series of tests before they are allowed to enter. Feng Heng frowned, wondering if there was some kind of messy assessment trial. I was invited by the Tower of Bones to meet a teacher. Invited? Herta and Elisa looked at Feng Heng in surprise. Elisa asked, do you have an invitation card? Can I see it? Of course. Feng Heng took the invitation card from his backpack and handed it over. Elisa took the invitation card and examined it carefully. Then, a relieved look appeared on her face. No wonder. It turned out that he was a guest invited by the Tower of Bones. No wonder he had such powerful spiritual power and talent in necromancy. Elisa sneaked a few more glances at Feng Heng, becoming even more curious about him. She had never heard of anyone being invited to the Tower of Bones for an interview. Was the power he had just displayed all he had? Herta also looked at Feng Heng's invitation card and carefully handed it back to him. I am being presumptuous. This is indeed an invitation from the Tower of Bones. With this card, you can enter the Tower of Bones without taking the test. You have to be careful. Many people have ulterior motives for this card, so it's best not to let outsiders see it. Thanks for the reminder. Feng Heng nodded at Herta and carefully put away the invitation card. After the team was ready, they set off again. Along the way, the guards of the Chamber of Commerce who accompanied Feng Heng were obviously more respectful to him. Feng Heng also chatted with Elisa for a while and roughly understood the situation in the world of Punos. Elisa was a very cheerful girl, and both of them had suffered through some hardships. After talking, she invited Feng Heng to visit her new house in Keitanshul. They chatted and laughed along the way. Soon, they arrived at the nearest medium-sized undead city. From afar, Feng Heng could see the dense magic patterns on the city walls and the towering mage towers in the city. The city's outer walls stood tall, but there was not a single guard at the city gate entrance. It was extremely lax to enter and exit the city. After the team arrived, they did not check anything and directly entered the city. According to Elisa, most of the cities in the world of Punos were not guarded. The biggest function of the city was to resist the undead storm. Compared to the desolation of the outside world, the interior of the city was extremely prosperous. Feng Heng looked around curiously through the car window. The people of this world were used to wearing hoods to hide themselves in loose gray robes. There are special magic arrays inside and outside the city. Most of them are specially set up to block the undead storm. The teleportation channel is in the Mage Tower in the center of the city. Alright, thank you. Elisa nodded at Feng Heng and said, I will also be studying necromancy with a private tutor in Keitanshul during this period of time to prepare for the high-tier necromancer exam. However, I won't be studying in the Tower of Bones. My cousin has already found a place for me in the urban area. After I settle down, I will look for you. Okay, sure. After entering the main city, Feng Heng followed the team and arrived at the entrance of the Mage Tower without stopping. A 6-story Mage Tower. At the entrance of the Mage Tower, Herta bade farewell to the two of them. He said, Feng Heng, only qualified necromancers are allowed to enter Keitanshul. We can only send the two of you here. There's still a batch of goods that needs to be transported later. That's all for now. Take care on the way. Alright, thank you. 1394 The Tower of Bones. After bidding farewell to the team, Feng Heng and Elisa stepped into the Mage Tower together. The necromancy attendant guarding the door carefully checked Feng Heng's invitation card and Elisa's identification before allowing them to pass. After entering the teleportation area on the second floor of the Mage Tower, Elisa helped Feng Heng pay the teleportation fee, and the two of them stepped into the teleportation channel one after another. A game prompt flashed across Feng Heng's retina. Ding! The player has used the teleportation channel. The player has entered the city of Keitanshul. Stepping out of the teleportation passage channel, Feng Heng slowly opened his eyes. On the second floor of the Mage Tower, looking out of the window, one could see that the entire city was shrouded in a thick ghost fog. This was Keitanshul in Punos, the base of necromancy in the intermediate game world. Feng Heng, let's go. Yes. Feng Heng retracted his gaze and nodded before leaving with Elisa. Necromancers could be seen gathered in 2s and 3s on the first and second floors of the Mage Tower. Many of them were whispering to each other. Feng Heng, this is Keitanshul. Those who are able to enter here have all passed the necromancy assessment. At least they are elementary necromancers who have gone through layers of screening assessments. There are also many people like you who are here to seek guidance. There are many hidden masters among them. Our strength might be nothing here, so we should try to keep a low profile. Feng Heng felt that he was not a very arrogant person. He immediately nodded and said, "Yes, all right." The two of them left the Mage Tower together. As soon as they stepped out, Feng Heng felt a familiar mist of the undead assaulting his face. Elisa pointed at the tall white tower in the west of the city, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. "Feng Heng, do you see that? The tallest white building is the Tower of Bones." Feng Heng also looked in Elisa's direction. It was a white tower. The top half of the white tower had already been submerged in the black ghost fog, making it impossible to see its full appearance. The white tower seemed to be built with the bones of an unknown creature. Even standing there, Feng Heng could still vaguely feel the intimidating aura emitted by the tower. There were two towers on the left and right sides of the white tower. However, they were much shorter than the Tower of Bones. That area is the area for talent advancement. You need special proof to enter. I've never gone in to take a look before, but I heard that very few people can enter the Tower of Bones. There's only one every few years. Most necromancers who seek guidance usually choose to enter the other towers. Elisa looked at Feng Heng carefully and lowered her voice. "Well, Feng Heng, I have to go home first. My cousin is waiting for me at my new house. She will be anxious to find me if she waits too long. Do you have a place to stay here? My new house is quite big. You can stay here for a few days and move out after you settle down." Elisa's eyes were filled with anticipation as she continued, "My cousin is a very nice person. She will be very happy to meet you." Feng Heng felt that he would not stay in Punos for long. Complete the guidance mission as soon as possible, obtain the talent upgrade mission, and then quickly complete the intermediate necromancy level upgrade. Time was tight, and there was no need to waste it. "I want to take a look at the Tower of Bones first. I will come back to you after I've settled down." "Okay, then." Elisa was a little disappointed. She took out a pen and paper and wrote a note for Feng Heng. "This is the address of my new home. You are welcome to my home." "Yes, I will." Feng Heng put away the note. Elisa took 2 steps forward, turned around, and said, "If you can't find a place to stay, you must come and find me." "Yes." Feng Heng nodded and said goodbye to Elisa before walking towards the Tower of Bones. At the entrance of the talent advancement area in the western region of the city, several necromancy attendants stood at the entrance, their eyes gently sweeping across every necromancy scholar passing by. Their gazes lingered on Feng Heng for a few seconds before they looked away. The western region's talent advancement area wasn't considered big. After entering the area, Feng Heng realized that there were 4 towers beside the Tower of Bones. He could only see 3 from afar, and the other 2 were even shorter, making it impossible to see them clearly from afar. There was a large square inches front of the 5 towers, surrounded by some relatively low buildings. Many players gathered in groups in the square and chatted softly. The moment Feng Heng stepped into the square, many malicious gazes swept across him. In the crowd, a few players from the Federation were originally discussing something. One of them noticed Feng Heng and immediately had a thought. Following that, his gaze was fixed on Feng Heng, unable to move away. His eyes revealed doubt and surprise. "Kming, what are you looking at?" Kming's eyes were still focused on Feng Heng. He asked in a low voice, "Captain, that person looks very familiar. Look, is he Feng Heng?" "Feng Heng?" Everyone was stunned. Feng Heng was the world lord of the elementary game world. Kming, who used to be in the investigation department, had memorized the information of all the highly dangerous people in the game and recognized him at first glance. Zheng Yuping, the captain of the Federation's enforcement team, stared at Feng Heng. Recently, Feng Heng's name had become extremely well known in the Federation. After all, the zombie apocalypse and the vampire apocalypse were the 2 game worlds that were most closely related to ordinary players. Feng Heng had thus become the focus of the Federation. "Yes, seems like him. Why is he here? From the information we gathered, he should have the necromancy skill, hence it's possible that he will appear here." Another player was in disbelief and whispered, "But he had already reached level 30 and accepted the talent guidance mission?" One had to know that the players who entered the talent advancement area were all here to receive a second talent upgrade. The requirement for the second upgrade was for the player to reach level 30. How long had it been? He remembered that Feng Heng had just become a world lord of the game world not long ago, right? He had reached level 30 just like that? It was too fast. 1395 recognized being able to reach level 30 meant that he had surpassed 99% of the players in the game and was considered one of the top players. The difficulty of leveling up was too high. Usually, most players who reached level 30 would choose to enter the high-level game world in advance and use the high-level dream crystals that dropped in the high-level game world to exchange for low-level mutation crystals to level up. This would ensure a certain level of efficiency. It seemed to be efficient, but doing so would cause the subsequent stages of talent advancement to be partially restricted. According to the leveling ratio of the dream crystals, the talent advancement would fluctuate, and the highest talent advancement could only reach ES level. These were the game settings that the Federation had developed over the years and were classified as top-level secrets. Of course, for ordinary players, it was already a good thing to have an A-level talent advancement. As for the other way to level up, one could only rely on his own strength to take one step at a time, slowly accumulating the mutation crystals and slowly grinding them down. He would need to use a huge amount of resources to accumulate so many crystals. Among them, the most difficult was the Tier 3 mutation crystal required to level up to level 30. Usually, Tier 3 mutation crystal could only be dropped by boss-level creatures in the intermediate game world, and they were bound to souls. This kind of level-up requirement was a nightmare for ordinary players. Regardless of which method was mentioned, it was extremely difficult to reach level 30 in a short period of time. Ming sized Fang Heng up and asked softly, "Captain, do we need to make contact with Fang Heng? He has a good relationship with the Eastern Federation, right? I heard that he helped the Necromancer Association as well." "Yes, there's no hurry. Let's confirm if it's him first and then we will see what happens." Zheng Yuping stared at Fang Heng in shock. Fang Heng? Could it really be him? He looked too similar. However, Zheng Yuping's rationality told him that this was very abnormal. Level 30 in half a month? Even if Fang Heng used the first method, using the high-tier dream crystals to transform into the mutation crystals to obtain the effect of rapid level up, it would not be done in a short period of time. Because Fang Heng had a special identity. World Lord. This meant that Fang Heng had to first obtain the coordinates of the entrance to the high-tier world and also obtain the high-level dream crystal in the advanced game world. It was definitely not an easy task. Ming looked at Fang Heng's movements and couldn't help but frown. "Captain, it's a bit troublesome. Ryan Mercenary Group's gang has gone over, but they don't seem to recognize Fang Heng. There's no need for that. Let's wait and see. If that person is really Fang Heng, we can handle it ourselves." "Alright." Just as everyone from the Federation was sizing up Fang Heng, a player with a rather friendly appearance walked towards Fang Heng from not far away. "Brother, is this your first time here?" "I am Chink. I don't think I've seen you before." Fang Heng glanced at the person who spoke to him and replied, "Yes, I just arrived." "Alone? No friends brought you here? Do you want me to introduce you to this place?" Fang Heng looked around and his gaze finally stopped on the Tower of Bones in the center. He said, "Yes, I received a guidance mission." "You too?" "Of course, most of the people who can stay in this area are those who have accepted the talent guidance mission. I've been here for more than 10 years. I am very familiar with this area. There's almost no one I don't know. If you encounter any problems or troubles in the future, you can come to me." Chink seemed very reliable. He even patted on his chest as he spoke, looking very reliable. "Is that so?" Fang Heng's eyelids twitched. He thought of the dust of evil thoughts he had obtained in the undead storm and asked, "Do you know what the dust of evil thoughts can do? You want to test me?" Chink smiled and pointed at the towers. He said, "Do you see those towers in front? You're here for them too, right?" Fang Heng looked at the Tower of Bones and the 4 surrounding towers and nodded. From the shortest to the tallest, the 4 towers over there are the Tower of Nightmare, the Tower of Ruins, the Tower of Decay, and the Tower of Withering. Players who accept the guidance mission will receive the corresponding entrance card after completing part of the prerequisite mission. According to the level and completion of the prerequisite mission, the initial invitation card will usually be the shortest Tower of Nightmare Tower and the Tower of Ruins. Then, every tower has a corresponding teacher. After completing the guidance mission issued by the teacher, you can obtain a talent upgrade. Of course, to put it simply, the higher the level of the tower, the more powerful the teacher inside is, and the stronger the increase after the talent upgrade. How about it? Am I making it sound simple enough? Fang Heng nodded and continued, "You still haven't told me the use of the Dust of Evil Thoughts." The Dust of Evil Thoughts is used to charge and level up the invitation card, from low to high, level by level, slowly level up from the lowest level of the Tower of Nightmare. There are also some special missions that use the Dust of Evil Thoughts. Other than that, the Dust of Evil Thoughts is also a tool required for some talent missions. Fang Heng understood and pointed at the white tower in the middle. "You haven't mentioned the tower in the middle. Don't even think about the one in the middle. It's the highest leveled tower in our talent advancement area. It's called the Tower of Bones. There's something wrong with the teacher inside, so the mission given is impossible to complete. Just pretend that he doesn't exist." In the past, there was a person who spent 3 to 4 years to level up his invitation card to the highest level and enter the Tower of Bones. In the end, he received an impossible mission that can't be given up. Chink had a gloating smile on his face as he said in an exaggerated tone, "The people who were tricked are all dumbfounded. Those who were at the same time as him had already graduated from level 30, but he's still stuck at level 30. Feng Heng asked with narrowed eyes, "What mission is it?" "I don't know." Chink shrugged and explained very quickly, "You know the rules." In short, the missions related to these towers all require the dust of evil thoughts. The difficulty of obtaining the dust of evil thoughts is also extremely high. Other than trading and snatching, you can only obtain it from the resentful creatures in the undead storm. Chink then shifted his gaze to the crowd in the square. "Do you see the people here? They all came earlier than you. Some of them have already been here for a few years. They have formed small teams to search for the undead storm and kill the resentful creatures. They are very experienced, so following this group of people will help you familiarize yourself with the environment here. I can help you find a team to join. You are a newcomer, so one operation will probably help you obtain 5% of all the dust of evil thoughts. However, you can give me 1% as a middleman fee. How about it? 1,396 the consultation fee. I only have 4%. It's not low. Normally, a team has 8 people. It's not appropriate to give more. Besides, you're a newbie, so the team is responsible for preparing materials." Chink looked Feng Heng up and down again and raised 3 fingers. "Of course, if you're rich, I can help you buy some dust of evil thoughts from outsiders. It's only a 3% handling fee." "No need. I don't have money." Feng Heng shook his head. Chink narrowed his eyes. Greed appeared in his eyes as he stared at Feng Heng and said, "All right then. The consultation fee will be 5,000 King of Gods points. We won't accept direct transactions. Items of equivalent value will do." Feng Heng turned his head and stared at Chink. 5,000? Asking me for money? Of course, what I just told you is confidential information. It's only reasonable to charge a small consultation fee, right? Feng Heng looked away from Chink. "Hey, brother, don't tell me you want to go back on your word. We've always been doing business in this area and have a lot of influence. I don't care about this little money, but if word gets out and I don't receive money, it will be very difficult for us to do things in the future." Chink's tone gradually became unfriendly. Feng Heng noticed that the players around him, who were more than 20 meters away, had taken a few steps closer to them, intentionally or unintentionally, as if they wanted to surround him. "Is that so? So, are you going to make a move?" Chink moved closer and whispered in front of Feng Heng, "Of course not. We are all very civilized. Moreover, I will give you a piece of information. It's best not to make a move in this area. However, you have to consider it carefully. We only need to release a little news, and naturally, no team will allow you to join in the future. Moreover, my boss will definitely not be happy when he hears about this. His temper is not very good, and I am not sure what he will do. It's best to think about it. A person can't survive here alone. If you don't attack, don't block the way." Feng Heng interrupted Chink and walked past him, heading toward the central Tower of Bones. Chink was stunned. He looked at Feng Heng with disdain. The player who could pass the pre-assessment and enter the talent advancement area were either strong or had a lot of resources. There were also players who were so arrogant that they did not take others seriously, but there were not many. But it didn't matter. Soon, they would suffer. At that time, they would be beaten up by reality and obediently come to the door to admit their mistakes. Just as he was thinking, Chink suddenly froze. He realized that Feng Heng's walking direction didn't seem right. Wrong way? Chink noticed that Feng Heng was actually walking straight to the Tower of Bones in the center. In front of the Tower of Bones, dozens of necromancers noticed someone approaching and turned their faces to Feng Heng. The other players in the square also looked at Feng Heng. The necromancy attendants did not move, but 2 red soul fires appeared under their hoods. Feng Heng strode to the entrance of the Tower of Bones. In an instant, the entire talent advancement area fell silent. Everyone stared at Feng Heng's every move. Chink's face turned slightly pale. What was going on? How was he able to enter the Tower of Bones? Chink had been here for nearly a decade, and as far as he could tell, only 5 people had managed to enter the Tower of Bones. Without exception, these 5 people were either top-tier players or the leaders of top powers. It was over. He seemed to have offended an extraordinary figure. However, Chink couldn't understand how a player could enter the Tower of Bones on his first visit. In the past, the 5 of them had only managed to gather the dust of evil thoughts after going through a lot of trials and tribulations. They had only been allowed to enter the Tower of Bones after they had upgraded their invitation cards to the highest tier. Who would have thought that this kid could actually enter the Tower of Bones directly? Under everyone's gaze, Feng Heng pushed open the door of the Tower of Bones and stepped in. Seeing Feng Heng enter the Tower of Bones, everyone from the Federation was shocked. Zheng Yuping was shocked. Captain. Ming's voice trembled as he said, he should be Feng Heng, right? The others also looked at Zheng Yuping. Everyone had the same thought. Other than Feng Heng, there shouldn't be anyone else who had this ability and met the relevant conditions, right? Yes. It's a little strange. Zheng Yuping replied softly. He was once again filled with extreme suspicion. Something's not right. He was certain that there were restrictions to entering the Tower of Bones. Using the dream crystals in the high-level game world to level up could allow one to quickly reach level 30, but it would not allow the person to enter the highest level Tower of Bones or the second highest level Tower of Withering. However, the person in front of him had indeed entered the Tower of Bones. There were two possibilities. The first possibility was that the person was not Feng Heng, but merely looked like him. The second possibility was that Feng Heng had used his own strength to accumulate a huge amount of resources in the intermediate game world in less than a month and successfully cleared the intermediate game world. He heard that Feng Heng had been helping the Necromancer Association in the real world to clear the aura of the Death Realm. Where did he have the time to clear the game? Zheng Yuping clenched his fists. Was there really such a terrifying player? Beside him, another team member swallowed his saliva carefully and asked, Captain, do we need to report to the higher-ups to pay attention to Feng Heng's unusual movements? Yes, investigate thoroughly. Zheng Yuping nodded. He had to report it. If it really was Feng Heng, then it would be too terrifying. In just a few months, he had gone from a newbie to a world lord, and after half a month, he had cleared the intermediate game world. The reason why he entered the Tower of Bones this time was most likely to increase his talent. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying existence he would become in the future. Inform the higher-ups immediately and find a way to contact Feng Heng to confirm his identity. Because he was too agitated, Zheng Yuping's originally calm breathing became heavier. He said in a deep voice, everyone, cheer up. If it's really him, there might be hope for our talent advancement this time. Yes. Inside the Tower of Bones, Feng Heng stopped at the entrance. The tower was densely covered with balls of dark blue soul fire that could be seen with the naked eye. The soul fire slowly floated and swam. The light it released illuminated the surroundings. Raising his head, Feng Heng observed the decorations in the tower. The overall layout of the tower was a little strange. After the entrance was a vast hall. The center of the hall was empty. If one stood at the bottom of the hall, one would be able to see the top of the tower at a glance. On the right side of the entrance was a wooden staircase built against the wall. The stairs circled around the wall, and there was a wooden door at every interval. 1397 talent advancement. Two necromancy attendants appeared from the shadows and bowed to Feng Heng. Welcome, invited guest. Please follow me. Teacher Guowo has been waiting for you for a long time. The two necromancy attendants stood up and gestured for Feng Heng to move forward. They led Feng Heng up the ancient wooden stairs on the right side of the tower. Feng Heng caught up unhurriedly. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. Every step on the stairs made a creaking sound, making him worry that he would suddenly fall down. The necromancy attendants seemed to be floating on the ground and did not make any noise as they walked. They walked up the stairs until they were close to the top floor. The necromancy attendants stopped and gently knocked on the wooden door on the side. A kind voice came from the room. Come in. The two necromancy attendants stood respectfully at the wooden door and gestured for Feng Heng to enter. Yes. Feng Heng walked forward. There was no lock on the wooden door. Feng Heng pushed it open easily with a light touch. Behind the door was a huge study. An old man sat behind the study with his hands flat on the table. His eyes were deep. Guowo watched Feng Heng walk in from outside the door, his eyes revealing a satisfied expression. He had been waiting for Feng Heng for quite some time. Very good, Feng Heng. You're really not bad. Feng Heng listened to Guowo's praise and had a strange feeling. He did not know what Guowo was referring to, so he could only nod at the latter. In the past few hundred years, there have been many outstanding new necromancers, but you're the one I am most satisfied with. Do you know why? Feng Heng shook his head. Guowo sat behind the desk, his calm face revealing a hint of gloominess. Because what you did was very much in line with my thoughts. Feng Heng was even more confused. Some mistakes are unforgivable. Guowo changed to a more comfortable position and sat on the chair. He continued, the Holy Court has suppressed the academic faction of necromancy in various worlds, treating us as the embodiment of evil. I can't understand why some people can accept such unfair treatment. Hearing this, Feng Heng already had some understanding in his heart. Li Qinggren had mentioned before that most of the necromancers were extremely academic. They only hated the Holy Court, but they weren't so desperate to fight to the death. However, a small portion of the higher-ups were not like that. Because of certain things, they hated the Holy Court. Guowo seemed to be one of them. We should make our stance clear and make the Holy Court pay for what they have done. In fact, I don't think there is a need for the Holy Court to exist. This is what I have always advocated in Punos. Guo stood up and walked forward. He stretched out his bony palm and patted Fang Heng's shoulder. Fang Heng, I've seen your performance in the barbarian realm. You're really good. You've set an example for those stupid and stubborn scholars. Guo laughed disdainfully. You think they're idiots too, right? Fang Heng smiled and nodded. Ha 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 ha, very good. I know that you are currently looking for further power. A long time ago, when I was exploring the path of death, I accidentally obtained a powerful power. It can help you stimulate the advancement of the foreign power in your body. Of course, all of this isn't free. Guo looked at Fang Heng and stared into his eyes as he spoke. Ordinary tests are for those laymen outside. It's meaningless to you. I don't want to waste time. You're about to face real danger. I will tell you in advance that the test you're about to receive is related to the Holy Court. If you're not careful, you might die. Tell me, Fang Heng, are you afraid? Ding. Player has completed the current mission seeking guidance. The player has found the talent guidance teacher special character, Guo, level SSS. This character can trigger the SSS level talent advancement option at most. Ding. The player can trigger the next phase of the mission Guo's test. Ding. The player can choose whether to reject this guidance mission and seek other guidance teachers for talent. Of course, I've never liked the Holy Court. Fang Heng shrugged and told the truth. He was already here. Moreover, he and the Holy Court were not on good terms. The enmity between the two sides had been going on for a long time. Very good. Guo was very satisfied with Fang Heng's answer. As your talent teacher, I will guide you to further stimulate the power in your body and strengthen your talent. With my current ability, I can increase your ability to the highest level. Fang Heng's expression turned serious as he spoke. Please go ahead, teacher. First, I can change your talent. Under extreme conditions, I can randomly select 300 talents rated A and above for you to choose from. After that, you can also upgrade this talent to S level. Fang Heng's pupils contracted. Reselect talent. Moreover, it was 1 out of 300. The probability of choosing an S-level talent was extremely high. It could even give him an S-level talent upgrade. No wonder many high-end players said that level 30 was a chance to change one's fate. However, he did not need this. The zombie clone was already a hidden SSS-level talent. It was obtained by chance and could not be obtained by ordinary drawing. Moreover, his first talent upgrade was a higher SSS-level talent. There was no reason to reselect. Fang Heng asked, what about the second one? The second is to upgrade your talent again. Fang Heng nodded, thinking that since he was here, choosing the first type meant that the talent obtained would only have one chance to level up. As for the second type, compared to the first type, the player would have one more chance to strengthen it. I choose the second option. Very good. After completing my trial, I will guide you to advance your talent. However, during this period, you will need to use a special tool. I need you to prepare in advance. Alright, what kind of prop is it? A brilliant crystal? Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. He was very familiar with the brilliant crystal. It was an item that had dropped after killing the abyssal demon. Not bad. It seems that you have done some homework in advance. In order to achieve the advancement of your talent, you need to gather a total of 3 brilliant crystals to complete the second enhancement of your talent. In addition, brilliant crystals are also divided into levels. If you gather 3 of the highest level brilliant crystals, I can completely awaken the hidden power of your talent, which is the so-called SSS level second enhancement of your talent. 1398 Holy Realm. Guo looked at Fang Heng and continued, of course, you can also choose to take a step back and choose 3 normal brilliant crystals to level up your talent. I don't think it will be too difficult for you. Hearing Guo's words, Fang Heng flicked his wrist and revealed the purple crystal in his backpack. Are you talking about this? Guo's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw the purple crystal in Fang Heng's hand. Then, he laughed heartily, ha 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 ha, good. That's great. Guo looked at Fang Heng with more admiration in his eyes. He said, I didn't expect you to have already found a highest level brilliant crystal. What a coincidence. Many years ago, I got a batch of high-tier brilliant crystals with a few old friends when I was training. With my connections, it wouldn't be a problem to get 2 more crystals from my friends. As long as you can complete my commission perfectly, I can give them to you. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes. As expected, the crystal in his hand was of the highest tier. Based on this deduction, the highest tier brilliant crystal could only be dropped by killing the final boss in the intermediate game world. The difficulty was extremely high. Therefore, it was inferred that Guo's level up mission was terrifyingly difficult. Normal completion was not enough. Only by completing the mission perfectly could he obtain more brilliant crystals from Guo. The difficulty of the mission was obvious. However, there was no need to focus on Guo's mission. It was not impossible to obtain the highest level of brilliant crystals using other methods. First, he looked at the specific mission description. Several thoughts flashed through Feng Heng's mind. He nodded and said, "I am ready, Teacher Guowo. I am willing to accept your mission. We can begin now." Guowo was very satisfied with Feng Heng's decisiveness and praised him even more. He nodded and said, "Very good. Confidence is one of the shortcuts to success. However, I still hope that you can consider it carefully. Once you accept the mission, you will not be able to give up and continue to level up. This may be a decision that will affect your entire life. Alright, there's no need to think about it. Let's begin." "Yes." A sinister glint flashed across Guowo's eyes as he nodded and said, "Your mission is like this. I need you to kill a member of the Holy Court who is at least at the level of a judge in the Holy Realm. After capturing his soul, bring it to me." "What?" Feng Heng's eyes flashed with surprise. A judge from the Holy Realm? Was the difficulty so high? Guowo saw a flash of surprise on Feng Heng's face, and his eyes carried a hint of ridicule. He continued, "Of course, this is only the most basic trial. I won't give you any extra brilliant crystals. As for how you can satisfy me, that will depend on your imagination." The game notification appeared on his retina. Ding! Player has triggered the talent guidance mission Guowo's Revenge. Mission title, Guowo's Revenge. Mission description, please kill and attain the soul of at least one judge from the Holy Court. Place the soul into the soul sealing bottle and hand it over to Teacher Guowo. Current mission completion rate, 0%. Current mission rating, none. Current additional reward, none. Player has selected the type of additional reward, brilliant crystal. Additional description, the player can submit the mission once the mission completion rate reaches 100%. The player can also continue to increase the mission completion rate and increase the mission rating to obtain a higher level of reward. Description, this guidance mission is a special guidance mission. It cannot be abandoned. Feng Heng looked at the mission notification and frowned. Without a doubt, this mission was extremely difficult. Putting everything else aside, where would he find the judges of the Holy Realm? He couldn't just go to the Holy Realm and force his way through, right? He didn't even know where the Holy Realm was. There's no rush, Feng Heng. We can take it slow. Many people have accepted this mission like you, and they're still working hard to prepare. I have to say that compared to them, your strength still has a lot of room for improvement." Guowo was in a good mood. He stretched out his withered palm and gently pressed it on Feng Heng's forehead. Whoosh! The moment Guowo's palm touched him, Feng Heng's pupils constricted. He immediately felt a dark and cold aura flow through Guowo's palm into his forehead. In the next moment, the shadow of a skeleton appeared before Feng Heng's eyes. The game notification appeared again. Ding! The player has triggered the mid-tier necromancy advancement mission Bones. Mission title, Bones. Mission requirement, kill skeletal creatures in the world of Punos and absorb power from their bones. Current mission completion, 0%. Special mission requirement, you cannot form a party during this mission. If the skeleton receives damage from other units during the process of killing the skeleton, you will not be able to absorb its power by default. Mission rewards, skill middle-tier necromancy. Feng Heng had just finished reading the game notification when the invitation card in his backpack was uncontrollably moved out of his backpack and slowly floated in the air. Whoosh! A dark light flashed on the invitation card. The card fell into Feng Heng's hands again. Feng Heng, your invitation card has been upgraded. You can use this card to study the study of necromancy in the city. There are 5,000 points in it that I've given you. It should be enough for you to use it for a period of time. If you have any difficulties or doubts, you can come to me. Every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday morning is my time to answer questions. As believers of the undead, we have a lot of time. This is the greatest privilege that death gives his believers. We can take it slow, right? Thank you, teacher. Feng Heng put away the invitation card and thought to himself, I don't want to take it slow. Guowo handed over a small porcelain bottle the size of a fist. This is the soul sealing bottle. The souls of the Holy Realm's judges won't be easily sealed. You can use it to ensure your safety. In addition, I suggest you store it carefully. Its production is very troublesome. If you lose it, you will have to think of another way. Alright, teacher. Feng Heng carefully put away the small porcelain bottle. You can also use it to absorb some weaker souls of the Holy Court and exchange them for some small rewards from me. However, I don't want souls that are too weak. Go. Come and find me after you advance to the mid-tier. I have another surprise for you. Thank you, teacher. The two necromancy attendants gradually appeared behind Feng Heng. Guowo waved his hand and sat back on the chair and said, take him away. After leaving the room, Feng Heng followed the two necromancy attendants and left the Tower of Bones. Feng Heng lowered his head and thought carefully for a moment. He couldn't help but scratch his hair. This was troublesome. He really had no clue how to complete the talent advancement mission. Where could he find a judge from the Holy Realm? Even if he found him, could he defeat him? This matter had to be delayed. It could not be forced. It had to rely on luck. He shall wait and ask Old Black and Moji if there's any news. Teacher Dicky from the Necromancer Association would soon come out of seclusion, so he could ask if there was any other way. 1399 banquet invitation. In short, there were still many things that he could do. He should work hard to improve his strength first. When the opportunity came, he could firmly grasp it. As he thought about it, Feng Heng took the invitation card from his backpack. Tower of Bones invitation card. Description: an invitation from the Tower of Bones. Authority has been activated. Description: the player can use points to study various areas of Keitanchul City. Please commission the exchange in the city to recharge and exchange points. Remaining points in the card, 5,000. In short, he had to improve himself as quickly as possible. He would start by leveling up his middle-tier necromancy skill. Feng Heng recalled the information related to Bones in his mind. Bones was a relatively strong skeletal creature. Compared to ordinary skeletons, it had a further improvement. Moreover, it also had combat memories from its previous life and various combat techniques. Feng Heng had never seen it with his own eyes, so he roughly judged that it should not be difficult to deal with it. After all, Bones lacked magic attacks, so it couldn't deal with his zombie horde. While he was deep in thought, Feng Heng had already left the Tower of Bones with the necromancy attendants. Outside the door, countless pairs of eyes were staring at Feng Heng. When the people of the Federation saw Feng Heng, their hearts skipped a beat. Kming couldn't help but ask, "Captain, he's out. I don't know if he's accepted the mission. Should we follow up and take a look? Think of a way to get in touch with him?" "Yes." Zheng Yuping asked after some thought, "Is there any feedback from the higher-ups?" "Not yet. Our people are trying to communicate with Feng Heng. It has been very difficult to contact him. The hidden world is unable to take photos, so we have no way to do a technical comparison to confirm Feng Heng's identity." "Okay, let's follow him. Don't get too close to him to avoid arousing his hostility. If the other party intentionally shakes us off, we won't continue to follow." "All right." The few members of the Federation team nodded. Seeing Feng Heng leave the Tower of Bones and head out of the city, many people, including those from the Federation, followed him. Forget it. The next step was to complete the mission and kill the skeleton. Where could he find Bones? Feng Heng was deep in thought. Just as he left the talent advancement area, he noticed a carriage slowly stopping in front of him. A handsome young man stepped down from the carriage. The young man was very polite. He got off the carriage and bowed respectfully to Feng Heng. He asked, "Hello, are you Mr. Feng Heng?" Feng Heng raised his head, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. "Who are you?" "Hello, I am Harold, the deputy manager of Keitanchul City's Grand Chamber of Commerce. I heard that you helped our Chamber of Commerce survive the undead storm today. The manager of the Chamber of Commerce was very grateful after learning about this and invited you to attend tonight's family banquet. Miss Elisa will also be there tonight." Feng Heng frowned. The Grand Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce that they had met on the way. "There's no need. Thank you for your master's kindness. I still have other things to deal with, so I won't be going." Harold noticed the displeasure on Feng Heng's face and nodded. "It was presumptuous of us to invite you in such a hurry. The supervisor said that if you have other matters that you can't get away from, we won't force you to go. Also, this is a letter that Miss Elisa commissioned me to pass to you." "Yes." Feng Heng took the letter and quickly glanced through it. The content of the letter was not long. Elisa was generally grateful to Feng Heng for helping her survive the undead storm. She had just found her cousin and settled down in the manor at Shadow Street number 823 in the west of the city. 3 days later, the Grand Chamber of Commerce would hold a 300th anniversary banquet for the city's Chamber of Commerce. She hoped that Feng Heng could attend as her good friend. To Feng Heng's surprise, after he finished reading the letter, a line of game prompts appeared on his retina. Ding! The player has obtained Grand Chamber of Commerce's friendliness. Current friendliness, friendly, ding. The player obtained permission to enter the Grand Chamber of Commerce's area. The player has obtained permission to enter the private territory of the large manor at Shadow Street number 823 in the western region. Manor? Elisa's new residence was actually a large manor? It seemed that the Grand Chamber of Commerce was quite rich. Feng Heng had a feeling. Once such an invitation was accepted, there was a high chance that a mission would be triggered. As for whether the mission was worth his time, it was hard to say. The talent upgrade mission he had was already enough for him to suffer. There was no need to complicate things. He just needed to focus on what was in front of him. Got it. Feng Heng's expression was indifferent as he put away the letter. Seeing that Feng Heng did not say whether he would accept the invitation, Harold tacitly did not ask further. He nodded and said, "Mr. Feng Heng, where are you going next? Do you need us to give you a ride?" "No need. Then we won't disturb you anymore. We will take our leave first." "Wait a minute." Feng Heng stretched out his hand and stopped Harold. "Yes, Mr. Feng Heng. Is there anything else you need me to convey to Miss Elisa?" "No, I want to ask you something. Do you know anything about the area around Catanchul?" Hearing Feng Heng's words, Harold was a little disappointed, but he still nodded respectfully in response. "Mr. Feng Heng, I've lived here for more than 100 years, so I know the surrounding area quite well." "Then are there any areas where bones gather nearby?" "Yes, Mr. Feng Heng. Leave from the west gate and walk along the main road. You can see a bone graveyard about 30 kilometers away." As he spoke, he gestured to the necromancy attendant behind him, and the latter quickly handed over a sheepskin scroll. "Mr. Feng Heng, this is a simple map of the Catanchul region made by our Chamber of Commerce. It can provide you with basic directions. As the outside world is affected by the undead storm, the terrain often changes, so there may be some differences. Ding! The player has obtained the Catanchul region map, self-made by Rand Chamber of Commerce. Description: this is a self-made map. There may be errors. Please use it carefully." Feng Heng took the map and nodded. "Thank you. Say hi to Elisa for me. I will definitely convey your message to her." Feng Heng picked up the map and browsed through it as he watched Harold and his men drive away in the carriage. The map was quite detailed, and several dangerous areas outside the city were circled. The location of the bone graveyard seemed to be not far from Catanchul. It wouldn't take long for him to fly there in his bat form. If he estimated the time correctly, he would be able to complete the advancement of a mid-tier necromancy mage before dark. Putting away the map, Feng Heng turned and walked towards the west of the city. The people behind Feng Heng saw the scene of Feng Heng and the Rand Chamber of Commerce coming into contact, and they started whispering again. The Rand Chamber of Commerce was one of the largest merchant associations in the city,